This story begins in a galaxy in which there is a limitless starry sky with an innumerable number of worlds. The powerful deities that originated in these worlds destroyed the stars and captured the sun. They could easily decide the fate of other creatures. The creatures had very powerful strength and energy. All these are heavenly patrons. Unfortunately, their existence did not bring any benefit in the development of various civilizations. Endless wars between gods and worlds led to the fact that the heavens began to wither. A large number of universes were destroyed. They were very fragile, as if they were made of glass, so they could not withstand the onslaught of such force. At some point, in one of the destroyed civilizations, a mission was born to restore the timeline. As soon as she was born, she already knew about her calling and what difficulties lay ahead of her. She needed to find a suitable owner, and she went in search of him. After all, there are so many mistakes that need to be corrected and the fate of other worlds influenced. The universes resembled long rivers of time as there were countless of them. Many years later, she still could not find a suitable candidate. It turned out to be not as easy as we wanted. If this continues for more than 1,000 years, then it will never be able to find an owner. Suddenly, a beep sounded. It was a system alert that let you know that a suitable host had been found. She was very happy about this luck because she just complained about her problem, and immediately the solution itself found her. The girl, without thinking for a second, went into this universe, humming a melody in joy. After some time, she found herself among a large number of different planets. The girl immediately realized where her patron had been all this time. It was the Milky Way. Noticing a man levitating in space, she was surprised that he would be her master. The system of the Lord of Heaven noted that he looked like an ordinary person, and also a very weak one, which means he would not have much control over her. Heading towards him, she said that it was necessary to move on to concluding an agreement. Although he seemed not strong enough, she could make him powerful. For this, the young man must restore justice and history. Then a notification was heard that the system had chosen its owner, and he became its happy owner. The guy didn't understand what it was. The girl joyfully announced that he was now the rightful owner of the most beautiful system of the Lord of Heaven. From this moment on, the young man becomes her patron. True, he looks weak, but there is no need to worry about this because her strength is enough for everyone. She will teach him how to become the all-powerful ruler of all worlds and universes. But for this, he must obey her. Suddenly, the man flew closer to her. A bright glow began to emanate from him and asked her to repeat what she called herself. Compared to him, she seemed simply tiny, and she even felt a little uneasy. Looking at him, the system wondered about his origin and what he was all about. Upon request, she was given information that he is really a person. His name is Chen Yi. He is the Lord of Tao and the strongest deity among the worlds. The girl was upset that she got him because she wanted a simple owner, and then there was a Taoist priest who was hiding here and decided that she was being mocked. A voice was heard again, which said that now the owner, under the supervision of the system, must return thousands of years ago in order to become a sage and guide the heavenly gods on the true path. Plus, he still has to help restore the destroyed world timeline. The list of deities could be viewed by double-clicking the button. The Heaven Lord system apologized for disturbing him during his sleep and said that she needed to hurry. Chenny asked where she was going and with one movement of his hand fixed her so that she could not move. By clicking on the list button, images of all the deities with whom he would have to work appeared in front of the young man. While the young man looked at his future charges, who seemed familiar to him, the system sat upset, saying that it couldn't hit him, couldn't escape, and why was everything so difficult? Our hero said that the ruler of people, the heir of demons, and the fallen demon were very powerful beings who in their time glorified the heavens, but in the end, they were all dead. Then he added that tens of thousands of years would turn in the opposite direction in the river of time, and how tired he was of everything. The girl turned to him with the words that she might not understand life, but she could help solve the problem with the system. Chenny thought that although this binding was without his permission and would cause quite a bit of inconvenience, this does not mean that he does not need it. The girl, looking at him, did not understand what was happening. He couldn't find the connection between going back in time, training the former heavenly gods, and restoring the world line. But it all sounded quite attractive, so he became interested in the task at hand. The system was disappointed that the legendary deity still needed its help. After that, he ordered his assistant to guide him because he was interested in what would happen next. He once again shouted to her that it was time to go and the girl had no choice but to obey him. Meanwhile, in the world of the ruler of people, several girls were running away from something as fast as they could near a snowy mountain. One of them was the 9th princess of the Xuanyuan dynasty, Qi Xian Fan. There were numerous abrasions on her body, and she held the crystal tightly in her hands. Suddenly she slipped and began to fall onto the hard, frozen ground. Subjects Bei Lu and Lu Yao grabbed her by the arms and asked her to hold out a little longer. Once they get over the pass, they will be safe. During the fall, the gem fell out of her hands. With the last of her strength, the princess said that she was fine and could overcome this obstacle. Suddenly, arrows began to fly at them. Lu Yao shouted to her mistress to be careful and parry the blow. The girls did not at all expect that their enemies would catch up with them so quickly and did not understand what to do next. The 12th guard from Bei Yudzin stated that this girl has several types of poison in her body. Her transformation is impossible, but nevertheless, she has managed to escape from them for several days. She is the most optimistic of the Xuanyuan daughters. Then he added, pointing the sword in her direction, that now she could say goodbye to her life. Meanwhile, the guys were racing through a time tunnel and the system was screaming that they were flying too fast. A portal has opened right above the mountain range, through which our heroes will enter the world of the ruler of men. Chen Yi calmly landed on the ground. The girl could not resist and fell into the snow face down. The man offered to merge with his body since she was not able to endure even time travel. The system said that she could not dare to do such a thing, but the owner pressed her head against him. After a few seconds, they merged together and can now act as one organism. Looking around, he noted that he had not been to this place for a very long time. Several thousand years ago, all this was under the control of the ruler of people. A hologram with a photo of a girl appeared in front of him, and he realized who his new student was. It was Qian Fan, who was destined for a place in heaven. He then asked Xiao Shi where he could find the princess, but did not receive a clear answer, except that they might meet her soon. The system added that it does not yet have the latest updates, so some functions do not work and it cannot determine the location. She doesn't know why the girl is on the mountain, but it's probably very close. The owner did not answer anything to this, but simply said her name out loud. The system asked in fear what happened. He said that he felt spiritual vibrations and needed to go to that place to see what was happening there. The guard continued to say that although they were unlucky to encounter their group, they held out very well. Then he quipped that the scene of the wards defending their mistress looked very dramatic. Looking at the bleeding, exhausted girls, he added that not only could they not save her, but now they themselves would die. Was it really worth it? The princess told them to leave her and leave. Otherwise, they would also die while here. The enemy did not stop mocking, saying that now 2 faithful maids would die on the Huandi path, so that their mistress would not be lonely. Then he shouted a command to the other guards to destroy the princess and send her to the next world. The exhausted girls have almost come to terms with their death, which is about to overtake them. Suddenly, a noise was heard in the sky, which distracted the attention of the guards, and they looked up. The blinding bright light began to hurt their eyes painfully, and the girls tried to shield themselves from it. After the young man appeared, everyone was completely bewildered and asked him who he was. The guards repeated their question, but the man just stood there without saying a word. Then he saw his new student Xuanyuan, Qian Fan, and realized that his abilities had not failed him. The watchman exclaimed that it was really not clear where the Taoist had come from for reinforcements. Then he shouted that it doesn't matter who he is, but if he doesn't want to die, then let him get out of his way. The young man thought to himself that this man was too noisy and self-confident for a mere mortal. The system whispered to its master that it must warn him that this world was not able to bear his power. The man replied that there was no need to worry about this, because he knew how to restrain himself and took some pebble from the ground. At this time, a loud order was heard to kill him as he chose death, and all the guards rushed towards him. He just stood and watched the patrolmen run and prepared to throw the pebble he was holding at them. In the blink of an eye, a pile of stones flew away from him in different directions at breakneck speed. The warriors stood with their mouths open in surprise, as they did not at all expect such a turn of events from a seemingly simple-looking person. A few seconds later, they were covered by a stone flow, which left behind a long trail in the snow. The princess looked at her savior and wanted to say something, but she suddenly felt ill and began to lose consciousness. The assistants managed to grab her by the arms so that she would not fall to the ground and shouted what was happening to their highness. The girls thanked the stranger for his help and said that they were protecting the princess of the Xuanyuan dynasty. Then they asked which clan he belonged to. Coming closer to his new student, he began to examine her and asked Xiao Shi if it was her because he did not have time to examine her and make sure. This girl is a little dirty, but she seems similar. The Heaven Overlord system confirmed the girl's identity and said that she was the future ruler of the human world. Bei Lu, who watched his actions with surprise, asked who he actually was. Without answering the question, he took the princess in his arms and said that they were leaving. The girl did not resist as much as she could not even move. Lu Yao exclaimed that there are a lot of poisons in the lady's body, and if urgent medical assistance is not provided, then everything could end in death. But she didn't even have time to finish speaking when a powerful energy flow appeared, and the man with Qiqian fan simply disappeared. The wounded assistants looked after them and thought about who he was. His omnipotence even made them a little scared. They reasoned that they had never seen such a technique. Even those that belong to the afterlife are not capable of inflicting such damage. Then they thought that they should hasten to Her Majesty in order to say that the princess had been kidnapped by a Taoist. Examining the girl, Chen Yi felt that her meridian channels were destroyed, and there was a high concentration of toxic substances in her body. Although she was from the imperial clan, she might not be able to get out. My thoughts were interrupted by the voice of Xiao Shi, who said that the system and its ruler should have a magical heavenly residence. In the endless historical river of worlds that were supposed to be destroyed, a new chapter began with the appearance of our hero. The narrative takes us to the city of Yanqin, where night has fallen, and it is illuminated by sky lanterns. The Xuanyuan dynasty lives here. The girl was sitting in a font filled with warm water and a variety of medicinal and relaxing herbs. Chen Yi wanted to add a 1,000-year-old vine, but then realized that an older one would have a better effect. Unfortunately, he did not have the blood of the ancestors of a lion and other animals, but he does have the blood of the penbird, and that is enough. Observing his actions, the system thought that even in the highest worlds, one often does not find the ingredients that its owner had. Then, unable to resist, she asked what the owner was doing, saving a person or making soup. The man explained that her body was poisoned, but it was not that difficult to fix. Also, his student still has weak skills, so he will also wash her bone marrow. The system of the Lord of Heaven said that the girl was still very young, and it was normal to spend so many rare things on her at once. The gentleman called Xiao Shi and told her to play the system lottery for him. She was glad that he finally remembered about her and asked again whether he wanted to do this. Chen Yi replied that she was found, so it's time to pull out what can be used in the future. A huge hologram appeared in front of him, and now he could play the lottery. To activate it, you need to press the one-time scroll button. Having put it into action, our hero began to wait with interest for the result and what prize he would get. The system offered to check his luck and sat repeating the word golden so that he would get this color. But the arrow of the Wheel of Fortune stopped opposite the purple ball with symbols. The entity said that this color is also not a bad option. Then she offered to get it and dived into the hologram. Getting closer to this little thing, the system said that now they would find out what befell the owner. Before she even had time to touch the ball, the master's hand appeared in space and reached out to it. Immediately, everything began to flash red, and messages appeared warning of an invasion by an unknown force, and the lottery dimension was in critical condition. Moreover, Chen Yi did not take the purple one he got, but the one he wanted, gold. Xiao Shi was furious at such impudence, and the man examined with interest what was in his hands and said that this was not a bad ritual vessel. The system shouted that it couldn't be done like that, because it couldn't withstand his energy, and the lottery space was unbalanced, so it was difficult to control. The man asked with a challenge in his voice if she forbade him to do this for an hour. She immediately replied that that was not what she meant, but if this happens again next time, this function will be destroyed, and he will no longer be able to play it. The owner said that next time he would be more careful, and ordered the clothes to be prepared so that the girl would soon come to her senses. As soon as the princess came to her senses, she was very frightened, and did not understand where she was. Then she began to reconstruct the chain of events that she remembered before losing consciousness, from persecution by guards and protection by concubines to the appearance of a Taoist. She also no longer felt the presence of poison in her body. She also realized that her meridians had been restored and were now intact, but how this happened was a big question. Suddenly a voice was heard asking if she had woken up. The girl jumped up in surprise and asked who else was there besides her. The man said that there was no need to be so scared because he was her savior and hinted that he saw her naked body. The girl became embarrassed and quickly plopped back into the water, splashing everything around. After that, sticking out only her head from the font and furrowing her eyebrows angrily, she asked who he was. He pointed to the clothes on the shelf, then told her to get dressed and follow him. He himself left the room. The girl appeared in a beautiful dress, and from her appearance, it was clear that she was already feeling much better. She thanked him for saving her, but did not understand why he did it. After all, they do not know each other, and her meridians were destroyed. The man said that they were restored by him, and the princess is no longer useless. After that, she said that since he cured her, he must know her identity and asked him if this was true. The young man said that the emperor had 8 sons and only 1 daughter. She has been very talented and hardworking since childhood. But suddenly all her strength dried up, and she became useless. The real reason for the destruction of the meridians is known only to her. The girl said with tears in her eyes that if he plans to use her as an advantage in negotiations with the Swangyuan clan, then let him know that the imperial family does not need such a mediocre child. Chen A said that she was hardworking and her strength could be renewed, and then asked if she really wanted revenge. A voice came from the notification system, which brought a new student into the database and said that she could earn 1,000 points for bowing to her mentor. There was no penalty for refusing to complete the task. The princess said that of course she wanted to, but she could not say another word as tears began to choke her. The man said that if she really wants to change everything, then let her bow to him as her teacher. Suddenly her legs began to give way and the girl fell to her knees. It was as if an invisible force had knocked her down. Xiao Shi immediately said that the task is for the student to want to kneel and not to force him to do it. And how can one even do that? Chen Yi didn't even notice how he used the power. She noted that even from her domineering father, she did not feel such energy. Having experienced the teacher's power, it seemed to her that not only her physical form, but also her soul would be destroyed. The mentor named 3 of his advantages. The first is that he saved her on the mountain. The second is that he removed the poison and cleansed the bone marrow. And the third is that he will help take revenge. The latter will happen if she kneels in front of him, then he will show her the exercises. Then he added that if he wanted to harm her, he would not have saved her. The girl stated that she had heard about the practice of using bodies and souls for magical tools, and she asked if he needed her imperial blood for this. After listening to her, the man concluded that she was well aware of some issues. After that, he leaned over to her and said that he didn't care about her appearance or pedigree. If he wanted her dead, then why did he heal her? And again he offered to become a student. The girl did not understand why she was the one. He explained that he does not pay attention to appearance or abilities. Only people with great destiny can learn from him. He had no students before, so he will treat her with care. He will not force her. Everyone should have the right to choose. If she refuses, she will again be just the 9th child of the Swangyuan dynasty. But if she agrees, he will help her regain everything she has lost. The princess was faced with a difficult choice, and she must make a decision right now. Chi Qianfan was training in the main hall of the Tao Temple and was preparing to receive a reward. Her Dzogchen, which is a branch of the spiritual practice of Vajrayana Buddhism, has now been restored. Now the girl thought that she needed to talk to her teacher about her situation. But as soon as she thinks about everything that is happening, it seems to her that it is happening in a dream. On that very day, the princess finally bowed to Chen Yi and accepted him as her teacher. A few moments later, he erected the temple she is now in out of thin air. The spiritual energy of this shrine turned out to be much more powerful than the sacred mountains, so she was able to restore her Dzogchen in a short period of time. For achieving such quick results, Qi received praise from her mentor, who said it was very good. With the help of this environment, she managed to reach the mortal realm. She felt her spiritual sea, and this gave her confidence that she could reach the blue sea, and if everything went well, she would reach the purple one. She immediately received a blow to the forehead with her hand, and the teacher asked who told her to reach the spirit sea, and that purple was the limit of her capabilities or something. Is it really worth being proud of? The girl objected that he doesn't take students based on their fate, not their talent. The violet spiritual sea can only be concentrated by special cultivators. When she was previously in the kingdom of the sea, her color was blue. The man replied that with her abilities that the heavens had given her, the blue spiritual sea was very little. Although he said that he would not pay attention to talents, this does not mean that the attitude will be lenient. When the old is destroyed, there is a chance to create a new one that is even better. She had the opportunity to rebuild her strength. The level that was is bad for her, so she must reach the golden spiritual sea. Xiao Shi's voice rang out and said that the reward for accepting followers had been received. Now there is a new task that you need to familiarize yourself with. The Heaven Master system can only be seen by the owner. Chen Yi needs to help his student get the relic of the ruler of people. 1,000 points will be counted for this. The punishment for failure to comply was not provided as he could not fail to cope with this task. The princess sat crying because the teacher's demand was too harsh, and how in the world should she be able to reach the golden sea? The mentor said that there was nothing special or impossible in this, especially since she was his ward, which means everything would definitely work out. Then he called her with him, saying that since she had reached the cultivation level of the human realm, she needed to undergo a practical task, namely, to take the relic of the Lord of Humanity. When they entered a local tavern, there was a commotion around, and there were a lot of people talking to each other. The princess drew his attention to Yu Xuan, who hails from the sacred land of Yuilun. At the age of 18, she reached the peak of the spiritual sea, and in this world everyone considers her a genius. The teacher was absolutely not interested in this. Then she pointed to Li Yunhan from Daluozun City, who also reached the Purple Sea Peak at the age of 18. Everyone called these girls the most talented people in the world. But the mentor was not interested in this either. The princess said that his demands were too high. After all, these two are the best of the best, but for him they are still not professional enough. Personally, she would be glad to have such a talent. He grabbed her cheek and said that she was really trying to blame him for not giving her the opportunity to break through the spiritual sea realm. The girl immediately shouted that she didn't mean that, and there was no need to be angry. Suddenly they heard voices at the next table, who were discussing that representatives of the Xuanyuan and Beiyudzin dynasties were now in the tavern, which meant the show was about to begin. The girl recognized her brother. The third prince of the Xuanyuan dynasty was named Qi Bo. He was wearing clothes that clearly made it clear that he belonged to the imperial clan. Opposite him stood a young gentleman, Minyuz, who was the head of the Beiyudzin dynasty. On his face was a mask characteristic of his family. The latter asked what kind of instructions the prince wanted to give him. Did he cause harm to his dynasty? The young man indignantly replied that they were chasing his sister, after which she disappeared, and it is unknown whether she is alive. What questions might there be? Minyuz said they were just doing their job. People pay, and in return they avert troubles from them. His sister was simply one of the orders. If he wants to take out his anger on someone, then let him find a customer. She started to get nervous. The teacher said that you should not let yourself be deceived. Most likely, the brother set up the chase with poisoning. She understood this, but the fact that it was Beiyudzin who destroyed the meridians shocked her. He then added that depleting one's spiritual power was not a bad thing at all, but it would still be able to continue to develop and would not fall for the same trick a second time. Moreover, this will never happen again. As long as her mentor is by her side, no one can harm her. Chennai will not allow this, only he can bully his students. The girl smiled and said that she trusted her teacher. But suddenly the meaning of everything that had been said dawned on her. She asked him to repeat what he had just said about intimidating students. Would he really do that? The teacher calmly replied that yes, there are some problems with this or something. While the girl sat offended, the system of the Lord of Heaven notified the owner that someone in this room had evil intentions towards him. Some girl came into the tavern and felt the presence of a Taoist monk. A blonde in a revealing red dress asked our hero if she could sit at his table. Turning around and seeing who had joined them, the princess was taken aback and could not utter a word. She was the daughter of the head of the Red Lotus demonic creature sect, whose name was Li Hongshu An. She jumped up, slamming her fists on the table, calling her a depraved woman and asking what she wanted from her teacher. The girl answered the question with a question, saying what she thought she might need. After that, she began to pester our hero, stroking his hair, hugging him, and asking if she was beautiful. Then she said that someone wants to give him pleasure. A bewitching and seductive magical aroma began to spread throughout the tavern. At the next table, people tried not to breathe. It was the scent of a red demonic lotus. It felt as if all the organs inside were moving under the influence of an otherworldly force. Li began to lower her dress and expose her chest, saying that the man is not like that. The system immediately covered it up and said that its owner should not see such dirt. The fallen woman concluded that her dark magic went well with the scent of red lotus, and even a monk would not be able to resist her skirt. Chen A said that she has such perfect skin and attractive appearance, and he has not seen such beauty for a long time. The princess began to get angry, but suddenly he again turned to the daughter of the head of the demon sect and said, "Crawl." She was taken aback because she absolutely did not expect such a turn and stutteringly asked what he said. The man repeated that he told her to crawl. The younger brothers Hong Shu, Un, who were watching this picture, began to get angry at such treatment of their relative and shouted that he wanted to die or what he was trying to achieve. A few moments later, the table was surrounded. They advised learning to distinguish between good and evil. He should be proud that their sister took notice of him. It is impossible not to obey her today. Yu Qinxuan and Li Yanhan wondered how the monk would get out of this situation. After all, the girl and her brothers from the demonic Lotus clan are quite strong, and they could not determine his capabilities because of the divine limit. Li said that she had already encountered such a limit once, but the abbot's spiritual strength could not be determined, as if it was covered with an impenetrable shield. Yu clarified that this girl is trying in vain. The princess went nuts and shouted that the Red Lotus group were terrible, insolent people. The man interrupted her and said that was enough. Then he added that anger can contribute to self-improvement, but in this case, it is not needed to solve the problem. Now he will teach her a lesson and she needs to remember it. He tapped his little finger on the table on which glowing symbols appeared. Immediately, thunderclouds began to thicken and lightning appeared in the sky. Chen Yi lived for many years and always adhered to the concept of not causing trouble to anyone and not being afraid of it. But not everything always goes smoothly. There are those who willfully seek their own destruction. If such a person comes across the way, then he needs to be given an object lesson so that next time he thinks about the consequences. This is a teaching about the nature of Chinese Tao philosophy that the world around us should follow. Hearing the roar, Li Hongshu thought that an earthquake had started. Her brother said that it didn't sound like him, but he didn't understand where these sounds came from. All the visitors to the tavern shouted that it was thunder and they needed to get out of here as quickly as possible. But they didn't even have time to take a step when a powerful lightning bolt struck the building and partially destroyed it. Stones and parts of the building were scattered in different directions. The entire tavern was damaged, except for the part where the mentor and his student continued to sit calmly. People around shouted that the inn no longer existed, and the thunder was to blame for everything, but someone said that it was because of the monk. The third brother, holding his head, asked in surprise how he managed to cause such a powerful lightning discharge. Minyuz asked the man whether the kingdom of people still exists after this. Dodging the falling debris, Yu said that she did not have time to notice how the monk used a spell. How can a mortal man cause such mighty peals? The fallen woman simply stood silently and watched it all. The brothers shouted that she needed to be taken away as quickly as possible because it was very dangerous here and there was no point in messing with the relic of the ruler of people. The princess asked if heavenly thunder was the teacher's power. He replied that she was a fool and that these were just randomly drawn symbols of the five thunders talisman. If in the future she wants to be able to do the same, he will definitely teach her. The system said it was too much and innocence could be harmed. The man replied that he was confident in the correctness of his actions and the lightning was not fast enough to kill anyone. Xiao Shi said to look around. Seeing the chaos and devastation, he stated that it didn't work out well, but it's not such a big problem. The teacher then ordered Qian Fan to take a good look at the people she saw in front of her and tell him what she noticed. Their faces showed wild fear, horror, and panic. They were all shaking and confused. They feared her teacher and were concerned about the heavenly thunder he was able to summon. The man said that everything was correct and it was necessary to remember their views. Today he turned out to be stronger, so they were overcome by fear. Methods, ways of self-development, these are all criteria for perfect energy. Since she is destined for a place in heaven, she must get used to such views and remain steadfast. The system said that it is strange to teach a 15-year-old child to control force by force. How can this lead to a positive result? What is he even doing, raising her to be a human lord or a demon emperor? He turned sharply to her and asked if she had a different opinion by chance. Xiao Shi immediately began to deny and say that she was misunderstood because she does not dare to contradict her master, who is always right. Suddenly the chief of the city of Qianyan appeared and asked who dared to do such a thing here, causing thunder with the help of his magical abilities. Chen Yi proudly stated that it was him. The princess tried to stop him, but did not have time. She said that this was Ho Xiaoyan, a famous Tibetan strongman and, according to rumors, had already practically become a deity. The teacher replied that half a step was nonsense. The effect of the thunder talisman is the limit of the Lord of the Skies, and no one else can achieve this. The city mayor shouted what nonsense he was talking about. The old man is not completely out of his mind yet. The thunder disaster caused a vision of heaven and earth. Only devilish tricks can cause such a terrible influence. The man retorted that the relics of the ruler of humanity were about to open, and these half steps did not count. Calling the monk a kid, Ho asked to be allowed to find out who he was, a ghost or a person, and used the through look. A few seconds later, the old man found himself in a boundless dark space reminiscent of space. He turned his head in different directions and could not understand what had happened and how he ended up here so quickly. A huge hologram appeared below him, and Xiaoyan concluded that this was clearly not a spiritual space or an internal view. After he glanced at the man who had energy floating around him, he realized that it was the aura surrounding him. Suddenly, the 3D projection began to collapse, and the man became scared, thinking that it was the end for him. But when he opened his eyes, he found himself again in his natural environment and could not catch his breath. Having come to his senses, he stated that the younger generation sometimes crosses all boundaries, and then asked the older generation to forgive them. The man responded that the virtue of God is a good thing. One needs to improve and value it. The princess did not understand what had happened and what the head of the city thought about it all. Minyu's thought that Ho wanted to look into what was hidden in the depths of this Taoist, but his technique was instantly destroyed, which means the monk's spiritual power is more powerful. Bei Yudzin have been among people for many years, but they have never met such a person. Ho Xiaoyan stated that the younger generation asks for forgiveness from the older generation for what they have done. Chen Yi had mercy and said that he didn't want to kill anyone today, besides the time had almost come. The girl observing this conversation asked in surprise what her teacher meant. There was a loud crash, and the ground began to move away from under our feet. Some thought it was an earthquake, but it was a relic. Yu Qinxuan and Li Yanhan realized that the activation of the relic of the ruler of the human world had now begun. Everyone instantly went somewhere, turning into flashes of light and saying that they needed to hurry to get the treasures and not let Luozun and Yui Lun get ahead of them. A large number of people had already gathered near the tomb of the ruler of mankind, which was located in a remote area. This shrine, which has been hidden for 50 years, is finally activated. The elders said that the rarest and most exotic jewels should be hidden in it. But this is an absolute trifle compared to the fact that the temple should contain the heritage of past generations, which should be transferred to the new ruler. But for a long time, there was not a single person who could accept this. Teacher Chen Yi and his ward also arrived at the location of the relic. A voice was heard that said that the Taoist hardly had any plans for the shrine, but he was immediately told that this was nonsense and everyone would like to get it, because the eldest lord fought with the heavens and he is legendary. Ho Xiaoyan approached the man and said that the temple has cultivation restrictions. Only those with a level lower than or equal to the soul realm can enter there. He replied that he had no intention of going there. His ward will go to the tomb. The head of the city said that he does not know what level she is at, but if suddenly it exceeds the permissible level and she forcibly tries to go inside, she will receive a harsh rebuff. Chen Yi replied that there is no need to worry and you can relax because his student is at the level of the mortal realm. Everyone was outraged by this information and they thought it was just some kind of joke. After all, how could one go to a shrine at such a low level? Some realized that the Taoist's cultivation was clearly higher than the third level, and he would not be able to enter there. And the girl was only at the first, but she did not pose any threat. So the monk will not receive the treasure, because the little one will not be able to protect himself. Ho Xiaoyan asked for forgiveness for having to leave the older generation in order to be an escort to the tomb. The princess, with tears in her eyes, asked that her mentor was really abandoning her at such a crucial moment. The thunder he created attracted unnecessary attention, and she is his student, and this means that she will be watched. Instead of demonstrating his techniques, it would be better if he simply talked to those attackers and lowered people's vigilance towards their duo. Holding her cheeks tightly, Chen Yi said that the Overlord's artifacts were her first task. He wants her to enter the tomb and get them. The girl replied that she would try. Then it dawned on her what she would have to face, and she said that the last time the inheritance was received was already in the last generation, and now there are a lot of talented disciples of the righteous sects here, which means she will not see victory. The mentor said that people always found him by accident. He believes in her, since he chose her as his follower. The system picked up that the owner was saying the right things. The girl was pleased that the teacher supported her so much, but she herself did not believe in herself. The tomb of the human lord was finally activated and open. Now everyone could go in there and test their abilities. The head of the city announced that the treasures and experience of the overlord were there. Although there have been few victims during all this time, there is no need to take this so lightly. There was a chorus of ready participants who thanked him for his parting words. The princess, just in case, decided to clarify once again whether she really needed to go there. Chenny replied that yes, because this is just the inheritance of the Lord of People, and wished her to return as soon as possible. Suddenly, multicolored lights appeared in the sky. These were the elders who arrived to support their students, who immediately went to the competition because they did not want to let them down. Having taken on human form, they saw that the passage was open earlier than expected, and there was no one around, which means everyone had already run there. The city chief informed the new arrivals that people from Daluzuna and the Holy Land of Yuilun were already heading to the tomb. Fan and Yui thanked him for the information he provided. Lo Chunfan asked if he knew what kind of thunder there was recently. Did one of the Taoists receive heavenly punishment, or did evil appear in this world? Yuijian picked up and said that when they arrived at the hotel, they saw only rubble. At first, he was confused and did not know what to say, feeling the man's heavy gaze on him. But then he was able to get out and blame everything on the Red Lotus group, which, according to him, he successfully defeated. After his speech, he laughed nervously. Yui said that they deliberately decided to cause trouble before the opening of the shrine. Lo snorted and stated that the group would still be caught by Da Luozun and would be sent back to the right path. The system asked if it was possible to send the girl there alone. Chen Yi replied that the inheritance only recognizes 2 people, and if he helps her, it will be too easy. She must cope with this herself, relying on her own strength. According to the data, Tsi reached the peak of the spiritual sea at 25 years old, then entered the tomb and took possession of the inheritance, although she was persecuted. Now she is 15, and she has just begun to be reborn. Isn't the gap with the past great? The owner replied that there was no problem. This technique was developed by him personally, and those who follow it can achieve an unlimited number of layers of Taoism. In fact, the girl already has not the first, but the 16th layer. Her skills are greater than she thinks. The system asked if this meant that Qian Fan could already fight outside the normal boundaries. The teacher replied that yes, the girl just hadn't realized it yet. Then he asked Xiao Shi to calculate the rewards for past tasks. She announced that the owner completed 2 tasks in total and earned 500 points in a lottery. Then she asked if he wanted to try his luck, but immediately asked him not to do it like last time. The man said yes. After spinning the reel, our hero got the legendary golden card. He was very lucky with this. The heavenly patron system joyfully shouted that it would help him receive a prize. Chen Yi was somehow alarmed that the gold fell out on the first move. Xiao Shi said that she didn't know anything, but the fact remains that this is a legendary artifact, and immediately went to get it. A couple of moments later, she was heard screaming to the owner that everything was very bad, and she began to run and try to get out of there. Suddenly, a huge magical phoenix bird appeared from the hologram behind her. The elders were at a loss as to where it came from, and suggested that the students in the tomb accidentally activated the protection at its entrance. Ho said that he had already opened the shrine twice, and this had never happened before. As they fled, they thought that it could be the sacred bird of the ruler of people. At the sight of the blue flame, people began to run even faster because the air temperature around it instantly rose. There was a loud roar from the phoenix, who asked who dared to wake him up after a long sleep. Chen Yi asked the system if this was his prize. She replied that she did not know and then tried to extinguish her wing, which was caught in the blue fire. Xiao Shi then said that the system space caught fire as soon as she entered it, but she will check this information now. It turned out that it was only a fragment of a gold-level artifact called the Divine Flame of the 10,000 Realms. According to legend, fire, which burns everything in its path, has the ability to purify the soul and memory. The teacher stated that although this is a divine level, it is just a fragment. Moreover, Tsi will not be able to use it yet. The system said that now the problem is not this, but memory burning. Something needs to be done urgently. The bird cried out to be allowed to see the sun in the sky before the world burned. Lo Chunfan warned everyone around not to touch the flames that were falling around, because it was not ordinary. The fire hit his protective barrier and simply burned through the shell, which means it was impossible to defend against it. Ho Shoyan said that he had not seen such a thing for 100 years and called on everyone to help fight the evil. The followers of all the sects are still in the tomb, and the flame of this monster is too strange, so you need to be careful. The phoenix continued to release its flames at the elders, trying to shower them all with it. The elders said that the level of this bird is no less than the realm of heaven and humans, which means that they do not have the strength to fight the monster. The head of the city said that if they cannot defeat him, then they should all try together to at least detain him. We cannot allow this monster to destroy the grave of a man who passed away thousands of years ago. Lo Tsunfan used a magical technique, sword formation, and said that Xiaoyan should act together with Elder Yui. The city leader shouted, "Solar Beheader," and rushed towards Phoenix. John, in turn, used a secret technique, an icy falling sword, and a dozen sharp daggers also headed towards the bird. They began to use all their abilities one after another in order to inflict maximum damage on the fiery monster. But they only angered the phoenix, who with one flap of his wings threw them in different directions, shouting that they were reckless insects. The system carefully asked if the owner wanted to lend a helping hand to people who were clearly not coping. Chen Yi agreed and said that although it is just a fragment, it is still a divine weapon, so you need to take it more seriously. A large number of people fought the fire monster at the same time, but even all their forces together could not cope with it. Phoenix's attention was drawn to Yui Jian, and he released a large stream of flames directly at her, shouting for her to turn to ashes. The girl had already said goodbye to her life when Chen Yi appeared, who covered her with himself and told her to leave this matter to him. Holding her in his arms, the teacher asked if she was okay. She, breathing heavily, replied that she was fine and thanked him. At that very second, he let her go and said in that case to go look for a place to hide. The man then turned to the artifact fragment and said that he was very disappointed in it. Phoenix replied that he was the only one who could block his flames and if he would like to introduce himself. He replied that it doesn't matter who he is, but the bird must know that its owner is standing in front of it. The monster was angered by such impudence, and he immediately released a powerful stream of blue flames at Chen Yi. But the young man was able to repel the attack by simply putting one hand forward and continued to stand still calmly. The bird did not expect such a turn and looked at him in surprise. The Lord said that the fragment of divine power must treat its owner with respect. At that same second, Phoenix was captured by a large number of magical chains and was practically unable to move. Taken aback by this attitude, the artifact asked what he was doing. The man calmly replied that he was returning him to his original state. Noticing the talisman in his hands, the fire monster screamed that it did not want to be sealed again, but it was too late. He began to be drawn there. Already from the amulet, the voice of Phoenix was heard, who once again asked who he was, because an ordinary person could not imprison him. Chen Yi replied that he is he, and I am me. Now the bird belongs to him and must obey. Then he threw him into the warehouse portal, finally saying that he would release him if necessary. Watching all this, the wounded elders also wondered who he was. The head of the city stated that his strength is incomprehensible. The system said it was very noisy. The owner replied that this time it was her fault. She apologized and stated that she had no idea who would insert something like that into the lottery. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out saying that the predecessors had opened his eyes. The system looked at the tomb in surprise. Magic signs and a glow appeared around her. Then the same voice said that I wondered if people could gather at the shrine. The system asked the owner if this was the ruler of people. He replied yes. At this time, inside the tomb, the girls were surrounded by a large number of iron robots. Standing defensively, Lee said that these dolls are only in the spiritual sea realm, but the problem is their number. Yu replied that this was a test from the Lord of People to the younger generations and drew her friend's attention to the Taoist disciple. Then she added that she could not understand what type of technique she was using, but she was successfully able to deal with opponents using only brute force. Is she exactly at the level of the mortal realm? The girls realized that she reminded them of the 9th princess of the Xuanyuan dynasty. At this time, the girl with one kick simply blew off the head of the mechanical robot. She mused that the practice her mentor taught her allowed her to recover in just a few days, but was this really the level of the mortal realm? After all, she feels that she has become even stronger than she was before. Having dealt with the dolls, the princess went further along the road to the next level. Chen A said that he believed in her and allowed her to be reborn, which means she will definitely succeed. She stopped near the cliff and, looking down, saw red-hot lava. The girl could not even think that the second level would be connected with her. The student did not understand what to do next and began to get upset that she would not be able to overcome the obstacle. Suddenly, the lava began to bubble, and the girl realized that there was something at the bottom. A demon resembling a dragon emerged from the volcanic mass and roared menacingly. This creature was the beast of the soul realm, Qin Xunsao. It was huge in size, and lava was its natural habitat. The princess was at the level of the mortal realm, and the monster was at the level of the soul realm, which is higher. Sin, oblivious to the girl's presence, dove back into the lava. After such actions, it seemed to the student that she was despised. The girl began to panic that she needed to get through a creature stronger than her. I didn't have the shooting star spear with me. It was necessary to ask Chen Yi for some kind of weapon, and now if she does not take possession of the relic, the teacher will punish her. While the princess was racking her brains about what she should do, the mentor decided to check how she was doing. He asked the system why Qi was so afraid, since he was just a soul realm level demon. Xiao Shi replied that the current Suan Yuan is a 15-year-old child for whom it is quite normal to be afraid of monsters. The owner said that it was a shame and generally disgusting to watch. Then he asked the girl why she hesitated. The princess was surprised to hear his voice. She asked how he managed to enter, because in the tomb there is a restriction on spiritual development. The man replied that there were no places where he could not enter. Then he said that she had already passed the first level. Why didn't she continue on her way now? She replied that she was not going, not because she didn't want to, but because she couldn't. At the bottom of the cliff there is lava, which is impossible to pass through, and the passage is also guarded by a dragon of the soul realm level, and she does not have the strength to fight him. Chen Yi retorted that this is just the thing for practice. The girl began to become hysterical that she was being sent to certain death. How can a teacher wish this for his student? The mentor told her to just try, and he would back up if anything happened. The princess looked at him and asked with hope in her voice if it was true. The man replied that there was no point in deceiving her. The system giggled that the girl was too easy to deceive. Having been a little inspired, the ward decided that she needed to try. True, the lava was too high in temperature, and even the spiritual protection of the body would not help. There was also a soul realm level dragon present. Chen Yi got tired of watching her crumple, and he decided to help by throwing her off the cliff with a kick in the ass. The girl did not expect such a setup. She flew down and screamed that she was not ready, and why she had been so cruelly deceived again. Having closed her eyes, the princess was preparing to touch the hot lava, but suddenly found herself in a pond. She was surprised why it wasn't hot at all, and realized that there was water under the lava layer. The sea of volcanic mass was just an illusion, under which the underwater world was hidden. This was the true second-level view. A dragon appeared out of nowhere and began to attack our heroine. He opened his mouth and showed huge fangs. The girl dodged as best she could, but the monster clearly planned to eat her and was not going to retreat. She shouted that she wouldn't let this happen and pushed him away from her with her feet. But the monster hit her with his tail as hard as he could, and the princess flew to the side like a rag doll. The girl muttered that he had such strength that his hands went numb after the attack, but she realized that he was not as strong as she thought, so she stopped being afraid of him and decided to fight. The system asked the owner how he thought his student would cope with this snake. He replied that the kingdom of the soul is not such a big problem. Qian Fan should feel the changes in her body. Xiao Shi clarified whether he was definitely not going to give her a weapon, because all this time she had been fighting with her bare hands. The man stated that the technique he taught her develops a fairly strong body. Moreover, she asked him for weapons. The system of the heavenly patron was indignant that since Xi did not ask, then there is no need to offer it himself. The teacher replied that everything was correct. She said that his attitude towards his student was very unusual. At this time, the girl attacked the dragon's head and made a powerful blow. Compared to him, she seemed very tiny. But the monster only growled menacingly and again threw her aside, hitting her with his tail. Holding her wounded hand, the princess noted that dealing with him would not be as easy as she thought, because he was worthy of the level of the soul realm. Taking advantage of the fact that the girl was distracted by thoughts, the huge snake began to wrap its body around her. Having collected her thoughts, the princess began to strike his torso, one after another with her fist. The snake screamed loudly and loosened its grip a little, but did not let go of the girl from its strong bonds. Then he dragged her somewhere deeper, and it turned out that they were moving towards the tomb. She angrily screamed for him to let her go and sharply spread her arms to the sides, thereby freeing herself from the trap. After she lost her temper, a fiery glow appeared around the girl. The princess was furious that sparks were flying out of her eyes. A fireball appeared in her hand and she was ready to attack. The girl began to deliver powerful blows and screamed that she told him to let her go. The dragon roared from the pain that this little creature suddenly began to bring him. After that, he flew head over heels and hit the ground with all his might, so that the stones scattered in different directions. The demon was defeated. The princess lay next to him and could not catch her breath, at the same time rejoicing that it was all finally over. Suddenly, the teacher's voice came and praised her, and said that she was able to defeat a soul realm level monster while being at the mortal realm level. He noted that as soon as she wanted and gathered the strength, everything worked out right away. Chen Yi then stated that she had already rested enough and needed to get up, as it was now time to start. The princess, with horror in her voice, asked what exactly she would have to start. The mentor said that he helped her activate the last test of the ruler of people. After that, he pointed to two demons and added that they were the remnants of souls that belonged to monsters of the enlightenment level. One of them was a monster that looked like a huge eagle with glowing blue eyes. The second was a thug who looked like a monkey with large fangs and horns on his head. They growled loudly, beat their chests with their fists, and looked quite angry and intimidating. The girl was horrified by what she saw, but the teacher tried to calm her down, as he thought, and repeated that these were just remnants of souls. There have never been real monsters in this world. Perhaps she will be lucky enough to meet them in the future. The princess stammered and asked that since this is the last test, doesn't that mean that they are very strong, and asked if he would allow her to lose. The man calmly replied that they were weak. That stupid monkey is called the Wild Thunder Gorilla, and its meat is very tasty, and the second one is a magic golden feather, and its wings are very suitable for frying. She asked if he really considered enlightenment-level monsters as food ingredients. The teacher replied that the ruler's tomb was ahead, and to get there, you just had to defeat two demons. The girl began to cry and asked him to tell her honestly that he simply did not want to see her among his students and was ready to feed her to the monster. The man said not to talk nonsense, because this is a test for the ruler of people and must be passed. Then he kicked the snake and ordered him to stay outside so that no one else would be allowed in there. The dragon did not dare to disobey and set off to complete the assigned task. At this time, a golden magic feather rushed towards Chen Yi. He paid attention to this, but continued to stand calmly. The monster had already flown close enough and was about to grab him with its sharp claws. The young man said calmly, and with one wave of his hand threw the bird back with a powerful energy flow. But without calculating the strength, he simply destroyed it. What's more, there is nothing left of the eagle. The princess didn't even find what to say and just watched silently with her mouth open in surprise. The system reported that he had overdone it again, but now there was only one monster left. The man replied that this non-entity dared to attack him and could not withstand even one blow. The girl hopefully asked if he would help her deal with that other demon. He replied that of course no, because she herself had to get the inheritance. There was no other way. After that, he added that he would not interfere anymore, wished her luck, and disappeared. The princess felt heavy breathing behind her, then turned around and saw a monster looking at her with eyes red with anger. Then he rushed at her and began to deliver powerful blows one after another, but the girl managed to deftly dodge them. His power was destructive, and she realized that if he hit her, he would simply smear her and she would die. From the side came the teacher's voice, who said that this was not a little snake with the kingdom of the soul. Although this monkey is only a remnant, it is still at the level of the kingdom of enlightenment. You can't handle this with brute force. Use your brain. When you have to face an opponent stronger than yourself, you need to calculate his weaknesses and find your advantages. The main thing is to behave rationally, calmly, and under no circumstances be fooled by provocations. The monkey uses brute force and lightning tactics. Her attack speed is average, but she follows a single trajectory that is not difficult to predict. The advantages of Qi are its small stature and maneuverability. You need to find his weak point and hit him. The girl noted that the monster looks terrifying and covers its entire body with lightning, so how can one find its vulnerable spots? Suddenly the monster opened its mouth wide, in which a bright glow appeared and was preparing to strike with magical power. The princess saw this and realized that things were bad. A powerful energy stream headed towards her, but the girl was again lucky to dodge it. She began to remember the teacher's words and decided to follow them. One of the tips was to get rid of unnecessary movements. Then it was necessary to use an agile gait. After this, concentrate all your forces at one point and deliver a crushing blow. She considered his face to be one of his weakest points, so she attacked him. For some time, the demon lost orientation in space, and the princess decided that she had succeeded. But this was far from the case, and the thunder monkey only became even more angry and roared. She then launched a powerful punch straight at the girl, who didn't have time to dodge it. She flew down with great speed because their physical strength was not equal. After the girl made a crater in the ground, the demon began to laugh evilly. The system asked the owner if he was going to help her. After all, a little more, and Qian Fan will simply die at the hands of this monster. The man turned to Xiao Shi and said that they both know that the princess is the future lord. But does she know how the girl became him? If she had not been on the verge of life and death, she would hardly have used all her abilities to their fullest. The system asked to clarify what he meant because it did not understand. The teacher replied that the development of Tzi is on the 13th layer of the mortal realm. She herself must realize that the technique he taught her will help break any boundaries of cultivation. This layer may seem incredible to some, but in his opinion, this is not enough. Shuri asked if he meant that Kian was pretending not to know. He said that she just doesn't trust him. That's why she doesn't show true strength. In front of her father, she was flexible, but do not forget that she was poisoned. Her meridians were destroyed, and then, on the verge of life and death, she managed to hide for several days and survive. Therefore, you should not underestimate her. Suddenly, a bright glow began to emanate from the place where Tzi lay. The system asked what was happening to it. The owner said that it seems that she has reached the 20th layer of the mortal realm. A very strong wind rose, and Xiao Shi asked if this was a manifestation of her new strength. Chen A replied in the affirmative and said to watch what happens next. The princess emerged from the hole, striking everything around with a bright light. The teacher, looking at this, said that in the future, she would conquer the heavens and dominate people. The enraged girl began to possess a divine skill, a flaming spirit, which she immediately decided to use. The system asked if the owner of the 20th layer could create such an explosion. He replied that he had previously prevented her from forming a spiritual sea, but in fact, she had already possessed it and was now simply releasing everything outward. The monster was amazed by the energy that began to emanate from the girl. She looked scary. She rushed towards him and began to deliver powerful blows one after another. The monster roared in pain. Suddenly an energy spear appeared in her hands, which she twirled above her head. This was the first time she used the flaming spirit after regaining her powers. However, she could only last a minute in this state, so it was necessary to act quickly. A stream of magical power again appeared from the Thunder Monkey's mouth, with which he wanted to damage our heroine. But with the help of the divine spear technique, she managed to fight back and remain unharmed. Without wasting a second, the girl struck the heart of the demonic animal. Watching the battle, the system said that it looked like Chi would soon defeat the stupid big guy. The owner replied that her tactics were certainly interesting, but they consumed a large amount of power, so in this state she would not last long. At this time, the demon was about to strike at a very close distance, and the girl realized that this could end badly. A few seconds later, she was covered with a powerful energy stream of demonic power. She received a bunch of abrasions and wounds, but remained unharmed. The girl noted that this place is worthy to be called the tomb of the ruler of people. Although this monster was only a remnant of a soul, its strength remained the same. The princess was bleeding and noted that the burning spirit technique was taking more energy than she had expected. Standing opposite the demon, she realized that there was only one way out. It's relying on brute force. But the thunder and lightning emitted cover his entire body. Even if spiritual power can neutralize them, a feeling of paralysis will still arise. The girl suggested that the weak point of the Thunder Monkey could be his eyes. She decided that it was not. If she cannot defeat the remnant soul, then how will she take revenge later? The princess told herself that she could not lose in this battle and rushed to the attack. Having flown up to the monster, she pushed away from him with all her strength with her legs so that he would lose his balance. Then she rushed back at him at breakneck speed, holding her spear in her hand at the ready. The fiery lance pierced the head of the monkey, who roared loudly in pain. The girl turned back to look at the result of her actions and whether everything worked out for her. Energy rays began to emanate from the monster in different directions, and then an explosion occurred that simply tore it into small pieces. From the thick, dusty fog, a student appeared who was covered in abrasions and cuts, but a winner. She tiredly clung to her mentor and said that she could do it. She destroyed this monster. She then asked for forgiveness for hiding her mastery of the divine technique, Flaming Spirit, from him. The teacher calmed her down, saying that it was nothing to worry about. He understands everything. The girl began to fall exhausted. Taking her in his arms, he stated that he also had something to hide. In the tomb of the Lord of Men, such a test as fighting a monster should not have appeared. These remnants of souls were only protectors of the temple. Chen Yi specifically awakened them so that she could go through the battle with them. Knowing that the chances are not equal between the enemy and her, she burned her spiritual energy in order to gain a short burst of power. But she did not take into account the rate of energy combustion. Therefore, her rating is satisfactory. When she came to her senses, it turned out that the princess was lying on the lap of her mentor, who was reading a book. Noticing that she had woken up, the man said that he had treated her abrasions and wounds, so there should be no problems. The girl thanked him, and he replied that it was not necessary to be so polite to him and threw the book into the storage area in the portal. She explained that the teacher saved her life, restored her meridians, taught her techniques, but she still hid her cultivation level from him. Wasn't he angry at her for that? Chenny patted her on the head and said that everyone has their own secrets. There's nothing to apologize for here, so they're even. The princess did not understand what was meant by the phrase that they were now even. The teacher said that she was deprived of her development, but now that she has the opportunity to recover, making her level higher, she needs to cherish it. Burning spiritual energy like today is very bad for the foundation of this. She realized her mistake and promised to use it as little as possible. Now all that remained was to go inside the tomb and take the inheritance of the ruler of people. Inside the temple, there were quite a few huge stone sculptures of various warriors. Qian Fan asked what kind of statues are here. The man explained that these were all rulers of past dynasties. Noticing a glowing chest at the foot of one of the monuments, the girl pointed to it and exclaimed that she seemed to have found a treasure. The princess was about to come up and pick him up when she noticed that the sculpture's eyes began to glow. She was scared, did not understand what was happening, and just in case began to back away. Then she felt how everything inside began to shrink. It was a strong spiritual pressure. Suddenly, one of the statues ordered her to kneel before him. The girl said with confidence in her voice that she did not come here to bow. She then added that compared to her teacher's spiritual pressure, it was much weaker. The past ruler got angry and shouted loudly again, on his knees. The girl responded by saying that she would not do this under any circumstances and decided to use the technique again, the flaming spirit. But then the teacher's voice was heard, who said that he asked her not to go far. Why was she doing this again? He ordered her to discard her spiritual skill, otherwise he would destroy it with his own hands. Suddenly the sculpture introduced itself as the 7th generation ruler Ao Hunchi and greeted its ancestor. He explained that the younger generation did not want to inconvenience the ancestor's disciple. These are simply the rules of inheritance through which they test a person. Chen Yi replied that his ward does not need such checks. The only person who can force her to kneel is him. Then he added that he had not seen the techniques of the Lord of People before and asked for enlightenment. Hunchi replied that, with his permission, he would show everything with great pleasure. Magic rays began to appear in the room, and the princess asked with interest what they were. The teacher told her to look carefully at the Lord's sword. A huge light serpent appeared from Ao's weapon, which stood motionless. Everything around was shaking. At this time, Yu Qinxuan and Li Yanhan thought that an earthquake had started. But then they realized that the vibrations came straight from the depths of the tomb of the Lord of People. Yu Jian noted the stunning spiritual hesitation and wondered out loud if someone from the younger generation had managed to acquire the inheritance. The mayor replied that a lot had happened today, which means anything could happen. Meanwhile, in the tomb, the girl was terrified by the giant, brightly glowing dragon that appeared before them. Hunchi asked the Lord to come down and give him some order. The magical serpent flew close to our hero and growled menacingly, but he only leaned back a little from the strong flow of air. Immediately after this, a powerful explosion occurred, and the girl thought that such pressure was like a storm. Could this really be the real power of the past ruler of people? Chen Yi decided to use his technique and placed 2 fingers on the monster's forehead. She was hiding behind his back at this time. The dragon froze and looked at him as if hypnotized. After that, his head was simply torn into small pieces, and the man continued to calmly stand in his place. Ao Hunchi said that the ancestor's professionalism and technique amazes him. The mentor noted that, unfortunately, he is only a remnant of the soul. If Ao were in his heyday right now, he might have succeeded. The spirit replied that even if all the rulers were alive, it is unlikely that even together they would defeat him. Then he added that he had received the instruction he wanted, which means he could move forward without regrets, and thanked him. After that, he shouted that the mission that had weighed on him for hundreds of years was finally completed. He is very glad that the heiress was able to pass all the tests at such a young age and that she has such a wise patron behind her. Finally, he turned to the girl and said that although they did not know each other, she had gone through many tests in order to get here and prove to them that she was chosen by heaven. The seal of the human lord and the 9 dragons were already behind. From today on, she is the ruler of the human world in the 8th generation, and their fate is in her hands. Having finished his speech, he disappeared. The princess asked if the past lord had disappeared for good. The man replied that he was just a remnant of a soul, and it was not easy for him to maintain such energy until today. but now she can go and take the inheritance. The girl, with apprehension but at the same time with greater interest, approached the magic chest and began to open it. There she saw the seal and records of the Lord of the Nine Dragons. She did not yet understand that it belonged to her and lightly touched it. She immediately began to shine brightly and fearfully asked her mentor what was happening to her. At this time, a huge dragon began to encircle the tomb, which roared menacingly. People watched him with a feeling of passion. Everyone immediately realized that someone had managed to acquire the inheritance, and now everyone was very interested in who this brave student was. Suddenly, everyone present was surrounded by brightly glowing spheres. They could not understand what it was, but made the assumption that it was spiritual protection. After a couple of moments, everyone found themselves near the entrance to the tomb and wondered how they managed to teleport here. The city leader thought that finally, after centuries, someone had acquired the legacy of the ruler of people. The system reported that the mission to obtain the legacy was completed. Wisdom points and the opportunity to play the lottery were earned. The owner asked Xiao Shi to let him look at the available information about the Lord's seal. A hologram appeared, on which it was written that this was a very rare spiritual artifact. It has a storage facility and can absorb qi from mountains or sects to improve itself. It also transforms qi into pure aura and transfers it to the owner. The system said it was like a spiritual battery that recharges itself if you use it. The voice of the princess was heard asking how to use this relic. This is the only thing that the past lord left, and can it be used as a weapon? The teacher asked her what the jade seal was for. The girl replied that this was an excellent question because her father had such an imperial stamp. When she was little, she often took it to crack walnuts. After listening to this speech, the mentor, without saying a word, gave her a slap on the forehead. Tsi immediately said that she was joking, and of course she knows what the seal is for. Chenny replied that this artifact is the legacy of the ruler of people. Having it, she herself becomes the ruler of everything that is in the human world, but this is not yet the case. She still needs to gain the approval of the major sects of the human world, share honor and shame with them, turn the energy of the ruler into your own. Otherwise, the Lord's seal will be nothing more than an ordinary jade one. The girl did not understand what it meant to suffer their fate, but the teacher said that he would teach her everything outside and it was time to leave. Suddenly, the snake with which the princess fought desperately during the second test swam back to them. The man said that it is not at all easy for such a small snake to turn into a real dragon, but there is still such a possibility. Therefore, he ordered him to follow Qi and become her spirit beast from today onwards. The girl stroked his head and said that since the mentor had given him to her, she would give him a name, Xiaoxin. Then she asked why he was so tense. Was he really afraid of her? Chenny told his student to try to pour her energy into the Lord's seal so that they could teleport out. The girl concentrated and directed all her spiritual power towards her, and after a moment, a bright glow appeared around them. And after a couple of seconds, this glow transported them to the entrance to the tomb. The princess was surprised that everything worked out for her, and they ended up there. Noticing a huge crowd in the square, the girl did not understand what was happening and what they were all waiting for. The man explained that she received the inheritance, so all the other candidates were thrown back from the tomb. Yu Qinxuan and Li Yanhan saw the Taoist and the girl who was holding something in her hands. One of the girls recognized her as the 9th princess of the Suanyuan dynasty with mortal realm-level cultivation. The third brother was amazed that his sister did not die and was here among the other participants. The chief of the city saw the seal in her hands and asked if Qian Fan had become the new ruler of people. The man told the princess to go out in front of the people and raise the artifact high above her head. The girl obeyed and did what was necessary. A luminous snake immediately appeared around her and wrapped its body around her. Then she shouted that she had the seal of the ruler of people in her hands, which means she had acquired the inheritance and from today on became the ruler of the new generation. Everyone present was shocked. Some recognized her as the princess of the Suanyuan dynasty and wondered how this was possible since she was losing her cultivation. Others wanted to break the news to their sects as soon as possible. After that, the mentor told her to concentrate her spiritual C right here. She asked what he was talking about and why it needed to be done now. The man replied that she heard everything correctly. As his student and the new ruler of men, the girl is destined to be the center of attention. In order to use the seal, it is necessary to obtain the approval of major sects. If she demonstrates her talent now, she will be able to attract their attention to herself. The princess did not dare to disobey, but said that she, of course, would try, but she could not guarantee a good result. Questions began to be heard from the crowd about what she was going to do, that an explosion could happen now, and in general she was at the level of the mortal realm, but she was going to condense the spiritual sea right near the entrance to the tomb. Minyu's thought that the Taoist was beyond his strength, but Qianfan must die, because if she rises, then everything will end very badly for Bei Yudzin. Then he turned to his elder and asked if he could cope with this task. Xiaoyuz immediately grabbed his sword and said that he could leave this task to the old man. In the blink of an eye, with breakneck speed, the elder rushed to attack the unsuspecting girl. A second later, he was already near her holding a sword in his hands, which was about to pierce the girl right through. But he was stopped by Chen Yi, who grabbed the tip with his bare hands and pulled it away from his student. The blade simply crumbled into small pieces, leaving not a single mark on it. Everyone was shocked by what they saw, as they did not expect such a turn of events. After that, with a calm voice and a calm expression on his face, he asked what the old man was doing now. A magical glow began to appear in the man's hand, and Xiaoyuz realized that his affairs were bad. Immediately, he received a powerful energy blow which threw him back a greater distance. The attack was so powerful that when he fell, he left a mark of his body in the ground. Chenny asked why there was such a rush. When Qi finishes condensing his spiritual sea, he will give everyone the opportunity to fight with her. Then he added threateningly that if right now anyone dares to take even a step in her direction, he will die. Everyone present looked at him in fear and did not dare to utter a word. At this time, the princess continued to calmly and focused on the task assigned to her. A ball filled with spiritual power had already appeared in her hands. Yu Qingxuan asked if the girl was even capable of condensing the sea. Li Yanhan replied that she had already succeeded in this once, if she was not mistaken. Seeing that she managed to reach the purple sea, everyone immediately began to discuss that this was due to the fact that she had received the inheritance of the Lord. The power of the Xianyuan dynasty should now increase due to her achievements. But then people noticed that from the purple glow in the girl's hands, a golden color began to break through. A strong wind rose and golden energy rays began to hover around Princess Qianfan. Everyone was shocked at how she managed to reach the legendary golden spiritual sea. The teacher was proud of it, and the system exclaimed with satisfaction that it now knew what it looked like. Finally, the girl came to her senses and reported that she had succeeded. The man patted her on the head and said that she had done well. The girl thought she was amazing. The third brother did not understand how this happened, because Bei Yudzin destroyed her meridians, and even if they were restored, cultivation would be impossible. Then he wondered if that Taoist was God by chance. After all, he helped Qianfan recover in such a short period of time, and in addition, she was still able to reach the golden spiritual sea. The teacher pulled Xi's cheek and said that he shouldn't be so proud of himself. The girl exclaimed that he was too strict, because there were very few people all over the world who were able to concentrate the golden sea. The mentor said that since she had already dealt with it, now she should prepare. The princess did not understand why exactly. After that, he addressed the crowd and said that, as he promised, now anyone can challenge it. Those below the soul realm can form teams or attack alone. He didn't care. But he warned that if someone decides to sneakily attack from behind, he will not leave here alive. Minyus concluded that there was definitely something wrong with this Taoist, because he killed Elder Ci with one blow, and it was impossible to stay here anymore. We need to hurry to our father and report the current situation. The princess, with tears in her eyes, said that the teacher had deceived her again and allowed these people to attack her in whole groups. He replied that it was only the kingdom of the soul. In the world of the ruler of humanity, everything will belong to her alone. You need to convince more people of this, and this will require demonstrating your power. The system said that in short, the owner wants her to beat them all. At this time, the guys did not dare to challenge her, because she had condensed the golden spiritual sea, plus her teacher killed the elder with one blow, and being at the level of the mortal realm, she managed to get the Lord's artifacts. Footsteps were heard behind them, and the girl's voice said that if no one wants to go, then they are ready. It was Li Yanhan, the chief disciple of Daluozuna, and Yu Qingxian from the Holy Land of Yuilun, who shouted to the new Lord to condescend to them. Those around them immediately began to shout that an interesting show was about to begin, and that they needed to take seats in the front row, because these two girls were not only beauties, but also geniuses. Xi asked if he really wanted her to fight. The mentor said that she went through the tests of the tomb and is still afraid of something. She replied that it was a different situation, and with him she was not afraid to use the flaming spirit. The man pushed her in the back and told her to be more confident in herself and not forget about her new status. The princess was upset and thought that the teacher could not deceive his student, and in general those two girls were her idols. Li said that in the tomb she noticed the unusual fighting technique of the new Lord of People, and now that she had a chance to fight with her, she asked for advice. Qian Fan gathered her thoughts and thought that the teacher was right. She is, after all, the new ruler of people. Then she shouted out loud for her rivals to start attacking her. They noted that the ninth princess was not going to use her weapon along the way, which means she underestimated them. Instead, she condensed her spiritual power, which was not a bad method. Without wasting time, the girls began to attack our heroine from both sides using their swords. Before the guns clashed in the very place where the new ruler stood, she managed to jump up and was not hit by them. She then flew down at high speed, holding her fist out in front of her. Li and Yu were lucky to jump in different directions in time, and it turned out that she hit the ground with all her might. Yu was horrified by such powerful brute force and thought that if she encountered it, she might lose her arm. She then decided to use the secret technique of the Yuilun Holy Land and pointed a dozen swords toward the princess. But the girl managed to successfully fight them off and remain unharmed. The main student of Daluozuna was not going to calm down and again rushed to attack our heroine. She had no choice but to use the divine fire spear technique. The rival asked if she was using weapons because she was using spiritual power. The girl replied no, this is because she simply does not have a weapon. After that, she apologized and hit Li Yanhan with her fire spear as hard as she could. Meanwhile, Yu Qingxian again decided to use the secret technique of the Yuilun Holy Land and pointed the swords towards our heroine. But the girl repelled them all with one swing of the divine spear and in such a way that they began to fly apart in different directions. Then in the blink of an eye, the princess was near Yu and pointed a spear at her. After that, she asked the exhausted girls whether they wanted to continue the fight. The girls answered in unison that no. The crowd looked at it all with their mouths open in surprise. Everyone began to discuss that they had now seen what the divine power of the ninth princess of Xianyuan was capable of. The Golden Sea was impressive, and some of the best fighters were defeated. Qian Fan thanked her sisters and mentors for such an interesting fight and her victory. The girls admitted that they did everything in their power, but still lost. Only by using the spiritual sea was she able to defeat them, and it is not surprising that she became a ruler. They didn't expect she to be worthy. The princess ran to the teacher and said that she had won, expecting to hear praise in return. He said it was a great job, but then he added that she seemed a little arrogant. Qian Fan replied that before she could not even dream of defeating even one of them, but today she managed to defeat two. The city leader said that since the princess received the inheritance, it is an important event for the human world, so it is necessary to send out this news to everyone. Then he thanked him for his help in fighting the monster that appeared in front of the tomb. After that, he said goodbye and everyone present flew away, turning into small lights. She asked if she would be famous now. The master replied that these lands were called the world of the Lord of Men because the past lords were strong enough to allow this world to take a place in heaven. Now she is not the ninth princess of the Xianyuan dynasty, but the ruler of the human world who will dominate in the future. The girl said that she felt some kind of pressure. Suddenly a voice was heard asking if it was really her. Kanvu said that her meridians were destroyed. This was the supreme elder of the Xianyuan dynasty, Fen Hu. He was at the peak of his martial arts skills. The girl called him Grandfather Fen and asked what he was doing here. He seemed to be going into seclusion. The elder replied that he had not seen her for several years, and during this time she had grown a lot. He was sorry that because of him the girl was persecuted. He then asked the third brother what they were all doing, that they couldn't even protect their little sister. Huan asked him not to be so nervous and said that it was his mistake. Chen Yi asked the system what the origin of this old man was. She replied that he was her grandfather's brother and was the supreme elder. He will die in a couple of years after attempting a breakthrough. During his lifetime, he dearly loved Qian Fan. Fen Hao invited her to return home with him because now no one would dare touch her, and if that happened, he would deal with everyone. The girl glanced at the teacher. The man replied that these were her family matters, and he could not decide such issues for her. There was a long silence, during which the girl thought about what would be the most correct thing to do in this situation. She then said that she didn't feel it was time to go back yet. She asked to tell her father that as soon as she has free time, she will definitely visit him and Grandfather Fen. The elder began to blame Chen Yi and say that it was he who forced her to stay, and by what right did the young man become her teacher? The princess tried to calm him down and asked him not to pay attention to his words because he was always like this. The man noted that he had not been called a young man for about a couple of thousand years. A ball of energy began to form on his finger. After that, the luminous sphere quickly flew towards the old man and hit him right in the forehead. Brother and sister began to get nervous and ask what he did to their grandfather, and most importantly, why. Suddenly, the elder jumped up and threw the children away from him, telling the children to move aside. Then he silently moved towards Chen Yi, and the relatives became even more nervous so that he would not do something stupid now. As he came closer, he fell to his knees and said that he dared to offend the ancestor, but thanks to him, he learned how to make a breakthrough. This junior will never forget his kindness and will forever honor him. Qian Fan and Huan did not expect this turn of events and were very surprised. Master stated that to break through the realm of heaven and man, one must have the determination to conquer heaven. Methods will remain methods. Whether he can comprehend this or not depends only on him. Then he called Zi and said that he needed to go. Huan noted that this man was able to easily convince Elder Fen and even taught him how to make a breakthrough. He himself must be of higher status than the realm of heaven and man. The new lord told her snake Xiao Qin to duck down because she could not climb on him. Relatives watched her actions in stupor. Having climbed onto it, the girl said that it would be her first time flying astride him, so she was a little nervous. The system informed the owner that one hidden task had been discovered for him. It said that someone was behind the attack on Qi Yi. The third brother clearly knows something. It is necessary to find out who is behind the scenes. Reward 1,000 points and a lottery spin. If you fail, there will be no more side quests. Xiao Shi said that it seemed like some kind of coercion and thought that if he failed, he would get the prize anyway. The note stated that the reward for the Spiritual Sea Realm quest was only received now due to special circumstances. There are 5,000 points in total. A lottery game and a new task for the Kingdom of the Soul has been opened. The system said that there were too many words, but the owner did a good job and the mentor would introduce a new friend. Chen Yi replied that in this case, he would immediately move on to solving the task at hand and grab the third prince with magical shackles. Having taken off on the snake and dragging him along, the guy did not understand what was happening and asked Grandfather Fen to explain everything and help him. The elder shouted that the ancestor had his own plans, which he was not aware of. Huan said that he had never met the ancestor and asked what the younger man had done wrong. Then he asked his sister why her teacher tied him up and took him with him. She replied that she did not know what exactly the teacher was going to do, but apparently there were reasons for this. Then the girl quietly asked Chen Yi why he tied up her brother. Did he really want to accept him as his disciple? But the man did not answer. After that, he turned to the prince and ordered him to tell about the persecution of Qian Fan, because he should know the information more than anyone else. Huan was speechless in surprise. He never expected that he would be asked exactly such a question. Seeing his reaction, the princess realized that he was somehow involved in this. He said that he was aware of the attacks on his sister, just like all the other brothers were aware of it. She got angry and asked why, because she and her mother never got into arguments and she never had conflicts. She is a woman, so she could not claim the throne. Why did they do this to her? The brother replied that this is the whole essence of the imperial family and she knows about it. She just doesn't want to believe it. Although he knew about the upcoming attack, he would never harm her. The reason he can't tell her everything is because all the brothers who are aware of the story are cursed, except for the seventh. If he calls the name of this person, he will die. Chenny asked to know his name and promised to protect him from death. Huan replied that in fact, a person who used such a method must understand that sooner or later the whole truth will come out. At this point, it is no longer difficult to guess who the initiator is. While the young man was saying that the customer had abilities and influence, thick blue smoke began to appear near his face. This person is the seventh brother's mother, an imperial concubine who mastered magical medicine and became her father's favorite. Black streaks began to cover part of Huan's face. Suddenly, a huge hole appeared on his stomach with a bright glow coming out of it. The brothers screamed desperately. Next, a huge demoness with red eyes crawled out and said that he was apparently tired of living. Then she added threateningly that if he wanted it that way, then let him die. The third prince made his choice. The princess was horrified by what she saw and screamed what she dared to do to her brother. The demoness noted that it turns out that Qian Fan is not dead, and Bei Yudzin are simply scum who are incapable of anything. Then she stated that all this was no longer important, because now she could personally deal with the girl, and the fate of this world would be only in her hands. But suddenly, she was tightly captured by magical shackles, and she could not understand how this happened. It was Chenny who said that seeing her good luck chi, it could be concluded that they were not from here. The witch asked who he was. The man replied that it was not important, and now she must explain how she could dare to try to harm his student, right in front of the most respectable man. Then he asked who gave her such courage and extended a finger to her forehead. The demoness guessed that he wanted to get into her memories. She screamed, the ninth heavenly incarnation, and was immediately torn into pieces. The mentor noted that knowing about her loss, the witch decided to blow herself up. Meanwhile, in the Xianyuan imperial house, a boyish voice was heard saying that thanks to the instructions of the concubine's mother, he could now experience the intermediate level of the spirit sea realm. This was the seventh prince, Chi Haotan. He told him that this is all great, but he needs to try harder and not disappoint his father. Suddenly, blood began to flow from the woman's mouth, and she felt something was wrong. The son was afraid for her and asked what happened. After all, even her complexion has changed. Covering her mouth with her hand, she said that she was fine, and the imperial child needed to leave, as she wanted to be in silence. Haotan exclaimed that he urgently needed to call the family doctor. He replied that he was stupid, and that no one could compare with her medical skills. The prince said he was just too worried and didn't think about it. In this case, he leaves and leaves his mother alone. As soon as the imperial wife began to cough, a lot of blood would pour out of her mouth. The woman suggested that the Taoist had revealed her essence and wondered if he, too, could be a traveler. Chen Yi stood thoughtfully and looked at the hologram, on which one could see the inscription, Heaven Traveler. This is the one who can visit other worlds. He then turned to Xiao Shi and said that returning to this era was his goal. She replied that her current version was low and did not have additional information. Perhaps the updated version of the mentor will know more. The man asked how many sage points are required for the improvement to appear. The system said 10,000 points were needed. At the moment, in total, he has 8,500 points for completed tasks. Very soon, he will be able to level up. After that, the man interrupted her and told her to go back to her place. Chen Yi was called by the princess, who was sitting next to her dying brother, and asked him to help save Huan. Without saying a word, the man silently raised his finger up and a magical glow appeared on its tip. Brother Qianfan's body immediately rose into the air. The girl did not understand what he was doing with him. But after a couple of moments, the open wound on the third brother's chest closed and healed, as if nothing had happened. When he came to his senses, the ruler of people asked if everything was okay with him, but the guy could not believe that he was still alive. He turned to the teacher and thanked him for his unexpected salvation. Then he asked his sister for forgiveness for hiding the truth. She could not believe that this woman with excellent medical skills and a kind heart was capable of doing such a thing, even with cruel methods. After that, she added that she did not hold any grudge against her brother because it was not his fault. The man asked the third prince if he could fly. He replied that he was new to the kingdom of the soul, so he had not yet learned the technique of flight. Chen Yi said that this is even better. At that same second, the brother was tightly grabbed by magical shackles, and the mentor pushed him with 2 fingers so that he flew down from the kite. The teacher added that he was no longer needed, which means he could go. The brothers shouted that they forgot to untie him, but the mentor said that he who was born to fly will not die from heights. The girl was generally in shock and worried that he would break. The princess asked the man if he was angry. He replied that no, he simply considered her relative too stupid. The ban imposed on him could be destroyed by at least 3 people from the ruler's world. Zi, the elder of the Xianyuan dynasty and the lord of the people from the tomb, would have easily defeated this woman, but her brother chose to simply remain silent and then ask for forgiveness for his action. The girl realized that the teacher was very angry because he even began to talk more than usual. Suddenly, they saw a bright glow in front of them. Qianfan asked what it was. But before they had time to hear the answer, a powerful explosion occurred right in front of them. It was the fiery Lucian from the Flaming Lotus clan, who held a fire cannon in his hands and declared that they would be finished off in one shot. Next came people from the Red Lotus Demon Sect, Yan Gugu Min and Yan Chichi Xiuxiu, who declared that everyone who came out of the tomb should be destroyed. They thought they would meet someone strong, but here there are only 2. Attacks began to fall on our heroes one after another, but they were in a protective sphere that prevented harm. The princess exclaimed that these people were from the Red Lotus Demon Sect. The man replied that the breath of the members of this sect was truly disgusting. The system cautiously stated that it was detecting the owner's growing desire to kill, but asked not to do this as it was just a small clan. The man replied that he had his own opinion on this matter. Lucian was surprised that they still managed to block his attack, Perhaps there was some kind of protective artifact on the man's body and thought that they definitely couldn't withstand another shot. Having fired, he shouted for the scarlet smoke cannon to destroy them. A huge ball of fire was quickly approaching our heroes. Chi tried to at least cover herself with her hands, and Chen Yi remained motionless in his place. Then the man began to draw some magical symbols in the air. Upon collision with them, the fiery sphere simply dissipated and disappeared. Gugu Min and Chi Chi were surprised that the fire cannon did not work and could not understand how this was possible and what kind of spell it was. Meanwhile, many fire snakes appeared around Chen Yi and hovered near him. Then he calmly said that now it was his turn and sent the dragons to attack the insolent youth, who was immediately destroyed. The young man noted that this was radically different from what the head of the sect said. He has a pre-heavenly kingdom, like their head, or a heavenly kingdom in general. After that, he came to the conclusion that he would have to give it his all and put the vessel in front of him. The man again began to calmly draw magical symbols in the air. At this time, a huge black snake appeared from the vessel, and the sect members shouted for it to prove itself. Gugu Min agreed that the man was incredibly strong, but the poison of this creature is capable of corroding the soul. As soon as even a drop falls on him, there will be a chance to escape from here. Chen Yi said the word, disappear, and after that, blue magical rays fell on the snake. They simply cut his torso into many pieces, as if with an incredibly sharp knife blade. The young man also died. The man noted to himself that he had not drawn such a low-level spell for a long time, and his speed was slow. Having lost two of her friends in a few minutes, Yan Chichi Xiuxiu was left completely alone and had nowhere to run. Instantly finding himself near the frightened girl, Chen Yi noted that her breathing was different from the others. The sectarian immediately began to ask for forgiveness and say that she was just an external disciple, so she followed the orders of the head. The girl understands that he is much stronger than her and will not be surprised if she is killed right now. After listening to this speech, the man ordered her to leave until he changed his mind. The girl thanked him for saving her life and got ready to fly away as soon as possible. She thought that Li Hongshuan's death made her mother unhappy, and he was a handsome man. The maiden cannot die just like that, but the Red Lotus demon sect has clearly crossed the wrong person's path and can't go back there. The princess admired how strong her teacher was, that he killed two notorious subordinates of the head of the Red Lotus with a snap of his fingers. The system noted that fortunately there was no major damage. The man replied that it was just a couple of pathetic ants that got in his way. Did this action look like a battle? Xi exclaimed that the two spells the teacher had just cast were very strong and destroyed the fire cannon and the demonic snake in the blink of an eye. Previously, the thunder talisman was equal to the power of real thunder. Chen Yi replied that these were low-level spells. But the girl did not stop and said that she had never seen a cultivator who could draw something like that. Then she asked how long it would take for her to be able to destroy the strong just as easily. The mentor turned to her and asked if she wanted to learn such spells. The girl replied that of course she really wasn't sure that she would succeed. The man said that they would definitely return to this issue later. The princess did not understand why later, to which the teacher replied that now they had more important things to do in the Red Lotus demon sect. The system of the heavenly patron began to beg him not to go as far as last time. This place was like an island that was chained above a volcano, in which lava was boiling. In one of the rooms of the castle, the daughter asked her father to do something, because she had been rejected very rudely. He replied that any Taoist with such a level is just trash compared to her daddy. Then he added that he had already sent 3 guys to block the path from the ruler's tomb and grab that man. Li replied that she always knew who was the best here. The girl reminded him that they should not damage his cute face. Her father agreed, but said that she should not forget about her cultivation, because he would not be able to solve all her problems forever. She was indignant to herself that some monk decided to scare her with his thunder. Now her dad has taken up the matter, and she will see how the Taoist deals with him. Not a single man she liked has ever managed to escape from her. Then she added that this one would be no exception. In her head, the girl had already begun to imagine a picture of how she would chain him to the wall and torture him. Suddenly, the members of the Red Lotus demon clan heard some noise on the street, and it attracted their attention. The locals did not understand why the sky became so cloudy. Was the eldest really going to overcome heavenly punishment? But then a spiritual beast appeared in the sky, a dragon, and someone was sitting on its back, but for now it was still hard to see who exactly. The teacher asked if this was the same place. The princess replied that, yes, the sect is very famous for its strength in the human lord world, and has a rich history. Then she began to try to dissuade the mentor from what he had planned. But it was too late. The man lightly tapped his foot on the snake's body, and a bright glow began to appear. Within a second, the dragon transformed and became much larger than it was before. He then began to release blue flames directly towards the Red Lotus Demon Clan's settlement. The people there couldn't understand what was happening. Meanwhile, a magical protective barrier was activated, which prevented the fire from reaching the sect. Everyone shouted that a defensive formation had appeared, and what kind of attack it was that required its activation. But after a repeated fiery attack, the barrier cracked and began to collapse. The stream of fire rushed straight towards the people and buildings that were there. The locals realized that they needed to escape as quickly as possible. The head of the clan immediately went upstairs to the guys asking who dared to create unrest on his territory. He also asked who dared to destroy his protective formation. The man flew directly along the path of the flame and reflected it with his strength. The princess hid behind the teacher and said in fear that he was approaching. Chen-Yi, as always, remained unperturbed. When the head of the clan was very close, he shouted that he would now destroy this damn animal. But suddenly he became surrounded by large numbers of fire dragons. Li's father was trapped. A second later, there was an explosion that was supposed to destroy the opponent. Zi exclaimed that of course she knew that he was very strong, but this was already too much. After all, the head of the demon sect is also very powerful and famous, and he killed him so easily. The teacher replied that it looked like there was something in his body, and that he would not die as easily as he would like. The clan head transformed into a creepy demon, and said that Chen-Yi has such power, but is still in the human lord world, not in heaven. He doesn't remember anyone like that being here and asking who he was. The voice of the system was heard, which reported that the owner had received a hidden task, namely to destroy invaders from other worlds. It was necessary to either accept or reject. Our hero chose the first. The man said that the head of the clan sent people to kill him and now asks who he is. It dawned on Father Li that this was the same Taoist who caused the thunder, and since he himself was here, it means his charges were killed. The teacher replied that he killed two but released the girl. Apparently she did not return back to report this. The head of the Red Lotus Demon Clan now realized what kind of person this was, and his strength was terrifying. He then bowed his head and said that the elder was previously offended by his sect. It was just a misunderstanding, and he hopes Chen-Yi will forgive them for such inappropriate behavior. They will pay any price to compensate for the inconvenience. You just need to say what. The overlord said that he wants his sect to disappear forever from the world of the Lord of People. Is he willing to pay in this way? The head of the clan was not ready for such a question and was at a loss what to do now. The man said that the sect constantly appeared on his way, but this is not the main reason why he wants them not to exist. The spiritual breath contained in the head's body should not exist in the human lord world. It was not for nothing that Father Li chose this location and recruited many cultivators. By worshipping an unknown being and using breathing techniques, they quickly evolve. If it was possible to hide it from people, then not from him. The teacher added that all this was not interesting to him, and he was not going to interfere, but the demon they worship must be destroyed today. The clan leader laughed and said that the secret of the Red Lotus Demon Sect, which had been hidden for hundreds of years, was revealed by a Taoist who appeared from nowhere. He then stated that Chen-Yi's main target was the being sealed under the foundation of the settlement, and he would not spare his subordinates anyway. The strength of his sect is not a rival for an overlord, but the essence sealed here is a completely different matter. Since they will all die anyway, then why not remove the seal? Fiery rays began to burst from his body, and he began to free the imprisoned man. The head of the clan hit the ground with his fist and shouted, "The flame of the Red Lotus, hidden underground, burn the entire world in your fire." He then jumped high into the air, surrounded by flames, and called for Asura to appear. Gradually, from the hot lava, a huge creature appeared, which was the demonic god of fire, the wrath of Buddha Asura. The locals were horrified by such a sight and became convinced that the demon of the sect really existed. The frightened princess felt a strong pressure and asked what it was. The teacher replied that this is a monster that should not exist in the world of the ruler of people. The head of the clan laughed evilly in front of the monster and said that anyone who challenged his sect should die, and he simultaneously ordered his demon to burn everything around him. Turning to the Taoist, he stated that the man does not know what is good and what is bad for him, so he wants not even ashes to remain from his body. Li carefully asked if this was the same god that their sect had worshipped for so many years. The father replied that yes, he was sealed here by the fifth lord. Thanks to him, their Red Lotus clan was able to rise to the top of the human world. After that, he turned to the anger of the Asura Buddha and said that only they knew about his existence on this earth. And now he removed the seal that prevented him from breaking free. Now the head of the clan orders him to destroy that Taoist and turn his remains into ashes. Asura roared that 800 years ago, the ruler of the human world sealed him in a place where there was not even a ray of heavenly light. And now he dares to point out some small garbage of the level of the celestial kingdom. Stuttering, the head of the sect replied that he had removed the seal from him, which means the demon must now obey his will. The demon god screamed. The ant died and swung his gigantic sword. Having made a blow, he pierced the island on which the sect was located and destroyed everything that was there. He then turned to the ruler of the people, Motanya, to let his world pay for his hatred of all living things. He will burn everything around in endless flames. The princess was confused and said that this demon is crazy. How can they deal with him now? Keeping complete calm, the man said that she wanted to learn spells and called her to come to him. He will demonstrate this only once, and she must remember everything clearly. The girl wanted to say that she was not ready at the moment, but her mentor interrupted her and ordered her to focus all her spiritual energy at one point. This was the first time she was so close to the teacher. Previously, the girl had not noticed that a subtle aroma emanated from him. His face was too close. She was embarrassed and could not concentrate in such a situation. The demon did not stop and wished death to all the ignorant ants. Then he felt a breath that seemed familiar and turned his attention to the guys. After a couple of seconds, he realized that it belonged to the ruler of the human world and became even more angry. At this time, Chen-Yi told the princess to concentrate on controlling the spiritual energy he was transferring to her. She had to try to hold out as long as possible, because then the girl would be able to get more help in the future when she broke through to a new kingdom. Qin Fan focused as hard as she could to do everything she could. The demonic god approached them closely and wondered why the ruler of the human world was here. The girl began to get nervous, but the teacher told her not to lose control of spiritual energy under any circumstances. The monster continued to get angry and say that even after 800 years, the spirit of the Lord was still here. Then he roared that he would then destroy him along with the world of the ruler of people and launched his huge sword towards the guys. At this time, the man and his student drew magical symbols in the air. A protective barrier immediately appeared around them, which resembled an open flower. As soon as the sword touched the sphere that protected our heroes, it began to disappear as it penetrated. The demon god had not counted on such a turn of events and was surprised. The princess shouted that she was already at the limit and was thrown into the air. The man continued to calmly watch everything. When the girl completed the last symbol, a powerful energy flow went straight from her to heaven. The clouds began to thicken, as if in a whirlpool, and powerful peals of thunder were heard, accompanied by lightning bolts. The wrath of Buddha Asura declared that he was not afraid of any lightning. What can they do to him? Now he will smash them all with one blow. But suddenly, an impressive stream of energy fell upon him, destroying everything around him. The monster was surprised that for the first time in his entire life, he saw a lightning bolt of such power. The princess spent a large amount of spiritual energy, so she began to lose consciousness. The teacher picked her up. The system stood with its mouth open, then said that Qian Fan is amazing. She turned this thug into a small puddle. The man replied that unfortunately this is not so. Xiao Shi grinned and said that it was impossible. When the smoke cleared, a demon appeared and asked where the 9 heavenly lightning tribulation lightning storm had come from in this low-level world. The system exclaimed that he had survived after all. The monster stated that he was too careless, and when he regained his spiritual strength, he would show them all. The Lord asked that he really thought that he still had a chance to escape from here alive. After all, he dared to call himself God in his presence, which means his fate is predetermined. The demon began to stutter and say that the man was not from this world, and who he even was. Chen-Yi said disdainfully that he did not deserve to know this and pointed his finger, on which an electric discharge was generated, towards the monster. A powerful electric current pierced the head of the demonic god through and through. He roared loudly and a large number of lightning bolts began to spread throughout his body. A few moments later, there was a powerful explosion that tore him into small pieces. A smoldering piece of the mask of the formidable demonic god Asura fell to the ground. This is all that is left of him after the fight with our heroes. The system said that by killing this monster, the teacher created such a huge tunnel in the ground. But why do they go down there? The man replied that this is where the chi of this island is located. Xiao Shi then flew up to Chi, who was unconscious, and asked if she would be okay. Chen-Yi replied that she was not physically tired, but simply mentally exhausted. The heavenly patron system stated that it did not understand why its master poured so much spiritual energy into the girl. He replied that whether it is a person or any other race, they all have a fear of something unknown. Breaking into a new kingdom entails an increase in strength, and this frightens some. For many centuries, because of the fear of death, people stopped their development. Feeling the energy of the realm above will help Chi increase his progress in the future. Shur exclaimed that the master used a lightning spell so that the princess could feel this power in advance, and this would allow her not to be afraid when she goes through heavenly punishment in the future. Xiao explained that at first she thought that her master was adhering to some kind of ritual, so she allowed Qianfan to shoot that big guy. Meanwhile, the princess began to come to her senses and muttered that her meridians were full. Suddenly, the dragon swung its tail, and the girl fell to the ground with all her might. The teacher's voice was heard, who said that since she had come to her senses, let her come to him. The girl asked where they were and what happened to that monster. Chenny replied that he had resolved the issue with the demon, and now they are under the foundation of the Red Lotus Demon Sect. She exclaimed that there was nothing at all here except a pillar. The man said that part of the Chishu world of the human lord was still hidden in this place. He then began to draw magical symbols in the air again. After this, everything around shook and a huge crater appeared, from which stones began to rise upward. After a moment, a golden symbol floated out from there. The girl noted that the spiritual energy was very strong. The teacher explained that with the help of Chishu, the fifth lord sealed the demon god hundreds of years ago. But unfortunately, the anger of the Asura Buddha was too weak, which is why the Chishu hidden here is so small. The girl said in disappointment that she thought that monster was incredibly strong. The man then told her to channel spiritual energy into the Lord's seal. After activation, energy rays appeared from the artifact, which dug into the Kisha, drawing strength from it. A few moments later, the seal directed it all at the princess, who got scared and screamed. The mentor told her to calm down, because the artifact had transformed the spiritual energy of Chishu into spiritual power and was now transferring it to its owner. It's the same as how he poured some of his energy into her during the fight. There was a lot of energy, and the princess's meridians were overflowing, but it was a little weaker than when the teacher did this, so she would be able to withstand it. The girl began to sense the seventh layer of the spiritual sea realm and exclaimed that this Chishu was incredible. Chen Yi said that there is nothing to be surprised about. Chishu is a crystal that accumulates spiritual energy over the years. Her seal of the Lord was reunited with this thing and will now constantly supply the girl with spiritual power. The girl exclaimed that the endless supply of spiritual energy is very cool. This seal is worthy of the title of an artifact of the ruler of people. The teacher said that they defeated the demonic god, took the crystal, which means now it's time to move on. Qianfan cautiously asked where they would go, perhaps to other islands in order to pick up Keisha there. He replied that the disciple had not yet reached the peak of the spiritual sea, and there was no need to collect crystals now. Kishu would be best used when breaking into a new realm. He then added that they would go to her home in the Xianyuan dynasty. The girl couldn't even find what to say. Already on the road, the princess asked if she was returning home with Enz. She thought that looking back at the time spent with the teacher, it all seemed like some kind of dream. Chen Yi saved her when she was being pursued by the Bei Yuzhen group in the snowy mountains. He restored her destroyed meridians and taught her Taoist scriptures, helped her obtain the legacy of the ruler of mankind from the tomb, and she became the new ruler of this generation of the world of the ruler of mankind. But the only thing she didn't understand was why the mentor was so kind to her and what he really needed from her. The thought flashed through her head that perhaps he had some feelings for her, but she immediately began to push these thoughts away. Noticing that the girl was blushing, the system and the man began to ask what was wrong with her. The princess again asked why they were returning to Xianyuan. Was it to deal with Ihe? Chenny replied that the woman really needs to be dealt with, but that is not the main reason. He needs to confirm one thing as a teacher and at the same time give her a special training. The girl did not understand what other special training might be in her native land. After some time, they arrived in the Xianyuan dynasty, namely in the city of Lingguan. Sitting at the table, the bored princess asked if this was his special practice. It turned out that they were at some kind of lecture, and the old man from the stage was broadcasting that today they would talk about the Xianyuan dynasty. We must remember the times when the winds raged. The world was divided into 3 parts and needed heroes. The mentor noted that this was the first time he had heard something like this. The girl thought that apparently he liked such stories and added that this particular one sucked. Listening to the story, the teacher smiled. Kian Fan was surprised by this reaction and seemed to see him smile for the first time. The voice of an old man was heard, who said that that was all for today, and if anyone is interested, then come next time for the continuation. Then he added that he hoped people with pockets full of money would give him a little for his efforts. Chen Yi called him to come over. Grandfather stated that private storytelling requires an additional fee. The teacher said that he knew a lot, and let him answer the question whether in recent years there were famous individuals in the world who were rulers of people. The old man replied that if they wanted to hear about special people, then there were more than enough of them in the Xianyuan dynasty, and he could tell about them. He has a big story to tell about one of these. It's about concubine Ihi. The woman was born with the ability to speak and knew how to read and write at the age of 1. At the age of 10, she came down from the mountains to help people. Later, thanks to her medical skills and upbringing, she became an imperial concubine. The princess had such an angry expression on her face that grandfather asked if she liked something. The teacher asked her to calm down and behave with restraint. She obeyed. Placing the coins on the table, Chen Yi said that in addition, he was interested in cultivators with special backgrounds. For example, they overcame themselves to kill the enemy or had a miserable life, but were able to rise to the top and everything in that regard. The old man exclaimed that he was probably joking. Cultivators become stronger gradually. The stories he mentioned could only be in Manhwa. Over the past 100 years, Ihi has been the most discussed figure. The mentor thanked him for his stories and wished him a good day. The girl said upsetly that because of him, she was now at 0 and the mentor should compensate her for everything. On the way, the princess asked what the training he mentioned earlier was, and before she could continue, he interrupted her and said, "That's right." She continued to say that it was like listening to stories about special people or something. She thought that he would teach her special techniques to improve her cultivation. The man replied that the experience of immortals is part of development, and it already developed strength quite quickly. The system intervened in the conversation and suggested that we just drink, eat, and have fun. The mentor said that rest is an important component. Without it, some people went crazy from overdoing it. The girl asked if this meant they had a day off. Chen Yi said to take it as a reward for hard work. She exclaimed that although she is inferior to the teacher in knowledge and practice, she will definitely give anyone a head start in entertainment. She's obliged to show him the best places in the city, where there is delicious food and fun. After that, she added that she already knew where to go and the mentor would definitely like it there. He replied that then let him lead him. The girl was blown away by the wind. She just shouted for him to follow her. The system noted that C looked very happy. Chen A said that it was because she returned to her native place. Shuri said that even if she became the ruler of people, she still remained a 15-year-old teenager. In general, the system thought that he would give her some kind of hellish training so that she would absorb all the Chishu energy, but not rest. He replied that Qian Fan was developing quickly, so a break would not hurt her. Plus, he needs time to plan further training. Xiao said maybe he will train Qi like he did once upon a time. The man replied that he had never had a teacher, and he had never taught anyone, so he didn't have any special plan. The system was surprised how he could become so strong without his own teacher. I thought to myself that this meant that even an omnipotent deity has his own problems. Approaching a building, Chen Yi asked if this was the very place that Qian Fan wanted to show him. She replied yes. After all, when she lived in the palace, she used her special eavesdropping technique and learned that the soldiers protecting us loved to come here after heavy battles. The teacher asked if she even knew what this place was. The girl shrugged and replied that no, but everyone called it a paradise for men. This building was a brothel. The fallen women immediately surrounded the man and began offering to play with them. The unsuspecting princess exclaimed that these girls were so energetic and he simply had to go with them. Chuckling, the system began to write down in its diary that today is the 5th of June, 23rd year. According to the Zhutian calendar, the Lord of Heaven was brought to the red light district. At this time, the man threw the impudent girls away from him with the power of thought. Then with all his might, he slapped the girl on the forehead. She screamed that she was in pain. After that, he said that when they returned, she would write words of apology 1,000 times. The princess did not understand why or why. The girl sat sobbing and wrote everything she needed, but not understanding what she had done wrong, because today was a day off. Chen Yi said that it is now safe to say that only imperial concubine Ihi is a traveler in the human lord world. The The system responded that it turns out they weren't just having fun today. He added that he thought, what was the point in traveling back in time 100,000 years in order to accept former deities as disciples? Without him, Chi would not have become an overlord. But with the advent of other arrivals, the possibility of the opposite appears. Could a traveler who was not originally in this storyline be the reason the system moved him here? Therefore, he needed to make sure that Aihi was the only one. Shure responded that the version of this system was too small to provide extensive information on this matter. The owner said that there was no need to worry, and when he dealt with the concubine, the system could be improved. Then he added that regarding the questions of travelers and why they steal the Keisha of a small world, it will be possible to learn personally from Ihei. In order to find out the whereabouts of the imperial concubine, our hero decided to use a technique, the heavenly gaze. And before him an image appeared of how Aihi was talking with an unknown man in some forest near the carriage. The young man wanted to say something, but the concubine interrupted him and declared that there was no need to say anything. He exclaimed, "What happened?" Because the relationship between them had already shaken up the world. How could there be anything left that she couldn't tell him? Aihi replied that if he knew too much, he might be in danger. Suddenly, a huge all-seeing eye appeared in a circle of magical symbols right above the lovers. People in the settlement wondered what it was. Could it be an invasion from another world? The imperial concubine immediately realized that this was the person she had already encountered. While her lover was perplexed, Aihi grabbed the horse and ran as fast as she could, realizing that she could no longer stay here. At this time, the Lord of Heaven said to himself that he had found the person he was interested in. The next day, walking around the city, the princess apologized and said that she was wrong yesterday. But today, she will take him to the best tavern in the entire Xianyuan dynasty. The mentor replied no. Today they need to visit another place for a very short time. After he bought the buns, the girl asked why he needed them. Had he not had breakfast? Chenny replied that she would find out everything soon. The guys came to the outskirts of the palace, to Lake Singi. Master said that they would return to the temple tomorrow, where she would continue to stabilize the cultivation base, and today they would walk around here a little more. Chenny started feeding the fish in the pond. The system stated that he bought buns for bait and she did not expect that he had such a taste for entertainment. He handed one of the buns to the princess and said that she could try feeding them too. The girl stood somewhat sad and thoughtful, so the mentor asked what was wrong with her. Qianfan asked if he knew what this place was. The teacher replied that no and asked me to tell him. When the plague spread throughout the dynasty, Ihi treated the victims in the area. Later, when she became her father's concubine, she ordered the Chessen pagoda to be built here. They placed a statue of Ihei inside, and within a 100-mile radius, everyone worshipped it. The concubine is not only the favorite of the father, but also of the people. There is not a single person in the world of the human lord who does not know who she is. Tsi also wants to become a woman who will be admired by many in the same way. Then she shouted that she didn't do anything to her, but she wanted to kill her. If the teacher had not saved her then, she would have already been buried somewhere in the snowy mountains. As soon as she thinks about it, she immediately begins to glow. Unexpectedly, a bird flying above their head pooped on them, but the teacher quickly put up a barrier from which the droppings bounced off and fell right at the princess's feet. This completely drove her crazy. The girl screamed that even the damn bird was mocking her. If she had hit the teacher, she would have made a roast out of her and swung her divine spear at the chick. The mentor stopped her with his hand and asked if she remembered what he had told her recently. You need to let go of hatred and keep your mind clear. She must not give in to emotions, and then she will be able to move on along the path of the immortals. The system emphasized that you cannot be angry yourself and anger others. The girl asked that the teacher really wants to just let Aihi go, let him just say, and she will do everything herself. He replied that she had misunderstood everything. Now the princess is the ruler of the people of this whole world and must live up to her status. Whether it is a bird, Aihi or Beiyujin, she will have to face more of this in the future. Simultaneously with his speech, he took a pebble and dipped it into the droppings. But she must not lose her real self. Then she can keep her mind pure and receive enlightenment. After this, he will be able to easily deal with any problems. And to those who ignore or provoke her, she must repay in the same coin. Then he threw a stone at the bird and added that all this was what he wanted to teach it. After that, he asked Qianfan if she understood his message. The girl answered in the affirmative. The teacher said that since she understood everything so perfectly, then let her prove it to him. Suddenly, there was the sound of hooves, which attracted the girl's attention. She didn't understand who could be approaching here. Turning around, she saw Ai, who was rushing towards them at full speed. After the concubine stopped, she and the princess made eye contact and were clearly not happy to see each other. The man said that he was already tired of her waiting here for so long. Chen Yi began to list appeals to women ranging from the imperial concubine to the healer, Yi. Then he added that either he should call her the traveler Yan Ihe. The woman realized that he was a wanderer just like her. The teacher replied that it doesn't matter who he is, but the kishu that she stole must be returned to the owner. At this time, the princess began to get a little excited. The concubine laughed at the word stole and pointed her finger at Chen Yi and said that they were the same. The mentor replied that she was mistaken, and he was here only for the sake of his student, and he did not intend to interfere in their squabbles. Then he turned to Qian Fan, told her to remember everything he taught her and solve problems with this woman once and for all. A divine spear appeared in Qi's hands, and she declared to Ihe that the grudges between them would end today. The concubine replied that perhaps she was not a rival for this Taoist, but the girl was a completely different matter because she was still too weak. Suddenly, the Chessen pagoda exploded and the stones scattered in different directions. In its ruins, one could see an artifact stolen by the healer, the mountains and rivers of the 9 heavens. Ai shouted that she would take her life and the Lord's kishu, and then threw a powerful punch at Qi with her hand. The princess flew back a considerable distance and fell into the water. The concubine then declared that the kishu of the human Lord world was just a step on her ladder on the way to heaven and new worlds. The system said that this woman was at the peak of Gaikon, plus there was also an artifact. Qian Fan flew off so much. Is she all right? The owner ordered her not to panic. I turned to the man and stated that his ward had just been killed, and he would continue to stand silently with a stony expression on his face. He responded by asking if she really believed that with her level of cultivation and such a weak artifact, a woman could act so arrogantly. The concubine replied that she knew that the Taoist was much stronger than her, but with the help of the artifact, she could hide at any moment. After Qi's death, wouldn't it be better for them, instead of fighting to the death, to simply share the kisha of this world equally? The Lord asked in a calm voice what would happen if he refused. He said that she can escape from here anyway, so she wants to know the difference between them. The man thoughtfully stated that she was saying that she could escape from this world with the help of an artifact. After that, he began to perform magical manipulations. The 9 heavens, mountains, and rivers map began to fall into the strong shackles released by Chen Yi. The imperial concubine began to get angry and scream for him to stop immediately, but it was too late. The artifact was disabled and destroyed. Ai asked that after he eliminated her 9 heavens card, the man still decided to fight her. The teacher replied that she was not worthy of his attention and he simply did not want her to run away. Her opponent is Qian Fan. Chen Yi said that he would not interfere, but he also did not allow her to run away. The woman stated that Qi was already dead. How could they fight her at this point? Suddenly, the lake began to boil and a powerful stream of water pushed the new ruler of the human world upward. I was confused because the girl received a direct blow with her full force. How could she stay alive? The man looked at her and mysteriously replied that nothing was impossible for his student. After returning from the water, the princess decided to use a new technique, burning of the spirit. The system asked if this was the same technique that Qi used in the tomb. Chen Yi replied that when she was in the mortal realm, he helped her defeat the realm of enlightenment. Now she had reached the spirit sea realm. At this time, Qian Fan launched a divine spear at the imperial concubine with all her might. Out of confusion, Yi couldn't think of anything better than to cover her head with her hands. With a powerful blow, the woman was thrown back, and with her body she broke a nearby tree in half. The concubine knew that the girl was only at the level of the spiritual sea realm, but she didn't understand where she got such strength from. During Qi's next attack, the girls clashed with their magical abilities and kept the pressure on each other. Ai shouted that a person with a spiritual sea realm level could not possess such spiritual power. The princess replied that the realm of the spiritual sea was more than enough for her. The imperial concubine saw the approaching divine spear, which flew straight at her, and then a powerful explosion occurred. The system began to lament how cool Qi is, and along the way, it can become a worthy competitor to this bad lady. Chen A said that she would not be able to stay in this form for long, and the gap in their strength was too great. Even Gong Fu would not help. The girl failed to dodge the powerful blow, and she flew down to the ground at high speed. Qian Fan thought that this could be the peak of the realm of enlightenment. The spirit-burning technique would only last for another minute, but under no circumstances should it lose to Ai. The concubine admitted that she had underestimated her. Bei Yudzin were unable to kill her, and with the level of the spiritual sea realm, she was able to bring her to this state. So the decision to get rid of her was the right one. She then stated that she would first kill her and then destroy everything she held dear, including her father and concubine. The entire Chishu of the human lord world will be in her hands, and then even Chen Yi will not be able to resist her. The princess got angry and shouted that she would never allow her to do what she had planned. Ahi sarcastically asked that it really depends on her. If her mentor does not intervene, then no matter how talented she is, and no matter how quickly she increases her strength, she will not be able to defeat the woman who holds the Nine Heavens map. Then she screamed, "Die!" and directed all her spiritual power, transforming it into an energy ball, at our heroine. Looking at how a huge clot of energy was approaching her, the girl began to remember what the teacher told her. He said that others should be treated the same way they treated her. The concubine had the map of the Nine Heavens, and she had the seal of the Lord of Men. Without thinking twice, she put the artifact in front of her, which immediately began to absorb Aihe's energy and transform it for Qianfan. The imperial concubine did not expect that the girl would think of doing this and was at a loss. She, at this time, absorbed everything that the press gave her. The woman shouted that even if she had this artifact, she was still at the spiritual sea realm level. Her realm is higher than that of Qianfan, plus the card has accumulated a lot of Kishu over the years. What makes her think she can win? The princess replied that she took it from the fact that all the Chishu now belonged to her. Then she loudly declared that she was the ruler of this world and ordered the seal to take away absolutely everything. The artifact immediately began to absorb everything that Aihe had been collecting for many years. A powerful energy flow threw the imperial concubine somewhere to the side like a rag doll. Opening her eyes after the fall, the traveler saw a spear near her face and the princess, who said that the woman had lost. Aihe laughed loudly and said, "Does she really think that she won and that everything will end after she is killed?" The concubine said that the girl was just a pawn in the hands of that Taoist, and she really lost, but not to her. Taking the ruler of the human world as his disciple, and using her to take all the Chishu of this world for himself was Chen Yi's evil plan. Aihe continued to escalate the situation by saying that the princess, like a fool, was kept in the dark from the very beginning. Did she really think that he really chose her to be his student? Before disappearing, she added that after the girl collected all the Sishu of the world of the Lord of People, her mentor would kill his golden hen and take all the eggs for himself, and she would wait for Qi in hell. Noticing that the owner had been digging around for a long time in search of some information, the system said that he could simply ask her what interests him. Then she added that, in her opinion, everything that the time traveler said before her death had a slight impact on Qianfan, because after all, she is still a 16-year-old child. He replied that he would take care of this later, but at the moment there were enough points to update. She didn't expect this to happen right now, so she was confused. The man said that the task of the Lord of People would be completed when all the Kishu energy was collected, but the appearance of the time traveler caused changes in some things. Why did those who steal Kisha appear here in this era? And how will this affect the future? Will anything change in other worlds? It's a pity that the artifact disappeared along with Ia and there was no way to get a clue. The system said that it is not sure that after the update there will be any clues about this, but additional functions will definitely appear. The reconfiguration will take a couple of days, and during this time, Sher will not be able to be near the owner. The man said that he understood everything and that in any case it was necessary to start. Then he pressed the button. Update. An energy sphere immediately appeared around Xiao, and the system exclaimed that they would see each other again in a few days. Opening the door, the teacher saw Qianfan and asked if she was going to stand there until dawn if he had not come out to her. The girl was upset and was about to say something, but the teacher interrupted her and asked her to follow him. He invited her to an evening tea party with a beautiful view of the mountains and the night sky. The princess began to ask for forgiveness and say that she should not doubt her mentor, but it all torments her. The man said that she should not attach importance to the words of the imperial concubine. He then added that she had the opportunity to ask him 3 questions, which he would answer honestly, on absolutely any topic. The ruler of the human world said that she would like to know the name of her teacher, because she had never heard it. While pouring himself some tea, the mentor replied that his name was Chen Yi, and now she could move on to the next question. She dreamily said to herself, "So that's his name. What a beautiful name." But then quickly drove away unnecessary thoughts, because that's not what she wanted to know. Her second question was whether he needed the chishu of the entire world of the ruler of people. Chene replied that suppose he wanted to destroy her world, what would she do then? The princess replied that if such a day really did come, then she would give all her cultivation to the teacher, and then try to stop the master. The man patted her on the head and said that there was no need to worry because this would never happen. Even the girl could not understand why she had to become the ruler of the human world, because with such support from the teacher, anyone could be the ruler. Chene replied that he had already said that he chooses students based on fate and understands her concerns. Even if the royal family and Bei Yujin treat her poorly, she is still the ruler of the human world, and this is her home. Carrying the chishu of this world, the girl must fulfill the duties of protecting it. He personally has absolutely no need for this kingdom and the local energy. Whether she is the 9th princess of the Xianyuan dynasty or the ruler of the human world, no matter what achievements the girl achieves in heaven or in future worlds, she will still remain his disciple. After her answer, the teacher said that she still had one more question that she could ask. To be decisive, the girl decided to drink. She grabbed the cup and began to greedily swallow the cherry alcoholic drink. The mentor said that although it helps the work of spiritual power, one should not drink too much of it. Plucking up determination, Kian Fan asked if he was in a relationship or maybe even had a wife. He replied no. In his youth, he devoted his life to Buddhism. When he achieved success in development, he looked back and realized that a lot of time had passed and all his loved ones had disappeared. No one can be with him until the end of the journey, so he is alone. Hearing that he had no one, the drunken princess came up to him asking if he liked her, passing cups of drinks along the way. Then she added that regardless of whether the teacher liked her, she definitely liked him very much. Chene looked at her in surprise and wondered if she drank too much cherry drink. He said that she first needed to sober up and raised his finger in order to bring her to her senses with the help of his powers. But she did not want this and stopped him. After that, the girl threw the teacher on his back and climbed on him, saying that she didn't want to sober up, but just wanted a teacher. The mentor lay there and thought that after the girl entered the realm of the spiritual sea, her strength had increased greatly. The princess, barely able to keep her balance, began to reach out to Chene's face to kiss him, but she fell with her head on his chest and, falling asleep, muttered that she would definitely work hard to improve herself. Adding that she wouldn't be able to do this alone again, she fell asleep. The teacher thought about how stupid she was. Waking up the next morning, the girl felt that she had a terrible headache. Apparently, the healing power of that drink was too strong. Suddenly, she began to remember everything that she had said yesterday, and she felt very ashamed. Looks like she drank too much to dare to do that. At this time, the man was standing on the street near the snake and feeding it breakfast. Kian Fan looked out from behind the door and didn't understand what to do, because of yesterday, she now can't look him in the eyes. The teacher, noticing that she was already awake, asked her to come to him. Coming closer, she fell to her knees and began to ask for forgiveness, saying that it seemed like she had done something very bad yesterday and was ready to be punished, if only he would not be angry with her. The mentor first thought about it, and then said that she really deserved punishment. While the princess was mentally reproaching herself, thinking that it was all because of that stupid drink, and now he was so angry with her, Chene gave her a slap on the forehead. Then he said that if her level was not enough, then she should not drink so much cherry drink, because it was harmful to her health. She replied that she realized her mistake. After this, the girl felt relieved because the teacher did not take everything to heart. The Lord of Heaven told her that it was necessary to prepare, because after some time they would be traveling to Daluotsun. Within 3 days she will gather all the chishu of the human lord world, and the Vuling mountain of the Daluo sect is one of the places they need. This place was located among a mountain range and included many islands floating in the air. After descending from the kite and stepping onto the ground, Chen Yi noted that the aura here was more abundant than he expected. The girl said that it was her first time here. Suddenly, 3 guys surrounded them and started asking who they were and how they dared to invade Daluotzun. Kian Fan said that it might be worth telling them the purpose of the visit because it's not nice to show up like that out of the blue, but the man replied that it would be too troublesome. Moreover, he just recently took away their chief master. The girl did not have time to ask him about this when his hand, which was lying on her shoulder, began to transfer spiritual power to her. Her eyes rolled back and turned white, and a powerful energy field appeared around her. The locals were terrified and did not understand what was happening. At first they thought it was some kind of magic, but then they realized it was an aura. The girl's appearance changed. It increased in size and a blinding bright glow emanated from it. The guys couldn't do anything and just watched, saying what a powerful aura it was. After the princess returned to her original form, the teacher told her to show what she came here for and that she should not resist her divine essence. The young men opened their mouths in surprise that this was the aura of God, because isn't it only the strongest in the kingdom of heaven and people and higher levels? Then they began to lament that the wanderers had come from afar, were probably tired, and should move on. She asked what he just did to her, because it was such an unfamiliar feeling. Chenny replied that when she reaches the required cultivation level in the future, she will understand everything. The girl asked why they came to these places. Not long ago, she fought with the main disciple of Daluodzuna. After that, they would be willing to just give her their kishu. He replied that this is the sect with the greatest spiritual power among the other Chishu. Starting with it will save time later. The clan head is the only one in the world at the level of the realm of heaven and people and is connected to the past lord, so they need to meet. The princess admired that, as she expected, the leading sect had a head of the heaven and human realm level, but she did not understand why he was here. Chenny explained that only those who have reached this level have the right to step into heaven, but this does not mean that they should immediately leave the world of the human lord. There is a price to pay and some responsibilities. A crowd of people were already waiting for them in the square, who immediately began to say among themselves that this was the 9th princess of Xianyuan, the future ruler, and that it was she who defeated their main student near the tomb. After looking at all this, Z said in confusion that she would not be able to defeat all these people if she had to fight. Suddenly, Li Yanhan appeared near them, bowed and greeted the Lord of People, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time. Then she added that you are welcome to join them in the sect. Her teacher has been waiting for them for a long time and let them follow her. Li noted to herself that in such a short time the girl had reached the realm of the spiritual sea. Now there is this divine essence. The speed of her cultivation was terrifying. Is this talent inherent in all human lords? Having escorted our heroes to the gazebo, Yanhan informed her teacher that the guests had already arrived at their place. Lo Qinyun invited the guys to sit down at the table and taste the freshly brewed oolong. The old man said that he had already sorted out their affairs. Future events are terrible. Then he began to say, the 9th princess of Xianyuan, but then he faltered and said that now he should call her lord. She said it was all thanks to her teacher. Lo replied that it couldn't just be luck, because in a short time she had reached the peak level of the spiritual sea realm, and he wouldn't be wrong if he called it a miracle. Chen Yi did not react to this and simply said that the tea did not taste bad. The princess turned to Mr. Qinyan and began to say that this time she and the teacher came to his sect, but the head interrupted her and said that he knew why they came. They came here to take advantage of Daluotsun's kishu, but do the guests know what this kishu means for his clan? Once Si takes him from Vuling Mountain, the sect's spiritual energy will be given priority to the human lord, which means that from that moment on, she and Daluotsun will be linked. Then he asked whether Qianfan had enough awareness to be responsible for so many lives and the future of his people. The artifacts of the ruler of people are just tests left by the past ruler, and only after acquiring all the treasures of this world can one consider oneself a full-fledged ruler. A blue glow appeared around him, and objects began to rise into the air. After that, he asked the question whether she was ready to bring prosperity to the world of the ruler of people. Seeing the flash of light, the locals guessed that it was their elder, but were they really fighting among themselves there? The girl thought to herself how strong his spiritual aura was. It felt like her internal organs were about to be crushed, but she couldn't give up. She is the future ruler of people, and you cannot always count on your teacher. You need to solve your problems yourself. After that, a divine spear appeared in her hand. She replied that she decided to bear this Sisha and of course take full responsibility, because she is the future ruler, and it will be natural for her to bear the burden of the common people of her world. After her words, their spiritual auras clashed in a fierce confrontation and a powerful explosion occurred. The assistant to the sect leader was perplexed as to why the master decided to take action. Li didn't expect the girl to be able to withstand the elder's pressure. The past lord appeared to the old man, who said that the golden spiritual sea is rare even in 1,000 years, and this spirit is stronger than that of the demonic beast. Lo added that there is still that stubbornness that does not allow one to give up. When their little competition was over, the elder noted that the girl was good. Even the previous generations of mature sovereigns had not been able to reach her level when they were in the spiritual sea realm. He saw her heart full of determination, which means she was able to pass his test. While drinking freshly brewed oolong, Chen Yi said that he had a question for the sect leader. If he continues to remain in the human lord world after reaching the realm of heaven and humans, then his development will stop, and his body will gradually begin to age. Why did he decide to stay here anyway? Lo explained that he owed his kingdom to the instructions he received from the past ruler of people. There were many demonic cultivators here that only his level could handle, so he decided to stay. The man said that he had recently destroyed the main threat, the demonic god Asura, so for now, other demons would not do anything. In the future, Qianfan will be able to deal with them herself. The elder was very happy to hear such news and thanked the most revered Taoist from the bottom of his heart. Lo Chen has guarded this world for so long, and now he can finally be free and go out. Then he turned to those present and said that he was counting on them, because now the future of this world of the rulers of people is in the hands of the younger ones. The princess asked what was happening. Chen Yi replied that since he no longer needs to worry about the affairs of this world, it is only natural that he wants to go to higher realms. After some time, they reached the forbidden zone on Mount Vuling, where the artifact they needed was located. The princess was busy absorbing the spiritual power of Chishu with the help of the seal of the Lord of People. After this process, she said that the warm and powerful Chishu energy from the Da Luotsun sect felt completely different from that from the Red Lotus demon sect. The teacher told her that she would enjoy it later, because they still had many places left to go today. After that, they flew further on their kite, and the members of the sect saw them off with exclamations and congratulations on their new status as rulers. The girl liked that they were so hospitable. Chen Yi said that a similar situation might arise in the next sect, and only by winning their recognition would she become a true lord. She will face problems in the future path of development, and he will not be able to always be there. The princess replied that she understood everything and would try not to strain her teacher. He added that at first the girl was very shy, but now she is already performing well. The new destination was the Holy Land of Yuilun, where our heroes were already waiting, and went out to meet them to hand over the Chishu. After Luotsun paved the way, the major righteous sects, one by one, also recognized the new human overlord. Qi received the spiritual energy of the Yan Yanzun clan. After this, the Chishu of the Tianzi sect. In total, over the entire day, the guys managed to collect the spiritual power of 4 clans. The mentor sat at the place where she spent the night and thought that with the power she received today and the Taoist scriptures that he taught her, it would not be difficult for the girl to make a breakthrough. He decided it was time to give her what Xi asked of him near the tomb. Then all that remains is to wait for it to break through into the kingdom of the soul. Then he began to take something out of the warehouse portal. The princess sat meditating and cultivating her spiritual power. Suddenly she was thrown into the air, and many energy beams began to emanate from her. She was surprised that it was so easy to break into the soul realm. The unique techniques of her mentor and Chishu helped her a lot in this. Chen Yi asked her how it went. The girl happily reported that she had made a breakthrough. The man stated that the divine soul is formed and shines beautifully. This is a perfect soul, and besides, the process did not take much time. Qianfan didn't understand what glitter meant and asked the teacher again. He replied that since now there would be no problems with spiritual energy, and she could use spiritual weapons, then it was time to transfer these things to her. The girl was glad that the teacher finally decided to entrust her with a weapon and immediately began asking if there were any special techniques for it. The man handed her the spear of the past Lord of Men and the weapons codex. Xi asked why he didn't immediately give her the things of the previous ruler. He replied that her first task was to get the inheritance. Everything else was not important. He just saved a couple of things suitable for her until she got stronger. Chen Yi gave her 3 days to combine the Taoist scriptures, the seal and records of the 9 Dragon Lord, the spear, the codex to consolidate her cultivation at the soul realm level, and in a couple of days, a fight would await her. The princess did not understand who she would fight with. The mentor said that he taught her to do with others the same way they did with her. She has already resolved the issue with I, but there is another place where she must figure things out on her own. Qianfan asked if this was really about Bei Yudzin. He replied that it was true and advised me to prepare well. A few days later, they arrived at the Bei Yudzin group's location on Mount Yuye. The man said that this battle would be different from Daluotsuna's test and could be very dangerous. But he still will not take part in this. She must deal with this problem herself. Qianfan replied that she understood everything and this battle would only belong to the ninth princess of the Xianyuan dynasty, as well as the Lord of People. Declaring that this was only her personal battle, the girl jumped down and found herself in front of the crowd of the group that had previously wanted to kill her. The head of the Beiyudzin sect, Shen Han, came forward holding a chishu in his hands and said to the girl, "Welcome." She was taken aback by how she was received and questioned what they were doing. The elder began to apologize and say that he was deceived by Ai and insulted the new ruler. He was blind and did not think with his head. Now that everyone has recognized her, he hopes for another chance, and from now on will earn the girl's favor. As proof of the sincerity of his words, he presents her with their treasure, the Kishu of Yuye Mountain, and hopes that the new lord will forgive them for their mistakes in the past. The princess felt a strong spiritual energy similar to other Chishu, so it didn't seem like he was telling the truth. But she couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong here. She remembered her teacher's instructions, that it is easy to change a country, but not its nature. He cannot teach her truth and lies, so the girl must rely only on her own judgment. As soon as the girl approached the artifact, there was a loud explosion and everything around was filled with smoke. The head said that the girl was still so stupid. Beiyudzin is a sect that has been known for many centuries for its murders in the world of the Lord of People. The fate of murderers is simple. You either live or you are killed. There is no other option. The soul-destroying smoke was originally prepared for the Taoist, so he could easily deal with this girl. If you inhale even a little of it, the spiritual energy will be blocked, even if the person's cultivation is at a high level. Minyu stated that it doesn't matter. If they can take her Kishu and use Qi as a concubine, then even that strong Taoist will obey their orders. While the self-confident young man was distracted by conversations, a divine spear suddenly flew straight at him. The blow was so strong that he flew a long distance and crashed into a building with all his might. Shen Han did not understand how this was possible, because previously no one had been able to resist the smoke that destroyed the soul. Their affairs were clearly bad. From the thick smoke through which nothing could be seen, a large number of magical spears began to fly out. They hit everyone who did not expect their arrival or did not have time to dodge. After the smoke cleared, the princess appeared, who saw only one surviving head of the clan, who was holding his dying son in his arms, and everything around was littered with dead bodies. The girl shouted that she never intended to forgive them, and her only goal was revenge. From now on, Beiyudzin will no longer exist. Shen Han was amused by Qianfan's words that his clan would no longer be in the world of the Lord of People. Holding the artifact in his hands, he said that this was the Chishu of his sect, because she had come for him. Then let him come and take it. He then brought it to his chest, and the process of absorbing spiritual energy began. The princess was a little amazed by such rapid spiritual power hovering around him. The man then hissed that she had killed his son and destroyed the sect so that now he would destroy it. The enraged head of the clan rushed at our heroine, shouting that she must die. His spiritual energy was strong, and the girl realized that he was at the level of the realm of enlightenment. The girl failed to dodge the powerful blow and she flew away, falling to the ground. He immediately rushed towards her and swung his sword, but at the last moment she managed to put a spear in front of her and hold back the attack. The princess realized that she could not fight head-on and needed to keep her distance because he had enormous pressing force. Gathering her thoughts, with the last of her strength, she managed to throw him some distance away from her. The head of the former Beiyudzin gang became even more angry and shouted her name. Qianfan understood that she had little time and needed to act quickly. She decided to try what her mentor taught her, namely the technique, the mysterious heavenly thunder. The clouds suddenly began to thicken, as if in a whirlpool, and brought down a powerful energy stream directly on the man. The girl noted that the thunder talisman was so strong that it consumed almost half of her spiritual energy. She told herself that she had to end everything right now before it was too late and ran towards the head of the clan. Suddenly, the thick smoke cleared and the silhouette of a young guy appeared, who asked if she was the new ruler of the human world. The princess felt a completely different spiritual aura from him and said that he was not Shen Han. He replied that thanks to the lightning strike that killed him, the young man managed to take possession of this body faster. The girl warily asked who he was and how he came here. The young man revealed that he was the result of Chishu cultivation on Mount Yuye, which had been going on for thousands of years. The girl, confused, clarified whether he really is a Chishu. He replied that everything was correct. The young man is the spirit of Mount Yuye, and his name is Kanchan Yuye. The young man noted to himself that it seemed that she did not have that artifact on her body. The princess carefully said that she was here to pick up Beiyudzin Kishu. Without saying a word, Kanshin Yuye launched a large number of swords that flew at breakneck speed straight towards Shei. They all stuck into the ground around Qian Fan, but none of them hit it. The girl was shocked by this turn. Then he shouted that he also directed two powerful energy streams at her. Luckily, she managed to dodge. The Lord did not understand what realm this Kishu spirit was in, but she felt that she could not defeat him. However, if he is the spiritual energy of Yuye Mountain itself, then it means that it can absorb him through the seal. The young man said that she doesn't even have that artifact. How is Qi going to do it? If he kills her and consumes all the Kisha, then the world of the ruler of people will be in his hands. The girl was outraged by such impudence and shouting, "Catch him!" She launched a divine spear at him, but a protective sphere appeared around him, which prevented him from achieving his goal. He laughed and asked if this was all the ruler of this generation could do. Declaring that he also likes to kill people from a distance, he launched dozens of magical destructive rays at our heroine. The princess tried to deviate from them, but they changed their flight path and eventually overtook her and grabbed her. After that, a stone pillar quickly rose from the ground as if out of nowhere and knocked Qian Fan off his feet with a powerful blow. The girl understood that there was no way she could get closer to him and carry out an effective counterattack, so it was necessary to urgently change the plan of action. The young man sarcastically said that she was a pretty good runner and put his hand on the ground. At the same moment, thorny magical stems began to appear around the princess. They tightly tied the almost exhausted girl hand and foot and then began to choke her. The guy advised her to stop resisting, since his aura can corrode the spiritual power of others, and the more she fights, the faster she will die. He cultivated here for thousands of years before he became the most noble being created from the energies of heaven and earth. What did this helpless girl even want to take from him? Then he added that let her die obediently, and he would take all her meat. But the princess exclaimed that he had finally closed the distance. Next, the seal of the Lord of People appeared, which was supposed to draw in the Kisha of the Bei Yudzin group. The young man admitted that it was not a bad move, but did she really think that she could defeat him with the help of some kind of artifact? Having torn apart the tenacious magical stems, the princess declared that in this case she would still use a spear. The young man did not expect that she would be able to get out of his trap, and was immediately struck by a fiery lance, which pierced him through. He muttered that after thousands of years of cultivation, he had finally gained spiritual power and obtained a human body. And now he will die at the hands of some petty girl. The guy cannot come to terms with this, but it was already too late. The seal of the new ruler of the human world swallowed him whole. The girl noted that after everything that happened, she still managed and did not let her teacher down. The man could not help but rejoice at her success and thought that she was growing very quickly. At the place where she spent the night, the girl meditated and cultivated her spiritual powers. All the previously collected Chishu hovered around her. Hearing Xiao Shi exclaim that the updated version is already here, the owner glanced at it and asked how it became like this. She replied that in order to double the lifespan, she selected the power-saving mode. In this form, the system will be able to spend much more time with the Overlord. This time not only energy saving is unlocked, but also the shopping center function is unlocked. The owner can use the sage points received for completing tasks to exchange them for various items in the store. After receiving a slap from Chen Yi, Shi began to fly around the room and bounce off the walls like a tennis ball. He then ordered her to return to her former appearance. Landing face first on the floor, the system said in frustration that it had simply made a mistake. The man asked if any information about travelers appeared after the update. She apologized and said that she hadn't seen any new clues in this version yet. It seems they can only wait until they find them themselves. Although he didn't find something that interests him, a task appeared with a new student. His next ward is the legendary demon ancestor Su Chan-sin, who is also known as the Lord. The hologram showed an image of a gray-haired girl sitting in a cage and chained. The man asked why she looked different than in the previous photo. Shai replied that she seemed so small, but in fact, according to the records, she was 2 years older than Si. Although it looks a little different, it really is Su Chan-sin. This is probably because they moved through time. It turns out that the demon ancestor is still underage. Chen-yi stated that it was definitely her, and they would begin the task with her after settling all the remaining matters with Qian Fan. The princess sat confused and wondered where she was. The teacher came into the room and asked what she was doing there. She replied that according to the teacher, there are 7 Kishu: Holy Land Yulin Sect, Daluodzun Sect, Red Lotus Demon Sect, Bei Yudzin Sect, Tianxi Pavilion and Yanzun Sect, but these are only 6, where is the 7th? The mentor replied that today, they would go to pick up the last Kishu, and she knew this place very well, and added that it was time for her to return after a long separation. The girl asked that he really meant the palace of the Xianyuan dynasty. He replied that it was true, and she needed to prepare well. After some time, they arrived at their destination on their kite. Representatives of the imperial dynasty were already ready to meet them. The princess rushed as fast as she could to first concubine Lin Pin and ruler Qi Kanhao, shouting that she had returned and how they were doing. But instead of the long-awaited hugs, the parents began to bow to their daughter and say welcome. The girl was confused and asked what they were doing. Then she added that they should not do this and let them rise, to which the emperor said that he only rules a small dynasty, and she is now the ruler of the human world, so bowing is obligatory. She exclaimed that she was still their daughter. The father said guiltily that if he had not brought Ihi to the harem, then these terrible things would not have happened and she would not have had to suffer so much. Mom said that after she went missing, many people went looking for her. Later, Lu Yayo returned and said that some person had taken you under his guardianship. She prayed every day for her health, and apparently God heard her prayers and her daughter was here. The girl asked her mother to calm down and not cry, because now everything was fine with her, and she had sorted out all her problems. Kanhao turned to Chen Yi and thanked him for saving his daughter, as well as her chance to become an overlord. He and his dynasty will never forget this. The man replied that she was his student and it was okay to help her. You don't need to be so polite. The emperor told Qian Fan that he knew that this time she came here to take away the Kishu of the Xianyuan dynasty, but in return, the daughter must promise him something. The princess asked in fear what was the matter and what she would need to do. The father officially announced that he was transferring his throne to the 9th princess of the Xianyuan dynasty, Qi Qianfan. In 3 days, they will hold an enthronement ceremony. Fen's grandfather added that this was the result of long discussions between her father and the ministers. Since she has become an overlord, it would be best for her to inherit the throne. The girl replied that it was not in her plans to become an empress. He replied that it was no big deal. Let him get to know the emperor slowly. The girl is still young and has a lot of time ahead of her. My father said that I wouldn't have to limit myself. She could continue to develop and leave the affairs of the sect to him and the ministers. Having become a ruler, the daughter will lead the whole world and will be able to make the clan her first step towards this. The girl looked questioningly at Chen Yi, but he said that she had to make this decision on her own. After thinking a little, Xi said that she could not let her father and others down, which means she promises to become an empress. Everyone immediately began to bow and congratulate her, because having returned to her family, she had already become the pride of the entire dynasty, thanks to her efforts. After all the tests she had gone through, the princess was finally happy. The human lord system declared that thus the test with the lord of the human world was over. No matter how much I wanted to, the time had come for him and his owner to go to the next world. She then asked Chen Yi if he was ready to say goodbye to Qianfan. He replied that he would find a suitable opportunity to inform the princess about this. In the evening, a man lay on the roof and sipped a cherry drink, looking at the starry sky. Xiao Shi asked carefully, "Shouldn't he have found C and talked? If he doesn't know how to tell her about it, then she can't help there. In the end, only the owner sees her and can communicate with her. For everyone else, she does not exist." The man said that from the first day he accepted her as a student, he understood that sooner or later this day would come. He just doesn't like things like saying goodbye. The system asked why he didn't find a companion then, because he lived so long. The owner grabbed her cheeks and said that she started talking too much after the update. Shuri immediately began to apologize and say that she had expressed herself incorrectly and did not want to call him an old man. Then she exclaimed that the girl would be very upset when she found out that it was time to say goodbye. From her rescue to becoming the ruler of the human world, a huge path has been traveled together. An attachment between them could not help but arise. Chen Yi said that she would have become the ruler anyway. He just sped up the process. In this era, a lot of things appeared that were not there before, which is probably why it was moved here. But things like travelers remain unclear. After that, he thoughtfully asked what changes had happened in the world of the demon ancestor Su Chanxin. He is already very interested to know about it. Feeling Qianfan's gaze on him, the man asked how long she was going to keep spying on him. The girl did not expect that she would be identified so quickly and timidly came forward in a beautiful, new dress. The teacher said that he had already forgotten that she was a princess. This elegant outfit suits her very well. She replied that this was her daily dress in the palace. Chen-yi asked if she didn't need to rest. Tsi replied that she had a lot to do in the palace, but while there was time, she wanted to spend it with him. The mentor said that this will continue in the future, and she must cope with everything. He then patted her on the head and praised her that she had performed well in the battle with Bei Yudzin, and had already learned how to effectively use the power of the Lord of Men. The girl became embarrassed and replied that this was only thanks to the teacher's lessons. The man continued that in heaven there are only a small number of her peers who are able to reach heights comparable to her in 10 days, and he is glad that he could be her mentor. She replied that she did not deserve such praise. The girl thought that he was behaving very strangely today. Is he really getting back at her in this way for the fact that she has been too busy the last few days, although he is not one of those people? But the fact that his behavior was too soft was alarming. Finally, he was able to inform the princess that after all the journey he had traveled, it was time to leave her. Qian Fan knew that he originally came from another world, but still did not expect that his departure could happen so soon. Then she added that the ruler of the human world would definitely see him off when he was ready to go further. The man looked at her and said that he would leave in these 2 days. The girl did not expect this to happen so soon and asked why he couldn't stay a few more days, because she still had so many questions. Chen-A replied that he had not been here for long, but nevertheless she managed to become the ruler of people and absorb all the Chishu. In the future, Tsi will occupy an important place in heaven. There are things he can teach her, but she must walk her own path. Then he patted her cheek and told her to stop filling her head with unnecessary worries and let her go and rest. When she wakes up tomorrow, she will feel better. The girl cried that when she woke up, the teacher would already be gone. The man said that she was stupid. How could he miss her ceremony? He will leave after her. Besides, this is not a matter of life and death. In the future, when her cultivation is high enough, they will definitely meet again. After all that had been said, the princess asked if the mentor could hug her and extended her arms to him. The man answered well, but only once, and the girl rushed into his arms. The next day it was time for the ceremony, and the entire settlement was decorated in honor of the event. All the ministers of the Xianyuan dynasty asked God to bless their new empress. Meanwhile, the court advisor read out a decree which stated that all lower ministers remained in their places, and the emperor was replaced. Then he shouted to greet the 9th princess of the Xianyuan dynasty, the ruler of the human world, Qiqian Fan. The girl appeared before her father, who loudly declared that today he was Qi Kan Hao, the 23rd emperor of the Xianyuan dynasty, officially transfers the throne to his daughter. From this day on, she becomes empress. He hopes that in the future, the girl will be able to protect the dynasty and the entire world of the ruler of people. The child must meet all the expectations of the parent. She stated that she is the 24th empress of the Xianyuan dynasty, solemnly swearing that she will honorably defend her clan and glorify the world of the Lord of people in heaven in the future. After her speech, she raised the seal up and all the people began to applaud and shout out honors to her. The system noted that the girl did a great job, and Chenny said that this is exactly what a ruler should be. Xiao Shi reported that the task was now completely completed and she and her owner could go to the next world. The man was silent. Then the system asked that if he didn't want to leave so much, then why didn't he take her with him? Chen Yi replied that there are still problems in the Lord's world and she must deal with them. He can't interfere. After that, he told the system of the Lord of Heaven that it was time for them to hit the road. At this time, the voice of a minister was heard in the Xianyuan palace, who said that since she had ascended the throne, it was time to deal with the government affairs that had accumulated over these days, so let her take care of it. Everyone began to report problems, that the treasury was completely empty. After her appointment, people would soon begin to arrive with congratulations from other sects. Plus, there was news about demons on the border, and it was necessary to increase the number of troops. The princess was confused by such pressure and the number of accumulated tasks, so she did not know what to answer. She asked her father how he dealt with it all every day. Kanhao replied that being an emperor is not an easy task, but there is no need to worry. She is still young, so the former head and ministers will not rush to teach her everything. The girl said that in this case she had urgent matters and should contact her father with any questions, after which she quickly ran away. He was immediately bombarded with a huge number of questions from everyone present. Finding herself alone, the princess decided to take a breath and told herself that she did not expect that after ascending to the throne, so many problems would immediately appear. Then she ran into the teacher's room, throwing the doors wide open, and joyfully announced that she was already here, but there was no one in the room. Qian Fan realized that he had already left and was upset, but then she saw some things on the table and an envelope with a letter. It said that he had not given her anything, so he was giving her 2 artifacts. Huanyu Nats is a magical weapon storage facility that he created many years ago. Inside are items she will need after reaching the realm of heaven and man. The thunderclap robe is crafted from the skin of a thunder leopard, has protective properties and can increase her speed. Chenny left his formation on it, and if it was damaged, no matter what world, he would feel it. Shizuken has already grown up, and when the time comes, Tsi will be able to choose him as a spirit beast. There are still many sealed monsters left in the human sovereign world. Her duty is to cleanse the earth of them, so she needs to work hard. Having read the letter to the end, tears began to fall from the girl's eyes directly onto him. Then she broke away and started running. The maid shouted after her where was she running all the time, because the ceremonial banquet in honor of her appointment to the position would soon begin. Standing on a snow-covered mountain, the system asked if this was not where it all began. Doesn't the owner want to enter the long river of time and space from here? The man replied that he could leave this place whenever he wanted. He just wonders if he were an ordinary person, what method would she use to transport him from here to another world? Xiaoshi exclaimed that, of course, she had such an option, and wanted to continue explaining, but the owner interrupted her and then told her to act. The system responded that it understood everything and was starting preparations. Then she began to mutter that where were her instructions when she needed them so much, and it seemed that this process should begin with drawing magic circles. Chenny stood at this time and remembered Qianfan's hug and realized that this was the end. The voice of Shi was heard, who finished dealing with the circles and said that everything was ready to start moving. The man asked if she had set up the coordinates. The system replied yes, but it was already exhausted. As soon as the owner touches the crystal, which is located in the center, with his hand, the program of interworld jumps will be launched. Suddenly, the voice of Qianfan rang as fast as she could to the teacher. She breathed heavily and stopped in front of her mentor and asked if they could ever see each other again. He called her stupid and said that he wasn't dying, so why not? Meanwhile, his image began to gradually disappear. When she reaches the level of the realm of heavens and people, let her go beyond the world of the Lord of People and begin to travel through the heavens. Only then will they definitely meet again. After his words, the man disappeared. This story begins in the demon realm, namely the Qianyue demon sect. The gray-haired girl was sitting on the bed and was chained to it. Glowing magical symbols were visible on the shackles. A woman named Tianin Yue entered the room and said that she had come to see her baby again. She came close to her and began stroking her cheek, asking if the girl missed her. Tianin said that just look at this figure and the cute little face. No matter how much she looks, she can't stop looking at it. It's not in vain that she spent so much panacea on her. Tomorrow the girl comes of age and the body of pure yin will finally be formed. Then she whispered menacingly right in her face that it was better for her to remain obedient and not do anything stupid. After that, she sharply pulled the chain that covered her neck and added that otherwise, she promises that the girl's fate will be 100 times worse than that of her clan. The woman condescendingly said that she would not tease her anymore, otherwise she would not be able to restrain herself from breaking her, and said goodbye and left. Meanwhile, in the forest, the monsters noticed a bright glow in the sky and could not understand what it was. A huge sphere fell to the ground in which Xiao Shi and Chen Yi were located. Seeing this, the monsters fled in horror. The Heaven Overlord system solemnly declared that they had arrived in the demon realm. The owner asked where Su Changqin was now. Shi replied that based on the information she had, the girl was in the Qianyue demon sect. The man read that the entire clan of the white-haired demon ancestor was killed because of her special pure yin body. The system muttered that Su Changqin's fate was even more unfortunate than that of Qian Fan. Then I noticed how Chen Yi began to change his hair color to white. Xiao asked why the Lord did this. He replied that this was the demon realm, the homeworld of the white-haired demon ancestor, so he decided to change the image. Then he asked if she really thought his appearance was inappropriate. The system immediately began to deny and say that if he wants, then let him change it at least every day. I thought to myself that in this way, he wanted Su to experience a feeling of closeness. The color is a little strange, but it suits him very well. Then the thought flashed through her mind that he just wanted to seem like a handsome man. But her thoughts were interrupted by the voice of Chen Yi, who ordered her to show him the way. Meanwhile, near the sect, the guards were discussing among themselves why they were all assigned to guard the building. One of them explained that today the captive would form a pure yin body, and after that the head would be able to become a celestial. Another young man said that he remembers when they brought her 8 years ago as a child, and even then she was so sweet and gentle. It's interesting to see how she has grown. Perhaps when the head is done with her, they'll be allowed to have some fun. He then added that the weather today was not very good, and he didn't want his clothes to get ruined. At this time, the white-haired girl began to feel a sharp pain in her abdomen. The head of the demon sect began to rejoice that this day had finally come. She pulled the chain that was around the captive's neck and shouted that she had been waiting for this moment for 8 whole years. Tianyue put her hand to the girl's forehead and said that the body of pure yin would obediently become hers. Spiritual energy began to flow out of Su Chanshin, which was immediately absorbed by the clan head. The girl felt her strength begin to leave her and whispered that Sinner was going to her dad and mom. Suddenly there was a powerful explosion, and huge stones fell from the ceiling. The woman was furious that someone dared to disturb her at such a moment. The Tianyue demon sect building was surrounded by a giant-sized dragon, as if made of fog. It was the Lord of the Heavens, Chen Yi, who was standing on the head of a huge snake. The head of the sect did not understand where he came from, but she felt his incredible strength. The woman immediately babbled that she didn't know when she offended the elder, but she dared to ask why he came here. The system informed him that this was the current elder of the clan and her name was Tianyue, and Su Chanshin was lying on the bed behind. The man immediately shackled the head of the sect in magical chains, took the girl in his arms and began to carry her away from there. The locals did not understand what was happening there, but they suggested that the head of the sect had offended someone very great. The system looked at the new ward and noted that she seemed to be in a lot of pain. Chen Yi replied that of course, because she doesn't even have a normal cultivation base, and she was faced with the formation of pure yin. Now it is destroying her body and soul from the inside. If things continue like this, she will die from sheer force. But there is no need to worry, he will definitely help her. It's just that this matter is a little troublesome. A pure yin body is a rare phenomenon. While it awakens, it will use the surrounding yin for its needs. It is not difficult to suppress the power that flared up in her body, but then she will no longer be able to cultivate. The man bit his finger until it bled and began to read a magic spell. Then he put his fingers to the girl's neck, and his energy began to spread throughout her body, after which she opened her eyes. The head of the demon sect, who observed all of Chen Yi's manipulations, came to the conclusion that he needed the same thing as her. The body of pure yin has almost awakened, and now is the best moment to capture it. She had been growing this fruit for so many years. How could some Taoist dare to take her away so easily? Tianyue didn't know what kind of golden chains he tied her with, but it was difficult to get out of them. But then she decided that even if it hurt her soul, she had to take back what was hers. The spirit of the previous sect leader, Qian Chuan, began to emerge from her body. He roared that she destroyed his body and took his soul. After this, she must die. The woman told him to shut up and stop dreaming about things that would never come true. He is just a remnant of the soul that she subjugated. After that, she ordered the old man to go and absorb the soul of that Taoist monk. The system sounded the alarm that the lady had released a dark ghost and was about to attack. The man continued to sit with his eyes closed and calmly asked what she was waiting for then. She didn't understand what he meant. Chen Yi replied that sealing a pure yin body takes some time. If the process is interrupted, then all efforts will be in vain and yin will harm the girl, so Xiao must hold the spirit. Then he added that he was interested in how she would protect her master. This was her chance to demonstrate the abilities of the Heaven Lord system. The system muttered to itself why this woman couldn't lie quietly. She wanted to die so much at the hands of her owner that even she had to join the fight. If she were the head of the sect, she might not have been able to cope, but it was just a spirit. She decided to show the owner everything she was capable of, and putting her wand to her forehead began to read the spell. But suddenly a beep sounded, indicating an incorrect command. Then she began to try all the word combinations in a row, but no matter which one she started to read, everything was accompanied by error signals. After some time, a message came out that due to frequent errors in the spell command, the authority to use self-defense was temporarily canceled until the next update. Xiao Shi panicked because she forgot which command she installed during the last update. Therefore, she had to simply run away from the evil spirit overtaking her and scream for her owner to save her. The man, with one movement of his hand, chained him in a magical cage. After this, bright rays began to emanate from the past elder's mouth and eyes, and he was destroyed. The head of the clan then coughed up blood. The celestial patron system exclaimed that its owner was really cool, because he defeated him without straining at all. Chenny turned to the girl and told her to calm her mind, and then try to concentrate in her stomach the power that she feels in her body. There is a seal there. Sure asked cautiously that isn't the body of pure yin sealed. He replied that the energy of her pure body was too strong, and the remaining part should be purified as soon as possible. Seeing that the girl gradually began to come to her senses, the man asked if she wanted to kill the enemy with her own hands. He will give her this opportunity now. Let him think about the pure yin energy in his body and about the many years of hatred. Su Chanxin appeared before her worst enemy, who had tormented her for many years. The woman began nervously asking what she was doing. The girl silently put her hand to her head, and the head of the clan screamed for her to spare her, because she didn't want to die. Within seconds, Tianyue was frozen under a thick layer of ice. The system noted that the white-haired girl is very strong. She felt cold even just from the sight. Chi-E said that this is only the remaining power of the sealed yin. If you give her the opportunity to improve, she will be able to freeze everything with just one glance. According to legend, those who have undergone cultivation of the yin body can even freeze time. Meanwhile, the former captive hit the frozen tormentor with an ice stalactite. After this, the head of the Tianin demon sect was torn into hundreds of pieces of ice and was destroyed. When the girl returned to Chenny's arms, he noted that the pure yin power in her body had almost been released. The Heaven Master system exclaimed that a new secret mission had appeared, quite quickly this time. We need to help Chanxin free himself from the negative emotions accumulated over the past years. The reward for this is 5,000 points and one item. If she fails, her negative emotions will turn into demons and she will take the path of a demon. The man noted that it would not be bad if the mission appeared a little earlier and asked Sure to find a deserted place because he wants to heal the girl's wounds. Xiao reported that she was beginning to determine coordinates for her master. Looking at the girl, the teacher said that the inner demon, the body of pure yin, was all the white-haired demonic ancestor who once destroyed countless worlds during the war. The situation became more and more interesting. The new location for the children to live was the Dao Palace within the boundaries of the celestial networks. The new student had not yet come to her senses and was lying in bed. The system noticed that she was moaning and crying in her sleep, which meant she was having nightmares. In her visions, there was a day when evil barbarians destroyed her clan. Everything around was on fire. The bloody corpses of loved ones were everywhere, and the attackers were given orders not to leave anyone alive. The head of the demon sect was holding her father and draining spiritual energy from him, shouting for him to quickly tell him where the girl with the body of pure yin was. In front of the girl's eyes, her mother was killed, who with the last of her strength said that her daughter should run away as soon as possible. After that, Su Changqing suddenly opened her eyes and began to breathe heavily. Looking around, the student could not understand how she ended up here and where she was. Chenny's voice came and said that there were clothes on the table, let her put them on and come up. When the girl left the room, she saw the teacher sitting at the tea table and invited her to come along. Chen Yi began asking her questions about whether she felt discomfort, whether she remembered anything from her life before she was taken into the demon sect. But Su was at a loss and could not answer anything. The man asked the system why it was in this state. After checking the data, she replied that the girl was in good physical health. After that, he turned to the girl again and asked if she understood why she was saved. Chanxin silently began to undress. The mentor and the heavenly patron system were at a loss as to what she was doing. Taking off her clothes and covering her chest with her hands, Su said an incomprehensible set of words consisting of revenge, body, you. After that, the girl climbed up to the teacher and began trying to take off his clothes. The man stopped the girl, who had tears streaming down her cheeks, told her to get dressed and that she apparently understood everything wrong. Then he added that he did not save her for the sake of a pure yin body. She is a girl, and in the future she shouldn't undress so easily in front of everyone. If Su really wants to repay his kindness, then he should just bow to him as his teacher. The girl submissively bowed her head in front of him. Tears did not stop flowing from her eyes. After that, she completely burst into tears and threw herself into his arms. Chen Yi said that from now on the girl is his disciple, and no one in the 10,000 heavenly worlds will be able to mock her anymore. The task was completed. The system reported that this time everything went much more smoothly than last time. After some time, Shanxin was cultivating her spiritual energy, while the mentor and Shuri watched her. Xiao said that it's quite cold near Su. Maybe we should sit further away. He replied that the girl had never cultivated, and this was the first time she controlled her qi, so she needed to wait a little longer. In Tian Luo, the aura is heterogeneous. There is a lot of negative yin force, and these are favorable conditions for the emergence of the demonic path. According to the story, Su barely escaped disaster, namely that she could go mad from the demonic Tao. The demon inside her played a crucial role in making the breakthrough, and now that she became his student, the trajectory of fate has changed. If she does not become the progenitor of demons in the future, then what impact will it have on thousands of worlds? The girl approached the teacher, holding 2 books in her hands, and said that she had studied them. The man replied that after she finished manipulating the qi, it was necessary to combine the 2 techniques together for cultivation. Patting her on the head, he added that the generation of Tao will help forge the body and purify the spiritual energy, and the reverse law of latent yin power is a technique for cultivating her body of pure yin power. Only by connecting them will she be able to gradually remove the seal that her mentor has placed on her. By this moment, the girl should probably feel a flow of yin energy in her lower abdomen. Lifting up her skirt, Shansan showed the pattern that appeared on her stomach and said, "Print, here." The man immediately slapped her on the head with the bundle and told her to immediately lower her clothes. Then he added that now she needs to develop, and after she reaches the level of the mortal realm, he will undertake her training. If she doesn't want to go back to those days when she was a victim, then she has to become strong. The girl sighed heavily and modestly replied that she understood everything. The owner approached Xiao Shi and said that he wanted to use the lottery system. She happily stated that she even stopped freezing as soon as she heard about it and began preparing. Rewards for tasks completed by Chen Yi earlier amount to exactly 10 attempts to win. The man replied that so many times is too troublesome, so he uses everything at once. The system replied that, of course, you just need to press the 10 in a row button. After his actions, the Wheel of Fortune began to spin very quickly. The arrow stopped again in front of the golden artifact, just like last time. Chen Yi thought to himself that why did it seem that the chances of getting 10 in a row were lower than if they were rolled separately? The system asked him for permission to draw out what fell out now. After the celestial patron system looked into the portal, she said in confusion, "Master." The man calmly asked what was there. Could it be that an aggressive artifact had fallen out again? Xiao Shi replied that not really, this magic weapon just looks a little strange. She began to pull it out and say that she didn't know what it was, and that it was better for the owner to look for himself. A brightly glowing sphere rose to the ceiling and illuminated the room like the sun. Gradually it began to crack, and the image of a girl could be seen from it. It was a heavenly anthropomorphic doll, Fulin, which responds to the call of the owner and condescends. The system exclaimed that the owner was incredibly lucky, because this was a puppet with intelligence, which was also of heavenly rank. The student looked at it in confusion and asked what it was. Chene replied that this was his new magic weapon. She read that her cultivation is comparable to the level of the heaven and human realm. This doll has the ability to learn martial arts and cultivate following its owner. She can even transform into any woman. The man noted that even he did not have such a magical weapon in his collection. Then he ordered Fulin to transform. She obediently answered, "I obey," and turned into an exact copy of Su Chanxin. The system exclaimed in surprise that they could not be distinguished. The girl became nervous, but the teacher calmed her down and said that it was just a change in appearance, nothing special. Then, touching her hair, Chenny noted that she had not only adopted her appearance, but also her cultivation level. He could even sense the body's energy of pure yin power. With the level of the heaven and human realm, she can also take the form of a host, but unfortunately, Shansen cannot use it. Shuri suggested that if it does not suit the younger student, then it can be given to the older one. The man glanced at Xiao Shi, and she was already afraid that she had blurted out something wrong. He replied that she had correctly noticed this and ordered the access rights to be changed to make Qian Fan the second owner. Then he turned to the doll and said that she would go to the world of the ruler of people and would help cleanse it. Having listened to the task, the puppet answered, "I obey," and at the same second evaporated. Meanwhile, in the world of the human lord, the princess of the Xianyuan dynasty dealt with another demon. She sat and wrote down her achievements in a book, namely, a turtle in the East China Sea that caused a tsunami, a huge snake that did evil in Shan'an, and this cunning, intoxicating voice. She then continued to list the dragon who caused the splitting of the earth and the evil cultivator who used the souls of infants to create soul weapons. After that, she grabbed her head and desperately shouted why there were so many of them and how long it would take. Suddenly, a brightly luminous sphere, reminiscent of a meteorite, began to rapidly fall from the sky and hit the ground with all its might. The Empress felt the spiritual energy of the kingdom of heaven and people and could not understand whether this was an enemy attack. Seeing the white-haired girl, Tsi was surprised who she was and why she came here. She turned to Qian Fan and said that the goal was confirmed. Fulin welcomes the new owner. The first student completely ceased to understand what was happening. After this, a hologram of the teacher appeared. The Lord of People was very glad to see him. Chen Yi reported that Fulin is a heaven-ranked puppet, comparable to the cultivation of the heaven and human realm, can take the form of any woman. During his absence, she will help her cleanse the world of the ruler of people. Then the Empress began to examine her and said that a heavenly-level puppet and a white-haired girl, where did he find them for her? Taking her cheeks, she said that this face looked cold and not at all cute. Then she asked if she could change the image. The doll replied that it could turn into everything that the owner saw and not only people. Qian Fan thought for a second and said that since she can take the form of anyone, then let her turn into a teacher. The puppet answered, "I obey," and began to transform. She and the snake watched her with great interest. As a result, having completed the transformation, the doll turned into a teacher. The only nuance was that it was in the form of a woman. The Lord of People exclaimed that she had forgotten that she could only transform into a female gender. Then she threw herself into the copy's arms, saying that be that as it may, the teacher is still cute in this guise. She's so big and soft and smells just like him. Chen Yi, who was watching this action, was absolutely not delighted. Suddenly, the puppet spoke with the teacher's voice and said, "San Qin is a miniature heavenly thunder technique." After this, the Empress was immediately struck by a bolt of lightning and fell to the ground, slightly smoking. The teacher image said that it was an anthropomorphic spiritual weapon with a mind of its own. In the future, it will develop with her. Since he is now in the Tianluo world, the doll will mentor Qi in his place. Then he added that he took on a new student. And from that moment on, the Lord becomes the elder sister. She needs to pay more attention to cultivation, otherwise the younger one may soon overtake her. Having finished his speech, Chen Yi disappeared, and the puppet said that this is all he wanted to tell her. Qian Fan sat angry and muttered that he slipped her some kind of fulin and also used a thunder spell against her. The other day she reached the realm of enlightenment and generally worked hard while the teacher was away. Gradually, the teacher's words reached her that she had a little sister, and since she was next to the teacher, she would definitely cultivate quickly. The Empress immediately began to get nervous and shout that she could not lose to her. No matter how many more brothers and sisters there will be in the future, only Qi can remain his most beloved student. After her stormy speech, a beep sounded, and the doll reported that the voice transmission function was turned on. The Taoist master was online and began to voice everything that Qian Fan was saying. She tried to close her mouth or somehow turn her off. Meanwhile, our heroes arrived in the territory of the Abyss Demons, the city of Huayan. Discussions immediately began around who these two white-haired people were, whether they were father and daughter by chance. The young man suggested that they had come to the Tianluo mountain range. There were rumors that some kind of treasure was appearing there, and the recent increase in the number of cultivators from various sects was most likely due to this. The system exclaimed that this was Su Chanxin's hometown, and she thought that all settlements in this world were gloomy. The owner replied that in the future, the Tianluo world will become a den of demonic cultivators, but that is still a long way off. The girl looked around cautiously and pressed herself close to the man. Xiao Shi said that she was just scared of people. They are both too noticeable with their white hair, and Chanson is not used to such attention. Chen Yi said that Qi did not have this problem. The system explained that the girl had been imprisoned in a dark room for a long time. Her parents have been dead for a long time, and it is clear that she lacks a sense of security. The Lord thought about her words and carefully took the girl by the hand. Then he added that if she was scared, she could calmly hold on to him. Su took his arm and did not take her eyes off him. Voices immediately began to be heard around that they looked like a couple, and the system said that they attracted even more attention. Chen Yi stated that he allowed her to hold on to him instead of staring like that. She noted that the owner seemed to really love the new student. Qian Fan had never had such an attitude before. Suddenly, an alarm sounded. The Heavenly Patron system immediately reported that a hidden task had appeared. Growing up, Su took on many students with the same bitter destinies. Subsequently, they became one of the most ferocious demons, from which the name of the ancestor came. Every student she accepts will bring a reward to the owner. The reward for the task will be 10,000 master points. Sure crossed out the penalty for non-compliance because this cannot happen. It was also stated that the task is limited to the Tianluo world, and points will be counted after leaving it. Chen Yi had no idea how she would recruit students. Xiao said that this is why he needs to guide her, because there is a chance that it will be difficult for her to talk to ordinary people. Suddenly, all the locals started running somewhere and shouting joyfully that they had finally arrived. These were the holy maiden from the palace of the Jade Maiden, Gu Yuehan, and the son of the Taoist of the first Tao sect, Li Chanshen. Everyone around admired how beautiful they were. Chen Yi noted that these are middle and initial stage divine souls. Are they really the only talents in Tianluo? Shi replied that the talented ancestress herself was next to him, and the audience would soon forget this garbage. A man turned to our heroes and said that in appearance it seemed that they were from a famous family. Would they be interested in taking part in the auction held by his personal company, Cloud Dragon? Weapons, equipment, and pills will be displayed there. Also some rare treasures that have not yet been identified. Also present will be the Holy Maiden, the son of a Taoist and the king of the Golden Spear. After thinking a little, the man said to show them the way to the auction site. The room looked like a circus arena, in the center of which there was a small stage with a presenter, and people were located in a circle. The guy took them to a separate room and said that this was a special place for them. Chenny asked what his name was and why he thought they had the right to do so. The young man introduced himself as Lin Yi and said that he had been working for more than 10 years. He is known for his golden eyes and jade face. As soon as he saw them, he felt that they were unusual and would be good clients of the Chamber of Commerce. Su Changqing asked if they weren't supposed to go to the Tianluo mountain range. The teacher explained that his subjects had not yet fully awakened, so there was no point in going there yet. The prizes that are awarded in the lottery are of no use here, so she may be able to choose something suitable for herself. The girl was just about to ask about the lottery when the voice of the host was heard, thanking everyone for their decision to participate in the Cloud Dragon Chamber of Commerce auction. He declared it officially open and unveiled the first lot, Snowy Spiritual Yin Ginseng, which is a spiritual medicine obtained from the Tianluo mountain range itself. If anyone present practices yin techniques, it is exceptionally suitable for them, but even if not, then it can still be taken to improve their cultivation. Some began to place their bets, starting from 1,500 spirit stones. Li Chanshen believed that being interested in selling worldly things was not in the spirit of a holy maiden. Gu Yuehan replied that even though they are of no use to them, there are many disciples in the sect, so it would not hurt to look at them. One of those present was Xiaonan. A voice was heard from her ring that said that this spiritual ginseng was good for him and he wanted it. Immediately after this, she bet much more than everyone else present. The lot was actually sold to her, but at the last moment someone decided to offer more. It was the Holy Virgin. The Taoist son clearly did not understand why she needed this root. People immediately began to say that if she named her price, then that was it. He was sold. You cannot offend the palace of the Jade Maiden because of some herb. Xiaonan became angry. The voice from the ring said that they could not grab her now, so they would retreat. The girl replied that when she reaches the kingdom of heaven and people, she will definitely fight Gu and bring her to her knees. Chen Yi noted her familiar aura and said, "It's interesting that there are still two of them." Su looked at him questioningly. Chansen felt the yin energy emanating from the spiritual ginseng, but did not know how many spiritual stones it was worth. The teacher said that she could place the bet at her own discretion. Li noted that the maiden wants to get the root at any cost. She replied that the auction involves offering the highest bid, and if he wants, he can also participate. The young man sarcastically replied that he wouldn't dare. Suddenly, from somewhere above, a voice was heard that offered 100,000 stones. The maiden and the son of the Taoist were at a loss as to who dared to outbid her bid. It was Su Chanxin who timidly held the sign and attracted a lot of attention. There was immediately a buzz in the hall and a lot of questions about who this rich girl was, because 100,000 stones was almost equal to the annual expenses of an average sect. It wasn't even that, but the fact that the white-haired girl dared to challenge the Holy Maiden. This was an interesting performance for them, because this bet could be compared to slapping Gu Yuehan. Li Chanshen began to be indignant at what sect this girl was from, And how dare he take away what their holy maiden had her eye on? Gu replied that there was no need to worry. It was just ginseng. Xiao Nan was glad that the girl was put in her place, but noted that the white-haired girl was apparently rich and needed to be robbed after the auction. The ring said not to play with death because, apparently, there is no simple sect behind it. No one else offered a higher bid, and the presenter solemnly announced that this lot was going to the girl from the seventh box. For some reason, Su Chanshin was scared and upset at the same time, and then asked the teacher if she had done something wrong. Chen Yi reassured her by saying that she can bet on anything she likes. The system reported that any copy from the owner's collection could be purchased by the entire world. At this time, she was giving him a massage, and the owner asked for a little stronger. Hearing the phrase, a little stronger, Su felt that the teacher believed that her price was not high enough, and she could not disgrace her teacher. The ruler thought to himself that it would be interesting to meet an astral body and a traveler here at the same time, so this auction can be considered worthwhile. Noticing that the owner was smiling slightly, the system asked if something good had happened. After these words, his hands reached out to her. He began to pull her cheeks and say that travelers had appeared. One was an astral body that had penetrated this world. The second was the remnant of a soul. Ring exclaimed that someone had spotted them. Nan immediately asked what this person's cultivation level was. Someone from the ring said they would check it out. Inside a stone, there was an illusory space in which a girl hovered, Qin Shuang. She reported that the enemy's aura had disappeared. Xiao then asked for help to hide her own aura so that she could escape. Qing Shuang replied that it was impossible to run away. There were many people here and disciples of some large sects were present. The enemy does not dare to do anything here, but what will happen outside is unknown. The next item up for auction was the skeleton of a soul realm demonic beast found in an icy mountain range. The presenter did not even have time to provide all the necessary information when Su's voice was heard from the seventh box, offering 1 million spiritual stones for him. Everyone looked in her direction in shock. The Taoist son was indignant that this white-haired girl had gone crazy because such a sum cost the maintenance of their clan for a whole year, and she was going to spend it on some kind of skeleton. Nan thought that this man was a complete idiot. Once the auction price is set, it cannot be waived. If he fails to pay, then everyone present has the right to try to collect the spiritual stones from him. Su Chanxin was perplexed by this reaction from the audience and asked whether it was possible to offer 1 million. The presenter immediately shouted that of course it was possible and began the countdown, but it was already clear that no one would offer a large amount. He then solemnly declared that the skeleton of the demonic beast would go into the hands of the buyer from the seventh lodge. The girl was happy about this. The heavenly patron system asked how many zeros there are in 1 million and whether it could make such bets. The owner replied that it didn't matter. Let the girl have fun. The presenter had not yet even had time to tell what the third lot meant when Su was already shouting from the balcony, 1 million. After a while, the girl began to drink tea greedily, and the teacher said that he allowed her to place bets and not lose her voice. The system said in confusion that Su had taken so many things that she couldn't even remember what they were. Lin Yi walked up to them and informed them that the auction was over. Now it was time to return to the stage and make a settlement with spiritual stones. Chen Yi and Su Changqing walked to the place where a huge number of boxes with various goods were waiting for them. Everyone immediately began to discuss who they were because white-haired cultivators are not often seen. The girl swept away all the goods, even 1 million each. If they can't pay for what they bought now, then the fun will begin. The host said that there were 64 items in total, and they had to pay a total of 63,100,000 spirit stones. Then he asked how they wanted to pay for everything. The man calmly stated that he did not have any spirit stones. The audience immediately began to shout that they knew that something bad would happen here, because what clan could throw away money like that? If they cannot provide money, they will be turned into slaves. Nan exclaimed that they were two idiots, because behind the Chamber of Commerce there was a celestial being, the Holy Sword of the Southern Sea. It appears that the attention she received earlier was a misunderstanding due to the usual lies of Chamber of Commerce analysis. But then she noticed that the man from the stage was looking at her and grinning. She began to guess who was looking at them before. The presenter stated that one of the owners of the Chamber of Commerce is one of the 5 great celestial beings. If he couldn't provide the spiritual stones and pay off the auction, then they would have to act according to the rules. The previously silent Su Chanxin exclaimed that they had no right to insult the teacher, and a sword appeared in her hands. Chen Yi stopped her and said that he really didn't have such a mundane thing as spiritual stones, but he heard that they can be replaced with jewelry. Then he stated that in that case, let's see how much spiritual stones this item will cost. The man took out a brightly glowing ball that blinded everyone around with a bright light. Those present began to feel the strong pressure of the heaven and human realm level. After this, a powerful energy flow went straight to heaven from the Chamber of Commerce. The celestial of the Abyss Demon region, the Queen of the Night, sensed that another celestial had appeared. The celestial inhabitant of the region, the Tao Vault, the holy sword of the southern sea, also paid attention to the replenishment. Buddha Bodhisattva noted that the layman has mastered a new kingdom, and this is wonderful. The locals did not understand what was happening, but they felt strong spiritual pressure, which made it difficult to breathe. Carelessly throwing the ball back, the man said that they would let them decide how much. It was worth it, and he didn't need change. The teacher threw Su Chanxin a storage ring and told him to pack up all his things because they were leaving. Those present were shocked by what happened, because at that moment it seemed that their soul was about to be crushed. The guys started asking Elder Sin whether they would really let him go so easily, and whether this bead was worth 60 million. The old man replied that they did not understand anything, because this was the pearl of the heavenly spirit. When the holy sword found a fragment of such a bead, it was able to defeat the strongest members of the sects and became a celestial. The pearl can not only release the realm of heaven and people, but if you unravel the remnants of the aura, you can ascend to this realm. He then added that this white-haired Taoist was a powerful celestial being. After his words, Sin ordered to hurry up and prepare people because he wants to return to the main office as soon as possible. Nan asked if the one who listened to them with divine consciousness was the same person by chance. Qin Shuang replied that she couldn't be sure, but if so, then things were bad. They had already died with her, and the man's level was clearly higher than the realm of heaven and people. They urgently need to leave and enter the Tianluo Mountains as soon as possible. Soon a rumor will spread that a new celestial has appeared here, and it will be bad for them if there is a commotion in the world. Xiao said that she wanted to leave, but her legs gave way. The girl stated that Nan, in a past life, was a demon who plunged the world into chaos, and now she has weak legs due to the pressure of a person with the kingdom of heaven and people. What a shame. She replied that if she had known, she would not have sat so close. A few days later, Su Chanxin was cultivating spiritual energy, and the system was sitting nearby, wrapped in a blanket and freezing because of it. She was indignant with herself why the owner left the girl in her room for some time. Then she realized that he had left her alone. Did he really have some business that he didn't want to tell her about? Then she noted that it was normal for the system to worry about the mental and physical state of its ruler. Standing in front of the doors to Chen Yi's room, the system greeted the ladies and gentlemen and stated that she was Xiao Shi's special correspondent today. Today she arrived to reveal to everyone the secret of why her master, the Tao Master, is so strong. Then she looked into his room, but the man was simply sleeping, and she believed that a creature of his level had no need to sleep. Noticing the books on the nightstand, the system noted that he reads them even in bed. Could they really be the secrets of his powerful techniques? But these turned out to be reference books from the parents' collection by type: A Child's Heart, Education with Love, A Teacher's Guide. She remembered his words that he never took on students, which means he himself studied this secretly and did not want her to know. The system turned to the sleeping man and said, although he often mocks her, she will make him the most powerful master in heaven. Chen Yi can trust her more than now. She might not be very helpful, but she will try. Suddenly the alarm clock rang. The system was frightened by surprise and complained why the time was set to now. The sleepy man slapped her hand across the face to stop the ringing. Then he said that he needed to be more conscious about his work as an alarm clock and asked why she came in and didn't stay outside. Holding her head, she promised that she would not tell anyone that he was secretly reading books on education. Chen Yi said that she misunderstood everything. He wrote these books himself. The task requires Su to recruit students, but at the moment, given her temperament, this is not very realistic. So he wrote down his tips that might be useful to her. Shai thought that something was wrong here. Why these records? After some time, our heroes went to the Tianluo mountain range. The teacher turned to Su and said that this time he would supervise her learning here. She just needs to train well and improve her strength, but also this time there is an additional condition. She needs to find someone who can join her during practice. The system added that the owner wants her to find someone with whom she can team up in order to overcome her social phobia. Chenny said that she still cannot control the body of pure yin, and the unconscious release of this energy during battle may affect others. She needs to strive to find a way to control her physique. The girl replied that she would work on it and then jumped down from the kite to the mountain ridge. The system asked in surprise that at the level of the mortal realm they could fly. The Lord replied that no, and he did not teach her the art of flight. Shu concluded that she died without completing her mission. Who would have thought that the great ancestor of demons would fall to her death? Now the task has been failed, and you can go to another world. The man asked what she was talking about. The system immediately said that it was just joking. Meanwhile, Shansan hit the ground with all her might. Raising her head, the girl confidently said that she would not let her teacher down. Qin Shuang said that this whole world is now talking about the white-haired man. A mysterious celestial being of unknown origin has caused too much commotion. All the monks from the nearby sects, as well as the body of Tao, are heading here. Demons will probably be active too, so trying to get that thing at this point is dangerous. Nan was indignant why she was so unlucky. No one knew about this artifact before, and now the eyes of the whole world are focused on this ridge. The girl's spirit tried to reassure her that such things happen in life and it's better to keep a low profile. Xiao rudely pushed her away and said that if the celestial being had not made a noise, she would have gotten there long ago and taken possession of the treasure. Suddenly they heard some footsteps and a quiet growl. A large beast began to approach them. When he suddenly jumped out, Nan realized that it was an ancient moonwolf. She was not afraid at all. Telling her companion that it was just a demonic beast from the spiritual sea realm, let her just watch and grabbed her sword. But suddenly the same white-haired girl from the Chamber of Commerce appeared and rushed into battle. Luna Wolf was destroyed in a matter of seconds using her ice powers. Nan never expected to see her here at all. Su realized that the girl knew her and asked if this was true. Xiao replied that the girl who left a lot of money at that auction and the heavenly spirit pearl that shocked the entire Huan city could not go unnoticed and asked where that Taoist was. Chanson replied that the teacher was not here now and sat down with a knife near the corpse of the killed animal. It dawned on Nan that they were mentor and student and not relatives as everyone thought. Then she said that in this case, she would leave all the monsters to a new friend because she herself needed to go and ran away. On the way, she lamented that the last thing she wanted was to run into this couple, and as luck would have it, that's exactly what happened. Spirit picked up that she felt they could get into big trouble if they contacted them. Holding the carved core of a demonic beast in her hands, Shansen looked after her in confusion. The words of the teacher were heard in her head, who said that she needed to find a person who would go through the learning process with her. After that, she immediately ran to catch up with the fugitive. Nan did not expect such a turn and shouted at her to leave her alone. At that time, the system was rooting for Su and saying that it had practically caught up with it. Then she asked the owner if this girl, with 2 buns on her ponytail, had really been chosen by him as a student, since there seemed to be nothing special about her. The man calmly replied that they had come to Tianluo world. Shi was surprised why he spoke in the plural. Isn't the traveler alone? Chen Yi said that the second one is just an astral body which is enclosed in a ring on her finger. It's better to keep them on the hook from the beginning than to get them into trouble in the future. Meanwhile, Nan fell into the snow and said that she could no longer run, then turned to Su and asked what she needed from her. Chanson stammered that she needed a companion in order to study. The girl sarcastically said that she had a teacher. With such a celestial being protecting her, it shouldn't be scary at all on the mountain ridge, because no one would dare to harm her. The white-haired girl replied that this time in the mountains she would study on her own, and the teacher would intervene only if any unforeseen situations arose. Xiao realized that they were being followed from the very beginning. Most likely the Taoist is currently looking at them from somewhere. The girl grabbed her head and wondered where she could have sinned like that. The astral body said, "There is a saying that if something is destined to happen, then it cannot be avoided, no matter how hard she tries. It's better to do this. Otherwise, they will both be finished if they anger the patron of heaven." Nan was indignant that when there is no body, chatting will not hurt your back. If this monk turns out to be a pervert, she will turn her in first. Then she told Su that she understood everything, and then they would temporarily travel with her. Chanson extended her hand and said that she should shake it. That's how the teacher taught it. The girl casually replied that she could shake it if she wanted. Then she introduced herself and said that she was waiting for her instructions. In her heart, the white-haired girl was glad that she managed to find a partner. Deep in the dark Tianluo Ridge, it was very gloomy, and a large number of corpses of lost people were floating in the local river. The girl's voice said that greed is the original sin of man. This world has forgotten who guarded it and who allowed it to live in safety for thousands of years. Looking at the coffin, she continued that the fools whom the deceased protected had forgotten about this, and now they want to disturb her peaceful sleep. But she cannot allow this. They all just want her, so let them come and be buried right here. The son of Tao and the holy maiden, on the way to the ridge, were caught in a sudden strong snowstorm and noted that it seemed that the rumors were true. Sitting near the fire, Sue asked what was happening. Nan replied that it seemed to have awakened earlier than expected. The system and the ruler were also a little confused that this happened so soon. From somewhere, from the depths of the mountains, a bright energy beam came out straight into the heavens. On the way, Xiao felt wildly cold due to the strong wind and snow. Qin Shuang said that the most magical weapon is an evil object. The yin power emanating from it is not simple, so she needs to be careful and not allow evil to enter her body. Looking back, Nan was surprised that her new acquaintance walked absolutely calmly and did not tremble, despite the fact that her clothes were quite open. She asked if the girl wasn't cold at all. She replied that no. Then Xiao asked if the teacher had given her some protective artifacts from the power of yin. Sue answered no again and lifted her skirt to show the seal. Then she explained that she had the body of pure yin. The teacher told her that all the yin power and evil energy will be absorbed and converted into her spiritual power, so she does not feel the cold. The astral body from the ring and Nan were shocked by what they heard. Chanson suggested coming closer to her, and she would absorb the cold yin energy. Maybe it would help her warm up a little. But the girl decided to play around and said that the girl was only at the level of the mortal realm, but she was very strong. It cannot be affected in any way by any frosty air. The student took her hand and said that it was not just cold air and, after doing some manipulations, asked if it had become better. Nan was surprised that it seemed that part of the cold aura had disappeared, which meant that she truly had a pure yin body. Xiao was once a famous demon in heaven, but this girl surprised her. Qin Shuang noted that she was not only raised as a vessel, but also came of age. The Taoist probably values her, so you should be careful with her. The system was happy that the baby had a friend, which meant everything was going well. The owner agreed that the progress is not bad, but the training is just beginning. After a moment, he fell silent and, apparently sensing something, said, "He has arrived." Suddenly, straight from heaven, a spear began to fly at the girls at breakneck speed. Quickly grabbing Chanson, Nan jumped with it to the side so that it wouldn't hit them. Sue asked in confusion what was going on. Nan said that there is an enemy there and we need to be careful. Looking at the weapon stuck in the ground, she noted that it was a spear made of black gold that could break mountains. Next, his owner appeared, who said that it was surprising how they were able to dodge his blow. Apparently, they clearly had some skills. The young man's name was Che Shen, the king of the golden spear, with an average level of the soul realm. He believed that he was the fastest, but he did not expect that two girls could overtake him. The astral body said that according to the information she had collected earlier, this guy is the prince of the Huchu dynasty from the Dao Arch region, a real young genius, and even all of them together are no match for him. After listening to his merits, Nan noted that the prince of the golden spear was the last person she would like to meet here. Qin Shuang noted that he is not chasing profit, only skirts, so you can try to seduce him and run away. While she was freaking out that she would rather become a servant for that white-haired Taoist than use her seduction skills on this arrogant one, Sue ran towards him. The girl hit him with all her strength with her ice sword, but he managed to stop it with a spear. The young man noted that the ice chi was certainly interesting, but it was too weak and threw the girl aside with a flourish. Having looked at her more closely, the young man thought to himself that she was still a beauty and it would be difficult for him to raise his hand to her. He decided to simply knock out Sue and take him to the palace. After that, he began to spin the golden spear in his hands. Dozens of sharp spears immediately flew towards our heroine at great speed. Chanson managed to put ice protection on herself, but the weapon pierced through it and destroyed it. The pikes wounded the white-haired girl to the point of bleeding. Nan thought that things were bad. The Golden Spear King said that she has low cultivation, but she is quite hot-tempered. He does not feel disgust towards such people, therefore. If she agrees to become his 375th concubine in the harem, he will spare her life. Seeing that the girl could barely stand up, leaning on her sword, the young man repeated his proposal. Chanson did not answer anything and silently, with the last of her strength, raised her weapon upward. Che Shen said that the white-haired girl managed to attract his attention. A woman like her is worth winning and hopes that she is as good in bed as she is now. Nan's voice rang out. saying that she had heard a lot about his mastery of martial arts. She and her sister have admired him for a long time but could not get to know each other. Today they met in person for the first time, and the girl was worried. Maybe the gentleman will calm down and listen to her. Her voice and gaze had a hypnotic effect on the young man. In this world, everyone only knows about the golden spear, the son of a Taoist and the holy maiden, but in her opinion, the master is much better. Unlike him, who became famous for defeating other clans single-handedly, they only profit from the glory of their sects. The young man replied that she was shrewd because none of them could compare with the blow of his spear. Nan asked if, for her sake, he could not worry about her sister and take them both into his harem. The girl put her breasts forward and said that the two of them would be obedient and would obediently serve him. The bewitched guy replied that it was good, and as long as they obeyed the king, he would give them anything they wanted. She pressed herself against him and said that there was something she wanted. The young man said that if only he would say it, he would get a star from the sky for her sake. But she replied that she wanted his life and grabbed his hand. Together with Qin Shuang, they shouted the concentration technique, sealed and firmly fixed the young man. After that, wishing him death, Nan struck him in the face with her scythes, to which small balls were tied. Then she added that she was sick of such a person and let him go to the ruler of the underworld, Yan Vanu. But Che Shen was not going to give up, and having come to his senses, immediately launched his spear at her. The girl was thrown to the side by the blow. The astral body, with excitement in her voice, asked how she was. Xiao replied that there were a couple of broken ribs, but she was not dead yet. Holding on to the impact, the Spear King was furious at how she dared to attack him on the sly. Shouting that he would tear her into small pieces, a spear was again launched at the traveler. Qin Shuang shouted that she would block him, but Nan replied that it was too late. Suddenly, Shansan appeared in front of her and tried to stop the weapon with her sword. But the spear flew at too high a speed, and she was unable to hold it, so it flew further, wounding her in the shoulder. The white-haired girl fell on her back, unconscious, bleeding. Having called the girls the last words, the young man hissed how dare they disfigure his face. He will make them regret that they were born. The guy will break all their bones one by one and kill all their loved ones, from family to teachers. Then he raised up a pentagram with magical symbols. He had a spatial artifact in his hands, which meant things were really bad. Somewhere beyond the Tianluo Ridge, the guards of the arrogant king noticed in the sky his call to appear immediately, which means he was in danger and needed to go quickly. The king of the golden spear began to threaten that when these scum came here, he would make the girls beg for mercy. Nan grabbed the sword and the astral body asked what she was going to do. The girl said that she would not be able to live in peace if she did not finish him off. Qin Shuang asked her not to be stupid because when the guards come, they will all die. They need to leave. The traveler shouted that he should then die first and rush to attack him. But unfortunately, nothing worked out for her. The young man grabbed her tightly by the neck and began to choke her. With the last of her strength, she croaked, "Su Chanxin, what are you waiting for?" And it dawned on the disfigured guy that there was someone behind him. She hit him with her sword as hard as she could and pierced him through. Blood gushed from his mouth and wound. Qin Shuang shouted that it was too risky. Xiao retorted that if you don't cut it down at the root, there will be no end to the consequences. The astral body shouted that it was necessary to leave urgently, because when the guards came here, they would not survive. Nan, coughing up blood, said she understood this. Looking at Su Chanxin, who was lying unconscious, the girl stated that if she died, her teacher would undoubtedly be so furious that he would destroy the entire Heavenly Sea Sect for her. Thus, the Taoists' attention will not be focused on them. They only know her briefly, so let her forgive her. Meanwhile, the system said in alarm that it had blocked this area of space, just as the owner had said. All those subordinates were individually transported by her into outer space. Chen Yi stated that if this Golden Spear King had simply met the two girls face to face, he would not have interfered. It should have been an experience for them. But the peak of the soul realm met the level of the mortal realm and the spirit sea realm. If he is not confident in his skills and calls for reinforcements to help him in battle, then do not accuse him of discourtesy. Shi tried to calm him down and said that the baby's wound was very small and could be cured in one fell swoop. The owner exhaled and said that he understood that injuries cannot be avoided during training. He then added that now that the training was completed, there was no longer any need to keep this man alive. Xiao was surprised that he was still alive. The young man sat holding his wound and said that when he returns to the Heavenly Sea Sect, he will destroy their entire family, and in general, why these loser guards have not yet come. Suddenly, everything around him began to shake, and the guy thought that an earthquake had begun, but huge blocks of stone seemed to grow from under the ground. He shouted who and what this spell was. Chenny quietly said that he had no right to know and clenched his fist. In the blink of an eye, the young man was crushed by them, so much so that there was no wet spot left. The system stated that this time he was definitely dead. Fortunately, he did not destroy this world. She was scared. He replied that it was a small fight, but with a low level she was not afraid to fight. The other two girls knew they were outmatched, but their seduction plan didn't work. Then he added that after that, the real training would begin. What interesting events will happen in the future with the ancestor of demons and the travelers? Dragging Su Chanxin on her back, Nan was indignant that this boar girl looked so thin and small, but why was she so heavy? The astral body said that if it's hard, then just let her lay it down. She replied that in her entire life, she had never owed anyone anything, but this girl saved her. How could she leave her? Then she panted that if Qin Shuang were not a spirit, she would have pushed Su onto her long ago. Then she asked what the situation was around. The spirit looked back and said that no one was chasing them, which means they managed to break away. Suddenly the girl tripped over the root of a tree and fell face down with all her might, dropping her fellow traveler to the ground. She grabbed her head and began to lament why she received such heavenly punishment, both in a past life and in this one. In the air, it was not clear from where. Magical rays appeared, which were heading straight towards the white-haired girl. Having flown up to her, they began to heal her wound, which appeared after a strong blow from a spear. Two travelers, watching this, did not understand what was happening. The girl's spirit suggested that this looked like a breakthrough. At this time, the system lamented that things were bad and Shansan's vital signs were falling. The owner replied that everything was fine and this was an omen of her breakthrough. She absorbs a lot of yin energy, and thanks to this battle, Su can no longer suppress the spiritual energy in her body. Then, he added that, let him look carefully. He had never seen the body of pure yin that formed the spiritual sea. Xiao was outraged that she was about to break into the spiritual sea realm in such a place. Qin Shuang noted that she was absorbing a lot of yin from the mountain range. If she continued, she might attract the attention of the righteous sects. If she was interrupted, she would no longer be able to cultivate in this life. But in a cursed place like this, even demonic beasts would be alarmed by the noise, not like sects. A growl began to be heard around, and the astral body said that they were surrounded. There were so many animals that it was impossible to count. They growled terribly and quietly approached our heroines from the forest. Nan, barely able to stand on her feet, was about to go fight them, but her broken ribs did not allow her to do this, and the girl tried to stop her. The girl said that these were just a couple of demonic beasts and she could handle them. Huge beasts began to attack the traveler from all sides. Xiao shouted to the white-haired girl that now it was her turn to put on a show. It's a shame she can't enjoy its splendor. She began to wave the sword around her and call on the most arrogant of them to come closer to her so that she would kill him first. The demonic beasts attacked her one by one, and she managed to successfully dodge, but the wound from the last battle tormented her. Screaming that she hated these furry creatures most of all, the girl decided to use the tornado technique and began to spin her braids with heavy balls at the ends, striking these animals. Qin Shuang was taken aback because she had not seen Nan use this before and asked where she learned it. She replied that she was so talented that she came up with it on the fly. Then she added that she would find a way to get her out, so let her run as far as possible. She is never lucky, so there is no need to look for her in the next reincarnation. The spirit replied that there was no need to talk nonsense. You can only be reborn once, so let her concentrate. The system noted that this pink-haired girl has good skills. It is not surprising that the owner saw her as a student for Su. The man replied that it was a pity that she was only in the spiritual sea realm and was also seriously injured. Chanxin's absorption of a large amount of yin had already attracted demonic beasts within a 10-li radius, and among them were several at the peak of the soul realm. She won't last long. Shari asked what to do then. Chenny replied that this is also his test, but if anything he will lend a helping hand before things get out of control. He was interested to see how far Nan would go for a stranger he had known for less than a day. Meanwhile, Su Changqing still had not completed the transition and was almost completely covered in ice. In her vision, she heard her mother's voice calling her name and asking her to come up. She threw herself into her arms, cried, and said that she missed her very much. The woman replied that she also missed her very much, only now she was in pain and showed a huge wound in her abdomen. Her mother took her face with bloody hands and asked if she had forgotten how her beloved mother died. Instead of her face, an image of some kind of monster appeared, which added that not only her mother, but also her father, brothers, and sisters, and also her family's faithful old servant, as well as her little pet. The girl grabbed her head and screamed. But the creature continued to put pressure on her and say that they all died because of her, namely because the girl was cowardly. Did she really never want to take revenge for everything and everyone? Chanson must come and give him her body. Then he can help her deal with everyone. He continued to tease the white-haired girl so that she would eventually agree. He said that no one in this world would take care of her the way he did. Others could only harm her, but he would truly help. In words that no one would help her anymore, images of the teacher and everything he had already done for her began to come to Chanson. The girl shouted to the creature that he was a deceiver and she would never give him her body. The woman was indignant. How can Sue still resist? Because she is the only one who is not interested in her pure yin body. Wiping away tears, the girl answered no. She still has a teacher who truly helps her and she believes in him. These words helped the girl break into the realm of the spiritual sea, and the process was already irreversible. Gradually, the image of the woman disappeared. The last thing she managed to say was that Chanson was lucky this time, but sooner or later she would get to her. The girl began to come to her senses and felt something dripping onto her face. It turned out that this was the blood of Nan, who was beaten and covered in abrasions hanging over her. Looking around, the white-haired girl saw mountains of corpses of demonic animals and was shocked. Xiao said exhaustedly that she could no longer fight. Having muttered that she was leaving the rest of the animals to her, the traveler collapsed unconscious. Meanwhile, the soul realm beast, the Snow Tiger King, was slowly approaching them. Chanson, having healed her wounds and gained strength, was ready for a new battle. The system exclaimed that it was a soul realm demonic beast, and the aura emanating from little Sue was simply amazing. The man said it's interesting that the spiritual sea condensed by the pure yin body turned out to be this color. Sure asked if it shouldn't be gold. Chen A replied that it was gold, but when merging with the pure yin body, a mutation occurred during the condensation process. Before the spiritual sea realm level, she would hardly be able to handle this animal. But at the moment, anything is possible. Let her show the teacher how much the pure yin body has changed after the breakthrough. The huge demonic beast, without wasting a minute, rushed to attack our heroine. When his clawed paws were almost next to her face, the girl managed to lean back in time and remain unharmed. The monster again ran towards the girl in order to strike, and she decided to use the technique, the reverse law of the great yin power. After shouting "moon wheel," icy magical shackles began to hover around the demonic beast. Within seconds, he found himself trapped in ice and frozen to the ground. But this did not delay him for long. He smashed the ice to pieces with his powerful body and became even more angry. Suddenly, the girl overtook him from above and attacked, holding her sword in her hands and again using the law of retroactive yin force. The demonic beast was frozen and then torn into pieces. The Snow Tiger King was defeated. The system admired how wonderful it was. Chen A said that when she felt that her spiritual power was in abundance, she used the techniques written in the book of the reverse law of yin power in order to quickly deal with the threat. The spiritual body of that pink-haired girl continued to guard Chanson until her last strength was exhausted. Whether she's afraid of him or not, her tenacity is commendable. This time, he is happy with all three. Meanwhile, Sue tried to help Nan, who was still passed out, and was preparing to give her a medicine whose properties should bring her back to life. She noted that it was not often that one could see a master so happy, but with such a huge number of demonic beasts and the Snow Tiger King, it was indeed quite difficult to deal with. The man said that this is natural for his students. They shouldn't waste energy on such trifles, and in general it's time for them to go. The celestial patron system asked where they were going this time. He replied that he was going to look at the palace, which had caused strange phenomena on the mountain range. Probably he had awakened the spirit of the artifact. Then he added that it was at that place that their last test would take place. Meanwhile, Su Changqing was sorting through the medicines she had, but couldn't find the right one. Therefore, I decided that it would be better if she drank everything. It wouldn't make things worse anyway. Nan immediately jumped up, holding her throat, and said that she couldn't do this anymore. The owner of a pure yin body was glad that the girl had come to her senses. But the traveler coughed and said that her whole body was burning. What did Sue feed her? But then she felt that her broken ribs had healed and was very surprised. Chanson said that she couldn't remember which of the pills were medicinal, so she decided to give them all at once. Xiao was indignant that she didn't seem like a guinea pig. She suddenly remembered Qing Shuang and started asking if she was okay and if she was just about to dissipate. A voice came from the ring. which said that he had spent all his spiritual strength fighting monsters so that Nan would not have mortal wounds, so in the near future, she would not be able to help her and let her deal with everything herself. The girl sighed with relief that everything was fine with her companion, and she was simply exhausted and would now sleep. Suddenly, Sue began to bow and thank the girl. She was surprised and asked why this should be done. She explained that the teacher said that it is necessary to express gratitude well to those who helped her. Xiao replied that she doesn't like to be indebted to anyone, plus she just cured her and helped her with the king of the spear, so they are even. But the white-haired girl did not let up and said that as a sign of her gratitude, she needed to give a gift and began to take out something. Having pulled out a pile of boxes from the auction, she added that she did not know what item her new friend needed, so let her choose what she wanted. Nan began to sarcastically say that she was deliberately showing off her wealth and showing off. But Shansen didn't understand what it meant to boast about something and asked if she meant that she didn't want any of this or what. Nan kept freaking out and telling her to hide it all. At this time, someone was watching them and telling himself that these girls would certainly become her new victims. It was already getting dark in the forest, so Sue illuminated the road. Xiao was indignant that the spiritual energy of a pure yin body could only be used in this way. The white-haired girl replied that she did not know the flight spells, so nothing could be done about it. Stopping in front of the huge gate, the companions exhaled that they had finally reached this place. Nan admired that the palace was even bigger than she thought, and Shansen looked at it in confusion and asked what kind of place it was. Xiao was taken aback that she didn't know, but Sue calmly replied that the teacher just didn't tell her about it. The traveler grabbed her head and said how it was possible to come here to the mountains without even knowing what was here. This place is very special. Of course, she didn't really want to tell, but she will explain anyway. Several thousand years ago, there was a small world that for unknown reasons was attacked by 3 other united worlds. A terrible, bloody battle broke out between the cultivators of this world and the external invaders. A war of this magnitude affected everyone, and almost half of the living beings were destroyed. The world was on the verge of complete collapse. Just when the small world was practically doomed, the immortal of the transformation realm intervened in this treacherous attack. This immortal sacrificed his entire cultivation to release a very powerful spell that destroyed all the evil practitioners who had invaded the Tianluo world. He saved this world from the attack of 3 hostile worlds. After this celestial being became a legendary saint in Tianluo. At that time, this world was not yet called that. He received his new name in honor of the immortal who sacrificed himself and saved them, Tianluo. Unfortunately, few people now remember this part of history, and this palace is called the Palace of the Luo Emperor. A legendary immortal lived here. It also contains an Earth-rank artifact that was previously buried underground. It can be assumed that without the spiritual energy of its owner, it should have decayed over time, but it is unknown why this palace floated out of the ground, but it can be assumed that this is precisely the spirit of the artifact. The white-haired girl asked how she knew all this. Nan realized that she had blurted out too much. Then she joked that it was nothing special. Everyone in the Tianluo world knows about it. I thought to myself that few people remember the history of the kingdom, and I would have said that the time traveler was a dumbass. Then she said that she needed to consult with Sue and added that the girl was a good fighter, and in this castle, there should be a lot of treasures left by the immortal. All of them will be hers, except for the palace itself and the spirit of the artifact. Shansen replied that she was absolutely not interested in all these things in the building. The girl was taken aback by this news and said that she was clearly mocking her. If she is not interested in either relics or the imperial palace, then what did she forget here? The girl said that she had heard about the imperial exam, where it was not necessary to answer the questions that were at the top of the sheet. If you pass it, you will become a high-ranking official. Xiao didn't understand why she said this. Sue continued that no one picks up the papers after the exam, so what does the Luo Imperial Palace have to do with it? The teacher's intention is for her to grow through the experiences she has at Tianluo Mountain Range. She doesn't know whether he will like the treasures of the palace, but in any case, he can take them himself if that happens. Nan replied that if it was all hers, then so be it. They need to quickly enter the territory before others get ahead of them. Looking around, Xiao said that she thought that such a magical weapon left by the immortal of the transformation realm would be better guarded, but apparently this is not an ordinary relic. Suddenly, the doors of the Imperial Palace suddenly closed. The girls did not expect such a turn of events. Meanwhile, at the other end of the castle, the uninvited guests were attacked by an unknown force. They tried to stay together and not touch her. As soon as she touched those present, they became possessed by a demon. The young man's appearance immediately changed, and he began to say that he would kill everyone around him, and then these kids would become only his. Our heroines immediately took a defensive stance, and Nan said that the spirit of the palace definitely gave birth to the spirit of the artifact. The white-haired girl reported that something was rapidly approaching them. It turned out to be a large gathering of evil spirits that were growling and about to attack them. Xiao could not say anything except swear words, and Su whispered that these were the souls of the dead. This guy is far superior to the ones they dealt with before. Nan grabbed her companion's leg and said that she was terribly afraid of ghosts. Qin Shuang exclaimed that they spent so much time together. Is she really afraid of her too? Xiao burst into tears and said that she has big breasts and a pleasant voice, so it's not scary. The otherworldly force roared even louder, and from this Xiao completely fell into a complete stupor. Pulling herself together, she began shouting for them to get out of here and waving her sword in different directions. While the girl was running back and forth, she accidentally stepped on some button that was hidden in the floor. Immediately, a bright, dazzling light appeared around the girls, which slightly drove away the evil spirits from them. It turned out to be a teleport, which in the blink of an eye took them to the second floor of the Imperial Palace. Nan didn't understand where the teleportation seal came from and decided that it was some kind of prank. After all the disturbances, the pink-haired girl smelled the persistent smell of blood. Looking around, she saw mountains of corpses that were killed in different ways. The girl was horrified and wondered what happened here. The traveler said that they were all dressed in the costumes of the first Tao sect. Could it be that the bloody battle took place due to internal discord? Then she noticed that two people were standing nearby with swords in their hands. When they turned around sharply, the girl recognized the holy maiden, Gu Yuehan, and the son of a Taoist, Li Chanshen. Su asked in surprise how she knew them. Xiao snorted in response that in the whole Tianluo world she is the only one who does not know who they are. Nan exclaimed that they were in big trouble because there was clearly something wrong with those two. It looked like they were possessed. The spirit of the artifact appeared a long time ago, but now she had the feeling that something didn't add up. An unknown force had an impact on her emotions, and now she realized that the palace can manipulate and influence people's feelings. After her thoughts, the holy maiden and the son of the Taoist sharply turned around and headed towards our heroines. They attacked them and started trying to kill them. The girls held the defense as best they could. Nan understood that Li Chanshen had definitely gone crazy, but nevertheless he still possessed a soul realm level. The young man swung and hit Xiao with all his strength so that she flew to the side like a rag doll. Blood gushed from her mouth, and she began to call out to her astral body, shouting that it was enough to sleep. Something had happened. Sleepy Qin Shuang appeared and asked what happened. Nan exclaimed irritably that she finally deigned to wake up. Having assessed the situation around her, the spirit from the ring asked why she contacted these two. The pink-haired girl was indignant, saying that she was blind or something. This couple was under the influence of the palace. And now, since she has already woken up, she must help her deal with this mess. Meanwhile, the possessed Holy Virgin did not give up trying to kill Shansan. She managed to parry another blow and dodge, remaining unharmed. But she was immediately attacked again, and this time successfully. The powerful blow unsettled the girl. In an instant, Gu Yuehan's sharp sword was near her head. This is where it ends. But Nan managed to grab her leg with her hair and sharply pull her down, which allowed her to avoid a fatal blow. She then shouted that she would delay the Taoist sun, and she needed to focus on her rival from the Jade Palace. Together with Qin Shuang, they decided to use the magical technique, the secret law of Yue Long Mountain. With this, they attacked Li Chanshen with a dispelled soul wind flame, which seemingly freed him from the evil spirit. Then Nan immediately grabbed the Holy Virgin with her long locks and shouted at her to act now and not miss the moment. The white-haired girl decided to use the reverse law of the great power of Yin, which allowed him to freeze the possessed rival and prevent her from attacking her again. After this, Shansan attacked her with her sword and stabbed her directly in the chest area. The Holy Maiden of the Jade Palace began to fall to the floor exhausted, having returned to her previous physical form. Meanwhile, the pink-haired girl observed the strange behavior of the Taoist son. He seemed to have come to his senses and became the same as before, but blue streaks from obsession still remained on his face and hands. Looking around and seeing how many dead bodies of his people were around, he was horrified. Nan didn't understand what was happening to him and whether he had come to his senses. The astral body said that his spiritual energy is unstable now, so he shouldn't let his guard down. Suddenly, he screamed loudly in shock and began to glow with a bright blue flame. He was already under the influence of the palace, but everything that happened impressed him so much that he completely succumbed to the evil spirit. Meanwhile, the otherworldly force, which was watching everything that was happening from the side, voiced its thoughts out loud that they were probably reasoning that everything was so in reality. Let everyone continue to obey their own evil thoughts and kill each other, because they are just stupid human beings. While they are on her land, their emotions will be heightened to the limit. She will not spare anyone who dares to disturb her sleep. People themselves are to blame for their greed. The dark substance suddenly heard the voice of a teacher nearby, who stated that the palace was just a cover, and the real citadel was deep underground. Then he turned to the evil spirit and said that he must be the spiritual vessel of the imperial palace. The dark cloud of energy was taken aback and asked how he got here. Chen Yi said that there is no place in all of heaven that he cannot enter. The mentor continued to say that he, being an artifact for only 1,000 years, had such a mature intellect and used the method of forging an artifact with a divine soul. There are many sects all over the world that are engaged in forging artifacts using the souls of animals and mythical beasts, and sometimes even go downhill and take the souls of living people to speed up the manifestation of the soul of the relic. The owner can also use his own soul, but this method affects cultivation so much that few people use it. The evil spirit asked in surprise who he was. The man replied that it doesn't matter, but he is the soul of the artifact and in this place can release cultivation of the same level as its owner. But in the outside world, it may not even have a spiritual seed due to poor forging. He then touched the coffin and said that there was a transformation realm-level person there. It's a shame that he died because he used a spell that was superior to his realm. Only his mirage remains here. After listening to all this, the dark substance hissed for him to shut up immediately. Then he said that this was all complete nonsense, and that his sister was real, and she was just sleeping. If she is truly dead, and her soul has disappeared, then who is he? Taking the form of a girl, the creature declared that his sister would definitely wake up, and she was the best proof that she was still alive. All ungrateful invaders must die. The Lord is tired of listening to this nonsense. He put his hand forward, saying that enough was enough and ordered the system to block this area. Shur asked in surprise how he knew about the possibility of blocking. Chen A replied that he had read the operating instructions for the system, and it should have this ability. Xiao replied that everything is true, but what is he going to do? The man explained that the soul of an artifact with too deep an obsession cannot be used by a person. He wants to personally erase the spirit's memory before remaking it without destroying the palace's foundation. The system cautiously asked if this was too cruel on his part. He answered with a question what she thought would be more cruel, erasing her twisted personality and memories, or allowing her to continue living in fantasies that would never become reality. Shuri couldn't find an answer. Then the celestial patron system said that it understood everything and got down to business by reading the spell. Then she shouted, "The complete blockage of the area of the sacred system of the celestial master, open up." After the manipulations were completed, the imperial palace found itself in a brightly glowing magical sphere. Meanwhile, the enraged son of the Taoist came to the conclusion that it was our heroines who killed all his loved ones and the holy maiden. He shouted that he would now bury the girls next to them and was about to rush into the attack. Chanson, covering Nan with herself, was able to stop the blow in time and tried to resist as best she could. But he pushed the girls with force so that they flew several meters back. The possessed son of the Taoist was not going to stop and again rushed to attack our heroines. Nan immediately pushed Su aside and Qin Shuang ordered her vital organs to be protected. At that same second, the enraged young man struck a magical blow, and the owner of a pure yin body flew to the side like a rag doll. The pink-haired girl was able to withstand the attack and remained unharmed. The astral body reported that her vital centers were out of danger, but she herself was running out of spiritual energy. Xiao whispered that she was not cold yet, but it was already getting cold, and it seemed that her meridians had come to an end. Then Li Chanshen came close to her, hovered over the traveler with a sword and said, "Die!" Then he struck with all his might, and the weapon pierced the pink-haired girl right through. Then he grabbed her by the hair, lifted her up, and held her in the air. At this time, the astral body was all on nerves because it could not do anything as its spiritual strength was running out. Then he ominously said that he would now take her head for himself and began to swing his sword. The girl was very upset and did not understand how she, an outstanding traveler, could be killed so easily. Gathering her last strength, she sharply struck with her knee into the jaw of the Taoist's son. Taking advantage of the fact that he was confused, the girl delivered another kick to his face. The possessed young man finally lost his temper and began making threats and telling her to die. Suddenly, Chanson's voice rang out and said, "The reverse law of yin spiritual power." Then she directed a powerful icy stream directly at the young man, who did not expect this to happen. It turned out that the girl had removed half the seal from the body of pure yin power and said that now she would be his rival. Leaning on his sword, the guy hissed that he would grind them both into powder. He jumped up sharply and screamed, illuminated by blue flames. While he was showing off, the white-haired girl wasted no time and decided to attack him from behind. Li Chunshen sensed this and managed to parry her blow, sharply putting his sword behind him. After that, he made a powerful attack that threw our heroine several meters back. Chanson understood that in a one-on-one fight she was not his opponent, which means it was necessary to look for his weak point. Suddenly, everything around the young man turned red. He switched to a technique, the collapse of the thunder of the 5 great mountains. All this destructive force was unleashed towards the white-haired girl. The traveler told her to run away quickly, but Sue replied that it was not in her rules to retreat. Chanson immediately built an ice wall in front of her, which was able to stop the powerful energy flow. After the attack, the possessed young man turned to all the dead and said that it was for the sake of revenge for them. But then he noticed the protective ice dome, behind which was Sue, safe and sound. Sharply from her foot, an icy path began to appear, which in a couple of seconds reached the Taoist sun and gradually covered him with ice. Taking advantage of the fact that he fell into a trap from which he could not escape, Chanson rushed to the attack. Li Chunshen put his sword in front of him in order to deflect the blow, but it simply crumbled into small pieces in his hands. After that, the white-haired girl dealt decisive damage and said that it was all over now. Suddenly, the girl who had never been cold began to feel a wild cold inside her body. This was the teacher's seal activated, which could not be suppressed in any way. Chanson was thrown into the air. The entire room was filled with a blue magical glow. A powerful energy flow headed straight into the sky from the imperial palace. Local residents in Huayan City did not understand what was happening and looked up in shock. 2 moons were visible in the night sky. There was a full moon and a new moon at the same time. Meanwhile, deep in the Luo Palace, the teacher was dealing with an otherworldly force. There was a dark aura of discontent, hostility, and death floating around. Chen Yi thoughtfully asked if her main strength was managing her emotions. The evil spirit hissed that a few more treacherous fools should die, and then she would have enough spiritual strength. She will never allow anyone to disrupt her plans. After that, she began to call upon the catastrophe of forgotten dead souls. At the same moment, the remnants of souls began to fly out of all the people who had died earlier and wanted to take possession of the treasures. The teacher calmly reacted to this and stated that she was actively absorbing all the lost souls so that they became part of her. Calling her stupid, he added that in this case there is no turning back, even if her memory is erased. Having turned into a huge monster, the otherworldly force continued to say that all little people are treacherous and ungrateful, and the mentor must die. The system began to panic, and the owner said that it had only increased in size. There was no need to be so afraid. Noticing that the ruler was thinking about something, Shur asked if something was wrong, because he said that the evil spirit had only increased in size and nothing more. The man replied that the first Chanson seal, which seals the body with pure yin power, was opened ahead of time. Xiao exclaimed in fear how this could affect everything now. He replied that she couldn't control a power of that magnitude right now, so the extremely cold spiritual energy was affecting her. At the same time, the man began to take out a sword from the warehouse portal. Then he added that according to the records, the only cultivator in the many celestial worlds who had enhanced the power of pure yin during the breakthrough caused a transformation of heaven and earth that the Tianluo celestials would feel very soon. Taking the sword in his hand, the man said that the hatred of the artifact's soul is so deep that it is close to the soul of a ghost, which is filled with resentment. It will be difficult to overcome this in a short time. The Chansan side is the most important now. There is no other choice. We must hurry. He will destroy the artifact and then recreate it. He has in his hands a magical weapon against evil spirits, which was left to him by an old friend, and now it will come in handy. Looking at the pseudo-divine weapon, the Tianqiaolin sword, the system noted that it saw for the first time that its owner needed any help from magical objects. The Lord said that this is not his sword. This is a magical weapon that his old deceased friend, the sage Fumo, left for him to keep. She must have heard about him. The system exclaimed that this was really the same venerable old man who became famous for killing countless demons in heaven. The man replied that, of course, it was his sword. Now he wants to borrow its power, so he called for it to awaken. A bright glow appeared that illuminated the entire room. and the otherworldly force could not understand what it was. A small creature similar to a girl was released from the sword. This was his spirit, Tao Lin. Shi exclaimed that she looked so tiny. Chen Yi replied that a sword's spiritual strength has nothing to do with its size and shape. Tao greeted the Tao Lord. He said that there was no time for talking. In front of him was the soul of the artifact of this palace. She voluntarily merged with the souls of the dead and evil spirits. He needs her to remove the evil force from her without harming the source of the artifact. Then he clarifies whether this is even possible. Lin replied that she couldn't do anything with a living being, but with a tiny soul, no problem. Even 10,000 wouldn't be a problem. The owner asked Shar what the maximum cultivation limit her area blocking could withstand. She replied that she must endure any attack below the level of the realm of all things. The man muttered that then let this be the kingdom of all things. Shi got nervous and wanted to stop him, but it was too late. He turned to Tao and said that, unfortunately, he did not have time to study the instructions left to him from the sage, but he could provide spiritual power for free use. The girl said not to worry, she could handle it. An otherworldly force called everyone pretenders and began to threaten that they would remain buried here with her as a sign of repentance. The little sword spirit raised the weapon up and began to recite the words of the spell. All evil spirits and traitors will be destroyed, and those who dare to plot something bad against her will receive their punishment. She is happiness, and he is evil. Then, shouting the words, expelling hundreds of evil spirits, she pointed the sword at the otherworldly force. The Skylord system successfully contained the stones flying in different directions by blocking the area. But she was already at the limit of her capabilities and warned her owner that she might soon not be able to stand it. The evil soul of the artifact roared that it was foolish to attack him, relying on the help of a tiny sword spirit. Tao retorted that fallen beings like him were not suitable for a Tao Lord to personally take action on. Her strength will be quite enough to deal with him. After this, a powerful explosion occurred, which illuminated the entire room with bright light. The system fell exhausted on its back and muttered that a little more and it would not have been able to contain everything. Lin reported that the soul and consciousness of the artifact spirit were separated. All that remains is to erase the memory, and it will be possible to reconstruct it. The Lord thanked her for a job well done, to which the sword spirit replied that he was too kind. He then promised to find a suitable owner for her as soon as possible. After successfully completing the task, Tao Lin returned back to the sword. The almost defeated spirit of the artifact muttered that she could not lose because she needed to protect her sister. Chen Yi walked up to her and said that it would all be over soon. Now he will erase all the bad memories and bad thoughts that have darkened her. When she wakes up, everything will be fine. An otherworldly force screamed that it would not allow her memories to be erased, but a start had already been made. She lamented that she was the only mistress for her. They were together from start to finish. The heavenly patron system screamed that it looked like it was about to blow up the palace. The owner thought that she would rather destroy herself than lose her memories and, turning to the spirit, said that she really believed that the destruction of the entire palace could kill him. She replied that she knew that she could not kill him, but she would not allow him to achieve his goal. Even if her spirit dissipates, she will not become anyone's magical weapon. May all living beings in this palace be buried with her mistress. After her speech, she turned into a huge black sphere. The system was confused and did not understand what to do now. The man responded to all this by saying that the fall was too deep. Nothing could be done. Since this is her own choice, he will not convince anyone. But his disciple is still in this palace, so he cannot allow it to be destroyed right now. Suddenly, a voice came from the ring, asking the elder to be merciful. The system noted that there were soul fluctuations in him, but its magnitude is too weak. The man asked who he was. Aura replied that his given name at birth was Bo Yu, but in heaven people called him Chen Luo. She is none other than the owner of this imperial palace and artifact. After explaining, Bo Yu engulfed the dark sphere. Chen Yi said that in theory, her cultivation level in the transformation realm is not enough to go beyond the laws. Her soul should have died after that spell, but how does it still exist? Tian replied that he was completely right, and after using a spell that exceeded the level of her realm, she could not exist in the three realms. At the moment, she is only a piece of the soul's memories. Luo remained in Dee's body when the artifact's soul was forged. She explained that the spirit is not really bad, so let him give her a chance and listen to her. Having received a positive response, a piece of the soul went to Chen Yi's head in order to demonstrate its memories. Thousands of years ago, she was an extremely gifted cultivator of good origin. In just a few years, the girl reached the level of the transformation realm and became the only person from this small world to set foot in heaven with the name Tianluo. During the first half of her life, the desire to grow up and become the pride of her world was her biggest goal until the girl met a guy. This was the young man whom she treasured and loved more than anything in the world, but he dealt her the most painful blow of all. It was all just a well-planned deception. They only needed her magical weapons, techniques, and heavenly treasures. When her former lover was about to finish her off, the girl was already saying goodbye to life. But at the last moment, I gathered my thoughts and decided that it shouldn't be this way. Bad people cannot win, and she pushed the young man away from her with magical force. Then she destroyed everyone who hurt her and put a knife in her back for her own profit. Seriously wounded and cursed, there was no longer a refuge for her in that world. She could only break the void and wander through the skies. Sometime later, after those tragic events, she arrived in this small world. She lost almost everything in this planned conspiracy. The only magical weapon that remained with her was the Diluo Palace, which had been with her since her training days. The girl thought that she would recover and heal in this world, and then return back to heaven, but she underestimated the viciousness of her former gentleman. He used a spell that breaks the heart and devours the soul, each time the practitioner goes through a celestial cycle. In this case, spiritual power will awaken poison in the body, which gradually destroys it from the inside. Dai asked if she was okay. The girl replied that it was nothing, but he must diligently cultivate in order to cultivate and gradually achieve the human form. He replied that Luo would try and work hard to gain a human form and go to other worlds in search of a pill that could cure his sister. But Tian could not cultivate and heal, which meant she was doomed. But fortunately, after decades of forging the souls of artifacts, Dai very quickly became a soul. Watching him grow consoled her in her painful anticipation of her death. Each time he encouraged her and said that in 10,000 years he would be able to take on a human form and be sure to go in search of a cure for his close friend. However, all good things could not last long. That man became the founder of the Union of Three Small Worlds and invaded here. He sought and wanted the girl to be destroyed along with her world. A brutal, bloody battle began. This place has gone through something it shouldn't have gone through. Tian told her sister to stay in the palace and not go out anywhere, but she needed to go on business. She then added that during her absence, she should train well and continue cultivating. The girl understood that this was all happening because of her. This innocent world should not have been involved, and she decided to end it all with her own hands. She burned her soul and body in order to activate forbidden magic and stop the catastrophe that was destroying this world. Because of this, it turned out that the girl left her baby all alone in the world of Tianluo. This is why she became so deeply obsessed. It's all her fault. Diluo is not a bad child, so let the Overlord give her a chance. Chenny said that after the spell that broke the heart and devastated the soul, it was no wonder why she used it to forge weapons. At that time, the system cried and said that they almost became bad people. The teacher said that was enough and began to take out the divine weapon, Xian Tu Chuyan Fen, from the warehouse portal. Then he said that he would give her a chance and began to draw magical symbols in the air. After some time, they enveloped her, and the girl took on her previous human form. Then he added that he did not want to interfere too much with life and death, so he was only using his memories as a basis for restoring her soul. In this way, she will be able to enter the cycle of reincarnation and be reborn as a human. Bo Yu thanked him for the reconstruction and said that he would never forget his action. To which he replied that it would be better to forget, because it is not clear whether she will be able to become a servant after rebirth. The system disappointedly asked to return all her tears back because he was so callous. But the girl again said that she would not dare to forget his grace and asked him to leave the problems with Diluo to her. Then she approached the black cloud of energy and said that it was time to wake up. Suddenly the sphere burst and a girl appeared from there, looking at Bo Yu blankly. The girl smiled and asked if she really didn't recognize her. Bursting into tears, the little girl threw herself into the arms of her sister, who said that now everything would be okay. Trying to calm her down, she said that Di Luo was really amazing, because she was already able to take on a human form. Wiping her tears, Dai insisted that she knew her sister was still alive. That man really didn't deceive her. It was only necessary to collect enough souls so that she could return. After these words, the girl immediately received a slap in the face from her older sister. Meanwhile, the system of the Lord of Heaven could not calm down and was about to collapse into a faint from sobs. Holding her head, Luo did not understand why she received such a strong slap. Bo Yu was very angry and screamed when she taught her dark magic that uses the souls of the living. She at least understands how many lives she ruined with her stupid act. Since birth, she taught her to improve in cultivation step by step, and the girl decided to voluntarily absorb other people's souls. What was she even thinking about? Diluo muttered that she just wanted her sister to come to her senses. Chenny joined the conversation and asked who taught her the spell to resurrect the soul from the dead. She began to say that about 500 years ago, when the girl had not yet formed her spiritual body, a mysterious man came here, ignoring all the traps and illusions that she had set. He told her that her sister's soul was not completely destroyed, and that if she collected enough souls, she would be able to recreate the full body of the spirit and use the connection between the owner and the artifact to resurrect her sister. Originally, Dai had no intention of practicing the spell left by that person. However, since he left, more and more people invaded this place and many of them killed each other due to disputes and disagreements. It was then that she decided to try to absorb human souls. Thanks to the power of merging these very souls, Luo was able to assemble a complete spiritual body in just 100 years. As her power grew, she began to feel that she was gradually losing control of her emotions, and the desire to kill pursued her. By the time the girl realized the seriousness of the problem, there was no turning back. She didn't want to kill so many people. Her goal was to protect her sister and bring her back as soon as possible. As long as there was a chance to resurrect her, she didn't want to lose even the slightest hope. Shuri whispered that as far as she knew, it was impossible to bring a soul back to life, even through sacrifice. Chen Yi replied that it is correct. Once the soul was destroyed, even if they were collected all over the world, it was impossible to bring it back to life. A person's soul contains complex emotions from his life. Collecting a huge number of them, on the contrary, most affects the spirit of the artifact itself. It seems that whoever incited Luo to do this wanted to turn her into a weapon tainted by sin. Suddenly, the sisters knelt before the ruler. He didn't understand what was happening and why it was happening. Bo Yu said that the reason why Di took the devil's path is because she, as a mistress, taught her poorly, and the blame for this lies with her. She then asked to give Luo another chance. He replied that it was because of her deep obsession with her, that she was seduced and lost her way. But Tao Lin had already purified her spiritual body in order to eliminate the evil. He then added that he was here to guide his student in her training and to eliminate potential threats that she could not handle on her own. The lives and deaths of other people do not concern him. Bo said thank you. After that, the girl asked him for one more request before they said goodbye. She explained that Di Luo managed to collect the soul of the artifact, but in mind she is still a child. It will be difficult for her to stay on track in the future. Yu will go into reincarnation very soon, so she wants to ask to accept her sister as her student. Hearing this, the girl burst into tears and said that she did not want to say goodbye to her again. Bo explained that reincarnation is a law of nature, and it is inevitable. She, as a human, died many years ago, and her life as an artifact soul has just begun. If it weren't for the elders' help, they wouldn't even have had a chance to see each other. Gradually, the girl began to disappear and said that she no longer had contact with the earthly world, which means it was time to leave. The teacher condescendingly said that he would accept the soul of the artifact as a student. Then he asked about that man, whether the girl wanted him to help her take revenge on him. Bo Yu replied that there was no need to worry. If in her next life she is reborn as a human, she will learn to be wiser. She then said goodbye to Diluo and said that in the future she should become a super powerful magic weapon, and then disappeared. The system began to cry again from such a heartbreaking scene. Meanwhile, Nan lay unconscious, covered in ice from head to toe. Qin Shuang noted that the icy yin power released by the white-haired girl froze even the soul. If she was allowed to continue like this, she and Xiao would both die. But one death is better than two. Besides, she had already died once. She regrets that she was not honest with Nan because, in fact, during her life she was much stronger than her. This may be the last time the astral body will help her. The girl decided to use a spell, the execution of the 8 cardinal directions, destroying the flames. After this, the ice melted and the rest of the soul began to move into the traveler's body. A powerful energy field immediately threw her body into the air. Then a light butterfly-shaped flame appeared in her hand, which was called the Beiji meteorite flame. And behind the back there is a dark flame, the flame of the animal spirit Qian Hun, in the form of a black demon. After transforming into Nan's physical form, Qin Shuang said that she wanted to test how strong the pure yin body was. Meanwhile, the artifact's soul continued to grieve over the next loss of its sister. The teacher told her not to cry, because life and death have their own destiny. Reincarnation is her owner's choice, and since she entrusted her fate to him, he will treat her well. Swallowing back tears, Diluo asked if the man was her new owner. Chen Yi replied that her master is not him, but she will meet him very soon. They spent a lot of time, so they need to teleport him to those people who were ambushed and killing each other. At this time, Qin Shuang, looking at Su, reasoned that since it was the loss of her control over her body that caused the rapid release of icy yin energy, she only needed to melt the cocoon of ice around her. But suddenly some kind of monster appeared. The girl suggested that this is the white-haired girl's protection, which works even when she is unconscious. Then she ordered the animal spirit, Qian Hun, to smash it to smithereens. But the plan did not work, and the black demon was defeated in a matter of seconds. The astral body flashed the thought that this was more difficult to do than she thought. But she cannot be allowed to get out of control before her powers are fully awakened. The girl decided to use a magical technique, Beiji fireworks, and launched a powerful energy flow. But the defense, instead of being destroyed, grew even more, and now things were clearly bad because of this. The monster struck back at the girl, and she simply flew to the side. Qin Shuang was shocked that this was just unconscious self-defense. But she was so strong, this girl was just a monster. She understood that she couldn't be reached so easily, especially since her soul had very little left. The girl muttered that she would have to use the only trump card she had, and that Nan should live well on her share in the future. Then the astral body used the technique, fusion of heavenly fire, 10,000 shining flowers. The ice protection was again attacked by energy streams. The girl admitted that this might harm the white-haired girl a little, but nothing could be done. But this didn't work either. The monsters only became even more angry than before the second attack. Qin Shuang was freaking out that she was still too weak in this state and couldn't even break through the ice cocoon with 10,000 shining flowers. A couple of moments later, she received a powerful blow from Shanxin's attacking defense. The astral body apologized to Nan and said that if she had more spiritual strength, then perhaps everything would work out. Xiao replied that she shouldn't talk nonsense because she did everything she could. Then the girl said that the traveler had made a mistake along the way and that the teacher wasn't really keeping an eye on Su since he still hadn't shown up. Qin Shuang added that she could still deliver the final blow, and the girls decided to go together until the end. At that very second, they rushed at the giant monsters using a technique, the execution of the 8 directions of the compass, destroying the flames. Without wasting a moment, they immediately used another blow, a blue sparkling flame. A powerful stream of energy struck Shanxin's defense, but could not cause enough damage to destroy it, so the monsters made a retaliatory attack, which threw the girls several meters back. After falling to the ground, Nan turned to Qin Shuang and said that it looked like they had lost, but she did not answer. Losing consciousness, she added that it didn't matter, because very soon they would see each other in hell. Suddenly a teacher appeared, took her in his arms, and said that he had not left them alone for long, but they were already in this state. They have an exceptional ability to create trouble. The system noted that at least they managed to arrive on time, but the new assigned student was frozen to the core. Throwing Nan into the hands of the artifact's soul, the owner said that there was no need to worry. With his help, they will definitely not die, and began to draw magical symbols in the air. Then he explained that the treatment would take some time. He uses a talisman that will seal their bodies, but he must prevent their souls from scattering. First of all, it is necessary to resolve the issue with Shanxin. Shuri exclaimed as the little one was able to hit the ice ball. Chen Yi said that she used more yin energy in battle to break through the seal, which is a type of loss of control caused by the evolution of a pure yin body. Suddenly, ice dragons began to quickly fly straight towards our heroes. The system of the heavenly patron began to panic. But at the very last moment, they abruptly stopped a short distance from them. Xiao exhaled and said that she thought those snakes wanted to attack them. The master explained that Su had just lost control of her powers again, but subconsciously she still remembered that he was her teacher. The body of pure yin power is reflected mainly in the use of yin energy, and the fact that it can now give it form proves that the evolution is complete. Now all that remains is to awaken her. But first everyone else, except himself, must leave this room. The system was at a loss. Suddenly footsteps were heard, and a voice asked if he was the same person who grossly violated the laws of life and death. These were the managers of the afterlife, Bei Sisi and Fan Bashi. Shuri asked if these two could be from the mythical hell. The owner replied that half of the rumors were false, but they really dressed like representatives of the other world. Bei Sisi stated that the law of karma and the continuous wheel of rebirth are the immutable rules of many heavenly worlds from time immemorial. Therefore, according to them, they will take the souls of the dying who are here. The man calmly replied that these were his family matters and they could get out of here. People from the afterlife were taken aback by such arrogance and impudence. Fanbashi hissed that some Taoist dares to violate the laws of reincarnation and also behave so arrogantly. He then shouted that Chen Yi would return with him to the palace of Yama, Raji, who is the lord of hell in Buddhism, and rushed to attack the teacher. Maintaining complete equanimity, the man said that he was tired of them and simply waved his hand and threw them away from him in different directions. After landing, Bei saw that only half of her companion was left and screamed. The Lord said that it was up to him to decide whether these 3 girls would live or not. Since they refused to voluntarily get out of here, then they must die. But before he even had time to do anything, the managers of the underworld quickly grabbed each other and escaped through the portal. The system cautiously asked if it was not bad that they insulted the inhabitants of another world, because they are the gods of life and death. The owner replied that everything was fine. These people claim to be guides of the dead, but in reality, they are simply cultivators who use the energy of the dead during their reincarnation for their development. Many years ago, he already entered the afterlife for one person, so he already has a bad relationship with them. Xiao was surprised that he was capable of such a thing, then asked what happened in the end. He replied that out of 10 Yamaraj temples, only 3 remained and 6 of its 10 kings were dead. But according to the original timeline, this will only happen in the future, and all these temples exist now. As long as they don't try to use the power of reincarnation to interfere with other worlds, he won't do anything to them. But if they dare to touch his students again, then he is not against history repeating itself. After his words, the ruler broke the ice protection around Shansan. Meanwhile, near the palace, there was a battle between 2 celestials. The Queen of the Night, who is the celestial of the Abyss Demon region, shouted to her rival that he was really going to fight with her for everything. The Beastmaster, who is also the celestial of the Abyss Demon region, said that he doesn't care because the most amazing treasures always go to those who know how to get them. Suddenly, the voice of Buddha Bodhisattva was heard, who said that the 2 of them had not even seen those valuables yet. There was no point in starting a battle to the death before entering the imperial palace. Then he added that since the 4 celestial beings of the Tianluo world had gathered together, why don't they join forces and enter the palace together to find that rare treasure that caused the vision of heaven and earth? After his speech, the Buddha turned to another person and asked how he felt about such a proposal. The celestial of the Tao Arch region, the holy sword of the southern sea, said that he agreed to enter together. As for a rare treasure, whoever grabs it will get it. Everyone will receive according to their abilities. Having come to her senses, Nan felt that she had a terrible headache. But this was a plus. Since she felt pain, it meant she was still alive. Then the girl noticed that there was no ring on her finger and thought that Qin Shuang had died. Suddenly, a woman's voice was heard saying that she had recovered quite quickly and had a good physique. Xiao decided that it was her friend's astral body and rushed to hug her, saying that she was terribly scared. But after touching it, she began to think, because Qin Shuang is a spirit. But at the same time, these touches are not felt as if they were on the body of a living being. It turned out that it was a divine weapon, the soul of the artifact San Tu Chuan Fen, who asked how she dared to touch her body. Did she really want to die again? The traveler immediately began to ask for forgiveness and say that she simply confused her with another person. Then she bowed and began to thank the eldest for saving her life. The woman replied that she was the magic weapon of the Tao Lord, so there was no need for thanks. If it weren't for his order, she would not have wasted her spiritual energy to save the 2 girls. After that, she threw the ring to Nan, and she added that the ring and the spirit inside it had been restored. In a few days, she would wake up and return to her. Xiao thought to herself that since the spirit of the divine weapon artifact was in front of her, it meant that the Tao Lord she mentioned was the teacher of the white-haired girl, and he saved them. She then decided to clarify this issue with San Tu. The woman calmly replied that yes, it was he, and at the moment the man was healing the wounds of his precious student. After completing some manipulations, Chen Yi revealed that her body had become a source of yin power, and as her cultivation level increased, it could re-evolve in the future. With the 2 seals she received from her teacher, the girl should not lose control the next time she moves to the next level. At this time, the system lamented that the baby almost died from her own strength. With such a dangerous innate physique, it is no wonder that many celestial worlds have never heard of strong people with a body of pure yin power. The white-haired girl gently pulled the teacher's sleeve, and he asked what happened. Chanson said her inability to control her body almost led to tragedy, so she deserves to be punished. The teacher gently patted her hair and replied that the path of cultivation goes against the will of heaven. There are not many so-called shortcuts in this world, so it is natural to encounter failures. The body of a source of yin power is a dangerous thing because it allows you to go further than others. But at the same time, the slightest carelessness can lead to death. This time, they will do without punishment, but she must train well. The girl firmly stated that she would definitely cultivate diligently in the future and would not let the teacher down. Looking at the statistics of completing the task, internal evil, the system noted that, judging by the baby's condition, there is no 99% evil inside her, but it is not clear what happened to the last percent. Meanwhile, the doors opened and San-Tu entered the room, stating that she was just in time. Then, smoking a cigarette, she announced that she had finished treating those two mischief makers. Sue immediately rushed to Nan and began to say that it was good that her wounds had healed. In turn, Xiao was surprised that everything was fine with the white-haired girl. At this time, the divine weapon clung to the Lord and said that she had done her job. Now he owes her a reward. Chenny tried to push her away and told her to stop. All the girls present were confused and angry at such impudent behavior. San-Tu listed that the two girls, plus the one whose soul was destroyed earlier, according to the agreement, he owes her 3 rewards. The man replied that he remembered everything and would give them back when he finished his affairs in this world. The woman replied that it was good, then she would return to her place and wait for him there. Finally, she added that the punishment of heaven has been out of sorts lately, and Mingxen and Wuling have begun to get out of control. If these artifacts are allowed to fight, then his little world will have to be rebuilt. Chene replied that he would sort it out. The system immediately asked if this dark-haired lady was a magical weapon, also left behind by his old friend or something, and how dare she let her hands go. He replied that San-Tu was a weapon that haunted him before he realized the Tao. Chanson became very angry at this picture, and a blue glow appeared around her. Nan started trying to calm her down and asking her what she was going to do. But as soon as the teacher called her, Sue immediately calmed down and looked at him with innocent eyes. Chen A reported that 4 celestial beings burst into Qianluo Palace, and defeating them is the last task for both of them. Chansan immediately answered well, and Nan began to be indignant. Why should she do the same again? He then turned to Di Luo and said that she would have to help them guard the 18th floor, but she could not use her transformation realm cultivation. You can only provide assistance using traps. Nan freaked out and shouted that she was at the middle stage of the soul realm, and Chanson had only recently formed the spirit sea. The ruler glared at her so menacingly that she was already afraid of the consequences of her speech. Hiding behind the white-haired girl, she explained how the two of them could cope with the 4 levels of the kingdom of heaven and people. Ignoring her attack, the teacher told Chanson to come to him, and the girl immediately ran happily. He said that he would now infuse the spiritual power of the kingdom of heaven and man into her body. She will have to try to feel the power of laws and spiritual energy. Sue replied that she would work hard. After that, he touched her with his hand and the process of absorbing spiritual forces began. A bright light illuminated the entire room. Nan watched all this and wondered what this Taoist was planning to make her cultivation level rise to the level of the heaven and human realm by transferring such energy. How can her body withstand this? But suddenly a divine manifestation appeared. She saw how the white-haired girl transformed and became stronger. The Tianluo Celestials immediately sensed the appearance of another one like them. The Holy Sword asked if this was the same person who was in Huayan. The Queen of the Night replied that the aura is very cold. He is clearly not simple. You need to be careful. Xiao reflected that out of many cultivators, only one reaches this realm, and 1 in 10,000 is able to create his manifestation in him. All these people are famous gods, and they were aware of this by pouring in their energy, but how did Sue manage to do it? Shari said that Chanson's divine manifestation looks much fiercer than Qian fans. The owner replied that this is an external embodiment created by comprehending the power of one's own source, and each person has his own. What the form will be is determined by one's own understanding of strength. If for Qi it is the comprehension of the royal path, then for Sue it is the path of murder and destruction. Now he understood how she was able to destroy hundreds of worlds single-handedly. The Heaven Overlord system said that it was now very curious about what its master's divine manifestation looked like. Chenny asked if she really wanted to watch. Sure immediately, out of habit, began to deny and say that these were just thoughts out loud. I thought to myself that the Tianluo world would hardly be able to withstand a divine manifestation of such power, and every little life is still important. The man turned to Su and said that the spiritual power he gave her was limited. Therefore, you need to think well during battle. Let him use the spirit of the artifact to recognize the enemy's weak points and defeat him. After this, the mentor went to drink tea and did not even have time to take a sip. I heard Nan's timid voice. She also wanted divine manifestation and looked at Chen Yi with great hope. But he just gave her a kick in the ass and told her to quickly finish her test. A little later, on the 16th floor of the Diluo Palace, a battle took place between the Beast Lord and the protective ice dragon Chen. To the celestial inhabitant of the Abyss Demon region, it seemed ridiculous that some snake wanted to harm him. Taking this opportunity, the traveler gave him a gift consisting of 3 magic arrows. And she hit the target, but when the elder demon turned around, he saw no one behind him. The beast roared that the little man was meanly attacking him. If he was so brave, then let him come out and see if he would tear him to pieces. Nan thought to herself that she was not yet completely out of her mind to fight the Celestials head-on. But then the lord of the region of the Tao Arch, the holy sword of the southern sea, noticed her and was about to strike. Nan immediately shouted, "Whatever your name is, let's quickly use the teleport." The girl immediately disappeared from the place where she was, which allowed her to avoid a powerful blow from a weapon resembling a whip. Trying to catch her breath, Xiao said that even with the ice dragon covering her, it was still too tense. She barely had time to react. Diluo reminded that her name is not Hey Yu. Nan replied that it was just urgent. The artifact soul said that with her soul realm level, it was too dangerous to fight them. It might be better to leave. Nan answered no, because Su needs time to master the realm of heaven and people, and she personally has not yet finished with the distribution. Then the traveler asked her to teleport to the Dark Woman. Meanwhile, the Queen of the Night was freaking out near the ice dragon and said that there was no end in sight to this. Suddenly, a pink-haired girl with a knife in her hands flew past her and said one word, "The third." The celestial woman got angry and shouted how dare she fool her. She struck with all her might the rods at the place where Nan was, but it turned out that it was only an illusion that dissipated. But nevertheless, a knife remained sticking out of her shoulder, which Xiao managed to thrust into her unnoticed. The girls were happy that the work went smoothly. Dai said that her attack didn't seem to do much damage. Would that be enough? She replied that this was enough. Such minor injuries were not even worth mentioning to the powerful of the realm of heaven and man. They just needed an effect that they would all ignore. Since the last time she fought the Celestials was a lifetime ago, this floating sensation on the tip of the knife is nostalgic. Then her gaze moved to the monk, and she began to say that there was only one pity. The Bodhisattva Buddha technique is too strong. If you break through a comprehensive defense of this type by force, it is very unlikely that you will get out unscathed. Now the traveler has done everything she could, then it's up to Shansen and they can leave. Nan remembered a conversation with Su, in which she told her that in the realm of heaven and people, spiritual energy is only interrupted for a few seconds. So let him take advantage of this and beat them up. Shansen thanked her for the advice. Nan snorted that this was her teacher's task, and she herself would not have helped her if she were not afraid of trouble. She has to fight with 4 Celestials, so she must be careful, because Xiao will not be able to save her. The white-haired girl calmly replied that she would take care of the rest and began cultivating. Meanwhile, the Tianluo Celestials in full force reached the last floor of the Imperial Palace. They immediately noticed Shansan in the center of the room, meditating and tuning her spiritual energy. The King of Beasts and the Queen of the Night asked in surprise whether this girl was a celestial being or something. It turns out she's the one causing them trouble lately. The Southern Sea Sword reported that with such a chilling yin aura, it seemed to be true. Buddha Bodhisattva wondered how she could become a celestial being at such a young age. While they were discussing, the girl suddenly came to her senses and rose into the air, surrounded by a huge ice dragon. In the blink of an eye, this block rushed to attack the celestial inhabitants of the Abyss Demon region. The Southern Sea Sword immediately grabbed his weapon in order to use his technique. After shouting the phrase, "Cutting the ocean," he began to strike quickly at Shansan's ice protection, breaking it into small pieces. Meanwhile, the white-haired girl appeared behind the Queen of the Night as if out of nowhere. Shouting first, Shansan swung her sword at her. Snorting, the woman arrogantly asked that she decided to tickle her again and began to try to wrap the sword with thorny stems. But it didn't work, and the sharp weapon dug into her shoulder, piercing it through. The voice of the attacking King of Beasts was heard, shouting so that the white-haired little thing would not get too carried away. He attacked her with a technique, a fist that destroys mountains, and in parallel, a sword of the southern sea with a technique was connected to it, cutting the ocean. All this powerful stream fell on Sue. But the attackers did not succeed. A magical glow appeared around the girl, which with its power scattered them in different directions. The Celestials watched her with their mouths open in surprise, and at first did not understand what was happening. Chanson showed off her martial divine manifestation and pointed her sword towards her opponents. The King of Beasts said, "No wonder she was able to block 2 of them with 1 attack." The Southern Sea Sword noted that with the increase in divine manifestation, she would not be so easy to deal with. But the Celestials were not going to give up, and came to the conclusion that a rare treasure must be behind it. The Queen of the Night still wanted to take revenge for the damage caused from the ambush. The first attacker was the Sword of the Southern Sea, but the girl easily dealt with it. Her blocking blow was so powerful that it practically knocked the weapon out of his hands. Next were the Queen of the Night and the King of Beasts, who decided to attack her from above. In this case, she decided to use the reverse law of yin power, namely the technique, frost patterns, which threw the treacherous attackers away from her. Without wasting a minute, the 3 of them began to attack at the same time, but the baby successfully repelled all attacks. The Heaven Lord system, watching the battle, admired that Chanson was strong, just like the final boss in the game. Chen Yi said that it was just a power given to her. When she herself is able to break into the kingdom of heaven and people, she can deal with the 3 celestials with a snap of her fingers. Shai replied that she was still a child, but she was amazing in battle. The teacher said that the 3 celestial beings may not be so strong, but at least they are from the Tianluo kingdom, but the monk worries him. Xiao asked what was wrong with this man with many bumps on his head. The man replied that he had a strange aura and was not from this world. The system exclaimed that this was really another traveler. The owner said that he had something else that was bothering him, but it didn't matter now. First, we need to see what Chanson will demonstrate. The system maintained that no Buddha, if anything, can compare with its ruler. Chen Yi then said that Sue's battle was about to end. Shi exclaimed that her spiritual power was really running out. She could lose without it. He replied no, just a little trick that the pink-haired girl set up for them a little earlier should soon work. After another unsuccessful attack, the Celestials were indignant at how this girl could be so strong and what kind of divine manifestation this was. Then they came to the conclusion that this white-haired woman was clearly not simple, and they could no longer hold back. The Queen of the Night shouted, "Bat of a clear mind, take over my body," and she immediately grew huge wings. The King of Beasts shouted. The incarnation of the King of Beasts and his clone, gigantic in size, appeared behind him. The Southern Sea Sword shouted. The Southern Sea Sword technique, the merging of the ocean, and it began to be completely illuminated with blue flames. But immediately after the transformation, they felt unwell and blood flowed from their mouths. The spiritual energy began to leave them, and they did not understand what was happening. Diluo and Nan entered the room, who mockingly said that this unique remedy of hers had begun to work. Then she turned to Chanson and urged, taking advantage of the moment, to smash them to smithereens. The Queen of the Night disrespectfully turned to the Bodhisattva Buddha and asked how long he was going to just watch everything. Maybe it was time to help. But instead, a huge projection of a monk's hand appeared above the 3 celestials, which after a couple of moments simply slammed them down from above. Sue was confused by what was happening. The King of Beasts was indignant that they had agreed to act together to find valuables, but he betrayed them. The Buddha addressed the trio and said that a rare treasure was right in front of them, and they did not even know it. From the moment he stepped onto the threshold of the palace, he felt that there were no rare treasures here. This girl is the one who caused the sky and earth to change, the 2 moons shining together. She awakened her body to pure yin power. The Celestials were shocked by the information they heard, because they had never seen anything like this before. The Bodhisattva added that she was already born and raised with a body of pure yin power, so fate itself is helping her. He then turned to Sue and said that if she joins their sect, there will be a place in heaven for her in the future. The tiny world of Tianluo is just a backwater. With her talent, staying here would be a waste of time. Now he is just an incarnation of the Buddha, but despite this, he has the cultivation level of the realm of all things. Her body has already awakened, and if she joins them, she will be able to reach incredible heights. Sue replied that she already had a teacher. Her entire body and soul belongs only to him, so there is no way she can join the place he is talking about. The celestial being calmly said that in this case, nothing can be done. After that, he grouped himself and said that he was merciful. All members of his sect would go to the pure land of supreme bliss. and stubborn and insolent people deserve to go to hell in eternal torment. After his transformation, he had 6 arms, and he continued his speech that heaven is favorable to the living and will also be when he conquers the benefactor and returns him to the Buddhist world. Only the correction process is more brutal. Then he asked the girl again whether she wanted to give up or die. Chanson shouted that there was only one teacher for her and she would never join his sect. The Buddha called her a stubborn girl and said that he himself would now demonstrate that there were no limits to his strength and would crush her stubbornness. After which he delivered a powerful blow that knocked the white-haired girl back. Before Chanson had time to recover from the blow, a huge fist was approaching her again. Her divine manifestation brought out huge ice swords in front of her, which took the brunt of the blow. But then the Buddha shouted. The true power of the Vajra and our heroine was dealt a triple blow, which she could not cope with, and her defenses were damaged. After this, she simply flew away at breakneck speed and hit the ground. The Bodhisattva stated that every action in heaven has its price, and she is stubborn and therefore will pay more than for previous actions. The Celestials whispered that his cultivation was clearly above the realm of all things, and he had previously hidden his strength well. With one blow, he knocked the girl down, which means this won't end well. Nan could no longer just sit and watch this because if this continues, the monk will simply kill Sue. But without really having time to take a step, the traveler found herself sealed in the sphere. She turned to Di Luo and indignantly asked why she was stopping her. The soul of the artifact replied that one of them is in the kingdom of all things, the other is at the level of the kingdom of heaven and people, and she is only in the kingdom of the soul. Not only will Xiao not help, but she will also distract the girl so she cannot be released. Then Nan told Luo to intervene, but she replied that the gentleman said that she could only give them advice, so she could not interfere directly and was powerless at the moment. Then she added that there was no need to worry, because this was just a test from the master for the students. If truly uncontrollable circumstances arise, he will definitely intervene. Xiao calmed down and said that it's real because there is still a teacher, and why does she care at all about how he educates his students? The Buddha stated that if Su directly met his fist, then even with a divine manifestation for protection, she would be injured and immobilized. He will bring her back to the world of Buddhism and train her properly in the future. But then, glancing at the place where Shanxian should have been lying, the Bodhisattva did not see her there and was very surprised where she had gone. Suddenly, the white-haired girl stood behind him with a sword and shouted, "Retroactive yin law!" After which she delivered a powerful blow, and Buddha did not have time to catch her with his own hands. There was a wound on his neck, from which blood began to ooze. This angered the monk. Chanson felt that the spiritual power that her teacher had endowed her with had already been used up. The Bodhisattva shouted that she really believed that she could defeat him with some trick. Transforming into his highest form, he said that he was giving her one last chance to kneel before him and submit to the world of Buddhism. The white-haired girl, looking Buddha straight in the eyes, declared that she would never obey him. The deity again roared menacingly for her to kneel before him. The brave girl proudly stood her ground and said that this would never happen. The system observing all this reported that things were bad. The spiritual power he gave to Shansan has been used up. If this continues, this pseudo-monk will simply kill her. Not hearing the answer, Xiaoshi turned around and did not see the owner. He seemed to have disappeared. Meanwhile, the demon said that the body of pure yin power was an extremely rare gift from heaven, and since it could not be used in the world of Buddhism, then he would destroy it. After which he swung his hand in order to deliver a powerful blow to the poor baby with all his might. But suddenly, something happened that left everyone present dumbfounded and did not understand how this was possible. A teacher appeared in front of Su, who stopped the monk's fist with one finger and said that he was just an evil demon from a tiny world and still dared to call himself Buddha. He also wants to force the disciple of the Lord of Heaven to kneel before him. Then he threateningly added that he was not worthy of this, and the huge bodhisattva began to destroy the powerful flow of energy. The 3 celestials saw the light from the fact that the monk's hand was crushed with one touch and wondered if they still had a chance to escape from here. But they didn't have time to realize anything, and Chenyi ordered the spirit of the artifact to teleport them to prison. Chanson began to apologize for the fact that she did not have enough strength provided by the master to deal with the monk, and she would accept any punishment. The teacher patted her on the head and said that the demon had hidden his cultivation level and was not even from this world. There is no need to take everything to heart. It is not her fault. He and the pink-haired girl should go relax. He then turned to the bodhisattva and said that now it was his turn to deal with him. He, holding his shoulder, said that with one finger he could destroy a body that had been hardened for so many years. Who was he? The man replied that it didn't matter who he was. He would just punish him now for harassing his student, and in general, who allowed him to stand up and talk to him. With one swipe of his finger, he broke the monk's legs and he fell to his knees. Buddha howled that he was alone here and dared to insult him. Did he really want to become the enemy of heaven and the world of Buddhism? Due to the death of the monk, his world will not work out and Chen Yi and his student will not be able to escape. They will be destroyed and turned to dust. The Lord replied that it just so happened that he wanted to know the person who was behind all this and imagined himself to be Buddha. After that, he put his finger to the demon's forehead. After all the manipulations, he sent a powerful stream of light through all the worlds to the place from which the monk arrived. After a couple of moments, he found himself in thousands of worlds, the world of the Mythian Buddha. He sat in the center, and his successors were located around him. The Buddha asked who the man was and why the bodhisattva hurt him, and then invaded his home. Looking at him, Chen Yi noted that everything is clear now. Although the traditions of Buddhism in heaven were destroyed, this world remained. Suddenly the order came to take him, and those present began to move towards the ruler. One of them said that he felt Taoist breath. Since ancient times, the rivers of Buddhism and Taoism have not polluted well water. If he leaves this place, they will close their eyes to the death of the bodhisattva and will not pursue. The man replied that that demon was a non-entity, and he had no right to discuss this with him. He came here to verify the authenticity of the Buddha, but was disappointed. One of them said that they are real Orthodox Buddhists, and he has invaded their territory and is also making accusations against their Buddhas. Does he really want to provoke a war between Buddhism and Taoism? Chen A stated that it is not related to the Tao. How can he start a war? Everyone who is here is nothing more than pigeons that have occupied the magpie's nest. Then he asked if they really considered themselves Buddhas. The man then added that in that case, let them see the real Buddha. At the same moment, thousands of lightning bolts appeared around. Everything began to gradually disintegrate into atoms and disappear. Someone shouted to be stopped immediately, but no one knew how. After the outer shell was destroyed, the true faces that were hidden in the guises of Buddhas came to light. It was demons. One of them roared who he was and how his cultivation was able to tear apart their dharma bodies. The other replied that he could not be stronger than them, must have just used some secret technique. The fake demon Buddha said that if someone finds out that he is not real, then a whole catastrophe will happen. Therefore, they are obliged to kill this uninvited guest together. But suddenly the hand of heaven appeared, which the monsters did not expect to see, because they considered it impossible. Chen Yi held their planet in his hand like a small ball. From there came panicked screams that their world was collapsing. The demon shouted, "Who is he? Is there a force that can destroy the whole world with its entire population?" The overlord's grip on their tiny planet tightened in his hand, and the demons inside were practically burning alive. A few seconds later, a powerful flash occurred and the world filled with false Buddhas ceased to exist. Returning to the Tao Palace, Chen Yi was met by the system, who grabbed his head and asked that he had really destroyed the entire Buddha world. The owner calmly replied that there were only demons and a couple of monsters in him who did evil, hiding behind his name. Shuri said that if the planet is destroyed, then in the future the legacy of the Buddhism sect will also disappear in the heavens. Chen Yi replied that its origin is not in this world and this teaching will disappear after some time. In the future, the heavens have risen to a catastrophe that has destroyed the world. The gods tried to prevent destruction. This is why Buddhism and Taoism were destroyed. Xiao couldn't understand. They traveled through time and are now in the past 100,000 years ago, but gods like Qian Fan and Chanxian are still alive. But why then is there no Buddhism? The man asked if she knew about the three Buddhas. She replied that she knew and listed their names, Dipankara, Shakyamuni, and Maitreya. He replied that everything was correct. Dipankara is the Buddha of the past, Shakyamuni is the present, Maitreya is the future. All of them are supreme gods. During the disaster in heaven, all the Buddhas of the three worlds joined the rest of the sect for protection, and defeat led to the disappearance of the past, present, and future. So, no matter what time period, the teachings of Buddhism will still cease to exist. Then he took out the artifact and said that it was a heritage of Buddhism. In the past, he and the Buddha were friends to death, and before his death, he entrusted him with teachings and 13 artifacts. Buddhists sacrificed their lives for the sake of righteousness, but evil spirits did evil with their help, so he could not help but react to this. The system exclaimed that as long as the heritage is in the hands of the owner, this teaching will not disappear anywhere. The man said that if he found a suitable candidate, he would hand over everything to him in the future and allow Buddhism to spread again. Xiao thought that a Taoist who preaches Buddhist traditions sounds rather strange. Chen Yi addressed the soul of the artifact, calling it Sayohei, and told him to tell Chanxin and all three girls in general to wait for him in the main hall. The girl asked what he had just called her. The system said that since the master gave her such a name, it means that from now on she will be called that way. He explained that Di Luo carries within her the tragedy of Tianluo Palace and the massacre she carried out there. It's time to say goodbye to the past, so from now on she will be called Xiao Hei. The soul of the artifact thanked its master for the new name and bowed. Meanwhile, at the martial arts dojo, a fight was taking place between Nan and the King of Beasts. After another blow, the Celestial asked why she pestered him. If that Taoist had not reduced his fear to the Tibetan one, would such a little girl be able to hit him? Xiao snorted, who allowed him to have so much fur all over his body. Qin Shuang said that he is a monster, and that is absolutely normal, but the pink-haired girl did not stop and said that what she hates most is furry animals. She then turned her attention to Shansen, who froze the Celestials to the floor and stood next to them with an ice hammer, and muttered that compared to the pure yin body, she looked rather stupid. Suddenly, Xiao Hei appeared and told the girls to go to the main hall, where the master would be waiting for them to talk. Nan was confused as to what he wanted from them. Qin Shuang replied that this was a blessing, not a disaster, and they should accept it. He saved their lives, and if he decides to cause harm, it will be a piece of cake. The traveler said that she and he are complete opposites. The astral body declared that all this was not important, and suddenly he liked her. Nan was surprised what he could like about her. The rest of the souls said that she is very sweet, but her speech is terrible, and what she is called is deep love and stinky mouth. Xiao freaked out and asked if she wanted to get it. After some time, the girls were shocked by the teacher's offer to join the Taoist sect. The man said that their past does not matter. After they join the sect, they will become part of it. The master has already written them down. Nan had the feeling that she had escaped from the tiger's den and found herself with the wolf. There are few people in the sect, and this does not inspire confidence. The astral body said that she was stupid. Although there were few of them, she actually saw someone more powerful than this Taoist. In addition, they, as exiles, must hide their identities, and with such a supporter, it will be easier to walk in heaven. Having come to the conclusion that there was no point in refusing at all, the girls immediately bowed and called themselves students. The man stopped them and told them not to rush. Then he took Shansan by the scruff of the neck and sat him down in front of them, after which he stated that from now on Su will be their mentor. The white-haired girl carefully asked if she would become a teacher. Chen Yi replied that yes, these two would become her students. Nan lost her temper and began to swear that she could still become his ward, but Su is younger than her, and he still allows her to be her mentor. Chanxin tried to calm her down and said that the master had his own reasons. After a couple of moments, Xiao was trapped and could not move. She immediately started asking what he was going to do, and if he came closer, she would bite him. The Lord pulled her cheek and said that even when she doesn't talk, she still remains cute. He then said that their identity as wanderers was no secret to him. It was very easy to guess that they were them. No matter who dies at these hands, it will not affect the world of Tianluo. After that, he added that if she understood the hint, then let her begin to honor Shansan as a teacher. Suddenly grabbing Nan's cheeks with both hands, Chen Yi said that her face looked good, but unfortunately her tongue was very long. After joining his sect, these dirty words should no longer be uttered. Meanwhile, somewhere beyond the temporary river, a couple of young people in the palace were talking about how a large and powerful world could be destroyed. The girl said that this time she made a mistake in the verdict. She didn't expect him to destroy the world so decisively. She ordered everyone on their side to avoid contact with Chen Yi as much as possible in the future. The man was indignant that this was all. She at least knows how difficult it was for him to support the false Buddhas in the occupation of that world. The angel asked if he wanted her to risk the destruction of all the gods under her leadership, just to kill Chen Yi in order to avenge some small world inhabited by demons disguised as monks. She then placed her hand on his shoulder and told him that to achieve great things, one must remain calm. Destroying the Buddha world will increase the losses, but it will not affect the overall situation. Chen Yi has already accepted the emperor, the demon ancestor, and another disciple. Holy heaven has been locked and separated by her since birth, but her mission is unknown to her. But this doesn't matter, because the longer she stays on his side, the easier it will be to gain trust. Everything goes according to plan, and the angel does not want to come into conflict with this most powerful god. In the Tao Palace, Xiao began to feel a wild cold and did not understand why this was happening. Meanwhile, in the Imperial world, Qi and Fan fought another demon with the help of a fire spear. Shi watched this as if watching some kind of movie and ate popcorn. She told the owner that Qi defeated the silver dragon in a matter of seconds, and it looked like she could soon receive the divine sphere. Ignoring this, Chen Yi asked when the demon mission had reached 99%. The system replied that this happened when the ruler was busy, and she forgot to remind about it. But in any case, the mission was almost over. The owner silently touched her, and Shar returned to the form of energy-saving mode. Squeezing it in his hand, the man said that she did not remind him to complete the mission, which she can say in her defense. Xiao muttered that she was wrong. Throwing her aside like a ball, the overlord said that there should be no demons in Shansan now, but the percentage of the mission says otherwise. The danger must be eliminated. Landing on the floor, face down, the system muttered that he was right. In another time, Su will kill countless people from heaven and destroy the ancestors of the white-haired demons. And the reason why she will become the progenitor of demons lies in the tragic past and the body of pure yin power. By becoming the master's student, she, in a way, found a family. Judging by the way she gets along with the pink-haired girl, Shansan doesn't have any communication problems. Based on this, it turns out that family and friendship are no longer a problem. Then it is not clear what other option there might be. The man replied that even if we forget about the mission, this issue needs to be resolved as soon as possible. Otherwise, it will affect Su's development in the future. When he is free, he will talk to Shansan, but now he needs to rest. The system of the Lord of Heaven muttered that it also wanted to sleep and, wishing its owner sweet dreams, settled down next to him. Chen Yi addressed her by name, but before he could finish his thought, Shi interrupted him and said that she understood everything. He wanted a bedtime story and began to tell him. The Taoist asked her to close her mouth and just turn off the light. Meanwhile, Nan resented being forced into being a student. Qin Shuang replied that, stop complaining, he is giving them invaluable practice. Xiao did not understand why she should obey his student, and if she refused, she would be killed. She then asked Shansan if the mentor recognized her as his student. Su replied no. She said that 8 years ago a woman kidnapped her because of her body's pure yin power and killed the girl's entire family. On the day she came of age, the teacher saved her and allowed her to kill the tormentor. He never forced her to do anything against her will and never used her. In fact, he is not as formidable as he seems, but gentle. Nan was indignant whether they were talking about the same person, because she has a feeling that if she told him no, he would kill her without hesitation. She then walked close to Su and asked if she happened to like him. The white-haired girl immediately tensed and a blue glow appeared around her, which threw the girl back. Holding her head, Xiao said that it was just a joke and there was no need to react like that. The astral body stated that she deserved it, because Shansan is their master, and this is unacceptable. But suddenly the owner of the body of pure yin power said that she was right, and she really liked the man. The girls looked at her with bulging eyes in surprise. Nan said that given her IQ, she might have misunderstood the question. Therefore, she clarified that she meant the relationship not as between a student and a master, but as between a man and a woman. After thinking a little, Shansan replied that then she definitely liked him. Xiao slapped herself in the face and said that her master fell in love with another master. What kind of nonsense is this? Qin Shuang replied that she saw nothing wrong with this. Nan was indignant at what she was even talking about. The astral body said that let her just think. If they are under the authority of Sect Master Chengqing, then if they become a Taoist couple, how much the status of the girls will change. It dawned on her that if such a couple were formed, they would become the highest generation. The traveler then turned to Su and said that she and Qin Shuang would do everything in their power to help her conquer Chen Yi. The girl did not understand why. They moved closer to her and began to tell her in her ear how and what needed to be done. At the end, they added that if she followed their advice exactly, the master would soon become hers. Meanwhile, in the imperial world, Sinfan and the serpent watched the last of the 19 thunderclaps of the heavenly realm. Fulin's voice rang out as she congratulated Qi, who had experienced unprecedented thunder for being promoted to the heaven and human realm level. A person who could achieve this at such a young age is a rarity in heaven. The girl became embarrassed and said that maybe he was greatly affected by the master's talisman, and the world's thunder became weaker. Then she exclaimed that no matter how many students the master has, she will always be his favorite. Of course, as the eldest, she wants to be a role model for future brothers and sisters. Suddenly, Fulin warned of powerful spiritual fluctuations that were approaching the imperial world. Taking a closer look, Qian Fan saw a large number of spiritual ships that were rapidly sailing towards the world of the Lord of People. Meanwhile, in the Dao Palace, Qing Shuang told Nan that of course she could soak in the hot springs, which made her think that they could change. The girl replied that the dojo and rooms appeared before anything came out of thin air. Therefore, she thought that the palace could transform because even the weather changed to snow, which was beyond her expectations. While talking with the teacher, Shansen decided that it was time to start implementing the plan and told him that she wanted to go to the hot springs. Chen Yi replied that it's good. You need to be able to balance between work and rest. Su didn't expect him to agree so easily. Nan and Qin Shuang noticed that the water was somehow unusual. There was a lot of spiritual energy in it. It is very similar to the liquid earth spirit, but with a cleansing effect. While basking in such a priceless spiritual liquid, Xiao felt her soul being cleansed and wondered why they didn't live right here. The privileges of this sect are very cool. Suddenly, Nan jumped up and said that something had completely slipped her mind. Then she shouted to the Queen of the Night, who was basking in the water, if she remembered what they were talking about. She replied that yes, the girls wanted to use her as a tailor, but since they took her with them to the hot springs, she would forgive them. Nan stated that they would say a few kind words about her in front of the master so that he would let her go, but if she breaks her promise, she will remain their punching bag outside the palace and then punch her. Suddenly, the voice of Shansan was heard, who said that the dress seemed to be out of size, and all the girls stared at her. A white-haired girl stood in front of them in a skimpy swimsuit, trying to cover herself with her hands. The astral body stated that Nan's brilliant plan was seduction, although she knows more than a dozen spells but never uses them. Xiao replied no, she has a special idea. The traveler hugged Su and said that if you need to seduce a man, there are thousands of options. But based on her observations, the master will not like flirting from the girl. But a cute little dress, together with a perfect body and such a face, will blow him away. Chanson clarified whether he would definitely like it. Nan encouraged her by saying that she was incredibly attractive, and even if the master was an insensitive stone, he still wouldn't be able to resist. She thought to herself that she would pay him back for mocking her. She then rushed towards the white-haired girl, shouting that she needed to fix her hair. Meanwhile, Shur asked why the master wanted to take a bath. He replied that rest is also important, especially since Su rarely takes the initiative. Then he said that he had no clues about the demon's mission and needed to think about it. The system said that this is the last mission, and there is no need to rush. But although it was not yet completed, information about the third student had already appeared. Her name is Qin Xianja. Xiao exclaimed that in order to be called Tiansun, she must be a popular boss, but why hadn't she heard of her then? Chen Yi replied that it was normal. Even in those days, few people knew about her. Without the power of law, her existence will slowly fade from memory, and she will be forgotten by people. Her body is a flower, a kind of spiritual root, divine level. She was born with the power to manipulate time and space. Once upon a time, she used the law of time to erase herself from the memory of the world. She didn't understand how this was possible. The owner replied that there was nothing special here. Those who do not wield the rule of law may not remember its existence. But he wonders why Sin is doing this, especially since this power led to her fall. At this time, the girls gave parting words to Shansan and asked if she remembered everything that needed to be done. Without saying a word, Su suddenly jumped over the fence and plopped straight into the hot spring where the teacher was resting. The wave was so strong that the celestial patron system almost fell overboard. When a white-haired girl appeared from the water, Shur was very surprised. The mentor asked what she was doing here, and Shur admired her appearance. Covering her chest with her hands, Shansan said that she wanted to swim with him and asked if she could. Nan and Qin Shuang tried to peek through the hole in the fence, but apparently a spell had been cast, so it was impossible to see anything. Xiao began to offer to get to them. The astral body replied that if she wanted to die, then there was no need to drag her along with her. But the girl did not calm down as she was very interested. The girl sat next to her mentor, and a heavy silence hung around. Su decided that this was the end, since absolutely everything flew out of her head and she completely forgot what Nan told her to tell the teacher when she saw him. Chen Yi said that he did not give her this kind of clothing and asked if the traveler gave her such an outfit. The white-haired girl immediately began to deny everything and say that the girl had nothing to do with it. But seeing that the teacher did not believe it, she confirmed his words that it was Nan who gave her the dress. After this, the Lord of Heaven turned to her and asked if she wanted to tell him something. But as luck would have it, the girl didn't have a single thought in her head, and she couldn't squeeze anything out of herself except inarticulate sounds. She was already starting to get upset that the master had guessed everything, but she still didn't understand what to do next. Then she remembered that everything that the pink-haired girl told her was written on her hands, but when she looked at them, she saw nothing except the water-blurred ink. Chanson began to panic, because this was her only salvation. Suddenly a beep sounded and the system reported that her inner demon scale had begun to change. Chenny patted her on the head and said that he knew about her loss of family as a child due to the Qianyue sect. Moreover, she was also imprisoned for more than 1 year. Such hatred is difficult to forget, but as a mentor, he hopes that she will not feel bad emotions towards her body of pure yin power and will not become immersed in thoughts of the past. He can reverse life and death, but her parents and clan members are not cultivators, so they have already been reborn in other bodies. A forced resurrection could lead to bad consequences, but if she wants it, then he can do it. The girl replied that it was not worth it. She is very happy that her parents can live forever, and don't worry, she won't hate herself. Sue said that sometimes she thinks that if she didn't have a pure yin body, then the tragedy might have passed them by. While in prison, she repeatedly thought about committing suicide. And on the day when the master saved her from the witch and gave her the opportunity to deal with her with his own hands, for the first time she felt that having a body of pure yin was not so bad, because thanks to him, she met her teacher and became his student. Chenny, noticing that the demon percentage inside had almost disappeared, realized that she simply needed to throw out her internal grievances. But Chanson said she had one more thing to say. Collecting her thoughts, the white-haired girl said that she loved her master. The system of the Lord of Heaven and the master were surprised in a way that they did not expect such a turn of events. The man replied that they were teacher and student, and she might not understand her true feelings. But Sue said that there is no misunderstanding here. She loves him as a woman loves a man. Chen Yi said that she is only 18 years old and only knows one person of the opposite sex. It's too early to talk about feelings. The girl was upset and said that she would never say anything like that again. Coming out of the hot spring and wiping away her tears, Chanson lamented what a fool she was. Looking after her, Sure asked the master what they should do about it now. The man guessed that Sue's inner demon was him. Meanwhile, Xiao began to panic near the hologram and call for the owner. Due to the refusal of the Lord of Heaven, the percentage of mission completion decreased significantly. Xiao was silently surprised that the most well-mannered Chanson was able to confess to the master. Unfortunately, she encountered a huge iceberg from which she would achieve nothing. The man said that since the inner demon appeared because of him, it was necessary to resolve this issue as soon as possible and called the system with him. Xiaoshi said okay because for this mission, she just has to follow the old man. The owner grabbed her cheeks sharply and said that she'd been talking too much lately. The system immediately began to say that it was wrong. With burning cheeks, Xiao said she was ready to go. The Lord asked if she had forgotten anything by accident. And then she remembered the halo that remained floating right in the middle of the hot spring. After this, the man began to blow lightly, and the water in the font began to gradually disappear. When the water almost disappeared, Chenny noticed that the halo of the system was caught on some kind of stick. After the liquid had completely evaporated, he saw Nan and Qin Shuang, who had been hiding in the font all this time and breathing through a tube. The master asked menacingly what the Chanson students had forgotten together here. Nan began to babble that she would explain everything, and her astral body immediately began to push everything onto her. Xiao was freaked out that she immediately turned her down, because she was also interested. Qin Shuang replied that she just needs to admit her guilt, and the mentor will forgive her. The teacher, coming closer and closer to them, began to say that even though they had started their studies not so long ago, it was too much to not know the simple limits of decency. Then he began to reach out to them in order to give them a click, and said that now he would teach them manners. The girls screamed so loudly that birds jumped up in the trees. A little later, Nan calmed down Chanson and said that there is no need to be so upset, because this is just a confession. The astral body said that it would be better for her to remain silent, because it was her idea. The pink-haired girl, her cheeks swollen after the punishment, replied that she just wanted to help her master Sue. Qin Shuang snorted that she said that as if she understood something about love. Nan replied that she should remember the time when people chased her from the top to the very bottom of the mountain. She then had to turn down a dozen annoying guys. The astral body said that is why they don't talk about such things. Xiao screamed that she simply didn't need it, and in general, she didn't remember Qin Shuang dating anyone for a long time. She replied that men slow down the speed of development. Then she added that Nan has a bad head because she was not born. She only has a spiritual body. Xiao quipped that it was a pity that even if she wanted to find a boyfriend, she could only get a ghost. The astral body was angry that the traveler knew nothing, but was giving advice to everyone. She decided to run into something. Nan shouted in response that the busty woman was about to get hit in the teeth. While the girls were silently fighting among themselves, the sad voice of Shansan was heard, who asked if the master would hate her now. Xiao replied that this cannot be because she is his favorite student. How can he hate her because of such a trifle? The spiritual body picked up on the fact that he rejected her most likely because he was the girl's mentor. Nan then added that he is just a man, and Sue is so cute and talented that she will definitely find her lover in the future. The traveler continued that this old man was too pedantic and cold and wanted to say something else. But she didn't have time to finish her thought when Sue instantly covered her mouth with her hand and told her not to dare speak badly about her mentor. Suddenly there was a knock on the door, and Xiao, in order to avoid conflict with Shansan, volunteered to go open it. It turned out to be the master, and the girls immediately said that they would not disturb them and would not interfere. Chen Yi replied that he hoped so. Sitting under the door, Nan said that the master is not a log, since he came to talk with Sue, which means her technique works. Qing Shuang said to keep your voice down, otherwise he might hear them. But Xiao did not let up and said that as students, it was normal for them to worry about their mentor and began to hint that they needed to eavesdrop somehow. The astral body told her to do what she wanted. Pressing her ear to the door, the traveler asked if the spirit still wanted to have its own body. Qin Shuang told her to shut up because her head is not as strong as hers and she doesn't want to get it from the master again. Suddenly the voice of Shi was heard, who said, "What she sees here. These are two young students who decided to eavesdrop on the conversation." Then the celestial patron system shouted, "Block sphere, big step." After that, she grabbed a huge stone and threw it right at the girls. Looking at the approaching cobblestone, the astral body asked if this was the work of Nan. The girl was indignant that why did she need it, because they were busy eavesdropping. After the stone block landed on the curious, Xiao said that a very important step to complete the mission was taking place at the moment, and she will not allow anyone to prevent the master from achieving his goal. Meanwhile, the overlord informed Su that he would leave the world of Tianluo in 3 days. The girl immediately fell to her knees and began to say that she was wrong and should not have done this. In the future, she will train hard and not think about other things. After which she burst into tears and asked not to leave her because of one mistake. The Lord took the white-haired girl by the hand and asked her to get up from the floor. He said that some time had passed since he came to this world for her sake. Now that her body of pure yin power will no longer resist, it is time to go to the next world. It's not because of her, it's just planned that way. Chenson continued to cry and said that she spoke disrespectfully to the master. Is he angry with her after that? The man replied that the timid little girl who had previously been unable to say a word gained strength and confessed her feelings to him, boldly looking into his eyes. He sees how his student has grown, so why should he be angry? After that, he decided to broach the topic regarding what she had said earlier and explain everything. Chenny said that he has lived for many years and has seen thousands of worlds. He often encountered joy, sadness, life, and death. For so much time, he got used to being alone and no longer remembers the last time he thought about being with someone. He understands that her feelings and words of love mean a lot, but now they have a relationship between a student and a master, so he doesn't want to deceive her, avoid answering, or lie. The white-haired girl asked with hope in her voice that this means he doesn't hate her. Smiling slightly, the man replied that, as he said earlier, he didn't attach much importance to these words, so she shouldn't either. He then continued his speech and said that in 3 days they would leave the Tianluo world and go to the Imperial world in order to meet her elder sister. These two worlds are very small, so it is too much trouble to manage them separately. He needs Qianfan and Chanson to unite them. The combined world must have special techniques as well as heaven and human realm level cultivation. Her sister broke through this sphere a couple of days ago. Chanson should work harder and achieve this sooner too. Then he began to head towards the door and added that she should go to bed early today. But the girl called out to him, and the master asked if she wanted to tell him anything else. She stated that she would try hard, and sooner or later she would definitely melt the master's heart. The Lord of Heaven was at first confused by this news, but then smiled slightly. After a difficult conversation, the mission was completed. Sure celebrated this and said that she never doubted her master for a second. Suddenly, Chenny saw Nan in his bed and asked what the hell she was doing here. The system explained that the Chanson students were trying to eavesdrop, so she was afraid that they might interfere. She thought they would freeze if left outside, and she didn't have the authority to change the room, so she couldn't think of anything better to do than bring them here. Then she added that if he really has no experience in dating, then why not practice on them? But before she heard the answer, she smiled insidiously and asked that perhaps he was skipping the conversation process, wasn't he? The owner got angry and, returning it to energy-saving mode, began bouncing around the room like a ball. From the Taoist's palace, screams could be heard throughout the street that she was just joking. In the morning, Nan asked what happened that night. Qin Shuang replied that she didn't know because she was also passed out. They don't have to deal with this because she doesn't want to get beaten again. Xiao noted that Su has been too harsh lately. In just a few days after starting cultivation with He, she was able to break through to a new level. They need to do the same too. Nan noted that the soul of an artifact can transfer its spiritual energy to the master to cultivate together. It is no wonder that so many evil sects died in order to obtain it. Suddenly, the pink-haired girl received a strong blow to the head from behind from Tao Lin. Xiao immediately screamed, "How dare the forest girl treat her like this because she is her master?" Tao replied that although the girl is her teacher, she is too weak, so Chen Yi ordered her to be forced to cultivate. And he was absolutely not against using brute force against the traveler for motivation. Nan exclaimed that if she had known, she would not have taken a spiritual assistant who began to follow her. Qin Shuang said that this was done by the master for a good cause, and the forest fairy is much better than a chicken that sleeps on her head for half a day. A few days ago, the overlord informed Xiao He that Chanson was her new teacher. He is an artifact created using the soul forging tool. As long as the contract was valid, their spiritual powers would be bound, and the cultivation process would speed up greatly. Su thanked him. The soul of the artifact immediately began to bow to the new owner, but she told her to simply address her as Su Chensan, and now they would try to work together. Chen Yi then turned to Tao Lin and asked what she thought about this pink-haired girl. The forest fairy said that she needed to think. Then she flew up close to Nan and asked, so scared, what she was going to do with her. Taking her hand, the little creature stated that her talent was mediocre. There was only a basis for cultivation at the peak of the soul spirit, and she practiced questionable techniques. But even though she has a fierce character, she is gentle in her soul, and there is fear and disgust for evil spirits and ghosts imprinted there. So the fairy agrees. Xiao was indignant that firstly, where did she get this from? And secondly, there is no need to speak so loudly. Chen Yi then turned to Qing Shuang and said that she can easily change her body shape, but all the techniques she practices are based on heavenly fire, which suits her better than physical training. Before this, he captured one fragment, Qian Fan and Chanxin. It does not fit, so he will give it to the astral body. The system exclaimed that this was a piece of divine flame. Remembering the first meeting with this artifact, Shi asked that this thing was not incredibly dangerous for others. When the owner began to transfer the phoenix into the hands of Qing Shuang, the system screamed that they were all doomed and the Dao Palace was about to catch fire. But as soon as the astral body grabbed him, he turned out to be a small, round-faced chicken. Xiao and the teacher were surprised. The Lord of Heaven asked how Van Hu Lian transformed into such a form. He replied that this name is too long and let him be called simply Xiaoli. The bird reported that Vulian and his older sister Chulian taught him the rules. From now on, he will serve the Taoist and bite anyone he asks. The man replied that in that case, he would serve Qin Shuang as an artifact. The system said that it remembers how this heat bird was very angry, but what happened to it after it was in the owner's storage room. The astral body introduced itself to the phoenix and asked to give her as much advice as possible in the future. The chick looked at her contemptuously and said that he refused because not only was she new, but she also did not have a physical body. Although it is a fragment, it is still a noble artifact. Cats and dogs like them, who cannot cook, need to return home earlier in order to make pies for sale and inherit the family business. A hand that appeared from the storage portal hit the arrogant bird on the head with all its might with a bat. Then a voice was heard that said that, as a spiritual artifact, he was obliged to obey the master, and if he did not want to serve his student, then he should return back. Whether it's sandbags or cannon fodder, the bird has to be useful. Phoenix replied that he was wrong. How could he disagree? Now his heart is happy, and laughed nervously. The voice asked where his apology was. The chick immediately apologized to Chilean, but she replied that not to her, stupid. Then he immediately asked the Taoist for forgiveness and said that he did not want to go back to that world. Chen Yi replied that everything was fine. A few days later, Shuri asked if he really wanted to take Chance in with him. The owner replied that it was true. At the moment, he has Qian Fan and Su, but in the future there will be more disciples, and this will strengthen the Tao sect. Connecting the imperial world and Tianluo will make it much easier for students to control them. The system thought to itself that such a straightforward person as the master could not understand what she meant. The emperor and the demon are ancestors who are at enmity. How can their meeting end, especially since they both like him? The voice of the girls was heard, saying that they were ready. Looking at the huge trunk behind Nan, Qin Shuang asked if she really didn't have a storage ring. She replied that she didn't understand anything and that this was a ritual. The Lord pointed them to the portal and told them that it was time to hit the road. Looking around, the astral body said that before, when she was in the kingdom of heaven and people, she traveled only to the nearest worlds and had never seen such a path. Nan called her a fool and said how could she not have seen this before? They are now in a space-time tunnel, and the master is actually crossing space and time. Suddenly, the teacher felt something, and the system asked what happened and why his face changed so dramatically. He explained that when he left the imperial world, he gave Qian Fan a set of spiritual clothes with a seal that he himself put. This robe has just been damaged. Therefore, it is necessary to speed up and rush to the aid of the ruler of the human world. After that, their carpet plane flew at such a breakneck speed that the girls screamed in fear. Meanwhile, in the imperial world, everything was in flames and complete destruction after a difficult battle. There were a large number of dead people lying around. The first of the 4 generals of the Xianxin Empire, Bei Ci, approached Sai and said that he was giving her one last chance for her world to immediately bow to his great empire and recognize it. Otherwise, this small place will be destroyed by his army and turn into dust. The girl sat near the wounded snake and held Fulin, who was unconscious, in her arms. She replied that there was only one person in the world who could force her to obey. In the Qian Fan dictionary, the word give up was not mentioned even once. Xianxin are vile invaders, and if they want to fight, they will fight back. It simply couldn't be any other way, and then shouted for her imperial world to continue fighting. Bei Ci called her a stubborn fool and said that even as the ruler of the human world, against his strongest army, she is nothing. Fulin whispered that the gap between her and the enemy is too great. All intruders are strong. If the battle continues, Qi will die, and she cannot allow that to happen. Now it will self-destruct, and this will give Qian Fan a chance to escape. The girl replied that she decided not to leave this world. After all, if he disappeared, would she be worthy of the title of empress? Her spiritual robe was damaged, and she hopes that Chen Yi felt it. If she couldn't handle ordinary things like time delay, then he would think that she was neglecting cultivation. Therefore, until the master arrives, she, as a ruler, should not retreat. Almost with all her strength, the girl rose to her feet and said that in addition to the empress, she was also the eldest sister of the Tao sect and the main disciple of Chen Yi. The foreign invaders want her dead, so let them just try to achieve this. The warriors recognized that she was worthy of her title, but only their empire could exist. One of them said that this woman's stubborn temperament suited his stomach, so let them leave her to him. Meanwhile, Qian Fan attacked the treacherous Imperials with dozens of divine spears. The army men shot them down in front of their general so that he would not be injured. Bei Ci calmly watched all this and only said that her tricks were rather pathetic. But suddenly she pierced through one of the commander's entourage and shouted, "First!" The general got angry at how stubborn this girl was and said that since she didn't want to give up, then let her die in that case, and swung his weapon at her. But the empress managed to block such a powerful blow with her strength. The warriors were confused because only the level of the heaven and human realm could withstand Bei's attack. Ci stated that the deaths of his subordinates earlier were not an accident. She's not an ordinary sky dweller. If it weren't for the enemy faction, he would actually have an interesting discussion with them. But it's a pity that she decided to become an enemy of the Xianxin Empire, so there is only one way to end it. The emperor's spear began to crack under the onslaught of the general's weapon, and he said that his fate was very similar to that of Qian Fan. In the end, the divine spear broke into pieces, and a powerful force fell on the girl. But as it turned out, she managed to dodge at the last moment. Bei Ci said that although she managed to survive this time, she would not be able to do so with his next blow. But suddenly he was attacked by a cold, energetic force, and he did not understand what was happening. Turning around, the man saw a huge phoenix that just appeared out of nowhere. Nan, calling the Empress A. Xuan, asked if she was okay. The girl replied that her spiritual strength had practically dried up. Then it dawned on her that they had addressed her by name, and she asked what she was called. The pink-haired girl asked if she was the teacher's sister, or if she had mixed up something. The astral body explained that her name is Qin Shuang, and the other girl is Xiao Nan, and they are both disciples of Master Chan Xin. It turns out that Qi is her older sister, which means she is also their master by seniority. Then they began to take the clueless girl to a safe place, and on the way they pointed to Sue, saying that the white-haired girl was her younger sister. Looking in surprise at the girl who was casting spells, the general asked who she was. Holding a sword in her hands with reinforcements in the form of Tao Lin and Xiao Fen, Chanxin declared that she was the second disciple of the Tao sect. Then powerful bursts of energy began to appear which destroyed his army one by one. His entourage was already ready to join the battle, but the general stopped them with his hand and ordered them not to interfere in his battle. Bei Ci thought that this girl's body exuded coldness, although she had a weak cultivation base. It was very suspicious. This means that it is not a magical weapon, but rather a chilling form of spiritual energy. During the battle, he was infected several times by this strange cold, which he had to eliminate with his spiritual energy. But this white-haired girl has only the Tibetan sphere. The main danger is those others. The phoenix flame has no temperature, but can easily burn the soul. And the elusive sword spirit that had awakened the desire to surrender in him caused virtually no damage. The bird said that the master has very little spiritual energy, and its flame is not enough. What to do now? Tao replied that she was not very good at fighting the living, so she would take on the general. We need to delay them until the Tao arrives. Energy flares began to sparkle on the battlefield, destroying spaceships. Watching this, Qianfan asked what her youngest field was. Qin Shuang replied that she had reached the Tibetan realm 2 days ago, so together with Phoenix and Tao Lin, she should easily deal with the intruders. Looking around, Nan noticed that there were many corpses around the level of the realm of heaven and people, and clarified whether Qi herself had killed them all. She replied that 3 days ago, invaders invaded her world. At that time, she still knew nothing about them and ordered the ruling sects to evacuate, and then only summoned a few masters to fight them. But she miscalculated. Their army reached the Tibetan realm and had hundreds of sky and human kingdom-level generals. If it weren't for them, she would have died already. All the elders decided to retreat after hearing this news. Nan exclaimed that taking only a couple of people to fight with another world while staying alive for so long and killing hundreds of heaven and human realm levels is simply amazing. Are all Tao disciples really such monsters? Qian Fan didn't answer anything to this. She just asked tiredly where the teacher was now. Having misunderstood which master the eldest was asking about, the pink-haired girl pointed upward and said that he seemed to be the center of attention right now. The astral body did not understand what she was talking about. Nan was indignant that isn't the ancestor dealing with spirit ships. In her opinion, no one is paying attention to it or what. Qin Shuang stated that since he personally handles this issue, it can be said that he has the main role. But then, their attention was attracted by Qian Fan, and they asked what the girl was going to do. Because she was seriously injured and her spiritual strength was depleted, she should not exert herself. Getting to her feet, she said that as the eldest, she could not allow her youngest to fight alone. And besides, the existence of the world of the ruler of people depended on it. She has already regained her strength and, as an empress, will personally send these uninvited guests back. Chen A is probably watching from the sidelines now, and she cannot give up her position. Meanwhile, outside the world, the rulers of men, the overlord, and the system observed a huge number of invader ships. Shuri said carefully that there are a lot of people here. Will everything be okay with Qian Fan? The man replied that Shanxin and the soul of the artifact were next to her, which means everything should be fine. Suddenly, Prince Xianxin, whose name was Qin Qiun, appeared, and arrogantly said that Chen Yi dared to appear in front of his great army. Was he also here because of the purpose of heaven? The Lord calmly asked who this young man even was. The young man introduced himself and said that he was fighting in the worlds in order to find the lost fragments of heaven. If a man is here for the same purpose, then let him return to where he came from. His army appeared here first. I thought to myself that it was strange. He did not feel the stranger's soul, but he had the same spiritual strength as a person. A bad feeling did not leave him, and he decided that he needed to be careful because the man was of the same level as the emperor. Chen A said that he sent a huge army through space to start a war in the world of the Lord of People, just for the sake of some myth. The prince replied that the fact of the presence of celestial fragments in this world has been proven more than once by their sages, and they are never mistaken. If the world of the ruler of people voluntarily surrendered and gave them everything they want, then there would be no war. If it must be destroyed, then so be it. The world of heaven and all things has always been a place where the strong devour the weak. Provided that the world of the ruler bows its head before him, he will not attack again until the first disobedience. After listening to this speech, the ruler said that is, he wants to say that in the omnipresent world, everything is decided by force. In this case, you need to check how strong his army is and point your finger in his direction. The master's magical power struck the arrogant prince like a laser, passing right through his head. After that, the man climbed into his mind and decided to explore the Xianxin imperial world. He saw that this world was built from the remains of others. The heavenly consciousness has not yet formed, and the highest level of cultivation is quite weak. Then he came to the conclusion that this was hardly enough for Qian Fan, Shan San, and those two to practice. After that, he placed an artifact on this tiny planet and ordered it to do its job. Chen Yi once again thought that this world was not suitable for his disciples to practice with their cultivation speed. It looks like he will have to look for a more suitable place for them in the future. Meanwhile, the Xianxin palace was shaking, and the guards decided that the enemy was already close, and it was time for everyone to defend the emperor. But after a couple of seconds, everything cleared up, and the atmosphere became much lighter. In the throne room, the ruler of the empire, Sin Yi, summoned the minister and said that he wanted to hear his opinion. Mo Fan replied that this surge of spiritual energy disappeared as suddenly as it appeared. He thinks that this is the last release of the power of some god in the universe and it has nothing to do with them. Sin Yi replied that he hoped so, because the world of Xianxin was created from the lower worlds, so it could not become heavenly. Finding the fragments is now a priority, and he fears that his sons will encounter monsters or ancient demons. The minister replied that the most powerful world where there are fragments is Chunxian. The cultivation of the first and second princes, as well as an army led by 4 generals, is more than enough. Before the expedition, a return spell was cast on Tian and Xiun so that in a pinch, they could use the Star of Fate to return home. Suddenly, one of the stars began to collapse and crumble into small pieces. Meanwhile, in one of the ships, a warrior came to the general with one piece of news. But he interrupted him and said that Lao Bei and his highness were messing around for too long, and the enemy was just a pathetic little man. Then he shouted for all 327 guns to be loaded and ready for battle. Upon the prince's return, they will combine all their forces and tear that man to pieces along with his little world. Having come to his senses, Tin Chun asked what the Lord had just done to him. Just in case, the system reminded Chen Yi that they were still near the Qian Fan world and therefore asked him to be careful with his spiritual energy. The prince said that he hoped his interlocutor would not act rashly, otherwise the heavens would rebel against him. How can you stir up a conflict over this little world? Even if he retreats, the nearby worlds will be destroyed in his place. The man menacingly declared that he knew absolutely nothing about this world and directed magical power in his direction. After which a dragon appeared and swallowed up several huge stars. Compared to them, the world of the Lord of Men was a speck. Then the Overlord simply combined them together into one small sphere and held them in his hands. The prince was simply horrified by what he saw and did not understand how it was possible to control cosmic bodies so easily. Chen Yi turned to the young man and said that if for him the world of the Lord of People is nothing, then in his opinion, the world of the prince is nothing more than an insect. After that, he took the newly created sphere and threw it towards the impudent young man. A ball of 2 stars pierced the body of the emperor's son, leaving a huge hole in him, and then flew through one of the main control ships of the Xianxin army. Immediately, alarms began to sound that the 3rd spiritual board was damaged and began to fall. But that was not all. The sphere began to ricochet off all the ships, destroying everything in its path. Watching everything explode, the system marveled at how beautiful the fireworks were. Then she added that, as expected, the master destroyed all the bad people with the help of one small ball. Meanwhile, Qi asked Chansan if she still had the strength to summon the gods. Su replied that her spiritual energy was almost exhausted and she would not be able to hold out for long. Then she asked if her sister had a plan. The girl replied that the difference in strength was too great and asked whether the teacher had given her the scripture. Su said yes. She stated that although they have different techniques, they have the same spiritual foundations, and you can try something. Chanson firmly replied that her sister can be 100% confident in her. She will do everything in her power. At this time in the sky, the battle continued between Phoenix and the first of the four generals, Bei Ci. The heat bird was completely exhausted and turned into a small chick, saying that it was all too complicated. Suddenly, a hovering aura consisting of fire and ice forces appeared in the sky. The warrior could not understand what kind of spell this was. The man thought that this aura was growing too quickly, so something needed to be done quickly. He shouted, a dragon-cutting blade, and struck at the strange magical force with all his might. But to his surprise, nothing happened. His powerful attack with the cleaver did not bring any result. A moment later, a powerful energy flow threw him back some distance. The man thought that he had been wandering the skies for more than 1,000 years and had taken part in countless battles between large and small worlds. But in all this time, he has never seen such a technique, and it's incredible. It turned out that the girls combined their divine manifestations. Qin Fan turned to Chanson and said that they must finish as quickly as possible before their spiritual powers run out. Su replied that she understood everything. Meanwhile, the general was not going to calm down and said that he would not miss the opportunity to fight them. So he called on them to get ready and said that he would fight with full force. The surviving soldiers shouted that they needed to get out of here quickly if they wanted to live, since their commander decided to show an aura. The divine manifestation of Bei Ci looked terrifying and resembled a huge monster. The sisters were shocked by what they saw, as they did not expect him to make a knight's move. The man asked that they really thought that only they had such a trick. There is too much of a gap in power between them, so even their fusion will not help them defeat him. After this battle, in order to regain respect for his army, he will destroy all living beings on this planet and bury him along with the girls. The sisters did not waste time because their strength was running out, so they struck first. The general replied that it was not bad, but their end was still near, no matter what they tried to do. Qin Fan informed Su that she had no more spiritual energy left, so this blow would be the last. Gathering all the strength they had left, the girls made a final push and inflicted powerful damage on their opponent. After which, completely exhausted at high speed, they fell to the ground unconscious. The man admitted that for the younger generation it was all very good. He was even a little sorry that the fusion of two divine auras could not withstand his crushing power. Suddenly, the general heard loud sounds of explosions behind him and did not understand what it could be. Turning around, Bei Ci saw all his ships, one by one, being struck by an unknown force. Subordinates were either thrown out of them by the blast wave, or some jumped off themselves in the hope of being saved. The man did not understand how this happened, and why there was no warning from the fleet. Then he began to guess that trouble had happened to the second prince. Suddenly a voice was heard asking that one who increases his power through the deaths of others can be called a god. Seizing him in magical shackles, Chen Yi added that he should not expect mercy from him for his dark energy and arrogant behavior. After a couple of seconds, they began to cut the general's divine aura, and blood began to flow from his mouth. The Lord chuckled that there was nothing special about him at all. The girls were very happy to see their master, and looked at him with admiration. The shocked Bei Ci asked the ruler who he really was. The man calmly replied that he did not need to know this, as he would soon die. After his words, the general was struck by a powerful energy flow, and the warrior stated that the end of his majesty had come. After some time, near the Dao Palace, Phoenix told Xiaoqin, sitting on his head, that he would now be his elder, and if any problems arise, then let him contact him. And in the building itself, Nan received an electric shock and jumped out of her seat. She exclaimed that just a little more, and her butt would have burned. She needed to go to another place because it was already unbearable. Qing Shuang said to be patient. Since the eldest recovered, they have not stopped competing in cultivation. Since the speed of energy circulation here is very high, they will achieve the same results. Xiao was indignant that stopped talking to her about cultivation. She does not want to risk her life by being near them. Then Nan thought that in the battle with those invaders, they acted so harmoniously, then why now they act as if they had quarreled? The astral body said, and the master mentioned that at that time it was their first meeting. Tsi thought that according to the teacher, Su was in captivity until she came of age, and then, in just a couple of months, she reached the level of enlightenment. Since she is the eldest, she should not give in to the younger one, and therefore needs to work more. Chanson was thinking that Qin Fan is 2 whole years younger than her, but has already reached the realm of heaven and man and become the ruler of this world, so she must work harder to catch up with her. And both thought that they needed to put in as much effort as possible, so they trained almost continuously. Nan didn't understand how one could cultivate endlessly and asked if Qing Shuang had seen anyone in recent days. She replied that the Taoist was currently busy repairing the Qi doll. Xiao snorted that this was no big deal for him. Why did it take so long? Then she asked what this training could be for them as a punishment. The astral body replied that with a character like the Master's, anything can happen. The traveler exclaimed that she couldn't do this anymore. Meanwhile, Shi was thinking that the owner could fix Fulin with one movement of his finger. But why did he bother with her for so long? As if he had heard her thoughts, he said that the doll consists of only 30,000 parts, but has a special structure. It combines soul and artificial intelligence. Rebuilding the Fulin body is simple. The difficulty lies in improving the motherboard without deforming the original structure. If he makes even the slightest mistake, then her consciousness will suffer. Control of spiritual energy is very important here, since the puppet is made very skillfully. While eating popcorn, the Skylord system said that it sounded very difficult, but she was confident that he could handle everything. Sometime later, Chenny turned to the doll and said that he had finally finished repairing its core and restored the functionality of the body. He also changed the settings of the techniques and engraved the Tao Sutra, which removes restrictions from her body, so in the future, she will develop faster. Now it will be distinguished from a living being only by the structure of its body. If she increases her cultivation level, she will eventually be able to go beyond the puppet's body and become a human. Or she can continue to use this body for improvement if she is already satisfied with everything. Fulin replied that she was very grateful to the master for this opportunity. When the ruler entered the room where the girls were training, he asked what was going on here. The energy of Qian Fan and Chanson was raging around, and the traveler, along with her astral body, terrified, climbed onto a pillar that was about to collapse. Noticing the teacher, the girls rushed to his feet, sobbing and shouting that they had been waiting for him for so long, but he still did not come. The sisters, seeing their mentor, were incredibly happy, as they had not seen him for a long time. Xi boasted that she had been training hard all this time and had stabilized the level of the heaven and human realm. Su said that she also tried hard and is already at the peak of the realm of transformation, so she will soon be able to break through to a new level. Then Qian Fan asked why his hair turned white. Maybe he was injured and he should call a doctor. He replied that she had nothing to worry about. After the man returned to his previous hair color, Su exclaimed that he didn't have the same color as her. The empress replied that of course not, his natural color is black, and then added that Chenny scared her terribly. The mentor replied that he changed his image while traveling to the world of Tianluo, and he added that this is because Chansan's hair is white. The girl was immediately touched that it turned out that he took such a step only for her sake. Qian Fan didn't like this wildly, and she didn't understand how the master could change the appearance, especially for the girl. The girl immediately clung to the teacher and said that she missed him very much. Chenny praised her and said that she had done a good job in handling the human lord's world and the Xian Qin invasion. The girl replied that it was because she was his student. She thought to herself that even though the mentor spent more time with the youngest, she still remained his first ward. Shansan did not waste a minute and pressed herself close to the master, on the other hand saying that she too took part in liberating the world from invaders. The lord immediately released Qian Fan and began stroking Su's head, saying that she had done a pretty good job of controlling the divine aura. The empress was annoyed that they were so close because she was his first student. Then the man turned to the girls and said that they were both his students, but they practiced different techniques. What do they think about sharing experiences? The girls looked at each other and were at a loss to answer so immediately. After some time near the arena, Nan was happy that everything would begin soon and said that, as expected, the master simply created a whole world in a matter of seconds. Seeing Xiao stuffing herself with walnuts, Qin Shuang asked where she got them from. The girl replied that the day before yesterday there was a feast in honor of the victory, and she took it there, as if the eldest loved them. The astral body was indignant at why she didn't take anything for her. The traveler objected that she didn't ask her for this. Meanwhile, in the arena, two students were preparing to compete with each other. Fulin stated that she will be the judge. Since they are both students of the master, they need to fight with full force, but they cannot kill each other. Otherwise, the fight will be stopped. You cannot use spiritual artifacts, familiars, scriptures, or invoke gods. You can only use weapons. Then, glancing at the podium, she added that outsiders should not interfere either. Nan said with her mouth full that the Tao Master allowed them to come and watch in order to gain experience. Qin Shuang picked up that they could just ignore them. The puppet said that she explained all the rules and the girls can start at any time. Looking at her sister, who had nothing in her hands, Chansin asked Qianfan where her weapon had gone. The empress replied that the spear of the Lord of Men had broken during the battle with the invaders. But then she added that there was no need to worry, and a divine spear appeared in her hands. After which Tsi said that since she is the youngest in the realm of enlightenment, she will lower her level for an equal duel. Chansin replied that since the elder had lowered the sphere, then she would use her weapon. After which, looking defiantly into each other's eyes, the girls decided it was time to get started. The sisters immediately decided to resort to their techniques. Chansin shouted, Taeyan Niswan and Qian Fan, the ruler of Chulun. Their magical powers immediately clashed in a fierce confrontation because neither of them was ready to give in. Having successfully repelled each other's attacks, which were absolutely equal in power, Qi shouted that they needed to compete further. Nan and Qin Shuang were very scared of what was happening, and they wanted to escape from there as quickly as possible. The astral body blamed Xiao for everything, saying that she was so eager to come here. During the battle, the judge controlled the levels, settings, and assessed the abilities of the opponents. Watching their battle, Shi exclaimed that it was terrible, and now she understood how they were able to destroy so many worlds in the future. Then she turned to the master and asked if it was normal to force students to fight among themselves like this. Chenny replied that this is just the realm of enlightenment, and that artifact will survive. Xiao said that she wasn't talking about that at all, but that if they suddenly quarrel now, then something terrible could happen in the future. The man replied that it doesn't matter. If there is a battle in their destinies, then it would be better if it happened earlier. Then their original future will change direction. After explanations, the owner said that he wanted to play the lottery. Xiao immediately started digging into the system and muttering that she hadn't updated anything here for a long time. Then she exclaimed that a new version of the Wheel of Fortune had been released. For the previous task of internal demons, the Qi reward for breaking through to the realm of heaven and people, and the Su reward for the realm of enlightenment, the Taoist was credited with 70,000 points. Since there are a lot of points, he receives a lottery boost, a red ball. This is a newly added reward that can only be obtained in the upgraded version. To activate it, you need to use the regular lottery 10 times. According to the rewards for completed tasks, the owner has only 6 normal attempts and 2 improved ones. Chen Yi decided to start with the improved ones. As soon as Shi started reaching for the button and saying that they would now start playing the lottery, the master shouted, "Energy saving mode." Holding her in his hands, the ruler said that she was already a completely conscious system. Did she really not understand what he meant? She replied that she understood. After that, they turned the wheel, and the arrow stopped in front of the double red artifact. Xiao exclaimed that there are 2 special rewards in the Wheel of Fortune, the chance of which has now been greatly increased. The master's luck, as always, is at its best. After thinking a little, the ruler pointed to the red ball with an arrow, which he did not get. To a silent question from Shar, the owner replied that he needed a new, suitable weapon for Qianfan. She did not know how to use an axe, but a spear would be great. Not understanding why the system hesitated, Chen Yi asked what he could get in there and get it himself. To which Xiao immediately exclaimed that there was no need and she could handle it herself. Trying to move the arrow, Shi muttered that the reward level was the same, and in theory, this should not be against the rules. As soon as she managed to do this, a bright light immediately flashed in the room. A gunfighter of the heavenly path appeared in front of them in the world of the galaxy, who menacingly asked who dared to awaken her. Then she stated that she'd been waiting for thousands of years and could now return the galaxy to its former greatness. The heavenly patron system couldn't believe its eyes that it was such an artifact. Gunfighter added that if he agreed to become her puppet, his fame would reach the heavenly city in the future. Shi thoughtfully said that she had already heard this from someone. The owner replied that since she was aware, then let her act. Xiao exclaimed that she couldn't because this girl was a spiritual artifact. A loud roar was heard from the portal and flames burst out. The system fell into a stupor of horror. Then a huge dragon blazing with flames appeared from there. Shi screamed and started trying to hide. Gunfighter chuckled and stated that it was just an inferior artifact. The monster roared that how dare she insult the gods in front of his master. The girl was taken aback for a second. Then it dawned on her that this was one of the first gods. Then the fiery deity leaned close to the girl and asked if she realized her guilt. She felt very scared and was at a loss what to say to him in response. The Lord calmly told the dragon not to burn down his Tao palace. The dragon immediately began to apologize and said that she had simply not been outside for a long time and only wanted to tease her a little. She didn't think the girl would be so scared. After transforming into a human form, it turned out to be a girl, namely Qi Lian, who rules the small world of Dao Chun. The owner said that he was giving the artifact to her. Qi replied that he could rely on her. Sitting down next to the gunfighter, the girl asked how such a small girl dared to try to threaten her boss. Did she really not distinguish between life and death? She said that this aura burns everything around. Is that red-haired girl also his spiritual weapon? Chenny replied that no, she is his familiar. Then he asked if she had heard the story of the three predecessors. Qilian is the last Chun Chin in the world of heaven and all things. Their role is to rule their world. Noticing that they were looking at her intently, the girl asked if there was something on her face. The man replied that everything was fine and asked how her world was doing. She replied that if Tianchu could sleep peacefully, then the world would be quiet. But this girl gets up every day to find him. Then she said that it was time for her, as there was a lot of work ahead, and throwing a gunfighter on her shoulder, she went into the portal, simultaneously saying that she would train her and hand it over to Tao Lin in a couple of days. After that, the man said that Qian Fan and Chanxin should have finished by now, so it was time for him and Xiao Shi to join them. Meanwhile, in the amphitheater, the battle continued, and the girls were not going to calm down. The empress decided to use the technique, the royal thunder of Chulin, and sent a powerful stream towards Su. The lightning immediately reached Chansan but did not cause much damage. It turned out that this was simply a diversionary maneuver in order to deliver the main blow from above. But the younger sister managed to quickly dodge him and remain unharmed. And not a second had passed before the ice and fire forces collided again in a fierce confrontation. Qian Fan noted that Su attacks very quickly and accurately, and this cold aura slows down the circulation of her spiritual energy. If this continues, then everything will end badly for her. Chanson turned to Ti and said that she did not have much spiritual energy left. Therefore, she will now release part of her yin, and one blow will determine the outcome of the entire battle. The Empress replied that she would then use the talismans that her teacher taught her to make. She will be testing them for the first time on a person, so she warned the younger one to be careful. Her ice dragon appeared around Shanxin, which acted as protection in all battles. And around Qian Fan, a fiery dragon who saved her more than once during difficult battles. Nan and Qin Shuang became nervous after seeing such power and had a bad feeling. Xiao asked that maybe it would be better for them to leave there as soon as possible. Meanwhile, the sisters were already rushing to attack each other with the help of additional forces. As soon as the dragons collided, everything around began to explode and stones flew in different directions. The girls were so engrossed in the battle that they did not notice anything around them. They struck one after another but deftly countered each other. Nan and Qin Shuang were completely horrified and cried out that they would never come to watch their training again. Noticing that the girls were in a panic and could not get out of there, Fulin flew to save them. When they flew away from the trap, the traveler's butt was again damaged by fire. Meanwhile, the dragon Qian Fan bit the neck of the dragon Chanson. Qin Shuang said that the master's snake was destroyed, who in the end won now. Nan replied that Su was still holding on. The white-haired girl sat on the ground, breathing heavily, her strength drained. Qi said that the secret is in the technique itself. She learned it in the battle with the invaders. The aura of the spirit guides combines with the seal of the human lord in her body and uses the thunder talisman that the master taught her. She won, but suddenly, rays of light began to break out from the artifact in her hands in different directions. The connection between the human lord's seal and the thunder dragon was severed. If he continues to absorb the spiritual power of the 8 vehicles, something irreparable may happen. Qian Fan turned to the youngest, who looked completely defenseless, and realized that something urgently needed to be done. The girl was in a hurry and overestimated her skills in controlling the seal of the Lord of People. She could no longer control the situation, but the younger one must not get hurt under any circumstances, so Qi ran towards her. The Empress quickly covered her with her body and took the entire blow upon herself. Meanwhile, the world created by the master was split in half. Nan screamed that the elders' powers were out of control and they urgently needed help. Fulin said that she couldn't do anything. It was the overlord's plan. Near the sisters, Chenny's voice was heard, who quipped that using the seal of the Lord of People to control the aura as the basis of the spell was very smart. The spiritual power of the guide does not belong to Qian Fan. If she is not careful, then the energy can go out of control, causing chaos to reign. Then, with the help of his magic, he restored the world destroyed by the sisters. After some time, Xiaohe and Fulin were sitting sewing up the torn clothes of Chanxin and Qian Fan. The puppet turned on triple speed mode and began sewing up clothes like a sewing machine. He was shocked by how fast his sister is. and she couldn't even get a thread into a needle. The girl introduced herself and said that she was a heavenly anthropomorphic doll of Qian Fan and Tao. Then she added that it seems the girl doesn't know how to sew, so let her leave this task to her. The artifact's soul rejoiced and thanked her. The doll replied that it was not difficult for her. Meanwhile, all the girls went to the nearby Xianyuan Dynasty night market for dinner. Nan stuffed herself with food and said that it was very tasty in the world of the ruler of people. Qin Shuang shamed her to eat more carefully. No one is taking it away. Who would even dare to marry her with such manners? Xiao replied that she really looked like someone who was worried about this. If she doesn't get married, won't there be a master who will support her? The astral body did not understand what kind of nonsense she was talking about. The spirit apologized to those present for the traveler and said that she was reborn as a hungry ghost and did not know etiquette at all. Now Nan didn't understand what kind of nonsense Qing Shuang was saying, because she herself is a ghost. Qian Fan replied that everything is fine, let them order what they want. Su at this time created an ice cube on her head and asked if it hurt her. Zi replied that no, but she should go eat because this restaurant is quite famous in the overlord world. Lounging on a chair with a full belly, Nan said that she had finally eaten enough and asked the eldest where the master had gone. The empress replied that she did not know. He simply said that he would return soon, so he needed to wait somewhere. Meanwhile, Shansan tried to feed her at least a little. At the market, local barkers could be heard shouting that their products were the best and that there were now 20% discounts on fresh drinks in honor of the opening of the new store. Some girl came into the pharmacy and the seller immediately began to ask what she was interested in and said that he had all kinds of medicinal materials, as well as very rare spiritual roots, if she would like to take a look at them. It was Santu who said that she wouldn't watch anything, just let her have everything wrapped up. The system asked if this was normal at all. The owner replied that he should do what he wants because he cannot break his promise. Sure didn't understand why she needed so much. Was she really making the medicine herself? The man replied that she doesn't know how to do this, but she loves to grow various spiritual roots and flowers. In her world, there is even a special small garden. Santu hurried the assistant with a bunch of boxes and said that she was in a hurry to move on. Meanwhile, the ruler settled with the pharmacist, who was very happy with such a large purchase. The woman then took Chenyi's arm and said that she now needs to go to the next store. After some time and a couple more stalls, the overlord asked if all this was enough. Santu replied that yes, that would be enough. The time has almost come, his precious students are waiting for their master and it's time for her to go back. After she sighed heavily, Chenyi asked if everything was okay. The woman replied that she simply felt how he had changed. Previously, he would not have spent time shopping and sending purchases to the small world. And now he has become gentle, and all this is because of his little students. The Lord objected that this was all for the sake of a task, and he did not think that he was much different from his former self. Santu stopped abruptly in front of him and hugged him, and said that he could deceive anyone but not her. After that incident, he closed his heart and never opened up to anyone again. He doesn't care about any changes in the world. Those who have been with him for hundreds of years understand perfectly well that this is not at all what he would have wanted. A man is simply afraid of losing what is dear to him again. Then she added so that he would no longer worry. Now he could protect them, and disappeared. After that, the master returned to the girls in the restaurant, and they were very happy to see him. Su immediately started asking where he was, and Qian Fan said that all the food was already cold, so she asked the owner to set a new table. But the mentor replied that he was not hungry and had a conversation with them. The girls sat opposite him and said that they were listening to him carefully. He returned here to unite their two worlds. This will be his main sect, which will be easier for the disciples to control. He will teach them how to do this, so that in the future, girls can join suitable worlds. Nan wondered how this could be possible. Qin Shuang replied that there was nothing impossible for the overlord with his means. Chenyi continued that in addition to imprinting on the small world, the art of fusion requires the level of the heaven and human realm. Chanxin is at the peak of the realm of enlightenment, so this process can begin in a couple of days. After everything is completed, he will go to a new small world, and he believes that after some time, they will have a new student. The sisters really didn't like the phrase about the new student, and they were unpleasantly surprised. A few days later, Chansan stood on the top of a mountain and could feel a thunderstorm approaching quickly. Looking at all this, Nan said that the 9-day thunder disaster is the weakest compared to the others, and she hopes that with the help of Shanxin's abilities, there should be no problem. Chin Fan said that she conducted a whole special course of training for the youngest, and with her capabilities, everything should go like clockwork. Qin Shuang said it covered everything within a 10-kilometer radius. If someone approaches, then you need to deal with him as soon as possible because you cannot interfere in such things. Nan stated that the trap of thunder is that once a target crashes near a thunderstorm, its scale will increase depending on the people crossing it, and the strength of the disaster will increase. Then she asked where the master was now. Chi replied that the master took the younger's artifact and returned to the Tianluo world to solve some problems and said that he would return soon. Meanwhile, a powerful clap of thunder was heard, and a lightning strike struck right at the place where Su was standing. In the Tianluo world, the Heaven Lord system and the Master stood opposite the gate of the Imperial Palace. The man decided to slightly transform this place with a terrible history, so he began to rebuild it with the help of magic. A few moments later, the castle appeared in a renewed form, and all the ruined souls were able to free themselves and go to heaven. After the reconstruction, Chen Yi turned to Xiaohei and said that before some events, she went downhill and used the souls of the dead for cultivation, which is why she almost took the devilish path. But there is no clear line between good and evil, so he believes in changing it for the better, and now, the palace of the original emperor has been remodeled and renamed the Renaissance Castle. From now on, as the Lord of Rebirth, she will help his disciples control the law of reincarnation in this world. Then he handed some kind of scroll into her hands, but the girl did not understand what it was and what he was talking about. If in the future, in the united world, a living being dies, then he will end up in this palace and be reborn through transformation. When the souls come here, she will know everything about them in order to draw conclusions about good and evil. Shi whispered in the man's ear that then it turns out that the new world will have some kind of reincarnation system, and what will happen if they find out in the afterlife. The owner said that he would kill anyone who dared to touch his students. Chen Yi added that managing such a business is not easy at all. It is associated with complex issues, and Su is still too small, and contacts with the memories of the dead will not help her in her development. He replied that everything will be under control. He then added that Shansan should have already dealt with the thunder disaster, so they need to go, and began to head towards the portal. The white-haired girl was attacked by lightning over and over again, and it seemed that she could no longer stand it. Nan was worried about Su and asked if she could cope. Qin Shuang said that she didn't remember that when she moved to the next level, the thunder was so powerful. Qian Fan thought that something was wrong. Compared to the thunder disaster last time, this one was twice as strong. What she taught her sister should have been enough to survive, but at the moment, everything is getting out of control. Then the girls began to feel a strong spiritual pressure that seemed to be crushing them from the inside. Suddenly, it dawned on the Empress what was happening, and she realized that she needed to save her sister. Chanson looked into the sky at the approaching lightning bolt and did not suspect that anything was going wrong. Without wasting a minute, the older sister ran to save her white-haired younger sister. Nan exclaimed that everything had come to an end because Qian Fan decided to intervene in this process. Su was surprised when she saw Qi suddenly appear, standing in front of her and placing her seal upward in the direction of the lightning. The Empress asked how she was feeling, because a powerful thunderstorm was approaching. Chanson replied that everything was fine, but the severity of this disaster was not like the one she had experienced before. She thinks that this is no longer the 9-day thunder disaster when you reach the level of heaven and people, but something more powerful. Ancient scriptures say that when a creature appears that disturbs the balance of the world while chasing a calamity, a terrible beast may be born. Under its strongest black lightning discharges, not only celestial beings will be destroyed, but also the surrounding world. His ancestors called him the Vientiane Thunder Serpent. The huge monster looked terrifying, and the girls urgently needed to come up with a plan of action. Qin Shuang and Nan wanted to rush to their aid, but the eldest stopped them and told them not to come close. And she added that the girls would not be able to resist him, so let them get out of here quickly. Chanson began to tell her that if they pulled the trick with divine manifestations again, they could fight him, but she interrupted her and told her to leave too. Su exclaimed that this demon was interested in her, and how could she leave her here all alone? Without answering this, the older one called Fulin, who touched the younger one, using magic that instantly puts her to sleep. The last thing the white-haired girl managed to say before losing consciousness was the question, why? Patting her on the head, Qian Fan said that while the master was away, she was the eldest in their sect and therefore must protect everyone. When she wakes up, the teacher will be back and everything will be over. Then she ordered the puppet to take care of her. Fulin said that she sent a message to the mentor, and he should arrive soon. Then she added that the difference in strength with this snake is simply enormous. There is no need to try to destroy him, just try to distract him until Chen Yi returns. She replied that she has a plan, but it's a pity that she won't win. Having gathered her thoughts, the girl began to reconfigure herself and say that this was just a strange little animal, summoned by a thunder disaster. Meanwhile, the doll tried to take the owner of the body of pure yin power away from this place as quickly as possible. Qian Fan did not waste any time and attacked the monster with fire arrows. Turning his attention to herself, the girl said that his opponent at the moment was her. The Vientiane thunder serpent roared loudly, showing its huge mouth. Shuri said that she was a little scared, because this monster was the strongest they had ever encountered. Chen Yi explained that the snake was created by the will of the world to destroy living beings and shake the balance on the planet. Xiao said that his student's level is not enough to win, so she wants him to help them. The man replied that he would not interfere now. The system was taken aback and could not find anything to answer. The Lord added that the affairs of this world should be decided by the ruler of people. Moreover, Tzi bravely fights with a creature of superior strength and does not rely on the fact that he will help sooner or later. During his absence, the girl has grown up, and he wants to thoroughly enjoy what she is capable of. Meanwhile, the Empress did not give up and attacked the Thunder Beast over and over again. At one point, the girl did not have time to dodge the blow, and the snake struck her with a powerful discharge. Unable to maintain her balance, she began to fall down at high speed. The blow was so strong that the girl bounced off the rock several times like a ball. The monster opened its mouth wide, and an energy sphere appeared there, with which it immediately attacked the place where Qi fell. The system began to lament that this was all. You could say goodbye to the girl. Chen Yi told her to close her mouth and look further. When the smoke began to clear, the monster saw a brightly glowing shell and was surprised. It was Fulin who managed to put up protection, after which she became exhausted and began to switch off, whispering that the first phase was completed. Holding Su in her arms, the eldest exclaimed that the puppet did a great job managing to block the blow. But since the doll could no longer protect the younger doll, Qianfan threw her down to Nan and Qin Shuang so that they could catch her. The girls successfully completed their task and managed to grab her before she hit the ground. Qi mused that after each attack, there was a small amount of time for the creature to recover. The accumulated energy runs out, but new energy has not yet had time to accumulate. The larger the body size, the longer this period. Qianfan thought that she had been waiting for this moment, and shouted so that the population of the imperial world would listen to her order. Then she called on her artifact, the seal of the ruler of people, as help in the fight against the monster. The auxiliary thing immediately appeared near the serpent and began to try to draw spiritual energy out of it. The system exclaimed that the girl was incredible and was really able to suppress this huge snake. The man said that since negotiations in this case were pointless, the student seized the moment while the beast had not yet regained its strength and hit him. The seal of the Lord of People can control the fate of the human world, but it's just a pity that its compatibility with it is negligible and Qianfan won't last long. Shur asked if the girl would be in danger. The man replied that it would not be easy for her to defeat the monster that contained the will of heaven. Xiao exclaimed that this is very bad, but why is the master so calm and seems to even be happy? He replied that he was glad to see how a mere mortal tried to fight the heavens. Then he added that he had once been in a similar situation. Meanwhile, the Vientiane Thunder Serpent made a powerful attack on the artifact. Qi frantically began to try to have time to use the divine spear. But the seal of the Lord of People could not withstand a blow of such force, so it cracked and fell into many pieces. Falling down, the girl thought that it was stupid to rely on the Emperor's seal, because she understood that the thing was unlikely to withstand it. Nan and Qin Shuang, who were watching the battle, were horrified by what was happening, but could do nothing to help her. Qianfan had words from ancient scriptures flashing in his head that this creature was capable of destroying the world. She understood that at the cost of her life, she could seal the monster, as the previous emperor had done. Suddenly, the voice of the ruler was heard, who told her to catch a new weapon. The master said that this is a heavenly spear, and from now on it belongs to her. Meanwhile, the thunder snake managed to recover during this time and made another powerful attack on Qi. Chanson partially came to her senses and could not calmly observe what was happening, so she began to rush to help. But the travelers tried to hold her back and said that she was too weak and could not even walk. Nan noticed that the elder was able to stop the enemy's flow of energy and told the girls to look at it. A protective sphere appeared around the Empress, which successfully contained the powerful blow. Having guessed the moment when the snake did not have time to regain its strength, the girl successfully counterattacked it. Having transformed, Qian Fan menacingly said that the one who dared to attack her world and her Taoist sect must die. After which, feeling equal in strength to this monster, our heroine rushed to attack him. The demon tried to stop her with a retaliatory blow, but it seemed that the girl was no longer so vulnerable. Qian Fan, completely shrouded in a bright glow, found herself right next to the monster's face and declared that the end had come for him. After which, a divine manifestation appeared behind her, which would help her win the battle. Transforming it into a huge fire spear, Xi launched a powerful attack at close range. The snake could not resist this, and the weapon hit him directly in the head, tearing it into small pieces. Then a powerful explosion occurred on the battlefield. The thunder disaster was successfully defeated. A few days later, Shansan was cultivating spiritual energy. Nan asked her not to dwell on it. Qin Shuang picked up that trying to evolve when she can't concentrate is very dangerous. The girl sadly replied that 3 whole days had passed since the fight, and the eldest had not come to her senses. Xiao hugged her and said that everything would be fine, because next to her sister she was the master. The astral body added that it couldn't be any other way. Meanwhile, Qian Fan was out of her mind and delirious, with traces of lightning discharges visible all over her body. The system was not sure that the girl would be able to get out, which means she was in danger. Chen Yi explained that 2 heavenly wills are now fighting in her body, because of which her flesh is being destroyed. Over the past few days, he had given her spiritual nourishment, and her body was able to adapt to the will of the heavenly Tao. Now all that remains is to wait for her to wake up. Once upon a time, he already taught her the amulet of 1,000 mortal lightnings. She knows how to wield it well. Now, killing the thunder serpent helped her understand the power of heavenly laws. Gunfighter exclaimed that she didn't expect that Qian Fan would also receive her star radiance path. The man patted her on the head and said that from now on her name will be Xiaotan. In the future, she will follow Qi and help her. The girl obediently agreed. The system stated that it had a question whether the owner thought that compared to Shansan, he was too strict with Qian Fan. Chen Yi looked at her menacingly, and Sure immediately began to say that she was just asking and was not going to give him any lectures. The master sighed and said that she was right. He still prefers the empress. Xiao didn't understand why and said that she didn't think so. From the outside, it seemed that he liked the white-haired girl better. He replied that as long as she is in a clear mind, Su will not follow the demonic path and will surpass the very ancestor of demons when she reaches the top of heaven. But Qian Fan is different. From the very beginning, she was the weakest among the strongest in heaven, and the fact that Qi was able to become the ruler of people is incredible. Her life story has long become commonplace. She is destined to conquer the heavens and act against them. After becoming his student, she will have to go through many tests, going beyond her capabilities. He hopes that she will become not just a ruler who fights with the heavens, but something more. The system realized that he actually cared about the empress and not the other way around, and that he most likely summoned the snake personally. The man replied that he should now think about whether the girls would quarrel in the future after such an incident. Sure asked if this was all a setup to improve their relationship. Chen Yi dodged the answer and said that it was time to start preparing his students to merge the 2 worlds. Suddenly he was pulled by his clothes. Turning around, he saw the eldest, who came to her senses and called him in a weak voice. The master sat down next to her and asked how she was feeling. The girl replied that she was fine and nothing hurt, but she couldn't move. After he applied a cloth with cold water to her forehead, Qi said that she felt very hot and her whole body ached. The teacher said that she had already passed 2 tests of the will of heaven, so it would take a little time for her body to get used to it. Then the girl said that her pillow was too hard and uncomfortable, but her mentor's legs were a completely different matter and moved her head onto them. The man asked if she ever blamed him for what was happening. The empress exclaimed why, because he didn't do anything bad to her. He replied that when Qi encountered the thunder serpent, she should have sensed its presence. The girl fought alone, against a monster superior to her in strength, and he was nearby, but only watched everything. Qian Fan confirmed that she felt it, but she didn't have time to think about it. She couldn't let that black snake destroy her human lord world. Then she clarified that if he decided not to help her, was there a reason for this? The master asked if she noticed that he was more demanding and strict with her than with Shansan, and if she knew why this was happening. The empress suggested that it was because he liked young girls. The teacher immediately pulled her cheeks in different directions and asked how such a thing could even come to mind. She exclaimed that she was wrong. The master explained that this is because she is the main disciple and is a member of his sect. He hopes that in the future she can make her name and become his successor, after which everyone in heaven will know her. As the leader of the human race, Tsi can lead the sky. If in the future she surpasses her teacher, he will become her subordinate. The empress could not believe her ears because she did not think that he believed in her so much. She immediately imagined a picture of their wedding, which she dreams of, and then he will definitely be hers forever. Then a fantasy flashed about two children together, and the man said that he saw how busy he was, and the weather was so wonderful outside, so he took the kids and went for a walk with them, after which she exclaimed that she understood everything. Qian Fan will work hard to surpass the master and become the most powerful empress. Chen Yi thought to himself that the girl was still so small, but she was already at the level of the realm of heaven and people. Plus, she could control two heavenly wills. This is very interesting, so he will continue to watch her. After some time, the eldest finally came to her senses and went into the girl's room, declaring that she had finally returned. Everyone present was very happy to see her because they had been worried about her for so long. Bursting into tears, Shansen rushed to hug her, almost knocking her off her feet and saying how glad she was that everything was okay with her. The thunder snake was aimed at her, and if something happened to the eldest, she would never forgive herself. Tzi replied that she didn't think about the consequences during the fight, but thanks to their master, she was fine. Qian Fan then said that her father had 8 more children besides herself, but she had never had any younger ones. Perhaps this time she considered Su as such and subconsciously rushed to defend. Chanson was flooded with memories of the day when a terrible tragedy occurred and all her loved ones were killed. She felt so lonely and defenseless, no one could stand up for her and help her. And now she had an older sister who, without hesitation, rushed to stand up for her. Therefore, she burst into tears even more, and C tried to calm her down and said that she shouldn't worry so much because everything was fine with her. Nan began to say that she heard from the Taoist that Qian Fan is younger than Chen Xin, and then why is she the older sister? Qin Shuang asked her to close her mouth and not spoil such a touching moment. Suddenly, the voice of the overlord was heard, who asked what they were doing here. Noticing that Su was tearful, he asked what happened. Was Qian Fan really offending her early in the morning? She fearfully replied that no, because how could she mock her little sister? Su confirmed that she was just worried that Qian Fan would be okay, so she was moved. Realizing that nothing terrible had happened, the master asked if he was ready to begin an important task. Since the empress was already feeling well, the girls answered yes. He then turned to Nan and Qin Shuang and said that they were staying here to look after the house. Xiao pouted because she really wanted to go see the merging of the two worlds. The astral body said that their cultivation was very weak, but they would still have a chance in the future. Meanwhile, the master and his students went to the galaxy in order to combine 2 planets into one whole. Tian Fan summoned her new artifact, Xiao Tian, and Chanxin summoned the soul of the artifact, Xiao He. Then the girls held hands and shouted the names of their own worlds, the lords of people and demons. At this time, the ruler carried out some magical manipulations with them, which should contribute to their merger. Nan and Qin Shuang felt the house shake and realized that the guys had already begun to act. People on the streets began to panic because they did not understand what was happening and thought they were being attacked by invaders again. The Celestials also felt spiritual vibrations. The Queen of the Night was surprised that a Taoist would do such a thing, and the King of Beasts said in disappointment that he had just returned to his sect and had not even had time to rest. Meanwhile, the 2 planets united into one, and a common world of 2 sisters was formed. When everything was ready, the mentor asked the girls if they had already come up with a name for it. The students looked at each other and said that they had discussed this issue and decided to voice the option that they came up with last. Qi stated that since ancient times, the human lord world and the demon world have been separated from the heavens. At this point, she, Emperor Qian Fan, has officially united these 2 worlds together with the help of her mentor. Chen Yi created a different way of reincarnation. After the death of several worlds, souls are reborn. Everyone is taking a step towards a new life. From now on, there will no longer be a division between the human lord world and the demon world. A new, common world has been created, which will be called Huantan. The teacher told the girls that their worlds were originally different, with their own customs and culture, and there were also geographical differences. For them, he leaves the task of improving this world so that everyone can exist here together. Xiaohe has created a small hell world that is based on the world of the dead. If in the future the disciples again encounter an enemy that is much stronger than them, they will be able to enter there in order to hide for a while. Then the teacher added that he had something for Qianfan, and some kind of artifact began to appear from the warehouse portal. When it fell directly into the hands of the empress, she realized that it was a teleportation device. The teacher said that as long as spiritual power flows into the portal, it will be open. Opposite them will be the world of Xianqin, which was recently invaded. There, a person with a high level of cultivation confronts fate. When Qi becomes strong enough, then she will be able to open a passage between the two worlds in order to fight him. The girl replied that she understood everything. Chanson asked upset how long the master was leaving them. The mentor replied that he did not know, but the situation with her future younger sister was quite special. The white-haired girl rushed to hug him and say that she would miss him very much. He said that over-reliance on the teacher would only make the cultivation process worse. There are some things he can do for them, but the road to the future is a path they must take on their own. Sue replied that she understood everything, and no matter how far away he was, she would not stop developing. Qianfan was upset that the master returned less than a month ago, and it was time to say goodbye again. She asked where he was going and maybe it was necessary to send someone with him, but the man replied that there was no need, he would go alone. The girl became even more sad and said that it was a pity that everything was happening like this. Chenny held her close and told her that during his absence, their entire sect would be on her, so she should not slacken cultivation while managing it. Qianfan replied that he should not worry, everything will be under her complete control, and she will not harm her younger sisters as well as the world of the Lord. When he returned to them again, she would be much stronger than now. Qin Shuang stated that she also wants a hug. Nan was indignant that this was the teacher's farewell to his students and why she was interfering. But the astral body still flew up to him and wished him all the best. The Lord told her that since the spiritual body absorbs energy better than the living one, she needs to be careful while practicing. Xiao snorted that she was acting like a child, and she should be ashamed of her behavior, and if anything, she was not jealous because there was nothing to envy. The mentor also pressed her to him and said that if, when he returned, the girl never reached the kingdom of heaven and people, then he would send her to purgatory and she would cultivate there alone. After the man said goodbye to everyone, all the students stood and sadly looked after him. Finally, he added that he hoped to see the results of his diligent training at the next meeting, namely greater cultivation than at the moment. After which, he went into the portal where he would rush along a long temporary river to his next student. Meanwhile, in the world of Yunmachi, Qin Qinga reasoned that just a short time ago she was an ordinary girl. But suddenly she died and found herself in a completely different world. She thinks it was some kind of time travel. Sin was grateful to this world for giving her another chance at life, but she did not understand why she became a flower. Her body has become attached to him, and she doesn't even have the legs to leave here. Singe wondered what she should do. Would she really remain a plant until the end of her days in her new life? Suddenly she heard a rat running past, and a coin fell out of her pocket with a clink. Convinced that there were still some advantages to her position that she liked, she began to try to get it. Throwing it up, the girl rejoiced at such a find because it was a gold coin. Then the girl heard a noise in the sky and saw something falling to the ground from there and decided that it was a meteorite. The cosmic object fell to the ground with a roar, and the flower still had no idea that it was her teacher who had arrived. Chenny wandered around the new world and told the system that it was not strange that they could not find it. It turns out that there is a secret place in this kingdom. Looking around, she noted that the area here was quite beautiful. She then announced that a new assignment was already available. It said that for unknown reasons, after her death, Sin found herself in the kingdom of time. She is in a flower in a special place, in a way that makes Singe different from ordinary people. The reward for the task will be 30,000 points. There was no punishment. The note stated that the Overlord had managed to unite the human Lord world and the demon world into one sect, so this task would be completely nonsense for him. The owner asked what this girl's identity meant. The system did not find an answer to this question, and then he said that they would find out directly when they found it. The master noted that the passage of time here is quite strange and very different from the outside world, because half an hour here is equal to 3 years there. She was taken aback by this news. The man said that the secret place has a special ecology. Due to the time difference, it is difficult for creatures to survive in the outside world. But for an ancient flower that took thousands of years to transform, this is it. The system exclaimed that it was on the trail of his third student. Xiao immediately began to rush forward, telling the master to follow her and she would lead him to that place. Approaching a field with a bunch of flowers, Shuri said that judging by the navigation system, she is located somewhere here. Chenny said that the flower of time, which has not yet transformed into a human, is very fragile, so it has no choice but to hide. In order to calculate it, you need to use spiritual power. But the system of the Lord of Heaven exclaimed that it seemed that it had already found it. Pointing to a flower that was higher than all the others, Xiao said that the girl should be there. Hearing a human voice, Singe exclaimed that she seemed to have been discovered. Involuntarily raising her voice, she attracted attention and Chenyi said that she was caught. Noticing that the flower began to tremble, Shuri muttered that she was apparently very frightened by their arrival. Suddenly, right under the master's feet, a gold coin fell with a clang. The teacher did not understand what it was and asked if she was really defending herself in this way. The system replied that most likely he understood everything wrong. Leaning closer to Sin, he ordered her to show her everything she had hidden. The plant silently poured out a large amount of jewelry onto the ground next to it. She whispered that she seemed to be asking for mercy on her in this way. The man said that this form is inconvenient for communication, so first she needs to create a new vessel. He then opened the vault portal and ordered someone to climb out. Xiao asked in fear what would happen this time. If it is the same as big sister Qi Lian, then she will be very scared. The owner replied that this was a divine artifact, the Lantern of the Shadow Mountain, which his old friend Xianxian left him. It has the ability to transmit life energy. Meanwhile, a sleepy girl, Yunshan, appeared from the warehouse and asked what time of day it was and why she had been called. The Lord turned to her and said that he needed her to transfer 3,000 of his years into this flower. Artifact replied that there was no problem, but she clarified whether she had misheard, because this was the first time she had heard such a request from the master. He replied that she understood everything correctly, let her transfer part of its life to this plant. Without wasting any time, the Shadow Mountain Lantern began to complete the task. The system exclaimed that now the master will lose many years of his life. Maybe there is another way. The man replied that there was nothing to worry about. The duration of its existence is close to infinity, so some 3,000 years will not do much for it. Unlike Qian Fan and Chanxin, it will take her so much time to acquire a human form because she is a divine creature with a special structure. If you don't help her, she may remain in the flowering process forever. Yunshan, yawning, said that the transfer process was completed, and if nothing else was needed from her, then she would go on to sleep. The master thanked her for the work done. After a couple of moments, the magical shell cracked and a little girl emerged from it. She exclaimed that Sin Chinga is so tiny. Looking at her hands, the little girl couldn't believe her eyes that she had become human again. Unexpectedly, she rushed to run away across the flower field as fast as she could. The system began to sound the alarm that she was about to disappear from view. Having switched Xiao into energy-saving mode, the overlord rushed after her. After a while, stopping near a tree and trying to catch her breath, Sin was surprised that she managed to escape. But suddenly a voice came from behind her and asked why she didn't run further. Turning around, the girl saw a man, then screamed in surprise and fell to the ground. Then she began to cry and asked to let her go because she was just a flower and not tasty at all. Chen Yi replied that she should understand that after her death she became a divine plant. The flower she fell into was not an ordinary one, but a heavenly root, which can be called the fruit of heaven. Since she is not a simple creature, she must make a lot of effort to overcome many obstacles and difficulties in order to bring herself to perfection. Then he asked if she was ready to become his student. The little girl didn't understand well what he was talking about, so she seemed confused. The system noted that as soon as Sin took on human form, she immediately began to try to escape, and it seems that with such resistance, it would not be easy for the master to persuade her. But the little girl immediately fell to her knees and began to ask to be accepted as her student, after which the mission was completed, and Shuri was surprised that it happened so quickly. Singe thought to herself that after all, this man had helped her gain a human form. In any case, if he turns out to be bad, she can always run away. The man introduced himself to her, saying that his name was Chen Yi, and added that from now on he would be her teacher. Then he took her into his arms like a child and said that it was time for them to go. She asked in fear where. The mentor replied that the passage of time here was not at all suitable for training, so they would find a quiet place where they could conduct classes so that the girl would blossom. A month later in the treehouse, Chen Yi was sipping tea and noticed that Sin was sitting and falling asleep instead of studying. He loudly called her name, and the girl was frightened by surprise. After which she, with a sad expression on her face, continued her cultivation. The man said that if she had any questions, then let her ask them directly. Extra thoughts and distraction from training can have the opposite effect. He has already warned about this more than once. The little girl carefully said that a few days ago he told her about cultivation levels, but she no longer remembers absolutely anything. She exclaimed that Sin has a memory like a goldfish, which only lasts for exactly 3 seconds. The mentor said that over the past month, she asked him hundreds of questions. And according to their agreement, when she repeatedly asks what he has already answered before, she must work out 10 scrolls of spells as punishment. Singe whined that he must be making fun of her. Then, exhaling, the man replied that he would tell her about the cultivation levels again, and she should remember them so as not to ask again. Worlds in the universe are divided into 3 types: small, medium, and large. The difference in size is determined by the level of cultivation. For example, where they are now is a big world, and the highest development belongs to the 3 sacred realms. Above these 3 worlds, there are 5 kingdoms: Kaiui, Ninju, Xiankun, Qiyuan, and the Kingdom of Heaven. Those who have reached the peak of cultivation in these levels will no longer be limited by the influence of the worlds. Trying to remember everything listed, the girl asked what level her master was at. Chen A replied that in the realm of heaven, there are 3 foundations: the Tao of birth, the Tao of the child, and the Tao of calamity, and his level is above all of these. The system added that the master is even more powerful than the heavens themselves. The little girl was shocked that her mentor was practically the strongest of all that existed. The teacher said that after recovering the material, he should give her a cultivation task. At the moment, she is in the mortal realm and needs to further develop levels. Within 3 months, she needs to form a spiritual sea, move into the created realm, and let the flowers of time bloom. Singe exclaimed that it was impossible in such a short period of time because the speed of her cultivation was too slow. Ignoring this, he added that in addition to practicing this month, she should master all the information he gave her. The man will visit her to test her knowledge once every 30 days. The girl understood how much she would have to work, which is why she was upset, but humbly replied that she understood everything. Shuri whispered in the owner's ear that compared to Qian Fan and Chansin, this girl seems a little out of this world. Chen Yi didn't understand what she meant. Xiao explained that the previous students were more obedient, although they had their own interests in some situations. Therefore, they had their own training program. And the third student looks like a whiny raccoon who cannot concentrate and collect her thoughts. The master replied that she was not as weak as she seemed at first glance. The flower of time is not aggressive, but if you touch it, it can turn back age. This means that a child can become an old man and vice versa. While in the realm of enlightenment, until you understand the law of time, the ability of Qin will not blossom. If you look at it from the perspective of talent, this girl is stronger than the body of pure yin power. Therefore, lately, the man cannot understand where she got such an inferiority complex from. The assignment stated that her character could become a problem over time, and that she needed to be careful. Suddenly, the Lord of the Skies began to teleport, without warning, and the system could not understand where they were going. Arriving in Yunmenza, the system asked why there were so many ships here, because the last time they were here, only birds lived in this area. Chenny explained that this place is called the Endless Sea, and these 9 spirit ships should be the main forces. Shari exclaimed in surprise that these were really the descendants of the great heavenly sages. The man replied that as long as Singe wasn't involved, he didn't care about them, so he needed to wait and just watch. Xiao began to tell that thousands of years ago, in this world there were many strong people who fought for dominance. Due to endless wars, murders, and robberies, a large number of people were forced to move. But after some time, 9 great heroes appeared and saved the world, after which they disappeared as quickly as they appeared. In subsequent times, everyone called them the 9 heavens of light. Then a beep sounded, and the system exclaimed that it seemed the owner had accidentally launched a new mission. It stated that Yunmenza had attracted the attention of other sects who wanted to explore the world of time. Due to the large number of applicants, this could lead to its collapse. Chen Yi cannot interfere, only help Sin hide it. The reward for completing the task will be 5,000 points, as well as 1 advanced and 5 standard lotteries, plus 1 weapon for Singe. The penalty for failure to comply is the death of the student. Shur was taken aback by the last line. Xiao immediately wailed that the punishment had not yet been added to the system, so this misunderstanding could be corrected, but the man stopped her and said that this was not necessary. Sin was born in this place. It is her hometown, which means it is logical that she should protect it. Although the flower is slowly cultivating, thanks to the Tao, she has one of its sutras, and that is enough for growth. Then he added ominously that if the mission failed, he would be very interested to see how the system dared to destroy the third student before his eyes. Shuri scaredly said that she wouldn't dare, and if anything happened, she would definitely cancel the punishment at the last moment. The owner can trust her. Meanwhile, the little girl crawled around the entire house and the area around it, looking for her teacher and did not understand where he could have gone. Not finding him, Sin concluded that he abandoned her because she doesn't train much and her cultivation speed is very slow. The girl burst into tears and became hysterical, screaming how he could leave her completely alone. When the master and the system returned to the house, they did not find the flower in its place, and it had also started to rain heavily. The man was at a loss as to how this girl was able to get through his protective barrier. Without saying another word, he went somewhere like a bullet, completely forgetting about Shur, who shouted after him to wait for her. Meanwhile, the frightened little girl tried to run away from someone as quickly as possible. It was a huge number of different demons that were practically stepping on her heels. She forgot to watch her step and ended up slipping on the wet ground and falling. Looking around, she began to apologize and say that she did not want to intrude on their territory. But the brightly glowing red eyes from the darkness only growled furiously, and Singe begged them for mercy. The girl covered her face with her hands and screamed that they should not come near her, but the monsters were already rushing to attack. Suddenly, the monsters were struck by an unknown force, which literally cut them into pieces. Opening her eyes, she saw the flower in front of her, who at the last moment managed to come to her defense. Sobbing again, Sin rushed to him as fast as she could, asking where he had been all this time because she had been looking for him for several days. The system thought that they had been absent for a much shorter time. The owner replied that the passage of time between this world and the outside world is completely different, but he forgot to keep track. The girl continued to scream that she thought she was about to be eaten. Chenny stroked her head and said that everything was fine. He was here. After which, the mentor took her home and said that as soon as they returned, they needed to talk. Meanwhile, an evil spirit was watching them from a high tree and noticed the flower of time. Having cured her clogged legs, the mentor asked where she still hurt so that he could help. Sin replied that everything was already in order. Chenny then questioned why she passed through his barrier. The girl replied that the master had not been around for a long time and she simply went in search of him. But on the way, she accidentally turned the demonic beast into a small animal, and that's why all those monsters chased after her. Then when she ran some distance, Singe realized that on top of everything, she had also forgotten the way home. But it was good that the teacher found her. Chenny just grabbed his face and couldn't even find what to answer. Shuri said that she is a goddess, and there are quite a few creatures who want to kill her, so you need to be careful. After that, the girl silently began to tear the bud from her head. Xiao wondered what she was doing. Bringing it to the master, Sin said that this was an outgrowth of her abilities, which she realized while cultivating. If anything happens to her current vessel, it will be possible to restore it with the help of this bud. She hopes that Chenny can take him with her the next time he disappears. The baby will be able to feel him through this flower, and she will not be so afraid to be alone. Taking it in his hands, the man agreed and said that he would always have it with him. The mentor patted her on the head and said that she had spent too much spiritual energy in the past few days, so she could go and rest. Left alone with herself, the third student thought that everything should be fine. While pouring wine for the owner, the system noted that he would not mind drinking a little today, although usually at such a time he refused. Then she asked if he was up to something. Chenny asked if she remembered the conversation in which she said that there was something unusual about Chinga. So after some time, it began to seem to him that there was really something wrong with her. Shur replied that these were just thoughts out loud. There is nothing special about her except that she is very naive and has memory problems. The owner said he asked her if she remembered anything from her past life. Her last memories are of how she stepped into a trap in the tomb and then turned into the flower of time. Nothing more. Xiao thought about what she heard and said that it was quite normal for such a little girl not to remember what happened before reincarnation, but still it was somehow strange. Chen A said that, for example, Nan and Qin Shuang were also reborn, but they perfectly remember everything that happened in past lives. In any soul, memories leave an imprint, like a flame. Shuri asked if he was hinting that the baby lied to them about not being a traveler. The Lord replied that no. In that case, she would not have been able to develop a spirit before she acquired human form. The owner thinks that most likely her soul and memories were replaced by someone during reincarnation. The system asked if this is indeed the case, what the master is going to do about it. He replied that nothing yet, because it was just an assumption. Approaching the sleeping girl, the man said that all this can only be found out if you get into her soul. This is what he did next. There he saw a grimy sin in tattered clothes, and there were many dying people around. Some woman took her hand and began to lead her away from the place blazing with fire, after which she put her in a cage and said that she would sacrifice the baby to the deity. The dark force immediately attacked the child and began to destroy. Observing everything, the stranger added that this was the best thing she could do for them. Seeing that the master was performing some magical manipulations, Shur asked what he was doing. The owner turned to her and said that everything was much more complicated than he thought, so they would need to hit the road tomorrow. The next morning, Sinji began asking why they needed to leave Yunmenza and where they were going. The mentor replied that she would find out everything when they got there, but now he had brought her new clothes and she needed to change. After some time, they found themselves in another world, namely Sinza. The system noted that, as expected, the overlord was able to instantly move here. Xiao verified that they were in the small world of the Green Plains, where the cultivation level reached the divine soul realm. Although it is more like a martial arts world than a cultivation world, the system turned to Chen Yi and clarified whether he was sure that the person he needed was in this particular place with a low rank. The owner said that he was hiding, so he was suppressing his cultivation without showing the true one. Meanwhile, the little girl was sitting on the ground, holding the master's pant leg and crying quietly. Chen Yi sat down next to her and asked what happened to her. The girl replied that for some reason she suddenly felt very sad, and the tears flowed on their own. Suddenly our heroes heard the sound of a falling object behind them and turned around. It was a resident of the village who for some reason was so surprised when he saw them that he dropped the axe from his hands. The man introduced himself as Yan Erhu and said that he was lucky to meet a practicing Taoist master, although he was not sure whether the monk belonged to the heavenly sect. Chen Yi replied that he was an unknown Taoist and not worthy of such attention. Then he added that he came here with his student, but seeing the beauty of the mountains and water, he stayed here for a while. Yan exclaimed that it was very rare to meet cultivators in the Green Plains, so he would like to invite them to visit him so that they could relax, and he then boasted that he accidentally came across a talented person. Chen Yi replied that he didn't mind at all. The system quietly said that the locals here are very kind and hospitable people. After some time, our heroes, together with a new acquaintance, reached some settlement. Pointing his hand into the distance, Erhu said that his house was located a little further, almost at the end of the street. The system whispered in the master's ear that something was wrong here and it sensed danger. She told him to look around and look at the eyes of the locals. The little girl became scared. She moaned pitifully and clung to the teacher. The man picked her up and told her not to be afraid because he was next to her. With his peripheral vision, the overlord saw 3 cultivators approaching them and noted that something interesting seemed to be brewing. One of them was Lord Vang Hawk, who was surprised to see a Taoist monk here. The woodcutter said that he met them while collecting firewood in the forest. The man must be an immortal monk, so he decided to treat him hospitably. Having heard the explanations, the Lord invited our hero, since he was a like-minded person who came from distant lands, to go with them to the floating temple and discuss joint training. The Lord of Heaven replied that he already had an appointment with Yan and it would be inconvenient. Erhu immediately exclaimed that it was wrong for him to refuse the Lord. The Fudo sect is always hospitable, so they will welcome him next time too. Vang said that he would like to invite him to the mountain and treat him as an honored guest. The master replied that since they were so kind, there was no point in refusing. Their sect was located high among the mountain peaks and was therefore called the Soaring Sky Sect. When they saw the guests, their master said that he was glad to see new faces. Then he asked them to stay for at least a couple of days so that he could throw a feast in their honor and demonstrate his hospitality. Chen Yi replied that it was generous of him, so he would not disturb him for the next couple of days. The master replied that there were very few cultivators in the Qinxi realm and only a few sects within thousands of kilometers, so they should take care of each other. Then he ordered the servant to provide them with the best rooms, clothes, and also food. The ruler also added that if they needed something, then let them just say it and not be shy. After the guests left, the master's mood changed sharply, and he asked the elders if they had studied him well. They replied that the Taoist had an aura at the early stage of the divine level, and his disciple had recently reached the mortal level, so they really must be a teacher and student from some small sect. The master said that in a few days a sacrifice would take place, and they were just missing one person. One of them could take this place. After which he turned to the messenger of God and asked what he thought about this. The guy replied that if the Taoist was hiding his power, then he would deal with it. And in the evening, he will ask the gods from the camp to prepare everything necessary for the sacrifice process. They must lead them to this moment by any means. Otherwise, the missing victim will be one of them. The clan representatives bowed to him and told him not to worry. They would capture them and everything would be done in the best possible way. A little later, our heroes couldn't sleep, and the girl quietly asked the mentor if he was sleeping. The man replied that no, and asked if something was bothering her. Suddenly, she crawled into bed with him and said that she was scared. That's why she wanted to sleep here. The teacher sighed heavily and said that she should do what was best for her. Wrapping herself in a blanket, Sin asked if the master wanted to sleep. He replied that he was waiting. Flower didn't understand what exactly he was expecting. The teacher replied that he was waiting for the sneak to show himself, so he couldn't fall asleep yet. Meanwhile, the Heaven Lord system was spying on Lord Vang Hawk. Sure noted that, as expected, they are very fast and she is glad that the owner came up with such a brilliant idea. Before this, the owner told her that the person they were looking for knew how to transform souls. This means that there were many travelers in the kingdoms he divided, and he could have escaped at any moment, taking them with him. Killing them all in a row was too difficult since all eyes were on him and Sin, so he needed someone who could do surveillance and find out all their intentions. It is then that he will be able to crush their sect. Shuri agreed, and said that if he was scared away, he would be able to escape from them. Then it dawned on her that he thought she was a good person to follow. The owner replied that he did not have suitable spirits or animals that knew how to hide themselves, so who, if not she, could do everything that was needed and report to him. Xiao was indignant that she was a system, and he was using it incorrectly. The teacher looked at her menacingly and asked if she really wanted to say that she would not do this. She replied that she was scared, but she agreed. After replaying this conversation in her head, it dawned on the system that, apart from the master, other people could not see her, which means she did not need to be quiet. Then she stopped hiding and walked behind the Lord, humming a Chinese song. Seeing some kind of cave, Xiao came to the conclusion that this was exactly what her owner was looking for. Having flown inside, she saw a simply gigantic monster. Compared to him, Shur was like an ant. It was the former god of heaven and earth, namely the 12th god of despair, who asked Vang if he had found victims for the ceremony. Hawk replied that they had already gathered everyone, but it seems that one of them, as it seems to him, is not just a person. The deity asked to tell him more about this special sacrifice. The guy began to say that the gentleman told him how he was wounded during the second plague of the worlds and has been here ever since. During the fourth plague of heaven, it is not clear from where a god appeared who forcibly entered the battle and killed thousands of Taoists in order to stop the chaos of the collapse of the worlds. The young man does not know how everything really happened because he was not there, but he remembers how the master told him about the appearance of that man. The special person, about whom there were questions, seemed to him very similar to the one his mentor had described. The guy couldn't even feel his spiritual power. The deity wondered what his cultivation level was, since a sky-eyed demon like Vang could not discern his aura. Hawk guessed that it was probably the same god who accompanied his disciple. He felt the imprint of flame in her soul, which is most likely why they are here. The guy then added that he had already sent people from the Soaring Sky sect as a distraction for that Taoist to keep him away from the deity, so while there was time, it was time for them to move on. But the former god of heaven and earth began to get up from his seat and say that this would be very interesting. No one with him would dare to call himself the strongest deity. For thousands of years, he transformed reincarnated bodies into magnetic creations in order to extract spiritual energy to restore his divine body. At the moment, the demon has restored his strength by 80%. If, as the young man says, the god of heaven has landed on his territory, then how can he not greet him? The young man became nervous and said that the gentleman should not do such a thing. The monster didn't understand why. After all, he has already fulfilled his promise and created a large number of reincarnated people. Why is his freedom being limited now? The guy said that not long ago his master's pseudo-Buddhist world was destroyed, which caused great damage to their plans. Not only did he not deal with this issue, but he also ordered others not to interfere. The former god of heaven and earth began to get angry, and calling him a baby, asked if he was trying to tell him what to do. Vang immediately began to ask for forgiveness and say that he allowed himself to blurt out too much. The demon replied that he works with him only because his master is of the same origin. From now on, let him never dare to tell him what to do. The monster can already leave the cave at any moment, but next to the Taoist there is a disciple with a molten seal, which can become a trump card against him. Today, he will see how strong the one from the new generation of deities is. Hawk thought to himself that this man is the strongest of all the existing gods. If he does not kill this madman, but follows his example, it will be very bad. Therefore, he must urgently cut off contact with them in order to stop the future. She thought to herself that the abilities of this demon coincided with the master's guesses, but there was no information about him in her system. Xiao realized that he left an imprint on Chinchunga's soul, and his power lies in transforming souls, so she urgently needs to go to the owner and tell him everything. Meanwhile, the girl was already sleeping without her hind legs, hugging the master's hand, and he just sat with his eyes closed. Sensing the approaching danger, the teacher stood up abruptly, and the flower asked where he was going. The man replied that he would go out for a walk and let her sit here and not go out anywhere. The little girl replied that it was good and that he should not linger. Going out into the street, he saw quite a few fighters led by the Sect master and said that their clan turned out to be not so hospitable, and making noise at night was extremely impolite. The clan leader said that he just wanted to ask for one favor, but for this the Taoist needed to go with them. Chenny defiantly asked what would happen if he refused. The master was indignant. How could he dare to disobey him? The man waved his finger, after which an image of a woman appeared, and he asked if she was familiar to them. It was clear that those present immediately recognized who it was, and the head of the clan asked if the man had met her. The Lord of Heaven replied that no, and that he was absolutely not interested. The master said that he was aware that Chen Yi was hiding his cultivation. This is why he sacrificed the 99th sword form. Even the strongest from the heavenly realm will be killed by her, so there is no need to stall for time. The mentor said that he didn't even have such a thought, but was simply asking if they knew that woman. Then he began to draw a talisman in the air, after which a huge spiritual serpent appeared, and the teacher said that now that he knew that the girl was familiar to them, their value to this world had disappeared. Seeing the power of the dragon in front of them, the attackers were confused as to how the Taoist managed to summon such a thing. The elder realized that there was definitely no turning back, and he would have to fight. He ordered all the disciples of his sect to stand in sword formation. After that, dozens of demonic sword forms headed straight towards Chen Yi. The man remained absolutely calm and said one single word to his dragon, "Forward." Knocking off the swords, the spiritual serpent instantly scattered the clan members in different directions. The master was horrified by what was happening and could not do anything about it. Before his eyes, the dragon began to hit its tail at the places where students gathered, leaving them no chance. In just a couple of minutes, the best fighters of the Soaring Sky clan, along with their leader, were defeated. After a while, Xiao's voice was heard saying that she had returned. Flying closer to the owner, she reported that the detective's investigation had been successful. The system found the one behind this, and Chen Yi turned out to be right. He creates transmigrated souls. But before Shi could finish her story, the teacher interrupted her and said that he was already here. After which there was a powerful attack on the building in which our heroes were located. The baby was thrown from the bed into the air by the blast wave, and she flew to the side. But she didn't have time to fall to the ground before Chen Yi was able to catch her. She was terribly scared and tried to catch her breath. The Lord of Heaven immediately created a protective dome around them and silently looked at the monster approaching them. The demon was surprised that they managed to survive his attack without a single scratch. The former god of heaven and earth turned to Chen Yi and said that he seemed to be the most powerful person in heaven. The system exclaimed that this was the same monster from the cave, about which it had not managed to finish. The little girl whined quietly with fear and clung to the master. The man turned to her and asked if it was the monster that killed her in a past life. Stuttering, the girl confirmed that it was this creature that was responsible for her death. The mentor turned to the monster and said that it turns out that it was he who created a limitation within the cultivation of this world and created an intersection, sacrificing innocent people. The deity replied that along the way the man is aware of almost everything, but he is the god of despair. But they can also call him Lord Kami. After that, the demonic creature made a powerful blow to our heroes. Kami added that he didn't think Chen Yi would be easy to kill, so don't let the strongest of the gods disappoint him. After the smoke cleared, the demon saw a pedestal resembling a flower and stated that the man belonged to a new generation of deities, so it was not surprising that he had not heard of him. There was a baby sitting on this pedestal, with another additional protective barrier around her. The teacher replied that he was also interested in who this monster was. Initially, he wanted to test what the demon was capable of, but now he no longer sees the need for this. The monster was surprised at such arrogance and said that he should then try to kill him. Today there will be a divine battle between them, the 12th god of the old generation versus the first god of the new. This battle will be included in history, and his name will sound again in the heavens, announcing the return of the god of despair after a long absence. Cheney replied that the only thing he can count on is perpetuation on the pages of history, and even that is in question. Then he added that he would not like to disappoint him, but there was no other way. Many magic circles and talismans appeared before the ruler. The system began to worry about the integrity of this world and said that even though this territory is enemy, let it restrain itself. The owner looked at her silently. Shur immediately exclaimed that she believed in him and let him beat this nasty big-eyed demon to death. Then the ruler addressed Sin Sinj by name, and she replied that she was listening to him attentively. He stated that the best way to overcome fear is to look it in the eye. The master gave her many books on techniques, but now, in this battle, he will show her how to use it all in practice. The little girl replied that it was good, and she would watch everything carefully. Meanwhile, the monster was outraged that he was being ignored and declared that he would now take the master's life. Raising 2 fingers up, the overlord began to summon equipment, eternal mountains and rivers, 3 northern walls, and 4 elephants. After which a protective sphere appeared around our heroes, and next to it a giant-sized spiritual dragon. The magical attack of the former god of heaven and earth crashed against the barrier and did not touch the teacher and his student one bit. The monster began to think that the more powerful the technique, the more complex its structure, and accordingly it takes a lot of time to summon it. This means that Chen Yi must have exhausted himself after spending so much spiritual energy on the protective sphere, so it can be considered that he has already lost. After which, a demonic manifestation appeared from the monster, even larger in size than the god of despair himself. But Chen Yi was not at all frightened by this, and he began to call upon the seal of the gods and the pacification of demons, as well as the seal of the Tao of 3 lives. The former god of heaven and earth's aura was immediately grabbed tightly by magical chains. He was taken aback that this was a divine stage. He did not understand how another god technique could be formed so quickly, but with a completely different power. Lord Kami stated that he should not think that he won just by blocking his divine manifestation. The Lord replied that if he had not already understood, then his death warrant was signed precisely at the moment when he showed himself. After which, the monster was attacked by many divine techniques of incredible power. The demonic creature was shocked and had no choice but to scream. The little girl watched what was happening with great interest and admired how strong her master was. Looking at the thick smoke, the teacher said that the monster should not pretend. He knows that he is not dead. After revealing himself, the former god of heaven and earth said that his spiritual power seemed to be endless and unstoppable. Even if one enters this path with the help of technology, it is still impossible to reach that level of who a Taoist really is. The master replied that his name was Chen Yi, and his divine name was Dao Zun. This means that he is the single strongest deity in heaven and earth. The self-confident demonic creature laughed loudly upon hearing this, after which he admitted that he was not a rival to the Lord of Heaven, but this was because he had not yet fully recovered. But before he leaves, the monster wants to leave unforgettable memories of himself. The monk is not the only one who can use god-level techniques. The sinister deity of despair will take the body of the heavenly flower and destroy it. After his words, many demonic one-eyed snakes appeared and rushed to attack our heroes. The Lord of the Skies again managed to put up a protective barrier that prevented them from getting closer. Then the monster added that the Taoist could resist as much as he wanted, but his disciple would still belong to him. Having broken through the defense, the otherworldly force was able to get close to Sinj. Meanwhile, Lord Kami laughed ominously and was glad that he finally got her. Xiao, who was watching everything, was simply horrified, but could not do anything about it. The former god of heaven and earth did not let up and said that the strongest in heaven, Chen Yi, sounds simply ridiculous. Having moved into Sin, he stated that in all worlds and universes there are thousands of travelers through time and space. If the Taoist is brave enough, then let him try to find him among them. Now he gives him 2 options. First, he can now kill his beloved student, and there will be no problems. Second, if he really cannot bring himself to do this, then the demon will beat him to death with the help of the physical shell of his ward. Then he asked the ruler how he liked such an offer, and whether he could raise his hand to his own little student. A couple of seconds later, from the pedestal on which the possessed Sinj stood, magical petals appeared that surrounded him on all sides, and the demon fell into a trap. Then he asked what he did with it. Chen Yi explained that the pure soul lotus is one of the few attack items among Buddhist artifacts. Anything that emits demonic evil energy will be destroyed by it. This is exactly what awaits the god of despair. The monster was surprised because this is the body of his student. If he himself is destroyed, then she will be destroyed too. The Lord looked at the otherworldly force and asked if he was sure of his words. Then he asked how long his student was going to hide on her master's chest. Singe stuck her head out and, inhaling the fresh air, asked if he knew about this from the very beginning. Chen-Yi questioned that didn't she give him the true body of the time flower as a backup for such cases. The sect that persecuted her has already been destroyed. Now he will give her control of the lotus of the pure soul, so she must cope with the god of despair herself. When the girl stood opposite the demon, he declared that she was just a time traveler and was his creation. She's just one of his toys, scattered across different universes and worlds. All he had to do was break the seal and her life would end, but the little girl unexpectedly answered menacingly that she was no longer afraid of him. When sin began to destroy it, the deity screamed for her to stop because her reincarnation was his merit. If she lets him go now, he will leave his divine mark on her. But the girl was adamant and declared that her strength was given to her by the master and let him, an evil demonic force, die. The last thing the former god of earth and heaven managed to say was that he died from the great work that he had been doing for thousands of years. Vang, who observed everything, came to the conclusion that the demon himself was to blame. He was given a chance to leave. Now they know that the Taoist power is much greater than they thought, because the ancient deity could not defeat him. We need to report this soon. Suddenly behind him, the voice of Chen-Yi was heard, who said that the guy had been hiding from him for so long, because he was actually the one behind the rebirth of souls. Hawk did not expect that he would fall directly into the hands of the ruler, and did not understand when he managed to get so close. The Lord began to panic and tell himself that he must under no circumstances be caught, otherwise everything would come to an end, and buried his hand in his physical shell. Then he shouted, "The secret method of the great emptiness is an explosion of body and soul," after which there was a powerful explosion, and the young man disappeared. The system, seeing the owners in action just in case, notified him that that person had just blown himself up and ran away. He replied that it was okay, let him go. Since they dared to attack his student, he of course must punish those who are leading the process from the outside, so that this will serve as a good lesson for everyone else. Meanwhile, Vang arrived at the great palace outside of time and space. The man who was standing reading the ancient scriptures said that he was all ears and listening to what happened. The guy said that Chen-Yi arrived in the Sinmin world with his student. The god of despair did not listen to his advice and decided to challenge him, after which he was destroyed. But that's not all. The Taoist revealed his secret disguise technique. If he had not exploded his body in time and escaped, he would have been in his hands by now. The gentleman exclaimed that that ancient god was already useless. One way or another, the number of reincarnated people he created over the years is quite enough. But suddenly it dawned on him that it was somehow strange that such a great master would miss such an insignificant demonic being like Hawk. Immediately they heard some noise behind them, and Vang asked what it could be, after which the Lord found himself trapped in the talisman and screamed for help. The gentleman did nothing, just said that he was a complete idiot. Then there was a powerful explosion, and the top of the palace outside of time and space was destroyed. A few days later, the little girl was diligently cultivating her spiritual energy. She thought that since they returned from that world, the master left her with these ingredients for alchemy and creating medicine, after which he stopped paying attention to her altogether. Sin decided that it was because she had a bad memory, or because she cultivated very slowly. So she even wanted to take the bud from him, which she handed over just in case there was trouble with her. But he said not to think about the bad. But since the master did not refuse her flower and did not let her take it, it means that he most likely is not angry with her. Although on the other hand, Chen-Yi today forbade her to leave the room until sunset and said that she must cultivate all alone from morning to evening. Therefore, she came to the conclusion that he was still angry with her and burst into tears. Meanwhile, the ward arrived and greeted him. The system exclaimed that it seems a new big sister has appeared. It was the manager of the master's small world, Jen Gu, who said that Ulian's sister told her that he was looking for her. While drinking tea, the teacher said that there was one thing she should do. The man reported that a couple of days ago, he destroyed a demonic deity that had survived from the last generation, and this god of despair had the ability to turn souls into reborn ones. His third student is one of those reincarnated ones created by Lord Kami. What is now in Gu's hands is a trace of the soul extracted from the body of his ward. Jen clarified whether he was hinting that he wanted to use her abilities to find those reborn with traces of souls in all worlds and universes. The creation of such reborns was not only his desire, perhaps someone was manipulating and secretly directing him. She needs to find such people and extract the soul imprints before they are used with malicious intent. When she finds them, she must follow one rule. If they live an ordinary life, then there is no need to touch them. But if there are villains among them, then Gu can decide for herself what to do with them. Jen replied that she understood everything. Then the girl said that before she leaves, she must convey something to the respected master at the request of Ulian and climbed into the portal. From there, she took out some kind of bag and said that since he had even more students, he must need money. In this little thing of heaven and earth, there are popular currencies of different worlds. Then she added that she recently saw elder sister Qilian release Xiao Taote for a month, after which she came to the conclusion that the master should not need money. Chene was surprised how thoughtful that woman was. Jen said that if there are no other tasks for her, then she goes back and immediately begins searching for the reborn. As soon as she finds some interesting clues, she will definitely inform the overlord. Chenny reported to the system that it seems that the problem with Shinchenga has not yet been completely resolved. Shu said that compared to last time, everything has become much better, but the little one is still as nervous as before. Then she added that unfortunately this time the hidden task was not activated. Otherwise, they would have been able to find out the degree of his progress. The man replied that character problems cannot be solved in one day, so they must be done gradually. Shur said that she has been in the body of the flower for several hundred years. You can take her somewhere to distract her. Sin is still a child. Now that they have money, they can take her with them to go shopping and take her out to eat. Perhaps this will help her broaden her horizons and cope with her timid, fearful nature. Chen Yi agreed with her. Now is the right time to buy her some low-level materials needed for alchemy and artifact creation. Sometime later, the ruler decided to go into Sinja's room. When she saw him, the little girl was very happy, as he had visited her very rarely lately. But she was distracted from the process she was doing, namely forging an artifact, and a loud explosion occurred. The baby was upset again and tears appeared in her eyes because she had ruined everything. The teacher did not pay attention to this, only said that they would remove it later, after they returned, and now they would go for a walk. After some time, our heroes found themselves at a fair in the world of Fayue, the city of Shinki. The system admired how bright and lively everything was. There must be some kind of holiday going on here, and they were very lucky to get to it. Chen A approached a local and asked him to tell him what event the celebration was taking place. The old man immediately realized that they were not from these parts, and said that today they were celebrating a unique holiday, Yuehe. At first, this day was dedicated to the saint who saved the people from trouble. Over time, it became dedicated to bringing people back to this city, symbolizing reunion and happiness. Then, a local offered to buy a mask with the image of a saint. Turning to Sin, the master asked if she had ever been to such celebrations. The girl answered no. Chenny told the old man that they would take one. A local exclaimed that for new guests he has a special offer. When you buy one mask, get two free. Shur said great, and she wants a fox mask. After everyone had dressed them, the system exclaimed that now the holiday was definitely starting. The man replied that first you need to buy the necessary materials, and then everything else will happen. The Lord turned to the little girl and said that he needed to go to the store and buy some things, and let her stand and wait for him outside. Sin replied that it was good. The flower sat down on the steps and began to obediently wait for the ruler to return back to her. Suddenly, the festive fireworks started, and the girl admired how beautiful it was. Sinj began to remember how her mother told her that during her father's absence, she should be obedient. When Dad earns money in the city, he will return and take it with him to buy new clothes and a lot of delicious food. Standing at the door, her father confirmed that on New Year's Day, when there would be a holiday in the city, he would take her there and they would buy the tankula that she had always wanted. Clutching her head, the little girl didn't understand what it was, maybe memories from a past life. The master, who returned, noticed that something was wrong with the girl and asked if she was all right. Sin replied that she was fine, she was just scared of the fireworks that had just happened. Then the teacher said that it was time for them to go, because they needed to buy some more materials to create instruments. On the way, the flower drew attention to the cries of a child who was sitting on his father's neck and asking him to buy him some kind of candy. His dad answered kindly that of course he would take him what he wanted, and the son shouted that he had the best father. Watching this picture, the girl became very sad. Memories came flooding back to her again, how her father handed her the same candy and said that now they could only afford one. But when he earned a lot of money, he would take her with him to the city and buy everything she wanted. But the little girl was happy with just one little thing, because they didn't live richly and sweets were rare. Noticing that Singe was not taking his eyes off that boy from the Tanhulu and was looking after him, the man asked if something was wrong. Then he said that he would give her money and she could buy the same thing if she wanted. Sin began to deny and say that she was no longer small. The mentor replied that in this case, everything necessary has already been purchased, so you can safely enjoy the holiday. The system was happy that now you can drink, walk, and have fun. First, they watched a performance in which a man laid down on a couch and a large concrete slab was placed on top of him, and they tried to break it with a sledgehammer. Then the people carried a huge paper kite, which had flames blazing from its mouth, and it looked realistic. The little girl looked around in admiration and seemed to become less afraid of everything around her. While the girl was distracted, the ruler turned to the seller from whom they took the masks and asked to give him 2 Tanhulu skewers. A little later, the system was happy with the new purchases, and Chenny said that since they had already done everything they wanted, it was time to return home. Surrounded by baskets of all sorts of goodies, Shur said that even though she hadn't done anything special today, she would still reward herself for her efforts. The man told Sin that the seller offered him traditional sweets from the city of Shanqi. Since the choice was very extensive, the master took a little of everything. Then he invited her to try what she wanted, and the baby began to carefully reach out to the cake. But suddenly she changed her mind and, thanking the master, said that she was not hungry. Then the Lord of Heaven asked if she might want it, and the girl turned around to see what else he had. The teacher held the tankula in his hands and said that he noticed how she looked at that boy, so he thought that she might like them. She was stuffing herself with some kind of cake, and saying that this flour sponge cake was very tasty, she invited the owner to try it, but he replied that he did not like sweets. Then they turned their attention to Singe, who for some reason did not rejoice at the sweets in her hands, but was quietly crying. The man patted her on the head and said that when they were in the city, he noticed that something was wrong with her. Would she like to talk about it? Sin admitted that she remembered everything that happened in her past life. In the memories, her dad, when he was in the city, sometimes bought her a tankula, just like the master. When the teacher put these sweets in her hands, it was as if she saw her father and felt that she had a family again. After hearing this, the Lord of Heaven asked if her parents were still alive. The little girl answered no. Her entire village died from the epidemic. She was the only one left alive. In order to survive, she wandered for a couple of years until she came to the villain, after which she came to her senses when she had already been turned into the flower of time. Shuri noted that her parents died early. She lived in poverty, did not have a permanent home, and it is clear why she became like this. However, this is not like the inner demon that Sue had, which means it will not be easy for them to cope. The girl could not cope with the surging emotions, so she apologized to the master and asked him not to pay attention to it. The mentor held her close and said that she asked him to become her master. Now, it doesn't matter whether she's a person or a flower. He will take care of her, educate and protect her instead of her dead parents. From now on, as her teacher, he becomes part of her family and she will never be alone again. That day, he took her with him to the world of Sinman in order to destroy the god of despair and the sect that once brought her pain and suffering. After which, she had the opportunity to say goodbye to the past. Sin asked if he went there for her sake. Chenny replied that yes, and he gave her control of the Soul Lotus so that she herself would defeat the offender. His goal was for her to end the fear that gripped her heart. The past can no longer be corrected, and the future is only ahead. Now she is the flower of time and his third student. If what happened before took away her courage to move on, then let her allow him to give her that courage. As long as the master is here, he can help deal with all the demons and evil spirits that threaten her, but she must learn to do this herself. He hopes that after going through a difficult path, Sin can become a fearless leader in all worlds. Shari noted that the owner proved himself to be a wise mentor. She had some concerns in the past, but now she's confident that he will become a good teacher, which means her mission to train holy masters will soon come to an end. Singe exclaimed that she understood everything, and the man replied that he was very happy about it. Suddenly, the bud on her head opened and pink spiritual energy appeared, which transformed into a huge pink flower, similar to the one in which they found the crumb. The system was surprised that it began cultivating. The owner also did not expect that this would happen sooner than he expected. The girl was engaged in the formation of the spiritual sea, but then, unexpectedly, disappeared. Xiao didn't understand what happened. Did she really fail to complete her cultivation and move to the next level? Suddenly, a bright pink glow began to appear from the bud on the master's chest. Then a clearly matured Singe appeared, who solemnly declared that she had finished forming the spiritual sea, and it was golden in color. The teacher replied that it happened 10 days earlier than he expected, so she did a good job. Then he added that this is all wonderful, of course, but could she get up from him? When the girl realized that she was sitting on her mentor, Sin immediately blushed all over, began to apologize and say that she would get off. Then there was a flash and Singe turned back into a little girl. The system was surprised that the big Sin had so dramatically transformed back into a baby. When the flower asked why this happened, the master explained that he had previously transferred 3,000 years of his life to her so that she would acquire a human form, but her strength is now not enough to maintain an adult appearance. Then he added that when she reaches the realm of heaven and people, she will be able to naturally maintain this form. Shuri giggled to herself that how unexpectedly she jumped on the owner. Students know how to embarrass him. The teacher turned to Sin and said that since she had formed the spiritual sea, it was time to give her a new task. The secret kingdom of Yunmanza will appear in the world of Su Yue in a couple of days. Cultivators from the 9 great sects had already gathered outside. According to the speed of time, the difference between the kingdom and the outside world is 100 years. During this time, she needs to reach the realm of heaven and man and fully master all the methods he taught her in order to protect Yunmanza. Tin exclaimed, "Isn't this fast, since her cultivation is so slow?" He replied that her overly conservative nature was both good and bad. Being cautious and careful is a plus, but cowardice and lack of self-confidence cannot benefit her in cultivation. But this problem is not that big. During this time, he will help her not only in development, but also in interaction in society and in communicating with people. Singe asked if he would be with her all this time. Chen Yi answered yes. The girl said that if he helps her all this time, then she will definitely succeed and will work hard. Meanwhile, in the Huantan world, training was taking place between the disciples in the Dao Palace. Qin Shuang, with the help of her technique, was engaged in establishing the divine seal. Chanson, using the reverse law technique of pure yin power, tried to freeze the astral body. Being half in the ice, the spirit screamed at Nan to hurry up because she could only hold her for no more than 3 seconds. Screaming that she already knew this, Xiao rushed to attack Su. The white-haired girl immediately formed a huge hand with a sword made of ice, using spiritual energy and covered herself. After which the traveler, not reaching Chanson, encountered her magical abilities. Nan immediately flew to the side like a rag doll because the forces were not equal. Su said that after Xiao reached the realm of profound strength, her speed and fighting skills improved greatly. This should be quite enough. The traveler was indignant that they agreed to fight in moderation, and her master even used her divine manifestation. Did she really want to get rid of her students? Su replied that elder sister told her to test their skills after the breakthrough, and she didn't remember it being said not to use aura. In theory, without weapons and manifestation, she really would not have been able to cope with them. Nan was indignant that something so terrible would happen if she ever let her win. Kananshan replied that they should put in their best during training. Qin Shuang told them to stop arguing and unfreeze her finally. Then they saw their older sister enter the room, saying that she was very tired. She added that she had never been good at management. And after the unification of the world of the Lord of People and Tian Luo, the amount of work became much greater. Su replied that if she could speak as convincingly as Qian Fan, then she would be able to take over part of the affairs of their world. She sighed that nothing could be done, since she was the elder sister, and asked how Nan and Qin Shuang were doing. Xiao immediately complained that Su fought unfairly. At first she said that they would just practice, and she herself used the divine manifestation against her. The astral body reported that they were already in the realm of inner strength. The girl, hearing this, praised them and added that she herself had almost finished with the affairs in the Huantan world and began to transform into her everyday uniform. After which, holding the teleporter in her hands, she said that since all the assigned tasks had already been completed, now it was time to take on the task that the master had left for them. With the help of an artifact, the empress opened a portal in the sky and said that they could no longer stall for time. It was time for them to hit the road. The system informed readers that Qian Fan and Chanxin went on a dangerous journey to the world of Xianxin, And in the meantime, the master and his new student lead a quiet life filled with study and cultivation. She studied formations and applied them in practice. They also drew talismans, which the girl liked least of all because there were a huge number of them. We were doing alchemy, during which the little girl constantly had something exploding. There were also physical trainings, in which she dragged a huge stone with a master sitting on top. The teacher taught him many vital things, including culinary skills. Thus, 100 years passed absolutely unnoticed, and the baby turned into a girl. Xiao asked the master reading the book if she told everything correctly. He replied that yes. A moment later, Singe looked in and said that lunch was ready. After dinner, the man said that this time everything worked out much better for her than last time. The flower replied that it was all thanks to the master. Although she had not yet fully mastered the formations and talismans, she was confident in her culinary abilities. The master looked at her and said that next month there would be exactly 100 children, and asked how things were going with the preparations for the defense of Yunmanzi. Sin replied that every time after learning a new formation, she would set it to the secret realm. At the moment there are 6,732, but she still feels that something is missing. The teacher said that he saw everything she installed. They are closely connected, and once they are activated, they will be much stronger than if there was only one formation. The system admired such a large figure and the efforts of Singe. Chenny then added that she could use the living beings of this world. Flower asked if he wanted her to enlist the support of other forces. He replied that yes, because others also live here, and therefore are obliged to protect their environment. The girl began to whine that she couldn't cope, because she only had experience communicating with the master. In addition, she has only recently reached the realm of heaven and man, so she will be eaten by these terrible creatures that live here. The man immediately gave her a crack and said that there was no need to take up the old ways again. How could she know that the locals would not listen to her if she had not even tried to talk to them yet? Holding her head, which was already smoking after the blow, Sin said that she would try to pull herself together and do it. The mentor said that he had made her new spiritual clothes and let her try them on to see if they fit her or not. The girl was happy about this news. Sometime later, the Flower of Time walked through the lands of Yan and felt uneasy because of the eerie atmosphere around her. The master told her that this clan controls the world of dreams, and if you fall asleep here, you can become their target. The girl was again upset that in the world of dreams Yan is invincible, but she immediately began to cheer herself up that she had more than 2,000 talismans and a whole bunch of explosive devices with her, so everything should be fine. To be more precise, as long as she was awake, she would not be in danger, but suddenly something flew past her. Singe was afraid of what it was now, and quickly turned around to see who it was. Seeing a raven sitting on a tree, Sin exhaled with relief because she thought that it was a demon. It was quite strange that one could find such an ordinary bird as a raven in such an eerie place. But suddenly, a huge flock of ravens appeared and began to fly around her. The girl got scared and screamed loudly, calling the master for help, but she managed to put up protection. The crows then turned into black balls of energy reminiscent of ghosts, who asked who dared to invade the Yan clan's territory without permission. The girl was confused, and out of fright she could only squeeze out the word I, after which she completely returned to the form of a little girl, losing control of her powers. She couldn't think of anything better than to say that it was time for her, to wish her all the best and rush as fast as she could. The demonic force immediately flew after her, and one of them gave an order not to let her escape. On the way, Sin reasoned that they were all in the realm of inner strength, but if they united and used their dream-related technique that the master spoke about, then she would be in danger. The baby began to sob loudly and call for help, but thought to herself that this concert should lull their vigilance and show that she was a weakling who was simply lost. One of the ghosts said that she runs quite fast, and why don't they argue for fun? Who can catch up with her faster? And the prize will be a share of the Twilight spiritual elixir for that month. Along the way, the girl placed formations on trees and any convenient objects. Then she thought to herself that they were already at a sufficiently large distance from their clan, and the installation of traps was almost finished. Singe stopped abruptly, and the demons immediately began asking if she was tired. Let her be a good girl and follow them, but if she refuses, then don't blame them for the consequences. Then they added that it's enough to resist, you just need to give up, and that's it. But the little girl decided not to give up and use the formation, the 5 elements of the heavenly spirit. The demonic force was about to rush to attack Singe, but then a voice suddenly rang out and ordered them to stop. The head of the clan appeared in front of the girl, and her charges began to wonder how she ended up here, because she was in solitude and what kind of non-entity dared to disturb her. The demoness declared that this baby was hers and let them all get out of here. The ghosts obeyed her and flew away. At this time, Sin was wondering what was happening and why the head of the clan herself decided to help her. The woman turned to Sinj, calling her the flower of time, and told her to follow her. The little girl began to carefully follow in her footsteps, and the head of the clan told her not to worry, because with her level of cultivation, she would not be able to harm her. But since Sin came to Yan's territory, it means she must have some important business, so if she wants to talk to her, then she needs to go to one place. Sinj agreed, and she thought that her real body was with the master, which means she could always return so she could go check where her name was. Watching this, Shi exclaimed, "Is the owner sure that everything is okay? Because these perfumes look creepy." He replied that the clan had a weak cultivation level. Only their leader had reached the realm of heaven and man, so they were not a threat now. Sin talismans and formations are mostly of the stealth, defense, and evasion type. She could easily reach the Yan settlement. The question was whether she could convince them to join the fight for Yunmanza. He then turned to Xiao and said that at the moment he had enough points to increase her level. The system was glad that he finally remembered this, and such an event should be celebrated because she had been waiting for this day for a very long time. After listening to her fiery speech, the owner touched her, and she returned to energy-saving mode. Then he said that if this update is again associated with such a useless function as this, then he will never spend his points on this again. Shi replied that she understood everything. In parting, Xiao stated that this time she would not let her master down and would make every effort to obtain a super powerful ability. Having sent the system for an update, the man said that he had not left this area for 100 years, so he needed to go for a walk. At the same time, look at the local residents of Yunmanza. Perhaps some of them could be useful to Shin. Meanwhile, Sinj found herself in the territory of demons, namely in the Twilight Forest. The head of the clan asked how she could address her. The girl, embarrassed, introduced herself to her. In response, the woman said that her name was Yan Yue, after which she asked for forgiveness for her charges, who had previously frightened her. Sin replied that it was okay because she fell out of the blue without permission. The student noted to herself that she was so hospitable, and this was not at all like the bloody and terrible picture described in the books that the master gave her. Moreover, she really liked it, and now the girl didn't know what to do. Sipping a hot drink, Yan asked what brought the Flower of Time to her clan's territory. The girl said that Yunmanza would soon open in the world of Suyue, and all the cultivators from its 9 regions would come here. This secret kingdom will be in great danger. The woman said that she is aware of the near future. This happens every 100,000 years, but she was haunted by the question of why Sinj decided to turn to them. The little girl replied that this time would be different from the rest, because many strong cultivators will rush in here, and she wants to unite with her clan. Sin, being the flower of time, senses the approaching catastrophe for the creatures. If they do not help, then this kingdom will certainly suffer great losses and maybe even be destroyed. Her clan, being part of Yunmanza, may not escape the same fate. Sinj was born here, and if this world is destroyed, then not only she, but also other creatures will be left without their homes and will be forced to wander around the big land of Suyu. Having rattled off this speech without hesitation, the girl coughed. After listening to her carefully, Yue realized that the Flower of Time was worried. This was the eventual destruction of Yunmanza. The girl thought to herself that uniting all the creatures in this world is the task of the master for her, but it is unknown whether the attack will lead to complete destruction. But on the other hand, the enemy is a great ancient demon. Seeing that the woman was delaying her response, Sinj was already upset that, judging by her expression, the great deception technique seemed to have been revealed. But unexpectedly, the head of the clan replied that he believed her. At first, Sin couldn't even believe her ears and was overjoyed. Yan added that although she doesn't look very similar to her, the aura that the girl radiates is almost the same. The Flower of Time didn't understand who she was talking about, so she asked what she meant. Yue muttered that the memories were not transferred to her, which was not surprising at all. Then she said that she knew her mother, who was the previous Flower of Time. Our heroine never expected to hear such information from her, so she was very surprised. Sin said that from the moment she regained consciousness, she had all her memories erased, including those of her parents. I thought to myself that she remembers mom and dad from a past life, but why doesn't she remember mom from the current one at all? The woman replied that perhaps she did not want to influence the baby, so she did not convey her memories to her. The Flower of Time clarified whether the head of the clan believed her only because she knew and remembers her mother. The demoness replied that everything was correct. She and her charges are from birth more sensitive to other people's aura, and Singe's energy is very similar to her mother's biofield. Sin must remember how 100 years ago she invaded their territory and caused unrest there until it was taken away by a mysterious Taoist. Yan noticed her back then. Their habitat is surrounded by a powerful protective formation, so they did not risk entering. Her mother at one time spent more than 9,000 years in order to acquire a full human form, and the girl managed it in just 1 century, and this is very impressive. The Flower of Time replied that this happened only thanks to her master. She was able to reach the realm of heaven and man in a short time, solely because of his special techniques that he taught her. After which she asked that since the woman knew her, she could not tell her where her mother was now, but she heard the answer that she had already died. Yan said that since she didn't get the memories, she might not be aware of her abilities. Her mother once said that the Flower of Time can only produce 1 seed in its entire life, after which the life of the old one is cut short. This means that her birth has already ended her mother's existence. This is such a special way of rebirthing the Flower of Time. The girl was upset and replied that she understood everything. Yue continued that knowing her mother, she wouldn't form a seed unless absolutely necessary. She thinks that the reason why she was reborn in this realm and left no memories is precisely this impending catastrophe. Taking human form, the woman said that she had spent tens of thousands of years with her mother. They resisted the invaders together, were ready to die for each other, and were very close, like a real family. Singe felt some kind of warm and very familiar force. The clan leader's aura was exactly the same as her Flower of Time. Looking at Yan, the girl thought that of course it was a pity that she had no memories of her own mother, but it seemed to her that the closest person she had never seen was now standing right before her eyes. Yue began to move closer to Sin and said that by taking on a human form it would be much more convenient for her to talk to her. It was a gift left by her mother. Without it, she was able to transform into human form. Holding her close, the woman added that since Singe is still just a child, she is ready to believe her every word. Yan and her mother were like sisters, so if the girl doesn't mind, then let her address her as Aunt Yue. She then added that the girl said that she had set up many formations to protect Yunmanza during the battle. Let her show them and tell you more about her plan to protect the secret kingdom. The girl, who became emotional, said that she would definitely tell her aunt everything. After which they arrived together at the Yunmanza border, where there was a protective sphere of many formations. The woman said that at first glance this scheme is chaotic, but there are several interconnected small protections in it, the activation of which will cause a chain reaction. Then she asked how many of these she had installed. Sin replied that such methods of disassembly and reconstruction were taught to her by the master. He said that in this way, they would be more dynamic and powerful. Flower has established more than 6,000 protective formations in this secret realm. Yan was taken aback by this figure and, just in case, asked again whether this was the exact number, or maybe she was mistaken. The girl replied that if this is not enough, then as soon as time appears she will install a few more. Yue exclaimed that this was not what she meant. The woman, admiringly examining the work done, asked whether she did it all herself or whether her master helped her. She replied that the formations were daily exercises that she had been doing for the past 100 years. Every time she learned a new one, she came here to the border to install it, so there were a lot of them. The girl was interested in the drawing near her aunt's navel, and she carefully touched it. The woman screamed in surprise and asked what the Flower of Time was doing. Sin said that when Yan hugged her recently, the girl felt something. This familiar feeling intensifies near her stomach, most likely where the spiritual energy of her late mother comes from. Coughing, Yue replied that this was the formation that her mother left for her so that she could control the clan. Singe said that the books that the master gave said that the Yan are a cruel and evil race that feeds on dreams, but her aunt seems completely different from what was described in them. Yue replied that in fact everything described there is correct. Her clan was initially known as Menyan. They are spirits that absorb the nightmares of living beings and transform them into spiritual energy for cultivation. Now they are kind, but many years ago their ancestors offended the ancient god and were cursed by him. The clan gradually lost their minds because of this. All its members became cruel and bloodthirsty monsters as described in legends. But thanks to the formation that the girl's mother left her, Yue and her clan were able to resist this deity's curse and not go crazy. Flower asked her aunt if she could study this pattern on her stomach, but the woman screamed that she couldn't. Sin was surprised why not, since it was left by her mother. Yue answered, because it was very ticklish, to which the girl exclaimed that she was afraid of tickling or something. Aunt grabbed her cheeks and asked what was wrong with her not liking it. Chen Yi, who observed this, said that thus, the additional test of remembering the past years was also completed and concluded that when Sure is not around, the tasks are completed much faster. Meanwhile, Sayo sneezed and said to herself that anyway, it was the owner who was remembering her now. The man thought that although there is an element of luck in the Yan clan's subjugation, it is also an ability, so the rest of the sin can be dealt with without any problems. He will help deal with the curse of this sect after protecting the world. Meanwhile, a huge number of ships had already gathered around Yunmanzi and were preparing for an attack. The Lord spoke to his subordinates and said that the secret kingdom opens once every 1,000 years. More than one generation of their ancestors in Chu-Chu, overcoming many obstacles, was not able to fully explore it. The leader's name was Tian Xuan Muchen, who proudly added that today he would lead his charges in order to guide them to Yunmanzi and make it a part of Chu-Chu forever. Warlike cries began to be heard from everywhere that they would capture this secret kingdom and glorify their clan. Tian thought to himself that this time he would definitely get the Flower of Time. With the help of her Aunt Yue, Qing was able to successfully negotiate with the heads of the 5 great Yunmanzi sects. Thanks to the quick thinking of Sin and the active support of Yue, the clan elders, carefully weighing all the pros and cons of this battle, agreed to join the army to protect their small kingdom, led by the Flower of Time. Of course, not everything went so smoothly, and there were clans that refused to take part in the battle, despite all the persuasion and arguments. However, in such cases, at the prompting of her aunt, the girl began to use a more convincing method of persuasion, namely, the use of brute force, which ultimately helped to reach an agreement. She then added that in this way, in just 5 days, the girl managed to unite the 5 dominant Yunmanzi clans. Then she asked if readers were interested in what she was doing here. Of course she came back because she had already finished leveling up and all the upgrades. From now on, she needs to be called a super cool, unsurpassed mentor of heaven and earth, with a version 3.0 system. Chenny asked her what new abilities she gained after the reboot. Giggling, Xiao replied that this update was very cool, and she got 2 new abilities at once. The first is called the Weapon of the Holy Master. To put it simply, it can now turn into any weapon that the owner can imagine. Shuri will control his spiritual energy so that the master does not destroy the world. Meanwhile, Chen Yi had a bat in his hands. Shur continued to say that as soon as he can see it, it is actually an invisible weapon. It's perfect for home, travel, covert ops, assassination, and it's wonderful. The Lord of Heaven, after listening to this speech, silently touched Xiao and returned it to energy-saving mode, after which he grabbed her and said that since there was a new ability to turn into a weapon, we should try it. Xiao immediately began to say that she had made a mistake and that she also had a second ability. It's called enlightenment. Thanks to her, the owner can use his points to increase the cultivation of students. Doesn't he consider all the artifacts won before this to be trash? She made sure his glasses didn't go to waste. The teacher approached the hologram and began to examine it. Xiao added that to achieve enlightenment, you only need to press one button. Unfortunately, this does not work for students who have not completed all of their assignments. Therefore, it is currently only available for Qian Fan and Chanqin. By using this ability, the speed of development of the wards will greatly increase. The cost is 1,000 points per hour. After the Shi upgrade, Chen Yi had 32,000 left. After thinking for a while, the owner said that their cultivation level was really low, so they needed to use all the points. Xiao was shocked by this decision. Meanwhile, the older students were already in Xianxin. Nan was indignant that they had been fighting for 3 whole days and nights. She wanted to rest a little and sleep. Qin Shuang told her not to complain, because in that fortress there were more than 10 heavenly and human realm level guards. If it weren't for Qian Fan and Chanqin, they would never have managed it. Qi agreed that they needed a break here. Suddenly, a powerful stream of energy fell upon the sisters, and a voice declared that their status as disciples was confirmed, and within 32 hours spiritual energy would flow to them, so they must be in a state of cultivation. Qi said it's a mentor along the way. She feels energy pouring into her, and only he can have such an ability. Then she ordered Nan and Qin Shuang to guard them, as they urgently needed to enter cultivation. Xiao was indignant that what other cultivation could there be now, because they are in the enemy's lair. The astral body said that it seems they have received such a task from the master, so stop chattering. You just need to protect them. The Lord turned to Shuri and admitted that this was a pretty good ability, so he would spare her this time. The system thought to itself in disappointment that the owner spent all the points at once. How can it update next time now? Then Sin's voice was heard, inviting everyone to the table. Arriving at the call, Xiao noted Yue's presence and wondered why the girl suddenly decided to bring her aunt to their home. The woman felt extremely awkward and at a loss did not know what to say. The teacher asked if Sinj would like to introduce them to each other. The girl replied that she was so carried away with cooking that she completely forgot. Flower approached Yan and said that this was her aunt, whom she told him about, and only thanks to her help, Sin was able, during these days, to come to an agreement with the heads of the largest Yunmanza clans. Yue stood up, bowed, and said that the younger one was glad to meet the older one. The Lord replied that since she was so close to his student, then she should not show so much respect. Sinj turned to the master that the secret kingdom would soon open. She arranged everything along with the rest of the sects, and in that case, could her aunt stay overnight? Chenyi replied that she herself could decide such issues. The teacher said that tomorrow the fate of Yunmanza will be decided, and he wishes good luck to his ward. She, in turn, replied that she would win this battle and would not let him down. Listening to the conversation, Yue thought that she would have to do this for the sake of Chinga. Lying already in bed, the head of the clan waited for the baby to fall asleep and thought that the time was almost come. After which she touched her forehead, and her spiritual body was released from the physical shell. But she couldn't go unnoticed, as at the last moment the girl woke up and saw everything. Approaching the overlord, who was clutching the system in energy-saving mode in his hand, Yue told herself that she was doing this only for the sake of Sinj. Even if after this she will die at the hands of Chen Yi, she must be convinced of his true intentions. If he planned something bad towards her, then even at the cost of her life, she would imprison him in a dream trap. After which Yan began to reach out with 2 fingers towards his body in order to become able to penetrate his consciousness. But out of nowhere, her nephew stopped her and asked her what she was up to. Yue immediately said that this is not what she thought. The clan leader had no intention of harming her master. The girl said that she should speak more quietly and it would be better to talk in another room. Otherwise, if he wakes up, it will only get worse. Suddenly, the voice of the ruler was heard, asking what the 2 of them were doing in his room in the middle of the night. Then he told them to stop making noise and go to their bedroom. But before she does this, Yan must explain what she was just about to do and why. Sometime later, the girls' heads were smoking from the clicks that the teacher gave them. After listening to the clan head's excuses, the master clarified whether he correctly understood that she snuck into his room under the cover of darkness, only to make sure that he had no evil intentions towards Sin. Yue replied yes. The flower of time is a treasure from legends. The elder allowed her to gain human form 1,000 years faster. She doesn't know why he did this, so she decided to use a secret technique to find out the truth. The man replied that she was well aware of how great the difference in their strengths was. Even if her feelings for the daughter of the past flower of time are unusually strong, is it really worth risking death and losing her soul for her sake? The woman replied that her mother was like a sister to her. They spent more than 1,000 years side by side, which means her child is like her own for Yan. Sin didn't know what she wanted to do, so let the master only punish her. The Lord agreed and said that since she takes full responsibility upon herself, he will give her such an opportunity. A blue glow appeared around them, and the teacher said that Sinj was going with them, because this was a great opportunity to experience something in advance. After which they found themselves between a large number of small worlds, namely in the limit of the flow of time. The girls looked around with open mouths, and the mentor repeated once again that this was the flow of time. Yue thought to herself that controlling the flow of time is the peak that the Flower Clan has been striving for throughout history, and it turns out that it really exists. Elder Sister Shi said that people who are able to reach this place already have the power to shake the heavens, and their life force is close to infinity. Although the flower of time is a treasure from legends, but for people like him, increasing vitality is meaningless. Then Yan felt her soul rapidly depleting and realized what the limit of the flow of time looked like. Sin wanted to touch one of the fragments of time, but the master immediately stopped her and said that each of them represents a certain point in the history of all worlds. As soon as you touch them, she will find herself in another world. The girl then asked that if it was a stream that reflected history, could she go back in time and find her parents, as well as her mother, who was the previous incarnation of the flower of time. The teacher replied that it was possible, but there was another one in the past. As soon as the girl appears at that point in time, her past version will be erased by the flow of time, and her family will forget about her because of her appearance there. Without consequences, this is only possible if she reaches his level, which is beyond the laws of the flow of time. And so any interference in the course of history will lead to a chain of irreversible consequences. Sin replied that she understood everything. Then the overlord said that their current strength was not enough to stay in such a place for a long time, so they needed to go back. Once at home, the ant could not catch her breath and felt bad. Chen Yi explained that being in the flow greatly drains the spirit. Since Singe is the flower of time, she has a high immunity to it from birth, so it does not have much influence on her. But for Yan, it is completely different. While the head of the clan was sitting recovering her strength, the man approached her and told her to calm down, because soon the pain would go away. Then he asked if she had received answers to all her questions. Yan replied that the elder really does not need to control the flow of time, so he has no reason to use Singe for his own selfish purposes. So she was wrong about him. Chen A said that her fears were not in vain. After all, possessing the flower of time is tantamount to immortality. Since ancient times, people have diligently cultivated in order to obtain it, but for it, which is near eternity, time is meaningless. 100 years of passing on knowledge, caring upbringing, and patronage is only because Sin is his student. As her master, he must be responsible for her and be a good mentor. This has nothing to do with the fact that she is the flower of time. Then he added that he had now dispelled Yue's doubts. Singe is still very young and has little experience, so she still has a long path of cultivation ahead of her. Since a woman loves her so much, let her always stay by her side. Yan replied that she would take care of her. The man said that although the formation of the previous flower of time restrains the growth of that dark energy in it, it does not essentially solve the problem. When the battle for Yunmanze is over, he will remove the curse from her Menyan clan. The woman immediately fell to her knees and began to thank the Lord on behalf of the 271 members of her sect. After which the teacher said that there was almost no time left and they should be ready to meet their enemies. Sometime later, the entrance to Yunman's was opened, and all the invaders began to try to enter it. Tian Xuan Muchen called on all his subordinates to break into the secret kingdom and take it over. Everyone was very optimistic and shouted that all the treasures and spirit beasts in this world would be theirs. Tian said that it was inhabited by clans of demonic beasts, each of which had their own lands. They are not very strong in cultivation and fight every man for himself. Then he ordered his people to split into groups and kill them. After which he turned to the secret kingdom and said that he had returned again after so many years, and this time he would definitely get the flower of time. The first invader stepped on Sin's trap and immediately noticed a bright glow that appeared near his feet. A moment later, there was a powerful explosion that scattered the uninvited guests in different directions. The head of the clan did not understand what was happening around him, but then his right hand said to urgently look at the sky. Huge fireballs resembling meteorites began to fall straight from the sky. Xuan shouted for everyone to quickly disperse and not stand in a crowd in one place. Watching the fall of the spheres, Mukin was angry that someone had set up an ambush, anticipating their arrival here in advance. These formations are not particularly powerful, but it doesn't look like the locals with their low level of cultivation. After this, his people began to be attacked by all kinds of demonic beasts, who united and worked as one. The head of the clan was shocked by what was happening and could not believe his eyes, because 1,000 years ago, everything was completely different. So what happened to Yunmanzi this time? A few hours earlier, Qing and Yue, along with the elders of the other clans, met on the mountain in anticipation of the upcoming battle. They said among themselves that Yunmanzi was their home. For thousands of years, every time a secret kingdom was discovered, these greedy people invaded this pure land. With each attack, the invaders behaved like masters here. They burned, killed, enslaved every living thing in the secret kingdom. Sin replied that this is why it does not matter what feuds there were between them in the past. Today's battle will decide the future of their little world, so they must win at any cost. It is necessary to put aside their old differences, and all clans must unite in order to protect Yunmanzi under her leadership. Already during the attack, some of the invaders began to be pulled to the ground. It seemed to them that their bodies were very heavy. One of them guessed that they were under the influence of a gravitational formation. Others fell into the clutches of an angry ape-like monster and begged for help. Suddenly, Mukin appeared, who cut the monster into several parts with his magical power and freed the hostages. He then noticed a formation drawn on the ground next to him, which glowed brightly. Literally a second later, powerful, fiery streams began to break out from that place. Xiwen was not injured, but was thrown to the side. He didn't expect to end up like this. The guy began to think that all this could only be explained by the appearance of a king in Yunmenza, who managed to unite several clans together, after which he led these beast-like creatures to revolt. Because these formations that were everywhere did not have great power, but there were a lot of them, and they were all interconnected. Demonic beasts definitely cannot control them. The young man decided that as soon as he destroyed all these annoying traps, there would only be animals left that had nothing to fear. Then he used a technique, a penetrating gaze. This made it possible to see that a huge number of formations, the practice of which was not at all easy, were installed everywhere. He wondered if someone from an ancient clan of formations had made their way here and taught someone the techniques. The young man decided that this could no longer continue. The cultivators from his world are stuck here and cannot move forward, so how can he take advantage of the chaos to get the flower of time? Therefore, a decision was made to eliminate whoever was operating the traps as soon as possible, and Tien went in search of this person. Meanwhile, Singe monitored the formations and observed what was happening on the battlefield. The tree demon, growling menacingly, ate one of the invaders alive. Elsewhere, after the fiery streams, many wounded and burnt bodies lay. The girl thought about the fact that because of her traps, too many people had died, and whether she was doing the right thing at all, because if she had simply sealed the entrance with formations, then so many victims could have been avoided. A teacher appeared behind her, who reminded her that she was currently the commander-in-chief and should not hesitate during the battle, because this could lead to very bad consequences. Sin was upset that these cultivators, after all, were people too, and she began to be tormented by thoughts that maybe she could have done something differently and simply sealed the entrance. The ruler came close to the girl and ordered her to turn to him, raising her head up, after which he gave her a crack and told her to stop doing nonsense and come to her senses. At the moment, she's on the battlefield. If Singe, as the commander-in-chief, thinks like this, then it will bring a lot of problems to Yunmenza. Flower apologized to him. The man replied that she had nothing to apologize to him for. She must speak these words to all the clans who trusted her and are now fighting to protect their native secret kingdom. Sin only looks at humans. What about all the demonic beasts who fight bravely for their world? Their sacrifices and loss of life are all for the sake of protecting their home, and not for her to stand here in doubt. The Xiuyue world has always used this place for training. Fighting the invading invaders and defending their kingdom is what united all the sects. If Yunmenza loses, it will forever become a hunting ground. And those demonic beasts who trusted her and gave their lives in battle will only turn into prey that the cultivators will mercilessly kill. Does she really want the 1,000-year history of the kingdom to be interrupted and it to be devastated? The girl gathered herself and said that she would not allow this, because her mother and aunt always protected him. This is her homeland and all animals. She will not allow his death. Disappearing, the ruler told her to confirm this with deeds and not just in words. The girl came to the conclusion that the master was right. She, as the commander-in-chief of Yunmenza, must fight side by side with the demonic beasts in order to protect their common home. The Flower of Time will not allow loss, and the secret kingdom will certainly win. After which she activated instantaneous time dilation formations. By a chain reaction, all the time traps were set in motion. A circulation of spiritual energy began to appear around some of the invaders, which completely immobilized them. Auntie realized that Singe was helping them a lot at the moment, so there was not a moment to waste. Therefore, she ordered her clan to destroy all uninvited guests from the world of Xiuyue who would appear on their way. Meanwhile, the tree demon scattered the invaders in different directions, and they did not have time to do anything to him. And Yue's wards drained spiritual energy from them and practically paralyzed everyone. The system admired how strong Sin was, since she was able to stop the attackers in one fell swoop. The master said that this is what a commander-in-chief should look like. Shur carefully stated that the owner was very harsh. Before, when he was with Qian Fan and Chansin, she had never seen him get so angry. The teacher said that kindness and compassion are good qualities, but not towards enemies. Sin was doubtful because she still had memories of human life. For local animals, cultivators are only livestock that they kill. After all, over so many years, a sea of blood was shed between them, and there can be no talk of pity. Shur asked that since the invaders could no longer resist, did that mean the battle was won? Chenny replied that this is not a fact, because Singe is now using a formation created by her personally based on the characteristics of the flower of time. Therefore, the wider the scope of the trap, the more spiritual energy it uses, and Sin will not last long. In a battle between cultivators, unlike humans, where strategy and numbers of troops are important, the battle between the strongest is decisive. Demonic beasts and attackers have roughly the same cultivation levels. But the enemy has one whose kingdom is 3 levels higher, and he's already close. Sin became more and more complex, and she realized that her spiritual energy was at its limit. Suddenly, she turned into a baby again and said, breathing heavily, that the front line might now weaken. After which someone hit a powerful stream of energy at the very place where Singe was located. The girl was abruptly thrown to the side, but she managed to put a protective formation on herself. Landing on the ground, Sin did not understand whether it was an enemy attack or what. Muchin, who appeared next, realized that this little girl was the one who controlled all these formations and killed so many cultivators from 9 different worlds. Then he asked which clan she belonged to. But feeling her spiritual power, the young man guessed that Sin was the flower of time. The young man could not believe his eyes, that this was a legendary plant that had taken on human form. Taking a stance and hiding behind formations, Singe asked the guy who he was. Laughing loudly, the guy said that it was just a gift of fate. It turns out that in front of him is an already ripe flower of time. Heaven itself helps him. Then he said that his name is Tian Xuan Muchen. Everyone in the 9 worlds should call him Master. And from today, she can simply address him as Master. The girl snorted that only a crazy person could want him to be his master and launched a trap into him. But she faced a defense. Tian stated that he liked her fiery personality. He knows that Sin is at the level of the realm of heaven and people, plus that trap took away her powers. And he is at the peak of the secret truth, so she cannot win. The girl thought that maintaining that formation that slowed down time had really exhausted her. So first she needed to use a pre-prepared trap to contain him, and then move on. But the enemy, without particularly straining, destroyed it with one blow of his fist. The flower of time did not expect the guy to deal with her so quickly and easily. The young man said that he had already seen all these little tricks of hers. Did she really think that he remained defenseless to them? The girl replied that this is not the only thing she is capable of, and talismans appeared in her hands. Then adding that she succeeded not only in formations but launched hundreds of them at the invader. Tian Xuan Muchen quickly hid behind a rock that was next to him. After her order to destroy the uninvited guest, the talismans in flight were transformed into arrows and swords. A powerful attack hit the place where the guy was, and it seemed that there should not be a wet spot left from the enemy. But after a moment, the smoke cleared and the young man appeared completely safe and sound. The young man called her a stupid girl and said that she really thought that she could defeat him with her pathetic tricks. But then, he noticed that she had disappeared from the place where she was. The girl decided to jump off the mountain, and the head of the enemy clan was angry that some insignificant small flower dared to mock him. Mukin realized that it would not be possible to subjugate the flower without problems. It is not yet clear whether the old monsters from his world will decide to suddenly invade here and cause chaos. Any delay may result in unforeseen circumstances. But in any case, it didn't matter to him whether Sin lived or died, because it was so that he could process her for his own purposes, so it would be even better if she died. The little girl understood that that golden-haired eccentric was too strong, and if she ended up on the battlefield, the residents of Yunmanzi would undoubtedly suffer huge, irrevocable losses. Even if she currently calls upon her main body, which remains with the master, it is not a fact that she will help cope with the enemy. Tien's attention is now focused on her, so she needs to distract him as much as possible. Suddenly, the voice of the invader was heard and addressed her. The girl did not expect that he would overtake her so quickly. The flower of time immediately began to run, and he, catching up with her, asked where she was going again. After which the young man decided to use the technique, the destructive wind of Tian Xuan. Powerful energy streams began to hit the ground and everything that came in their way. One of these rays hit Singe directly, but fortunately she managed to put a protective sphere around herself. But this completely exhausted her. There was practically no spiritual energy left. The guy came to the conclusion that the girl only knows how to be cunning, but he won't give her such a chance again. The young man attacked her, shouting for her to finally die. The baby had already come to terms with the fact that she would have to give up this body because she did not have time to do anything. Suddenly, Aunt Yue appeared in her spiritual shell and shouted for the vile invader to leave her alone. Then Yan kicked him in the jaw with all her might and ordered him to stay away from Singe. The blow was so powerful that the arrogant head of the clan, while falling, bounced off the ground like a ball, after which the woman called on the members of her sect to jointly seal it with the help of a dream prison. An otherworldly force immediately began to hover around the young man as if catching him in a trap. Sin asked in surprise how she ended up here. Yue explained that when her formation disappeared, strong fluctuations in the spiritual energy at the top of the mountain began, and the ant immediately realized that the baby was in trouble, so she rushed to help. Then she added that there was no time to talk. Without the support of Singe, the enemies launched a counterattack and the situation was very difficult. That man was almost unharmed by her blow, and he is clearly stronger than her, but Yan will deal with him and let the girl leave. And she must leave because he's hunting for her. This battle will decide the fate of Yunmanza, and Sin is an important part of it. And if something happens to her, then everything will be over. She urgently needs to turn to the elder. He definitely has enough strength to solve everything. The little girl explained that protecting the secret kingdom was her test, and the master said that he would not interfere with it. They must win this battle on their own. Therefore she, as part of Yunmanza, will fight everyone equally. Suddenly, a magical energy flow broke through the dream prison and pierced right through Aunt Yue. Muchen managed to break the dream prison and destroy some of the members of the Yan clan. The young man was angry that the insignificant Menyan dared to oppose him, but he would still receive the flower of time, and everyone who tried to stop him would die. The system exclaimed that the guy had pierced the ant through and through. Wouldn't the master really intervene? The man replied no. If he just needed to complete the task, he would have destroyed all the invaders from the very beginning. This battle for Yunmanza is a test for Qin. If he interferes, then this task will lose all meaning. Without the experience of life and death, she will not be able to truly grow. Singe is the future Lord of Time, not a hothouse flower. Shur said that if this continues, they will both die at the hands of the green-haired man. The Lord replied that there was no need to underestimate them. The formation that Yue wears is much more than slowing down the curse. Meanwhile, Sin cried over her unconscious aunt, trying to stop the bleeding, and asked her to wake up, saying that everything would be fine and that she would take her to the teacher. The young man got closer to them and said that there was no need to rush so much. He would now send the flower straight to Yue in the next world. But suddenly, on Yan's stomach, just in the place where the formation of the previous flower had been left, a bud began to open. The little girl didn't understand what was happening, and the guy was shocked that there were two flowers of time in front of him. A very bright magical glow immediately appeared, and the young man began to freak out that something was wrong again. Sometime later, the girl woke up in a calm, bright place and could not figure out where she was now. She began to look around and thought that this was the illusion that the master was talking about. The types of trees and spiritual energy around were reminiscent of Yunmenza, but clearly different from him. Suddenly, a woman's voice was heard which said that she was thinking correctly, but not quite. This is still a secret kingdom just tens of thousands of years ago. Then the invisible interlocutor told Sin to come to her, and the pink spiritual force picked her up. After which this cloud lifted her high up, almost to the top of the tree, where the very girl who spoke to her was sitting on a branch. Grabbing the baby, the woman put her on her lap and quietly chuckled and announced that she had caught her. Singe asked in surprise who she was. The stranger responded by saying that the girl hadn't already guessed that she was her daughter. Covering himself from the bright flash with his hand, the young man muttered that these were some cheap tricks again. Then he stated that he had warned her that he would not leave her a single chance. Then he rushed to attack her, shouting that the flower of time must die. But his attack was blocked with the help of one of the girl's formations. When the smoke cleared, the young man saw that she not only remained intact, but had also transformed again into the guise of an adult girl. Sin checked her aunt's condition and thought that the wound was really serious, but the most important thing was that she was still breathing. The young man said in confusion that a small flower cannot have such power. Then what is it? Singe, floating in the air, replied that some boy from the Shuyue world dared to attack her. Now it's too late to beg her for mercy. There is no turning back after what he did. The guy noted that she exuded such gentle spiritual power, but still made him feel like he was on pins and needles. This girl is very strong. At first, he decided that he did not have to be her opponent, but then he thought that if he ran away now, after 1,000 years of waiting, then everything that happened today would be in vain. After which he summoned his spiritual manifestation in the form of a two-headed serpent and shouted that he must get the flower of time either today or never. The girl answered with sarcasm in her voice that how does he want to try to get him with such a level of cultivation? Then she added that there was no need to waste her time on all sorts of nonsense. After that, a large number of formations began to appear around her. With their help, Singe managed to destroy his divine manifestation in a matter of seconds. But the young man withstood this attack, so the girl noted that he was quite durable. The young man was not going to calm down, and shouting that the flower of time would still be his, he rushed to run towards Sin. Singe easily blocked his movements and ordered him to calm down. Then she added that there are a large number of saving artifacts, but it seems that he is not the kind of person who values his life and improves himself, because otherwise he would not risk his life for the sake of longevity. After which she said that she would now think about what to do with him. The guy asked in fear what she was thinking about. Flower replied that he had harmed her family, so simply killing him was not enough. Sin will teach him the most painful lesson of his entire life, namely, returning to his true form. The young man realized that she was about to use the law of time and shouted for her to stop, but it was too late, and a powerful energy flow pushed him out of the secret kingdom. The young man flew out of Yunmanza like a bullet. All his clothes were torn. His subordinates watched in surprise as the head of the clan flew past them. She looked at what was happening with her mouth open and said that Sin's appearance and aura were very different from before. And I came to the conclusion that this was all due to the power of previous generations of flowers of time. Chenny replied that this was not the power of past generations, but because her mother was the flower of time. By separating from her soul and activating the spell, then using the trigger to initiate the fusion, the mother became God to her own children so that 2 generations of time flowers would live in the same era. The war can be considered over. Meanwhile, Sin shouted that she had dealt with the biggest problem, but there was not much strength left. Therefore, it is necessary to resolve the issue with everyone else as soon as possible and end the battle. Suddenly, a huge lotus appeared above the invaders. They were shocked by what they saw and did not understand what it was. It was the magical power of Chingay that decided to use the 1,000 funeral flowers technique. Powerful energy streams began to hit places where enemies were concentrated in a chaotic manner, leaving them no chance to escape. The system stated that the mission to protect Yunmanza could therefore be considered complete. A voice came from behind and asked that the same gentleman her daughter was talking about should be in front of her. The man replied that it was true, and Shuri was taken aback by the fact that this was the mother of the baby in Chinga's body. She said that the little girl was able to achieve human form in just 1,000 years. The woman cannot help but thank him for such kindness. Chen Yi replied that she is Sin's mother, so there is no need for such politeness. The former Flower of Time said that her fusion with her daughter is complete, but the remaining spiritual power in the spell has been exhausted, so she needs to enter a period of sleep in order to recover, after which she turned into a baby, put her in Chenny's arms and asked him as a teacher to look after her while she slept. The man replied that he would try. A few days later, Yue, opening her eyes, wanted to sit up and hit the formation above her with all her might. Then she suddenly felt her head hurt from the blow and grabbed it. Sin, who happened to be next to her, exclaimed that the Moon Lady had woken up and asked her to wait a little. First, she will remove all these spells and you can move normally. Yue didn't understand what was happening because she thought that those wounds were not compatible with life. Singe replied that the serious wounds had already healed, but the master said that the soul still needed time. To save it, the girl asked the master for a book on quickly healing the soul and applied formations. Apparently, it really worked. After the master healed the injury on her chest, Sin took care of the rest. She now prepared medicine from various herbs that she asked from the teacher. This decoction should nourish the soul. Yan thanked her for your concern. The woman then asked, upset, how the battle ended and how much they had lost. Singe replied that they had won, but although it had nothing to do with her, the master said that the girl was now qualified. Yue sighed that if it weren't for the master with his high level, then Yunmanza would have come to an end. In the future, clan heads must have high cultivation in order to avoid such bad situations. Flower replied that the teacher did not take part in the battle. Then the girl grabbed the bud on her head and told someone that since she wanted to see Yan, she would hand over the leadership to her. The woman began to feel familiar spiritual energy, but did not yet fully understand that this was really possible. Singe's mother appeared before her and said that she had not seen her little nightmare for a long time. Tears flowed down the clan head's cheeks, and she kept saying that her sister was still alive, or it was just a dream. She replied that Yue is a nightmare. How can she not know whether it is a dream or reality? Convinced that her longtime friend was indeed alive, Yan rushed into her arms, and Sin's mother asked for forgiveness for lying to her for so long. Meanwhile, in the room where the teacher was drinking tea, someone was crying loudly, and he asked her to calm down. It was a creature, Xiao Xiu, who said that we need to be patient for a while until the tears end. Chenny replied that the blood curse on the Nightmare clan could destroy his blood. There is no need to make such a problem out of this. Xiu said that after he used his blood to cure a person they didn't need, Sister Vulian lectured her for several days in a row. Meanwhile, the creature Taote Xiao Tao was climbing everywhere and looking for problems on its own. The mythical creature continued to cry that every drop of his blood was very important, and she did not understand how it could be spent on such small things. The master sighed heavily and asked to tell the truth. The girl said that after that incident, Vulian was very angry and doubled the number of tasks for everyone in their small world. At this time, Taote began to chew on the machine. Plus, Vu stated that all his problems should be solved by them, mythical creatures. Their world doesn't like lazy people, and those who don't take on missions will go to combat training. So Shu, as soon as she found out, came running to help break the curse. The Lord replied that it was just a drop of blood and nothing special. A little later, he will talk to Lian. Xiao asked not to tell her elder sister that he learned this from her. Behind the mythical creature, Tao began to eat the gems that her partner's tears turned into. Noticing this, Shu became angry and said that she'd been putting up with her antics for too long. Then she started trying to make Taote spit out her tears. The system, observing this, said that the master's restraint impressed her. These two babies don't look like artifact spirits at all, and they make a lot of noise. Watching the girls fight, Chenny explained that Xiao's tears have the effect of removing all curses, which is much better and easier than his blood. This was all clear, but Sure didn't understand why Taote was there then. The Taoists said that they have been inseparable since childhood. Tao unknowingly brings chaos and destruction, but with Shu she can't do much damage, and is easier to control. The system noted that all the Overlord's assistants are high-level mythical creatures. Xiao turned to the owner and said that all the tears had already been collected. Meanwhile, Tao was crawling in the background and crying, complaining that she was hurting her. Then she threw her friend over her shoulder and said that they would already go, but if there were not enough precious stones, then she should just call them. The master thanked them for their work. Tao was now crying because Chen A didn't play with her. Sure exclaimed that since a new way to remove the curse had appeared, she needed to tackle this important task as soon as possible. The Lord agreed with her. After some time, everyone gathered in the Twilight Forest so that the ruler could free everyone. Yue informed the master that all the members of the Nightmare clan had already arrived. Hearing this, the man said that then we can begin to work, and raised up the vessel with Shu's tears. After which he flew forward, stopped right above the creatures from the sect, and crashed. From there, bright dots began to fall, which were precious stones. After contact with them, members of the sect began to glow. A moment later, ordinary people appeared, not dark ghosts, who rejoiced that the curse of the ancient god had finally been lifted. But there was something wrong with their leader. Others noticed it and could not understand what was happening. The girl was scared for her aunt, but Chen Yi told her not to worry because it was quite expected. The man explained that among everyone in the Nightmare clan, only the moon creature has such a heritage, so her situation is a little different from the others. After Yue's transformation was completed, the teacher said to look at her carefully and explained that this spirit that lived thousands of years ago is the true form of the Nightmare sect. Meanwhile, around the entrance to Yunmanzi, hundreds of corpses of those who did not survive the battle were floating in the water. Mukin carefully walked along them and was indignant that the flower of time had changed his physical age and lowered the level of spiritual development. How could she even dare to do this to him? But then I began to look for the positives, that this was simply a decline in development. If he wants to remove this seal, he will simply need to improve himself. Now he has a lot of time for this, so he can even say thank you. Then the young man heard some noise and began to feel waves rising under his feet. Looking down, he noticed the huge mouth of a bottomless sea beast. The last thing he saw in his life was the huge teeth of a creature that swallowed him along with the corpses of his clanmates. At this time, the elders of the 5 major sects of the Yunmanza world knelt down in front of Qing, after which it was said that the representatives of the main ethnic groups, namely the Nightmare clan, Sen, Ancient Monkeys, Demon clan, and Kumpan clan, would worship the new generation Time Flower and would never dare to betray. Then they sent particles of their demonic blood into the hands of Sin. The girl was confused that they wanted to serve her, and it seemed strange that she was being asked to be their master. The teacher approached her and said that being worshipped by the demonic race was a great achievement because they realized how strong Sin was. Signing a contract in this way means that they trust her with their future and will die for her, if anything. Yue confirmed his words. All living beings of the secret kingdom believe in her. This decision was also made after a conversation with her mother. For thousands of years they were not united, so they were under threat of capture, but now everything must change. The girl was a little at a loss from such responsibility, but having collected her thoughts, she said that since they believed in her so much, then everything should work out for her. After which the girl began the process of binding and concluding a so-called contract with the heads of the sects. In the heart area of each of the elders, singe formations appeared, and she shouted that from now on, the flower of time is their mistress and will protect this world. From now on until death, they will all together preserve the honor and dignity of Yunmanza. A little later, standing in front of the gate to the secret kingdom, the teacher asked how the practice of the spells he had taught her was going. Sin replied that she had learned everything and asked if he wanted her to take everything from Yunmanza. But be that as it may, with such a big world it is impossible to do anything with her level of spiritual powers. The master, saying that there was no longer any need to worry about this, put his hand on her shoulder and began to fill her with energy. Then he asked if she had enough strength now. The girl replied that she was more than welcome to start, after which the girl began to carry out the task assigned by the master, and formations appeared near her hands. Singe called upon all four directions of the world to merge into one of her spells, and a magical sphere appeared around the entrance to the secret kingdom. The system noted that the baby's strength had become quite powerful, and it would not take her much time to catch up with her older sisters, Qian Fan and Shansan. Suddenly, an alert appeared that a high-level energy was rapidly approaching them. Shur exclaimed that everything is very bad and it is already close. Everything around me suddenly became dark, and a swirl of dark energy and thickening clouds appeared in the sky. After which a huge all-seeing eye appeared, which was angry that they dared to disturb his temporary world. The girl was scared, but the teacher ordered her to continue to monitor the spell, and he would deal with this himself. He then went closer to the demonic force to find out what exactly was bothering it. A small demoness appeared from the eye, who menacingly asked who he was and how he dared to set foot on her territory, because she is the deity of the world of time. A portal opened behind Chen Yi and someone began to come out of it. The only thing the Overlord asked was not to kill the demon child, because she could still be useful. He was told that it was good. It was Qi Lian who, having acquired otherworldly power, asked if she had gone crazy for daring to pretend to be a deity in front of her boss. Then she added that it was a pity that the owner forbade her to eat the new head of heaven. After these words, the demon launched an energy ball, which appeared in her hand, directly at Qi, and screamed to leave her alone. The creature realized that this was a deity in front of her, and these two knew very well that she was the embodiment of the heavenly Tao, but they still dared to do such a thing. When the smoke cleared, Lian, trying to put out the fire on her chest, said that the baby was explosive, but this action still could not harm her. Then she rushed to attack her, shouting that she would play with the girl a little. But the demoness managed to put her weapon in front of her and block Qi's blow. Lian was surprised that she managed to withstand her attack, but it was clear from the crumb that it was difficult for her. The last Xiun Qin in the world of heaven and all things declared that this was just the beginning and shouted for the demon to attack her. The Lord in the system stood silently watching a bunch of flashes in the sky that remained after the girl struck. Shur said that the owner's familiar is powerful and this small red bug will be crushed by it. Chen A replied that he was dealing with deities and Qi is the most stable of them, but there is an inexplicable sense of disobedience in this Tao. Suddenly, Lian appeared behind the demoness and asked where she was looking, if she had lost someone. Then she struck a strong blow to the back with otherworldly force and she screamed in pain. Then she stated that as a deity of heaven and the embodiment of worldly power, the baby was too weak. But the demoness, it seemed, was not going to give up, and a large all-seeing eye appeared around her. She stood right on his pupil. Looking at all this, Qi asked if she really wanted to fight a little more. Trying to pull herself together with all her strength, the girl said that breaking into her world of time and offending her was unforgivable. After the baby was defeated, Chen Yi put his hand on her head and said that he wanted to look into her soul and understand what she was hiding there. But before the ruler had time to see anything, dozens of lightning bolts appeared around the demoness. after which magical symbols and formations appeared right above them. She shouted to someone that she had not betrayed him. Why was he doing this to her? The master realized that a spell had been cast on her and that an attempt to penetrate her consciousness would cause self-destruction. The man quickly sealed the baby so that she did not have time to do anything. The teacher then ordered Shuri to control the range of his spiritual energy output so that it would be within the normal range for this world, after which she transformed into a sword. Chen-Yi was outraged that some forgotten high-level deity was still willing to kill someone right in his presence, after which he directed a powerful energy stream directly at the spell created by the demoness. In a matter of seconds it was destroyed, and the blue sky appeared through the black clouds. Qilian turned to the boss and asked what it was and what to do with this baby now. The master explained that the self-destruction technique can be caused by penetrating memories. It all looks as if someone specially left it in the world of time. But then he added that they would deal with this later, and now let Qi take the demon to Ulian, who should recreate her soul and consciousness. It is necessary to extract her memories as soon as possible. Chen-Yi wondered if there was some connection between the new Dao deity, which has nothing to do with the world of time, and the one that was reborn into the Sinmin world before. The voice of the system was heard from the side, which reported that it could not move at all. Sitting down next to her, the owner asked how she became so small. She explained that she had spent all her spiritual energy to control the master's power in the required range, and now she could not even take off. After Chen-Yi put her on his shoulder, Xiao asked her next time to advise her how to do better before using her as a weapon, otherwise she almost fainted this time. Shur then asked what was wrong with that red girl. Even if she was a fake, can she be considered the ruler of time? In this case, after the master got rid of it, this can also have an impact on the world of time. The man replied that this creature was not created by the will of the world of time. Therefore, by destroying the spell, he broke the connection between them, and this would not affect its inhabitants in any way. But if the true Tao deity was captured, then how could this affect the world of time? The master thinks that Sinja's mother should know some clues or the answer to this question. In the palace beyond time and space, the girl reasoned that the only thing that could harm her was the sword. But what did Chen-Yi achieve with this? The heavenly Tao in the world of time is just a puppet. And even if this is revealed, there will be no useful information. But the monk may decide to dig further, and then it will affect their plans. After which, she put the piece on the chessboard and said that she had a gift for him, and she hoped that he would like it. Meanwhile, Sin and the master were sailing somewhere on a boat, and the girl was babbling that when the eye appeared in the sky, she was very scared. If not for the teacher, she would have simply dropped everything and ran away. Plus, that destructive technique that appeared in the sky was simply terrifying. But her mentor was able to deal with it in a second with the help of a sword, and that's amazing. Therefore, she decided that she wanted to learn sword technique from her master. He replied that, as the Flower of Time, she has a unique talent for learning basics such as spells and talismans. But Kendo is about understanding Qi, potential and intentions, and she has too many unnecessary thoughts. In this matter, her elder sister Shansan has quite a bit of experience. In the future, the girl will be able to ask her for advice on how to combine learning spells and Kendo. Sin was upset that according to the master, she was completely useless in martial arts, but Chen-Yi added that if she practiced a lot, she could achieve results. After some time, the ruler asked Sinj if her mother had woken up. Sin replied that she took her body to meet Yo and spent a lot of energy, so she was still sleeping. But she said as her knowledge of Sinj improves, she will recover faster. Zaitz asked what Chen-Yi wanted. The man replied that there was one thing he needed to ask her about, but let the girl take her time. After training, he would restore her mother's soul. Flower said that defending Yunmanzi was her first test, but would there be a second one? She doesn't know how soon the teacher will give it, but it was very interesting. The master replied that the second task would be to find 2 hidden kingdoms in the world of time that are no weaker than Yunmanzi, and no one knows about them. He will accompany her and give her tips, but she must do everything else herself. The girl did not understand how she would be able to find them, because the world of time is so huge. The mentor replied that it was not limited in time. He also prepared a magical weapon for her, which he would hide in one of these realms, and it would be for her as a prize for completing the task. Chen-Yi and the system were fishing. Shuri said that they had been sitting there for an hour and still no fish. The owner replied that the whole charm of this activity is anticipation and peace. You need to be patient to catch big fish. Singe was haunted by the thought that the world of time is very large, and trying to find two secret kingdoms in it is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Then it dawned on her that after defeating that Tao, the teacher could teleport her to any other place, but for some reason he decided to allow her to sail with them on a boat, which means his clue was the sea. Sin guessed that a secret world could be hidden in this endless and bottomless body of water, after which she used a cosmic spell which began to form a whirlpool. The system, meanwhile, was happy that the stupid flower had finally listened to its feelings and understood everything. Now, our heroes were preparing to embark on the underwater journey that awaited them. Shuri began to feel nervous because it was her first time diving into such a deep-sea place. Looking at the jellyfish, she thought they were quite cute. That's why she wanted to touch them. The owner immediately said that these are ghostly monsters that live at the very bottom. If you scare them, the entire group will begin to pass current through itself, and even the kingdom of heaven and people may not be able to withstand it. Xiao exclaimed that if he had not warned her, she would have already died. The master explained that jellyfish obey the laws of nature. If there is a threat, they will repay doubly. And so, if she is not going to touch them, then there is nothing to be afraid of. Shai then saw that Sin had become friends with the jellyfish queen. The teacher said that in this test, the girl must rely only on herself because he is not going to tell her the exact location of the secret world. But he agreed with her actions as it was the best way to get information from the local marine life. The system noted that finding a common language with monsters such as jellyfish is not so easy, but the flower of time succeeded, which cannot but admire. After the conversation, the girl ran to her mentor and reported that Sister Jellyfish had not heard anything about the secret kingdom, but she knows some unusual place in the nearby waters and can show them the way there. Chen A replied that it was worth going then. After Sin made contact with a sea creature, a tongue enhancement mark appeared on her forehead, after which they set off on the road on a huge jellyfish, which swam very quickly and was difficult to stay on. Once there, Shur exclaimed how huge this tree was. The girl noted that it doesn't look like there are any spiritual vibrations around it, which makes it very different from the world of Yunmanzi. Chen A replied that it is correct. Then he explained that the secret world is different from the secret one, since it was created by people. After hundreds of years of changes, it ended up here and became what they see. Also, this is a whole organism that is associated with the technology of mechanisms. The girl realized that this huge disc on the tree was that very mechanism. If she solves it, then access to the secret world will be open. Chen Yi thought to himself that this castle has a complex structure. In order to open it, you need to perform actions based on the knowledge of spells and mechanics that Sin studied. The process may take a long time. But then he noticed how the girl began to crawl along this disc and place talismans, completely oblivious to the fact that the master was trying to call her. After the manipulations were performed, a powerful explosion occurred, but the mechanism remained intact and unharmed. Singe noted that it was quite durable, but her enthusiasm was not lost because she had many more spells in store. The Lord approached her and called her by name. The girl asked what happened. The teacher put his hands on her face and asked what she was doing. Sin replied that he was opening the world and why he was asking. Sharply pulling her by the cheeks, the man told her to do it normally and not blow everything up. The girl apologized for not understanding everything correctly. But in the meantime, the discs on the tree began to rotate quickly, and the system asked our heroes to pay attention to this. A moment later, the passage to the secret kingdom was opened, and Singe happily ran there. Looking at this, Chen Yi said that he was here a couple of days ago, and not only mixed up the order, but also added several new complications. Has Sin really broken through his seal? She replied that, as expected, he was making things difficult. Instead of going further into the kingdom, the little girl made herself a table and sat down to write something on it. The teacher asked what she was doing there. Flower explained that all her spells require a lot of strength, and although her main part is with the master, accidents cannot be ruled out. Therefore, she wants to draw more talismans in order to avoid dangers. The master took her by the scruff of the neck and said that this was just a test to find a secret world. When she is on the battlefield, the enemies will not give her time to sit and draw. After which, he simply threw her into the opened passage. The girl did not even have time to object. A couple of seconds later, the baby hit the ground in the kingdom with all her might. The flower of time shed tears, rubbing her butt because it was very painful. Then looking up, she saw monsters created from wood and came to the conclusion that they were puppets. After which, Glancing at the sky, she noticed a huge city floating in the air and was shocked by its size. Sin could not believe that this settlement and everything else was created by the human race. Chen Yi explained that this world is called Mokin. In front of her, she sees the crystallization of mechanical technology created by more than one generation of the Gonshu family. It is guarded by hundreds of thousands of mechanical monsters with spiritual power. The level is not lower than the Tibetan kingdom, so it is a good training ground. Her task is to climb the main tower on her own in order to obtain the inheritance of the Gonshu family mechanism and the magical weapons that he has prepared for her there. Moreover, so that the experience gained here would not lose its meaning, the man temporarily blocked her connection with Yunmanzi, and the main body of the flower would return back to her. As he spoke, he placed the bud back on her head, after which the man disappeared, finally saying that he would wait for her at the top of the tower and let her show him her progress. At first, the girl was upset that he left her completely alone and practically defenseless. But then she gathered her thoughts and began to set herself up in a positive way that she could cope and everything would be fine. The teacher forbade her to ask for help from her aunt and the others, but did not say anything about talismans, of which she had a lot. The Flower of Time thought that this distance could simply be flown over without encountering mechanical monsters. But suddenly, with all her strength, she crashed into the protective shell as if made of glass. While the girl was screaming that she was in great pain, the voice of the master was heard, who said that he had forgotten to warn her about something, and said that in this world it was forbidden to use spells, and she could not fly to shorten the path. Then turning around, the little girl saw that mechanical monsters whose eyes were glowing red began to approach her. The wooden creature, without wasting a second, immediately attacked our heroine, but she managed to group herself and quickly jumped to the side, so she remained safe and sound. After which the disc on his chest glowed brightly, and a powerful energy stream burst out from there, directed at Sin. The flower only had the thought that something needed to be done as quickly as possible. The girl instantly regained her bearings and blocked the attack with the help of her spiritual manifestation. Next, a mechanical boar rushed to attack her, but the baby managed to put a protective sphere around herself, which he collided with. The blow was too powerful, so Singe barely managed to hold it back. She thought to herself that the strength of these wooden monsters was much greater than the level of the Tibetan kingdom. Their number exceeds the number of her weapons. Even if they can be neutralized, it will be difficult to destroy them. But she still had about 200 attack and counterattack spells, so some of them would definitely hit them. If she can use them to stop the attacks and take control of them, then she can buy time. But such a large-scale spell requires a lot of spiritual energy and time, even taking into account the use of the main body. After which it dawned on her that the master had not said that the creatures needed to be neutralized. The goal of the test was to get into the tower. Since her main body is here, new abilities should appear due to the mixing of the heavenly and human worlds. The main secret of the Flower of Time and its superpower is spraying. Then, from the formation she created, a large number of small versions of her began to appear. Even emotionless, mechanical monsters were surprised by such a picture. The girl set them the task of going around the city and getting a magical weapon, after which she gave the command to her small army to begin to carry out what she ordered them. Meanwhile, in the city itself, Chan Yi, waiting for the arrival of his student, was engaged in wood carving. The system observing his actions noted that usually his forging is completed in the blink of an eye, and this is the first time she has seen him carve something out of wood so carefully. The man replied that it was a spiritual map. The owner explained that this city is the final destination of the Gonshu family. When they realize that their time is coming to an end, they return here to preserve and pass on the teachings of the mechanics to future generations. One day, one of the members of this family sacrificed himself to stop the chaos of heaven, but his dynasty was almost destroyed. Even after losing everything, their sect continued to contribute to the stability of heaven and the human world for centuries. Chen Yi had an old friend from this clan who could not find the entrance to the secret city until her death. When he was exploring the worlds, he accidentally found it, so he arranged for Sin to train here and inherit the mechanics. Having placed the finished spiritual map, the man said that let the soul of his friend finally return to its native land. Shur asked how Singe could deal with monsters without spells. He replied that her problem was using the tricks he taught her, not the flower's power. These creatures are different from living creatures because they are not affected by spells. Among his disciples, Tzi is a modern empress, and Chanxin, who has the power of pure yin body, will be good at swordsmanship and killing in the future. In their battles, this younger generation will rarely encounter real opponents. But if they had to deal with invasions from other worlds again in the future, they might not be able to protect the people around them as much as they were not strong in spells, did not operate machines, and did not have the power of the flower of time. The system asked if it understood correctly that he wanted to make Sin, who is not so strong in battles, a good support in another. The Lord replied that everything was true and good, that she understood it. Then he called her with him to check how Singe was doing. Suddenly, they began to hear some kind of rumble, and Shur asked what kind of earthquake this was. Was it really due to the mechanisms? But the owner felt the spiritual power of Sin, after which they saw a whole crowd of small copies of the Flower of Time, which quickly ran towards them and hummed melodies. The system of the Lord of Heaven was taken aback by so many girls and could not understand where they came from. Seeing the master, they were very happy, and some of them began to crawl over him, saying that he was their favorite. One version shouted that they were behaving disgustingly and that they should get off him immediately. But they didn't listen. They replied that they didn't want to get down and just started hugging him even more. The teacher began to try to remove them from himself, asked them not to make noise and to calm down so that they could talk. Chen Yi said that he didn't remember teaching her a spell that could create so many clones. She explained that when she united the heavenly and human kingdoms together, she found this way. Each of the copies has a portion of her strength and body. After listening to the explanations, the man asked what about the mechanical monsters, whether she had passed it. Sin explained that these animals were too strong and attacked her, but spells and talismans had no effect on them. But then she remembered that the master had given her her main body, and that's when she realized the secret method. It was very difficult to deal with so many mechanisms at once, so she used this technique of splitting the body into many small versions, and they managed to disable them. Only when there was so much of it was it possible to contain everyone. There was no other solution to the problem. The mentor praised her for using the characteristics of the flower and the law of time, because the monsters were stopped, which means the test can be considered passed. In the future, in addition to technology, she will need to work with time. After Sin returned to her natural form, the master led her to the legacy mechanisms and artifact prepared for her. First of all, the teacher said to come and pick up the mechanical heritage. The girl was about to take it and began to read an auxiliary spell, but the master stopped her and said that she could take the monsters, but not the core itself. What she sees in front of her is an illusion that is supported by the core. As soon as she takes it out, it will disappear. You can only accept your inheritance here. Mastering the inheritance may take several days. All this time he will be waiting for her here. In the future, if there is a need to improve mastery of mechanisms, then you will also need to come back here. Having said that, if it takes a couple of days, then it is not as important as the master's weapon, and immediately lost all interest in it. The girl was very interested in what kind of magical artifact the teacher had prepared for her. Opening the box, the Flower of Time saw a mechanical monster, namely, a pink rabbit. Chen Yi explained that it was created through a combination of forging and mechanical arts. It is also a magical weapon with simple intelligence. In order to activate it, you need to drop your blood on it. Sin immediately wanted to try it. As soon as a drop of blood fell on him, the entire room was immediately illuminated by a dazzling light. The system covered its face with its hands and was indignant at how bright it became, and that it could not see anything. The owner asked why her eyes were so weak. When the glow disappeared, Singe appeared, who said that the magical weapon created for her by the master turned out to be a mechanical glove. A few days later, our heroes were sailing in a submersible, and the girl was indignant that so much time had passed since they left Mokhin, and she still had not sensed similar worlds and could not find them. She was already beginning to be upset that the master did not deviate from his own, and continued to insist that the second kingdom was also located somewhere here. But the underwater world is so huge, it's like looking for a needle in a haystack. It suddenly dawned on her that one of the clones was saying that she felt strong spiritual vibrations within a 50 nautical mile radius, so she decided to call her. But the baby somehow managed to get stuck in the formation and had to be pulled out by her legs. As soon as she was pulled out of there, Singe lost her balance and fell to the floor. Watching this, the system thought about how stupid the flower is. Then the newly summoned clone began to point her finger somewhere and say that a big fish was sleeping there. Sin thought that recently she had seen a lot of underwater monsters during her research, but she had never had such a reaction to anyone. Perhaps this is a monster from that same secret world. After which, the small version indicated in which direction you need to swim at high speed. The girl listened to her, and they quickly went there. Once near the fish, Sin said that she thought it was an ordinary whale that was sleeping, but in fact it was suspiciously huge. The girl added in surprise that she really felt the light atmosphere of a secret kingdom here, but how could it be located in an underwater inhabitant? The master replied that she was thinking correctly. Now he would help her a little and she would go there. Singe screamed that she was not ready yet, but it was too late. She said that now he will awaken the sleeping soul. Swimming up to the sleeping whale, he simply started kicking it, saying that it was time to wake up. When his huge eye opened opposite the flower of time, the girl was very scared. After which, he began to pull her into his mouth with all the creatures that were nearby. After some time, Singe emerged from the reservoir in some unfamiliar area. Looking around, Sin realized that this was such an entrance, and she now found herself in the second secret kingdom. The girl noted that, unlike the mechanical world, this one is somewhat similar to Yunmanzi. The sky was full of monsters that she saw for the first time. Since this place has not been explored by the world of time, it has no name. A master appeared who said that it was called the ruins of Kunlun. There has been no one here for years. The world is essentially open, but there are some restrictions in it. The magic of strangers who enter here is immediately suppressed and reduced. Even if she finds something here, she simply cannot leave this world with that thing, so it can be considered unexplored. After his words, the girl tested her magic, and it was indeed limited. The teacher continued that the largest ethnic group in this area is the Yulin clan, created hundreds of years ago from a mixture of divine blood, unicorn blood, and mountain spirit. They have very good technique. He also said that there are many spiritual stones and plants here that are not found in other worlds. They may be useful to her in alchemy and forging. Her task is to do everything possible to take things from the ruins. He won't help and will pick her up later. Finally, the master added that the Yulin clan really does not like strangers on their land. As soon as she steps into the territory of the secret kingdom, they will already be aware of her presence. After these words, the girl noticed how quickly representatives of the sect were approaching her and shouting that the invaders had come to them. Without bothering to investigate and find out who she was, one of them knocked our heroine down, and a local girl, unexpectedly, hit the flower of time with her elbow in the face with all her might. After which, Singe flew some distance across the water and thought that the Yulin clan was not particularly hospitable. The girl stated that those who invaded their territory are obliged to surrender and will be captured. Another said that they would just create a spell of 3 and capture her. The third added that she was too weak and he could easily break her leg. Sin replied that they found her quite quickly, but just because there are 3 of them, they won't be able to catch her or throw her out of here. Don't underestimate your enemy. Although they suppressed the use of magic, Sin managed to prepare a couple of spells, so she cannot lose. After which Singe summoned a water prison and the waves began to envelop the unkind locals. The flower of time kept them in the air with the help of water spheres, from which they could not escape. The evil girl shouted menacingly that she really thought that she would be able to keep them in this way. The girl replied that of course not, so it was better for them to just obey her. After which, she used the thunder talisman and dozens of lightning bolts began to strike the bodies of the Yulin clan members. Looking at the unconscious attackers, Sin noted that it was not so easy to deal with 3 at once. Then I thought that I needed to put them in a sleep talisman now, and then release them when I was leaving the secret kingdom. The system said that it considered these guys to be very strong, but Sin was able to deal with them. The master explained that in terms of cultivation level, they were indeed stronger than her, and she could not win. But the little girl concentrated spiritual energy on her feet, and when her feet stepped onto the clan's territory, the imprints of her pre-thought-out spells remained on the ground, so she was already one step ahead. She admired how careful and thoughtful she was, but then saw what Singe was doing and asked why. It turned out that the flower of time took off the girl's clothes and asked for forgiveness in advance for this. Then she started putting the suit on herself and asking why it was so tight. After which she changed her hair color to that of the locals and created horns on her head. When the transformation was completed, the girl made a verdict that with such an appearance, she would be perceived as one of her own, and the Yulin clan would not attack her. Xiao was surprised that Sin thought to disguise herself and said that the stupid flower is becoming smarter. Chen A explained that she is timid, but not stupid. She remembered that this sect does not tolerate strangers, so she took on the same guise. The goal of this challenge is to explore the Kunlun ruins to obtain unique materials. There is nothing wrong with the fact that she decided to change her image in order to avoid unnecessary conflicts. Shuri wondered what would happen next. She then stated that after hearing what she heard, she wanted to sing one song. The master told her to be silent. A second later, she began to offer him nuts, but the man replied that one more word and she would return to his body without a chance of return. Seeing Yulin City, Sin was surprised at how big it was. She never expected to see such a huge settlement in the Kunlun ruins. It seems the sect has been surviving in this world for many years. But there was one thing. But it seemed that there was something wrong with her appearance. Those around her looked at her strangely. They didn't seem to be angry with her, but she still felt uneasy. Suddenly she heard a child's voice calling her little sister and saying that this candy was for her. The baby's mother was scared and immediately told her that she couldn't communicate with the city guard like that. The girl replied that her dad told her that they were heroes and were defending their settlement, so she wanted to thank her with a treat. The Flower of Time realized that they were all treating her with respect and not looking at her strangely, and it was because of the necklace around her neck. When she changed clothes, she didn't even pay attention to it, thinking that it was just an accessory. The girl thought to herself that she was very lucky, because with this thing, everything would be much easier. Suner's mother said that the girl had dreamed of becoming a city guard since childhood and asked not to be angry with her because she was still just a child. The little girl didn't understand what she had done wrong. Sin told the girl to listen to her mother and study well, then she will definitely become a guard. Then she added that she herself, from a very young age, studied a lot from a strict master, and when she grew up, she was able to become who she is. Suddenly, a sound signal was heard from the tower, and a voice loudly announced an urgent decree. The entire city guard urgently needed to gather in the main hall. Shuaner's mother noted that it was the voice of the first elder, and apparently something very important had happened, so Sin needed to rush there as soon as possible. Sinj immediately thought that the locals had not declassified her identity, and this proved that her disguise was working perfectly, which meant that the meeting was not because of her. Judging by the insistence of his tone, something important really could have happened. This could be related to the adventure that the master told her about, so she needs to go there and see what's what. It would not be surprising if the teacher is currently observing her actions. Meanwhile, everyone quietly began to gather in the main hall of the Yulin sect. The young man asked his brother, named Fen, if he knew why the first elder so urgently decided to call everyone here. The man exclaimed that how could he know this? Then he added that they were in the clan all the time and were not in the know, while he had just returned from abroad. The guy said that it seemed that something had moved on the Holy Land. The man said that these were fairy tales. This could happen once every 500 years. Meanwhile, the chief master appeared in the hall and asked for forgiveness for such urgency, but this was a necessary measure due to one current situation. Fen began to ask what happened. Is it really that some powerful enemy is approaching them? Let the elders just tell him and he and the guys will cut him down. At this time, Sin merged with the crowd and listened to what was happening. The old man replied that this had nothing to do with the opponents. Everything was much more serious now. Everyone knows that Mount Chiyun is the holy land of their sect, where the spiritual power of heaven and earth gathers, and their treasure, the soul jade, is sealed in it. According to the ancestral records, when he reaches completeness, the secret realm of Silin will open. There is the Kunlun mirror, an artifact left behind by their ancestors, and a mythical beast that is able to cross the world's barriers. The Yulin clan spent thousands of years in Silin to obtain the mirror and use it to break the blockade of the Kunlun ruins. All this so that their family can return to heaven. At this moment, this secret realm is about to open up. City guards have existed in this world since its creation. When they became one, they swore a blood oath that they would dedicate their lives to the Yulin sect. As descendants of mountain spirits, they are endowed with high cultivation abilities. Many of their ancestors traveled through the heavens and even became saints. But now they are all locked in the ruins of Kunlun, and their family is gradually disappearing. If this continues, the clan will lose all descendants with divine skills. Even if they manage to return the artifact, they will not be able to control it due to lack of spiritual strength, but this is their chance to return to heaven. The elders had to say how dangerous this world was. For many years, their ancestors died there or lost their minds. Today, they will draw lots. Whoever gets a stick with a black end will go in search of a mirror. Sinj thought that the secret realm was a dangerous place, but with a master nearby, it shouldn't be a big problem. He then added that he had another announcement. Granddaughter Yui Min, from today on, will become his successor and future elder of the Yulin clan. After which he turned to her and said that among the sect, she is the most talented and has more opportunities to break into the heavenly kingdom. Yui will be able to lead it until the next discovery of the secret world, because grandfather is getting old. The master then declared that the first black lot belonged to him. He will lead the team on this journey, but now it is time to move on to the selection among the guardians. The system thoughtfully said that in the secret world, there is another secret kingdom that opens once every 500 years, and now it will appear just in time for their arrival. The coincidence was very strange. The man calmly replied that the jade of the soul in this mountain was filled to the end with him. Shai noted that this is amazing, and he really deserves the title of master. Noticing Chen Yi throwing a book into the portal, she asked what he had been writing for half a day. The owner replied that it was nothing special, just the experience of teaching Sinj so that Qi and Shansing could use it as reference material for their students. Meanwhile, in the heavenly kingdom, these books from the portal flew over the heads of the sleeping girls. Xiao said that according to the old man, the world is dangerous. Can Sin cope? The owner explained that the situation would be clear when it was activated, and they went with her. Shi said that apparently he was interested in the kingdom because he had never taken part in such a thing before. The teacher replied that that mirror really exists, but it cannot be in the secret kingdom because this artifact is of a cosmic type. The system thoughtfully said that it seems the elder lied, but Sinj did not suspect anything. Then she asked how the master knew that the mirror was not there, because he had never been there before. The mentor silently showed her the artifact that everyone was going to look for, and Shi told him to forget about her stupid question. Then she wanted to clarify that since the real Kunlun mirror is in his hands, then what is so secret in that kingdom? The man replied that she would understand everything when Sin entered there. Meanwhile, the drawing of lots was completed, and the elder declared that those who pulled out the black sticks were the real heroes. There is exactly an hour left before the opening, so those who want to say goodbye to the house should go and meet everyone later. Sinj fell out with a white stick and she didn't understand what to do. She couldn't change the color to black because of the special spell that was cast on the lot. One of the clan told his friend that his mother raised him with such difficulty, so she would take the wand for herself. He replied that his daughter had just been born and he could not go. And the young man himself took the oath of a guard, so he will fulfill his duty. After which he asked to take care of his mother. The man replied that he would treat her as his own. The girl intervened in the conversation and said that since he pulled out a black stick and, as she understood, did not want to go, then let him change with her. The guy began to be indignant that they were not a clan of cowards and this stick was his, but Sin simply pulled it out of his hands and said thank you. The young man suddenly fell to his knees and began to say that he would never forget this. If she manages to survive this journey, but she loses her mind and cannot take care of herself, then he will marry her and court her. The girl was glad that her identity was never revealed, so she could give someone a blow. After which she beat the guy who made a fiery speech and moved on calmly. Meanwhile, a passage to another secret kingdom had opened and everyone had already gathered near it. The elder gave his final instructions that their main goal was the Kunlun mirror. If they find him, they will have to take him at any cost. After that, everyone began to set off on their dangerous journey, including Sinj. Sin thought that she could simply follow Yulin's people, but did not take into account the fact that the teleportation grid cannot be directed. There was a lot of blood and skeletons around. The Flower of Time could not believe that this was their holy land. Then she drew attention to the mountain, which was wrapped around a huge skeleton of some kind of monster. The girl suggested that the Kunlun mirror could be located there. Suddenly, Sin heard a bubbling sound behind her and water, colored red due to blood, began to rise into the air. After which she transformed into monsters that growled menacingly and wished death to the Yulin sect. Sinj did not feel their spiritual power and did not understand then who they were and how to fight them. Meanwhile, 3 of the clans stood in a defensive position and tried to figure out what to do, because there were a lot of creatures. The monsters did not waste any time and immediately rushed to attack Huatzi. It was impossible to fight it manually, because they were liquid. An elder came running to help and managed to throw the creature away with the help of magical power. The master realized that these demons could use the power of his subordinates, and on top of that, this thick fog was corroding the meridians. Suddenly, the head of the clan was attacked from behind by an otherworldly force, which pierced him through with its hand, which turned into a sharp spear. His people immediately rushed to the rescue and threw the monster aside, but, unfortunately, they were too late. The girl ran up to him and asked how he was feeling, but the old man could not clear his throat. He stood up and began muttering about how there were countless monsters around and a poisonous fog permeating the entire realm. Also, the level of development of these monsters was constantly increasing. Apparently, this is what their ancestors faced. At this time, Sin figured out to use mechanical robots to distract these creatures from themselves. She couldn't understand whether it seemed to her or not that these monsters had only become stronger, and there seemed to be even more of them than at first. If this continues in the same spirit and their number and cultivation continues to grow, then even robots will not be enough for them. You need to get to the mountain as soon as possible and pick up the artifact that is tearing apart space, but the flight will take at least half an hour. Hearing a piercing scream behind her, the girl saw how a large number of creatures attacked one. After killing him, something strange began to happen. It was as if he was being absorbed by a red substance. The Flower of Time realized that after death, Yulin people turn into these monsters. Sin noticed that as soon as people from the clan appeared on their way, they ignored her and attacked them. Before the transformation, they were not so strong, but now they are close to the heavenly realm. She didn't understand why this was happening. Singe came to the conclusion that this world is a formation that absorbs the dead and thus feeds monsters. She couldn't allow everyone to be devoured, so she urgently needed to unite the Yulin sect. The subordinates grabbed the wounded elder and tried to run away as these creatures approached them, but the old man asked him to leave him so that he could attract their attention to himself. Seeing that the clan members were trying to escape, the monsters took a stance and decided to use the Three Corners spell. The triple energy flow headed towards the fugitives and almost reached its goal. But at the last moment, a time flower formation fell on the monsters, stopping the attack. Then the otherworldly force was attacked by the talismans that it always had in stock. The young man could not believe his luck, that someone managed to block this blow, and could it be that reinforcements had arrived to them? Behind them, they saw a stranger who came to their defense along with mechanical monsters. Sin turned to them and said that if they had at least some communication skills, then let them gather together all the remaining members of their clan so that no one else would die. Then she added that at this time she herself would try to stop them, so let them run. Shur asked if Chinga had returned to save everyone. Chen-A replied that after seeing the problem, she took action. But when they entered, the master felt that the spell seal was in the mountain, so he poured his energy into that stone. Then he explained that a spell was cast on the ruins of Kunlun, suppressing the development of all creatures, and it was intended not for the invaders but for the clan itself. Shur didn't understand why, because this was their shrine, and asked who the bones belonged to. The man replied that this is the mythical beast Sillin, which was killed by someone, and these bones are its spine, which wraps around the mountain. The beast's bones were broken into pieces, its flesh and blood were used to create this kingdom, and a dragon claw was stuck into its skull. It's a kind of ritual. The system said that killing in this way, plus using the remains to create a bloody world, is simply terrible. Chen-A said that the people who did this not only killed Sillin, but also made Kunlun a prison, and the mirror is a fake. The kingdom opens once every 500 years to kill as many clan members as possible and replenish your energy with their blood. Placing his hand on the claw, the master said that the core of the ritual was located here. Once it is destroyed, the monsters will disappear, and the seal covering Kunlun will be destroyed. Shur replied that this place was terrible and asked to destroy the claw. The ruler's hand reached out to him, and spiritual energy had already begun to manifest. But at the last moment, he turned away and walked away from there. The system did not understand why the owner stopped, because he had already almost started doing it. The master began to list, killing a divine being, transforming his body into a formation, creating the ruins of Kunlun. Was this really done in order to lure clan members to death once every so many years? He was simply wondering why so much effort had been made, and to find out, he needed to see what was really in that mountain. Meanwhile, the clan members reached one place to which the monsters for some reason did not come close. One of them came to the conclusion that, for creatures, this is some kind of special place. The second one said that they were still too close, and even if they didn't poke their noses in here, there was no point in relaxing. The closer people are to the mountain, the stronger the suppression of forces. Now everything rests on the shoulders of that girl. While she fights, the clan can gain strength. If not for her robots, then there would be no trace left of their army. Then they thought that they did not remember a master who could create them. The guy replied that he had never seen her before. Perhaps the head of the clan was simply hiding her. The second one replied that she was strong in spells, talismans, and now she was also healing him. It was necessary to leave her in the settlement and not take her with her. Sin told the old man that she had healed all the wounds except the internal ones, because she did not have the necessary materials at hand, so she prevented the spread with basic magic. after which he asked to leave him with Singe to talk. The elder said that she held off those creatures with the help of robots, saved the guards, and found this place. If it weren't for the girl, they would all have died long ago and gone to their ancestors. The flower replied that this was simply her purpose. The head of the clan said that her spells, talismans, mechanical monsters are unknown in these parts, which means she is not from the Yulin clan, and added that he is, of course, old, but not blind. Sin replied that since the old man himself had guessed everything, then she no longer needed to hide her true appearance. Returning to her form, she introduced herself, saying that she was indeed not from their clan, and came from the secret kingdom of Yunmanza. He replied that the guards are Yulin's elite. Now there are less than 15 of them left. If she had not saved them, the monsters would have become even stronger. Even though the girl is a criminal who infiltrated the clan, why did she risk saving everyone? The girl listed spiritual stone, root, artifact. She wants to get all the treasures of the Kunlun ruins. The elder was amused by such childish spontaneity and honesty from her. Sin explained that this was the purpose of the test that the master set for her. He told her to collect as many things as possible in that world. The girl doesn't know whether they will be useful to her in the future, but in any case, she must get them. The clan leader asked if she thought the master was doing the right thing towards his sect, and if he had thought about him. Singe misunderstood the question and exclaimed that managing a small secret world is already very difficult for her. She cannot handle the Yulin clan, and it is not included in her plans. The elder proposed to conclude an agreement. During the selection, he said that the Kunlun mirror is the most valuable artifact that can change the future of his clan. It is probably hidden in this mountain because the activities of monsters around it become limited due to the spell cast. If the girl helps them get it and ascend to heaven, all Yulin's treasures will be hers. The Flower of Time smiled sweetly and said that she also wanted to get this artifact. The clan head got angry and asked if she really wanted to betray his sect in such a difficult situation. Sin immediately said that no, and he simply misunderstood her. She has nothing against Yulin, but this mirror is also a treasure. Their ancestors, for so many centuries, sent people to death for his sake in order to remove the seal from the secret kingdom. She has a counteroffer. She receives absolutely all the artifacts, and they calmly return to their home. The elder said that dealing with Kunlun is not that easy. Her cultivation level is not higher than his. How is she going to pull all this? Singe fearfully said that she couldn't. Even if there were no suppression of magic here, it is only at the level of the realm of heavens and people. But her master can. There is not a single place in heaven and earth where he cannot go. The teacher said that he would pick her up in 3 days, and she would like them to come with them. Looking at her, the head of the clan said that the color had not changed, which means she was not lying. Sin didn't understand what color it was. The old man replied that this was his skill. He can tell by the color of the aura whether a person is lying or not, so this time he will believe her. Suddenly a ball appeared in his hand, and the flower asked what it was. The head explained that this was his internal alchemy. The clan uses water and wood in spells. The monster attacks almost destroyed his organs, but this thing preserves his vitality. Then he added that there could be creatures in the mountains much stronger than these. Through internal alchemy, protective spells can be created, so he gives it to her along with the Kunlun mirror. Taking this ball in her hands, the girl promised to do everything possible in her power. Going inside, the girl reasoned that the great elder's internal alchemy could help with protection. But the further she went, the stronger the spell became, which suppresses spiritual power. Her cultivation level seemed to have dropped to the spiritual sea realm, and if she met any creature, it would not be easy. Suddenly, she heard some rustling and sounds, but could not understand whether she imagined it or not. She then convinced herself that it was not a hallucination in her head, and that the sound was indeed heard, but her goal was the Kunlun mirror, so she needed to move on. But after that, she heard this sound again and out of fear hid behind some stones, after which her gaze fell on a white, fluffy fox who was sleeping surrounded by a two-headed snake. Sin thought that this is what the spirit of the Kunlun mirror looks like, and that it turns out to be in the secret kingdom of Silin. Such a big kikuni has been hiding all this time. The girl noted that she did not look like an artifact at all, but rather like a huge demon about which her master had warned her. Suddenly, the many-tailed fox screamed for the Flower of Time to get out of here. Singe was almost blown away by the flow of air, but she was not going to give up, and talismans appeared in her hands. The girl noted that the fox has powerful spiritual pressure and the ability to control bloody monsters, which means she is definitely the spirit of the mirror. For starters, Sin decided to use their talismans in 1,000 colors. Then she summoned a mechanical rabbit, which the master presented to her as an artifact. The Flower of Time ordered him to attack with all the power he had. Singe thought that if she couldn't deal with her with the help of spells and her robots, then the last thing she would have to do was use the escape talisman. Suddenly, a teacher appeared in front of the fox, who said that it was very reckless to attack a creature without understanding who it really is and without seeing its true nature. After which, the ruler added that this multi-tailed fox was not their enemy. New monsters began to emerge from the bloodstreams and began to make their way closer to Kikune. Having reached their target, they began to attack and bite. The huge beast roared in pain. Seeing that this otherworldly force began to attack the fox, Sin was surprised and asked why this was so. The man, without saying a word, destroyed them all with his formations. Sin asked what was going on, because she thought that this mirror controlled the creatures. The man replied that her level of development is low, so it is not surprising that she does not see the whole situation. There is no artifact in this location. He explained that this kingdom is the opposite of correct formations. It's something like hell. When a person creates them, he uses life expenses to change them later if something happens, but there was nothing like that, and it is a dead end. The reason why the kingdom opens once every 500 years is because it uses the Yulin clan to maintain its livelihood. The evil formation feeds on their blood and replenishes the energy that has been spent over the years. They created a lie about the existence of artifacts in order to lure sect members here to certain death. Sin cast a sealing device that suppressed Kikune's power, but she died long ago. And the seal is only one of the 3 spirits. At the moment, this soul is very weak, and if it is subjected to even one more external influence or is eaten by creatures, it may simply disappear, so it is necessary to behave very carefully with it. Then he added that at this point, Singe's training can be considered completed, but in order to destroy the seal of evil, he needs the girl to create protective formations around the perimeter around Kikune's soul for its safety. The Flower of Time replied that, of course, she would do everything he told her. In the meantime, the owner asked the system to check what the fox was like. Sure replied that information about it was not at all difficult to find, because it is quite popular, but there are some oddities in it. This is the Sinku demon empress. Great hopes were placed on her, but on her 2000th birthday, rumors appeared about the death of the fox. For the sake of revenge, the demon race started wars with other worlds, but suffered losses and were unable to recover from the war. Almost nothing is mentioned about the disappearance of the demon empire, but the master travels 100,000 years ago, and the fall of the head of the demons occurred only 2,000 years later. It turns out that she did not die, but was only born. Suddenly, the faint voice of a many-tailed fox was heard, asking to be saved. The man wondered whether this cosmic confusion was caused by his time travel or during meditation. Someone tried to do something behind his back. Timeflower announced that she had finished setting up the formations. Without thinking twice, the teacher began to summon some kind of divine beast, after which he turned to him and said that as soon as he entered this kingdom, he began to feel its murderous intent. Therefore, I thought that if I entrusted this task to someone else, the creature would be dissatisfied. A huge mythical beast, the Black Sillin, Moran, appeared before Chen-Yi, who thanked him for the opportunity. The Overlord said that the true intentions of whoever created this realm are still unclear, but if he killed Sillin and used his bones, then perhaps this was a way to fight the creature. Moran replied that although he had conflicts with his clan and was expelled from there, it was still the matter of their sect. There were people in the world who dared to torture and kill his descendants, so he will destroy them all. This matter does not concern the master, but only him, and he hopes that the man will understand him and will not interfere. Chen-Yi replied that it was a misunderstanding. If he released Moran, he was no longer going to retreat, after which his seal appeared, filled with spiritual power and 1/10,000th of his spiritual energy. Of course, with the monster's existing strength, he can't use simple magic, but let him take it with him just in case. Then he handed it over to the mythical beast and said that he should return it after he dealt with whoever created this place. The enraged creature thanked him and went to deal with his task. A moment later, at the top of the mountain, a powerful explosion was heard and stones fell down, after which a black Sillin appeared. In his mouth was a dragon's claw, which he bit into, and it crumbled into small pieces. The Lord calmly watched what was happening until Shur called out to him. The system reported that it seemed that something had gone wrong and pointed a finger somewhere to the side. It turned out that the shackles around the many-tailed fox were broken, and she was freed. She approached the master and said that she did not want to die. Xiao exclaimed that the great demon empress Xingqiu had been sealed for so many years and was very sorry for her. Maybe we can ask Santu to save her, like she helped in the Tianluo world that time. The owner reminded her that this was just one of her souls. Because of all the chaos of time and space, it should not appear in this era, and even more so, Santu will not be able to restore it without having the remaining parts of the soul. Of course, he himself can try to save her, but it is very unlikely that Xingqiu from two eras will end up in the same timeline, and this could lead to her destruction. She exclaimed that there really was no chance at all. The man replied that there is one option, but he cannot help her maintain her existence, but the system can. Xiao was very surprised to hear this. He then turned to the fox and said that although she was only one of the remaining souls, she should understand his words. If she disappears here, her existence will be completely erased from heaven. There is only one way to keep her conscious. After which he offered to become one of his students. The flower of time and the system did not expect such a turn of events, and were taken aback by what they heard. After thinking just a little, the many-tailed fox replied that she agreed. After which he turned to Singe and told him to activate all the formations that she had set up. Shari carefully said that she was only a small system, and she did not know how such interference would affect the admission program, with the goal of creating a disciple from the remnants of souls. The owner replied that it should be a piece of cake for her. Xiao said doomedly that from the point of view of what is permitted, this seems unlikely, but she will try for the sake of the master. After which she raised her staff into the air and said to obey the orders of the heavenly system, because this person is destined to join the ranks of the saints. An alert immediately appeared, which informed about the signing of a contract with an unplanned creature, which could lead to failure and inoperability of some software components, and it was necessary to stop. But Shur could not go against the will of the master, who had his eye on the new student and shouting that she was in charge here today, continued to see the matter through to the end. After which, a system notification appeared, which invited the master to sign a contract with the Bei Xingqiu student. The story moved to the kingdom of mountains and seas, to the habitat of the Xingqiu clan. Two girls stood under a tree and tried to persuade Her Highness to get down from there, as it was very tall and dangerous. It turned out that a little fox was sleeping on it in a bird's nest and muttered that it was getting too noisy. Seeing the bright light on the branch, the girls began to get nervous that they needed to quickly transform in order to catch Her Majesty. But then, one of them said that she would simply create a shield using a wind spell. Meanwhile, the fox turned into a girl and felt her forehead begin to burn intensely. In the secret kingdom of Kunlun, the members of the Yulin clan did not understand what the elder was doing and why they were taking all the treasures out of the temple. One of them explained that although he did not draw the black lot, he had already heard that everyone who returned survived only thanks to one girl, including the head of the clan. The young man asked what kind of girl he was. The man replied that she was the same one who took the lot from him during the selection. The old man turned to Sin and said that all the treasures should be collected today and given to her, including all spiritual items, magic weapons, and rare minerals. But the Flower of Time did not pay attention to this speech, because she was literally swimming in luxury. Then she came to her senses and asked again what he had just told her, but the elder replied that it was nothing. Yue apologized for her niece, who had never seen so many treasures in one place. Sin, meanwhile, shouted that there were so many minerals, spiritual stones, that they were now fabulously rich. The head of the clan replied that it was okay, because she was Yulin's savior, and they agreed to exchange treasures for their freedom. He was simply afraid that with their cultivation level and abilities, they would look down on things. From behind Yan, Singe emerged, all hung with jewelry, who said that she had found a magical weapon that was very suitable for her aunt. Yue shamed her, saying that they were still in foreign territory, let her behave decently and not embarrass the members of this sect. The elder said that he did not have time to meet with the girl's master, but saw him in action, so he asked to coordinate with him a time and date when he could lead everyone out of the Kunlun ruins. The Flower of Time said that the old man should not worry. Her teacher is now in the room that they allocated for her. He still had a couple of pending cases, but he said that as soon as they were ready, they should just come to him. Chen Yi sat with an owl on his shoulder and leafed through a book. The bird said that it is not difficult to suppress Moran, but it is dangerous to take the fox, in case he loses his mind. The man replied that they should leave her alone, and he would send someone to follow her. Then he asked about the double load for the inhabitants of the world, which he heard about from Xue. Ulian replied that she really did this, so that all living beings would be ready to help him at any moment and not be a burden. The man replied that it was reasonable for her to think about possible dangers in advance, but whether she was going overboard. Al replied that he would reconsider their development plan and mission directions after he returned. Finally, she pointed to a stack of books and said that all the information about the ancient kingdom of mountains and seas could be found there. She came to him because she wanted to see him, but there is too much to do in the small world, so she needs to go. The system realized that this was the mentor of all those mythical creatures that were appearing from the master's portal all the time. Shuri thought that the small world was ruled by a super divine being like Qilian, but not such a small bird. Chen-Yi replied that appearances are deceiving. There are a couple of reasons why her real body can't leave that place. After which he said that based on ancient books, which Wu Lian gave him, one thing can be understood. The system clarified whether he found something there. The notes about the Demon Clan and the Kumiho Clan are different, and there are many unreliable facts mixed in with them. But surprisingly, everything about Sinku is consistent and clear. Little is known about her life, and there is absolutely no information about the cause of her death. The Heaven Master system said that it was too complex for her to understand. The owner replied that Bei's remaining soul is sealed in the realm of time, and among the heavenly saints, there is the Sinku Sect. Sinja's mom should be aware of this and will be able to give clues, and Shuri will find out the rest when he finds the fox. Sometime later, near the mountain outside the city of Yulin, all the members of the sect gathered to ensure that the overlord did what he must. Chen-A asked if everything was in place. Sin replied yes. The elder said that their clan consists of thousands of people. If he needs help in creating a large-scale teleportation formation, then they have a large number of masters who can be deployed. The man replied that this was not necessary and began to carry out the plan. A moment later, over a huge number of sect members, the very formation that would release them to freedom appeared. The head of the clan was surprised that he did it so easily, without any preparation. Gradually, they all began to disappear, and the elder's granddaughter was very scared, in fact, like the rest of the people from their family. But after a moment, they all found themselves in the realm of time. The elder shed tears because today, the cherished dream of more than one generation of the Yulin clan finally came true. After which he loudly shouted that their sect was now free, and thousands of people shouted with joy. But suddenly the sky began to collapse, and everyone present found it difficult to breathe. Sin asked that it was really the will of the world again, because the master took away the heavenly Tao last time. The teacher replied that it had nothing to do with it. This is someone fighting outside the world of time, with a very strong cultivation. The Lord noted that this spiritual aura of the warring parties was very familiar to him. The teacher said that he would go check what was happening there, and let Sinj take care of the Yulin clan, and take them to Yunmanza as soon as possible. On the battlefield, someone shouted for the Crimson Flame Empress to give up the artifact because she deserved to die. The head of the Fenzian sect in the Kongu Kingdom, Qin Chuansun, stated that if Her Majesty Qinhua gave him the imperial power, personifying the ruler of the ancient world, then he would let her live. The woman was surprised by the proposal to leave her alive, because having bribed her subordinates, they placed a curse on her, poisoned her, conspired with monks from other worlds, and set up an ambush. Their master is ready to overthrow all imperial power just to get this artifact, so she considers it wrong to give it into their hands. If they so want to get it, then let them take it at the cost of their lives. The defending party was the Crimson Flame Saint Empress Qinhua. Meanwhile, in her hands, a huge sword began to form from the fire. The attackers did not expect that the symbol of the imperial power of the Kongu Kingdom, the bloody map of the flaming sky, would turn out to be a sword. The sect leader reminded her that using this card would only speed up her death, let her leave the artifact and never set foot on Kongu land again. His promise still stands. He can provide an antidote and the hunt for her will end. Qinhua, calling him a traitor, told him to stop pretending to be a gentleman in front of her. It was very nice of him to want to let her go, but it was a shame that she wasn't going to leave in the first place. After which she attacked the people who attacked her with a powerful stream of fire. The head of the clan ordered her to be restrained because she still wouldn't be able to fight for long because the artifact would simply burn her alive. One of them was about to attack her with magic, but Qinhua, as if out of nowhere, appeared near him. Then she pierced him through with a sword and menacingly added that how dare they think that they could restrain her. Shouting that they would never be able to stop her, the woman struck everyone near her with flames. Meanwhile, the master and the system watched the battle from the side. Shur replied that although they were at a great distance, this little sister's power was so strong that she felt it from afar. Then she added that it was the first time she had seen someone so strong, other than a master, who could threaten the existence of the entire world. The Lord thought to himself that this interference was much more serious than he had imagined. In the background, the voice of Shur was heard, who asked if he was hot because this fan was too small and she would now take out another one. He continued to think that people who had disappeared in the long rivers of time and space seemed to have reappeared in this era. Could this be due to the violation of everything because of the fox? The system tried to shout to the master, but he did not react for a long time. And when he looked at her, she asked what happened because she had never seen him so serious and once again asked if he was hot. Chen Yi replied that everything was fine. Xiao then asked if he wanted to stop this battle and go back to the world of time, but the owner did not answer. Meanwhile, Qinhua repelled hundreds of swords with her fiery artifact. But as soon as she dealt with them, the head of the clan again pointed the same number of daggers at her. The woman turned to the blood of heaven and ordered to end this. The sword replied that he understood everything, after which the empress shouted a spell, heavenly flaming judgment, and a powerful stream of fire began to destroy all the weapons that did not even have time to fly close to her. The attack was so strong that the stream rushed towards the master in the system, which began to panic that he was approaching them. After which, he collided with the world of time, but did not cause harm as much as he was under the protection of the formations. The members of the Yulin sect, seeing this, were amazed by such power and it even frightened them. The head of the clan managed to dodge the attack and he exhaled that he almost got hit. His body was poisoned and his aura depleted. He was surprised by the fact that the artifact could destroy thousands of his blades at once. Now it is clear why the two kings of the Night Fury and giant sects decided to join forces after many years of enmity in order to kill her and get the heavenly weapon. If he manages to get his hands on this artifact, he will be able to overthrow Qinhua and become the ruler of the ancient world. After all the thinking, he shouted that the bloody map of the burning sky belonged to him and rushed to attack the woman. But suddenly, Chen Yi appeared in front of the empress, who was able to stop the attacker with one hand without making much effort. The clan head hissed that the kings of the night world and giant sects ordered him to kill the empress and bring them the body. So if the man interfered, he would become an enemy of the Kongu kingdom. The Lord frowned and asked what kind of clans these were, after which he was about to give him a slap, with which he tore his head off and added that he had never heard of such sects. Glancing at Qinhua, the man saw that her entire body was on fire. The system said that there seemed to be no hope, but the owner objected that since she was still breathing, it meant she was alive, after which she began to heal her wounds using the formation. Taking her in his arms, the master said that her soul was close to exhaustion, so it was necessary to hurry up and go back. A few days later, demonic beasts were carrying away the treasures handed over by the Yulin clan. Yue told Sin that the sect had already left, but the old man left her a communication device saying that she was their hero, and if their help was ever needed, then just let her know and they would come. Also, the treasure collection has been completed. Does she want to take a look? The girl said sadly that they should leave her some spiritual grass and ore, and the rest would be distributed to the sages. Yan asked what happened to her, because she had not stopped sighing since the moment they returned. Singe replied that she liked everything, and this was not even the first, not the second or third time that the master deceived her. But 3 days have passed and Chenny hasn't come out since he picked up that red-haired girl. He had never behaved like this before and never hid anything. Xiao's drunken voice came from the side, saying that the owner even wrapped her in his clothes and hugged her tenderly all the way. He had never treated her like that, but now he kicked her out, and she didn't understand why. After that, Shur burst into tears and said that the more she thought about it, the angrier she became. If it weren't for the fact that he maintained the flow of spiritual energy in this way, she would have thought that he was playing love behind her back. Meanwhile, the Lord was busy healing and controlling Qinhua's condition. A memory flashed through his head of how he stretched his hand towards her, and the girl told him not to come near her, after which he involuntarily pulled his hand to her face, saying that she disappeared into the long river of time but somehow ended up in this era. What happened? But for some reason, he stopped and said that everything that happened in the past should be left there. There's no point in making things worse, so let Sin send her away once she's fully healed. When the ruler finally appeared at the door, the Flower of Time was very happy about it. Then she asked if it was possible to save that girl. Chen A replied that the damaged meridians have been restored, and the poison that affected her bones has been removed, so in a few days, she should fully recover. After which, he added that he would like to meet her mother to talk. They went to the world of time illusions, and Sin said that this was the first time she had led someone here. Hearing voices, Singe's mother, while bathing in a pond, turned around to see who had come to her. Noticing her daughter, she was delighted and said that she had not looked at her for a long time. The girl grabbed a towel and screamed at her to run and put on her clothes. At this time, the ruler pretended not to notice anything. A little later, over a cup of tea, the woman apologized for embarrassing him. Sin began to resent the fact that she could at least cover herself. The mother explained that the baby did not warn about her arrival, and since she is alone in this world, she mostly walks around without clothes. Ignoring all this, the master said that he had come here to help her restore her soul so that she could appear next to Singe in divine form at any moment. The woman was so happy that she jumped up from her seat, forgetting that her daughter was sitting in her arms, and exclaimed that she had wanted to be with her more often for so long. The man coughed and said that that was not all. He needed answers to a couple of questions from her. She replied that she knew a little about the gods of previous generations that she had encountered and about the seals in the secret realm from Sin, so he could ask anything that interested him. Chen A said that he ordered his people to look into the matter of Fen Shen God and using Sealin's body to create a seal. But he was more concerned about the nameless Taoist path that appeared when Sin took away Yun Manza. There was an aura of law in her body, but it was clear that she was just a world will that had not been born for a long time. But she had a complex self-destruction formation based on consciousness, as if she had been deliberately planted in the world. Therefore, the master came to the conclusion that the real heavenly Tao of the world of time is she, Wei. Singe was very surprised by what she heard. The woman replied that he was a Sin teacher, which means she had nothing to hide. He almost guessed she was previously the goddess of time. But the relationship between the colors of time and the world of time is not at all what he imagines. In order to explain better, she offered to follow her to one place. A little later, they found themselves at the local cemetery, and Singe exclaimed how there were a lot of tombstones here. The ruler clarified whether flowers from past dynasties were buried here. The flower's mother replied that everything was correct. She explained that this place is called the Tomb of Flowers. All past dynasties rest here, and this is also where their roots, the fruits of their family's heritage, take their roots. When they realize that their journey is coming to an end, then wherever they are, everyone returns to Yunmanzi and sows flower seeds to pass on everything they have to the next generations. It turns out that life and rebirth are eternal, just as a family of flowers passes on its heritage to its descendants. The master realized that the legacy was very important to them and asked why the cycle of rebirth would be broken if she became a goddess and was close to Sin. The woman replied that this was due to the fall of Tianzun from past dynasties. When their lives come to an end, they find themselves in the river of time, and the first thing Tianzun of each generation sees is the slow destruction of time and space. Instinctively, they spend all their strength trying to mend the cracks. All this, so as not to disturb the course of history, become a fruit and return to Yunmanzi. It seems that this is a simple rebirth, but where do these cracks come from? Maybe someone is behind it. All the questions can't get out of her head. The master asked if she thought that her family was trying to improve the current state of affairs because of their instincts. Sing's mother replied that she did, which is why she doesn't keep her memory in the tombstone, but leaves it on Yue's body to secretly protect Singe when she grows up. If she can't escape her fate, then perhaps she can intervene. Then the woman hugged the slab and told her daughter to look at the cute little grave her mother had made for herself. The girl was angry that she was talking about serious things at all, and now was not the time for jokes. Chenny thought that he had moved through time and space many times, but had never noticed the destruction that Shi Wei had mentioned, which meant that it was not the future appearance of Bei Sinku that caused this. Sin's mother said that she seemed to have answered his question. The master thanked her and said that, unfortunately, the people who control everything from the shadows and want to rewrite history have not yet been found. The man said that he would sort everything out anyway and added that he had prepared a gift for her, with the help of which she could calmly retire and restore her soul at any time. Looking at him, the girls felt strong spiritual energy. Chen Yi explained that her soul becomes fragile when it is in illusion for a long time and he can fix it. In her hands is the pure energy of the soul and a piece of his spirituality, so she should recover faster. Sin was glad that her mother would now be able to recover faster. She confirmed that there is such an amount of energy here that the soul will be restored in a couple of weeks. Shiwei said that since all the issues had been resolved, now it was Sinja's turn. The girl did not understand what she meant. Hugging her daughter, she said that the little girl had been with the teacher for a long time and then asked how he told her, and the mother meant the relationship was not between a teacher and a student, but between a man and a woman. The girl was confused and said that she did not understand what she was talking about. Shiwei insisted that she just hides it deep inside herself and doesn't want to admit it. But you can't hide from her mother that she actually really likes him. The woman added that she was once very strong in heaven, but she was not even close to Chen Yi. Mom is ready to spend many years here until her daughter grows up. The master is very strong and powerful. She would have liked him too before. In addition, now the fate of the flower has been violated. She does not need to inherit it. And since they are demons, they can mix blood with other races. Sinj will be able to give birth to children who will be stronger than the flowers of time. The little girl couldn't stand it anymore and started covering her mother's mouth and asking her to shut up. Looking back, the ruler did not understand what kind of fuss was going on there. So he called Sinj and said that it was time for them to go back. The girl immediately began to say goodbye to her mother and say that they would see each other later. After some time in Yunmanze, the system joyfully greeted the master and said that he had finally returned. The owner said she shouldn't get so drunk. Shai replied that she was absolutely sober and, if necessary, could fly in a straight line, after which he silently put her to his chest and merged with her so that she could sleep it off. Sinj couldn't get everything her mom said out of her head, but she thought it was all too much. After the teacher called her several times and there was no response, he gave her a smack and asked what she was thinking. The girl said that it was nothing and she was listening to him carefully. He said that in a couple of days he would need to do something, so he would be by the river. The red-haired girl will come to her senses in 3 days, and she will need to take care of her during this period. Sin asked out loud if he wanted her to bring Qinhua to him when she came to her senses. Inside, she was freaking out about why her mentor cared so much about her and what kind of relationship they had. But the ruler replied that there was no need and it was better for her not to talk about him at all. After 4 days, the woman still did not come to her senses, and Sinj began to think that something had gone wrong, so she urgently needed to inform the teacher about it. But then she thought that there was no point in bothering him after all. Looking at the girl, she noted that she was very beautiful. Her hair is soft like silk and her ears are quite cute. Suddenly, the woman woke up and asked who she was. The girl introduced herself to her. Then her eyes turned red, fire began to emanate from her body, and she threateningly asked where her sword was. The little girl held it out in fear and said that before it was big, but now it was small, but she didn't do anything with it. I thought to myself that this lady made my blood run cold, and that it was probably very bad to joke with her. Qinhua muttered that her heavenly blood chart and body were fine, but the level had dropped several realms. Then she asked if the flower saved her. Sin replied no, but then she caught herself and said that she was. Because I remembered that the master asked not to talk about him. Throwing the girl a ring of fire containing clothes, the girl ordered her to put them on. When Sinj dressed her in a dress, the woman was pleased and said that she did a great job. Then the flower grabbed the comb and said that she would comb her hair. The empress replied that she didn't even have to give a command, so the baby was better than the servants she had. Then she said that she was leaving the set of spiritual roots in the ring to her. The girl exclaimed that there was no need, because she saw that there were thousands of heavenly level roots, as well as a couple of magic weapons. The red-haired girl asked if this was not enough, or did she think that her life was not worth it. Sinj exclaimed that she had misunderstood everything. On the contrary, it was too much. Qinhua looked at her silently, after which some kind of fireball appeared on the tip of her finger, and the woman said that she was giving it to her. The flower asked what it was. The empress explained that it was made from the blood of tens of thousands of monsters she had killed. If Sin takes it, he will be able to adopt the 3 talents of these creatures. The little girl said that she had never heard of such a thing, and it must be a magical treasure. Then she asked who this girl was. The girl replied that her name was Qinhua. She is the queen of the ancient world in the 5 dimensions of the universe. Some call her the Holy Scarlet Flame, and some call her the Heavenly Blood Empress. The girl said in surprise that it was the first time she had heard of such a thing, but she also looked like an empress. The woman sighed and said that she had completely forgotten that this was not an ancient world. Then she asked if her name was Sin Sinj. Flower answered yes. After examining her, Qinhua said that although she was a demon, she liked her. Therefore, from now on, she will be her maid and will always be by her side. But if she does not want to be a servant, then the red-haired girl can accept her as a student and clarified what she thinks about this. Flower mentally began to turn to the teacher and ask him to save her, because she felt extremely uneasy next to this girl, and it seemed that she could be kidnapped. The woman asked her question again, but Sin replied that she could not. Then Xinhua asked why. The little girl exclaimed that she already had a teacher, and if she was already better, then it was time to leave. The red-haired girl asked who the teacher was and if they saved her. Singe realized late that she had let it slip and tried to get out that she had been misunderstood. The woman calmly explained that she had previously united with the heavenly blood diagram and was ready to die with it. As a result, it burned her soul and body, so a child like her could not restore it. This man was able to cure her in just a few days, and even cured that old dormant disease. Her mentor must be a genius of alchemy and a master of medicine. She must make friends with him. After thinking about this, Xinhua ordered Chinga to take her to her teacher. But the girl said that the mentor did not want to meet with her, so she would open a teleportation line for her and let her go home. The girl thought it was funny that he didn't want to admit that he saved her. She still wants to find out who he really is because the empress never remained in debt to others. Suddenly she grabbed the flower and dragged her through the forest, asking where he was now. Sin replied, "The point is not that she does not want to show him to her, but that he himself does not want to see her." Xinhua exclaimed, "Since she can't talk about it, she will find out everything herself." She placed 2 fingers on her forehead and began searching for an aura that was incompatible with this secret realm. After which she said that she found her and ran to that place. At this time, the girl was afraid of falling and held on tightly to her leg. But unexpectedly, someone tried to block her as she approached the house. The red-haired girl, dropping Sin to the ground, asked who was here and why was bothering her. Siusiu and Taote stated that this was in order to prevent the destruction of the world and heaven. Then they added that they were children under the command of Mr. Dao Tsun, and he said that no one should be allowed here, so let them go back. Calling them funny little animals, the girl came to the conclusion that then she would have to deal with them differently. After which she spoke. The divine blood and the artifact in her hands began to unfold. Flower realized that they must be the fighting spirits of the teacher, and if a battle starts, they will notify Chen Yi about it, and this cannot be allowed. But before she had time to do anything, multicolored balls appeared in Xinhua's hand, and she said that she had killed many heavenly monsters over the years, and now they see before them their inner alchemy. Taote looked at them, spellbound, and wanted to come closer, but her friend stopped her. After this, the woman showed a mountain of gold bars to Siusiu, and said that if she did not interfere, then it would all belong to her. Sin was afraid that she would deal with them using force. Xinhua replied that her teacher saved her. She cannot resort to violence. Moreover, these girls did not wish her harm. It was necessary to give her treasures to avoid conflict. But then she added that it seems they achieved the opposite effect. The little ones began to get angry. They told themselves that this woman was trying to tempt them, but they were obliged to hold on for the sake of their master and not betray his majesty. Suddenly the voice of the overlord was heard, who said that enough was enough and let them let her through. The empress thought this voice was familiar, and she could not believe that the girl's teacher was the same one. She decided to see everything with her own eyes, so she quickly flew to him. Having opened the doors, the empress froze. Sin rushed behind her, asking her to wait. Chen Yi stood reading a book and said that the fact that they met and he saved her life was a pure coincidence. Xinhua had tears in her eyes and said that she had finally found him after so long. After which she threw herself into his arms, saying that she had been looking for him in so many worlds and could not find him. Then she added that this time she would never leave him again. The Lord was at a loss because she was not supposed to know him and did not understand what was happening. Gently pushing her away from him, he said that she must have confused him with someone. Xinhua was indignant that he was mocking her or something. She has been looking for him for 3,000 years and will not confuse his breath with anyone. There can be no mistake. That time she did the wrong thing by telling him to run away during the Battle of Heavenly Blood. She doesn't need the ancient world, the throne of the Empress, or anything else. As long as they are together, she is ready to follow him anywhere. Flower tried to stop her, saying that the teacher had warned her that she had made a mistake. Remembering the conversation with her mother, she added that she should not pester her master. The Empress snorted that she was his student, so she should address her as mistress. Then she added that her mentor and she got married on the day she ascended the throne. They were witnessed by the sun, moon, mountains, rivers, and many people from the ancient world. Everything she has belongs to him, and everything he has belongs to her. If her words reached Sin, then let her not stand in her way. Looking at the master, Singe asked if it was true that he had a wife. The man sighed that in a century of her practice, he had answered this question 223 times. After which she remembered some of the questions about his marital status, children, what kind of girls he likes and whether he wants a relationship. There was only one answer to all this: no. Then she turned to the empress and replied that she knew for sure that he could not have any wife. The system said that it seemed like she was talking nonsense, but quite plausibly. The owner replied that perhaps the timeline was causing memory problems. The Lord was about to explain everything to Xinhua again, but suddenly a voice came from the portal and asked if he had a minute. His ward appeared, who said that she had dealt with the reincarnation that God Fen created. After conducting a deep study of the fragments of his soul, everything turned out to be much more complicated, and she asked him to come out to her into the universe. Then he turned to the empress and said that he had an important matter. After that, he will return, and they will discuss their relationship. The girl began to rush to go with him. The man replied no. Although her wound had healed, her cultivation level had dropped greatly, so she would stay here with Sin to continue to recover. Xinhua wanted to object, but he interrupted her, and he said that he knew that she had many questions and was tormented by doubts, but he needed to better understand some things. When he returns, he will explain everything to her. The red-haired girl replied that it was good, and she would wait for his return, after which he called Xiao Shi, and they went to the portal to the universe. In another space, he asked his ward how things were. She explained that she followed the fragment and found this planet in the center, which is surrounded by hundreds of other worlds of different sizes, and apparently, it is new. The master replied that so much time had passed that he had already forgotten about this request, but now it was not a new world before them. It shouldn't exist yet in this era. This is the realm of Vuhu. The demon asked how he felt all this or something. The man explained that there are traces of more than just God here, so it is not surprising that she decided to call him. The girl answered yes. If her intuition is correct, then they will have to face many gods, and she cannot promise that she will be able to catch everyone, so his help is needed. The Lord said that they had already been noticed because he did not hide his breath when he came here. It turned out that from this planet, a spaceship began to rapidly approach them. The ward asked what he was going to do with them, negotiate or what. The Lord replied that this was not at all necessary and that he did not want to beat around the bush, after which a magical glow appeared around him.